Good morning, and it is a beautiful morning. Southside Huntington Beach, Crosby Colapinto getting ready for competition, as well as Jake Marshall. Yeah, it's going to be a big day here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Stop number 2 of the Challenger Series. KJ coming off of a win yesterday. Oscar Barry, he's ready to do action, and check out these waves. Oh my goodness. Beautiful waves here. Genevieve providing us some hurricane swell. Mihimana Bray getting a barrel. Jackson Bunch getting a barrel. That's just what we have on store for today. It is going to be a tremendous day here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. Round of 64 is what's up. And we got a full day of action, packed, high performance surfing on the way for you. Thank you for joining us live from Huntington Beach. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gudauskas. Hey gang, got another great day. The waves are still here. Rosie, what do you think?
Oh, I'm loving it. I mean, if that's a little preview of what to expect for the day, I'm frothing. I mean, yesterday was an amazing day of action. Today's going to be pretty much the same, Tanner.
It almost feels like it's organized itself just a little bit more, and the sun's out early, so you can guarantee it's going to be fireworks.
Absolutely beautiful weather here. Great waves. We're looking forward to the performances we're going to see. This is the last round of, we're going to have some four-man heats today. Jake Marshall, Edgar Gorgia, Alistair Reginato, and Gabriel Klausner is going to start off the day. And we always got to check in with Mitchell Salazar on the beach. What's going on, Mitch?
Good morning, guys, and welcome to Huntington Beach. Another beautiful day here with Teva Bushkwa out of Morocco. Teva, you surfed this morning. You're coming up in heat number 3. What are the conditions out like there?
Well, it's really nice today. Swell drop a little bit, but there is still some really nice waves. I think it's going to be a beautiful day of contest. The sun is already out, and there is good waves, so I think we'll have a good show.
Coming from Morocco, you qualified through the Africa region yourself. Congratulations, you made it this far already. What's the experience been like for yourself?
For now, we just had one challenger in South Africa, in Baleto. We had some really nice waves. I'm used to compete against all of those surfers because we are always traveling all over the world during QS and challengers. It's not my first year on the challenger, so really happy to be here. Just learning and trying my best, and I'm really happy to represent Morocco too.
Have fun, enjoy yourself. Guys, it's pumping out there right now, and guess what? It seems like the rip has really stopped just a little bit, as you can see over our shoulders right here. It is looking not only super fun, contestable, but more than anything, jet ski assist still on the line. They don't have to use it if they don't really require it, though, Kipes.
Yeah, that's great news. Thank you, Mitchell, for the catch up there. And the combination of swells right now, kind of settling the water, peaky conditions, and basically like the best you could actually hope for a beach break, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's a lot more organized today, Tanner, and just catching up with some of our water patrol, they were saying yesterday's conditions, what they were contending with was some of the most difficult and challenging that they've faced, just because they've had to stay in that kind of shoreline area, so many swells, so much water, 4 surfers in the lineup, so those guys doing such a great job.
We're getting started early this morning, and right amongst it in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Chris Cote.
Hey, good morning. Thanks, team. Yeah, this place was an absolute ghost town 5 minutes ago. The waves are so good that every single surfer who's about to surf today was out there trying to squeeze every last second of a free surf in. It's starting to fill up. Shapers have arrived. You know, we got some superstars of surfing here getting prepared, but this is where everyone starts to do their R&D. They come in from the water, debrief with the homies or the coaches, and like you guys said, I'm looking out here. I already seen about 6 people getting absolutely kegged out here this morning, and it just looks like it's getting better and better with every set. This is going to be a classic day at the U.S. Open.
I agree, Chris. It will be a classic day, and we're starting off with a great heat. Jake Marshall, Edgar Gorgia, Alistair Reginato, Gabriel Klausner, who's coming off of a really great performance in the opening round, in the round of 80. And so we're going to start off right now with what I think is going to be what's setting up. Oh, and we're going straight into Jake Marshall, quick to start right there, Rose.
Yeah, nice little start for Jake Marshall. Saw him on the beach with his coach, Chris Gallagher, just getting the kind of play-by-play, getting that heat strategy ready for the morning.
And you can see the ranking 23 on the championship tour. That, Tanner, is why Jake is participating in the Challenger Series' insurance policy for these CT surfers.
Totally. It's a full insurance policy, but for the viewer, the commentator, the spectator, we get so psyched when we see people like Jake Marshall in the jersey because he's electrifying. His style is really unique, in my opinion. He's able to blend wraps with a lot of flair and whip. As we talk about whip, right there, Gabriel Klausner coming down with a huge hanger.
Backhand hanger there for the Brazilian. Had a great performance in the round of 80. Back at it and continuing with that forward momentum.
And just knowing how well rewarded those single maneuvers on impactful sections are, I think Gabriel's gone out there. He's already had a taste of it in that round of 80, bringing that same momentum into today.
Yesterday, it felt like with these kinds of sections, it was almost out of control. It felt to me like watching it, maybe the size was almost too big for a lot of the maneuver selection. And today, because it's maybe come down just a hair and it's organized itself a lot, I think we'll be seeing the surfers pushing that specific turn harder and harder. And Gabriel, you can tell he had so much intention and he speared through the lip and put him in a really radical position there. So I think it's a great opening ride for him.
Yeah, that's how you want to start off your heat. Let's take another look at it, Tanner.
Yeah, so like I'm saying, right here, you're seeing him interact with that oncoming section more today than yesterday. I think yesterday, Chris was calling it a cut and run. You wanted to get there early and get out of it earlier. So today, with being a little bit more organized, you can really interact with the lip, and Jake as well, starting to push the board out the back with 3 good turns. Pretty great timing. Looks like he's going to get a 4.83 on that wave and start the heat out.
Yeah, there's the numbers, 4.83 for the opener for Jake Marshall. Gabriel coming through with a 6.17. So nice start for the Brazilian. Alistair Reginado, the Australian, always sharp on rail. Couple of turns there, and that's going to be his start. Alistair actually really close to qualifying through the Challenger Series in the past, and continues his forward momentum. He's, yeah, there you go. His first event there in Newcastle 2026.
Yeah, just clean lines and calculated surfing from him.
Grosjean, Edgard, and he just gets munched up there, Tanner.
Wait, but he got kind of spit out of that. Like, some days when you're competing, look at how flawless these conditions look for US Open. Jake, again, these are the maneuvers that we're going to be seeing today, just blowing the tail out, but pulling in, it's barreling. Edgar got blown out of that barrel. We didn't see the beginning of it, but just the fact that you're going to get that great of a wave in a contest is so exciting.
It's so fun. I mean, everyone was coming out yesterday. The energy was just so palpable. Everyone was stoked with the conditions. I want to see a front-on view of this wave, though, Tanner. Let's see how deep he gets.
Yeah, he's really trying to pull the e-brake to get as much as he can out of that barrel section. And of course, when it turns into a barrel riding event, your positioning on your takeoff is basically paramount. You can't really do too much work once the line is drawn off the top. So for Edgar, he's trying he's in there, absolutely in the barrel, and he gets spit out. So, Kaipo, what's your take on that?
It's going to be really interesting because we're looking at different camera angles on this. We'll have to see the judge's angle and see actually if he was behind the lip or not.
Yeah, oh wow, action is just non-stop this morning.
Zapping up into the lip, and another great hook, a hanger for Gabriel Klausner.
I mean, to me, Gabriel has just figured out that formula, hitting that lip line early and doing that cut and run like you spoke about, Tanner. And you'll see Jake Marshall, when he got exploded on that left-hander, maybe hitting it a little bit late, but the under the lip hook is being paid dividends at the moment. Nice looking wave for him.
Yeah, what I really love is he lays the board up and then basically squirts the nose of the board over the lip, and he's able to project out of there, where we saw Jake hang the lip, hang his fins out the back, and when you're coming down with that much water movement, it's just honestly very, very hard to pull.
And I think advantage right now to Gabe Klausner, Jake Marshall. This is wave 3 for the surfer from Encinitas. Nice backhand flow. Ooh, yes, that was a shocking catch of the rail there, Rosie.
Yeah, awkward. And I think yesterday we saw a lot of that kind of overcorrection. Like you coming at it, you got a lot of speed, you're getting catapulted by the swell line, and just a little bit over tweaked there. You even saw when he went into that lip line floater, he was going for like that hang on the lip, and a little bit awkward.
Well, here's another look at it, Tanner.
Yeah, such an awkward landing here for Jake. The way you come down on a backside floater while you're projecting down the line is so treacherous. It has the potential to put you in really not well placed over the stringer of your board. And you see Jake just assess the situation as he's coming down, doesn't want to push through it and get out of there. You know, I always felt when you come down to the event and it's cranking and the free surf guys are getting blown out of barrels and you have the first heat of the day, it's almost a little overwhelming, to be honest, because you don't know whether to sit and try to get barreled or just do the work that you think you should do and put turns up on the board. So it's always got that interesting dynamic of people like shuffling their game plans around, and then it feels like by heat 2 and 3 and 4, the day competitively starts to set a pace. So it is always just kind of like, I don't know how to say it, like the first heat, it's kind of all up for grabs.
I love that take on that, Tanner, where everyone's kind of setting the pace for the day and it's still not established. Edgar Grosjean, 3.67 for that, Rosie, and so the judges, you know, saw that he wasn't actually really deep in the barrel, so mid-range score.
And that's going to, I think, reflecting on it, it's going to hurt for Edgar because there was potential to get really deep in that barrel, come out, do the late hit. It almost like had excellence, that wave had excellent potential, and it's so tricky, like you said, because there is this frenzy of energy in this first heat, and just need to settle down, take a breath, recognize, like, go back to the basics, like 2 good waves, surf them as well as you can, and maybe not overthink it as much.
Klausner has been on a roll. Gabriel on his 4th wave here. That's incomplete there, but previous wave is 6.17. He's already got a 6.17, 12.34 for Gabriel Klausner and a commanding lead. Grosjean finds a right-hander and has to eject, Tanner.
Yeah, and sometimes when you lay it up on the lip, you already know you're in such a precarious position. Best thing is to just eject. Get out of there, not even try to come down with it, because coming down in an awkward position, Kaipo, we all know it, like, things happen so fast. That's really when injury can happen. Coming down over your rail in an awkward spot. So Edgar assessed it, said, hey, I'm not going to come down with this. I'm just going to basically throw it away.
Yeah. Floaters are scary, especially in double-up beach breaks.
It'll test your ligaments for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like, what do you really got? Let's jump off a building.
That's what you're doing,
how's
right?
your MCL feeling?
Are you good right now?
It's climbing up on a ladder and jumping down on the sidewalk.
The weirdest thing, it doesn't necessarily have that impact of the airs or the big blowtails, but it's like
it's
one
risky.
of the, yeah, it's like one of the more gnarly moves that you can do, but it doesn't have that risk factor and that wow factor from the beach or from the judging perspective. So it's a funny one.
Especially, you know, when we talk about, we saw Jake like just get tumbled on a backhand floater. That's one of the scariest maneuvers in surfing.
That's put a lot of athletes like kind of out of the game for a while. Like when you really think back of it, like iconic bad wipeouts a lot of times are backside floaters on traversing lines, waves that guys are trying to make the section. So
are we talking Mick Fanning?
Yeah, and like Shea Lopez and like Italo and
Shea Lopez back door.
Italo,
yeah, Italo.
Yeah, you're so right. There's like a
John.
Real
Yeah.
John. Yeah. Good.
Somebody knock on wood. Like
we're doing it right now. We want luck for all of us today, and we're lucky to actually have this, you know, really, really beautiful day to start up. And on the beach, Mitchell Salazar is just soaking up this beautiful morning in Huntington Beach.
Dude, well, I mean, it's hard not to. The weather's perfect right here. It's been the real, genuine Southern California summer for us. And speaking of Southern California, the Slauson family over my shoulder right here. We got Levi, our defending event champion, coming up in the very next seed. And it's a short drive up from Encinitas. Everybody knows North County San Diego represented well. We got the Sharp Bike crew with Marcia Zuvi, Taylor Clark over there, Chris Gallagher in the corner of Jake Marshall. But just talking about the defined peaks as well, too. Guys, it's a bit scattered with the hurricane swell still in the water, but I feel like that southwest has really been a bit more predominant today. I mean, Tower 3, Tower 5, I feel like there's a couple good peaks and options over there if they want to surf it. And with the less sweep in the water right now, there's definitely something to say about just being right out front towards the pier bowl or using middle peak to your advantage. So it seems less difficult than yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Thanks for the update, Mitch. And I agree. I mean, things have settled in. We've had a wonderful summer of surf, Tanner.
Well, even you think when you call these events, you guys see it all the time. You basically arc around one phenomenal day of waves in a contest. You're like, oh, that was mental. Yesterday was that day. So to rock up today and have it be even more pristine, there's already barrels happening. It looks clean and organized, and it's still 6 foot proper, is incredible. And the forecast looks like it's not stopping. And so it's been a really special summer in Southern California so far, and it's actually so impressive that it's staying this strong and consistent.
Yeah. Rosie, you've been enjoying it. I've been seeing your clips on Instagram. You're absolutely ripping, by the way.
Thank you, Kappa.
And but you've been enjoying all these summer swells.
Yeah, I think that's been a bit sneaky. I haven't been surfing as much as I would have liked, but it hasn't fallen under 3 feet in the last 3 months. It's just been a bliss surf. And I think when you go to these standout locations like the Lowers, like Malibu's, wherever you're going where it's a southerly swell predominant, people are getting surfed out. So you're finding sneaky little uncrowded hours.
Isn't that crazy? It is a phenomenon, Tanner, in surfing, is where the beginning of a swell, at the beginning of a summer, first couple of south swells, you have a lot of people flocking to the beach, but then it's a test of endurance. Who's going to surf every day when there's 2 months of swell?
Oh, it's marathon mindset. I mean, you guys get it in the winter in Hawaii. You almost wanting it to drop. You're looking at the forecast like, can I get a day of 1 foot waves? But we've been so fortunate. It's actually been electrifying for the local crew here. Jake Marshall is a good example. He came back off tour to tap right back in. I saw him at lower trestles a bunch, and it keeps that pencil sharp for those guys at that top level. And you know, we speak of Jake Marshall. He's really good friends with Levi Slauson, who got mentioned by Mitch there. That's a crew that's coming out of San Diego. So San Clemente, the Orange County crew, they've really bonded together. They've created this movement. Now you're seeing that happen down at Seaside and in that zone where they have a lot of support. They already have examples of how to make it on tour and become great names like Raul Machado. They have Marcio Zuvi and Taylor Clark now creating incredible surfboards for them. There's something happening down there that's really special, and I feel like Jake is the tip of the spear. Alyssa Spencer's another example of that crew. So really exciting things. They're already on the scene and they're coming up, so look for big things in this event from Jake and Levi for sure.
And I love that you have a pier with Taylor Clark, who's a great surfer on his own, but turns into a craftsman under the Sharp Eye logo, and now he's helping out his friends like Levi, like Jake, providing them fine-tuned equipment, Rose.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and someone that's kind of walked the walk in competitive surfing.
Rogia, little hook there. Make it 2 for the Brazilian before he kicks out, trying to get his wave count up and get into the top 2. Top 2 advance into the next round, the round of 32. Here we go. Jake Marshall. And has to throw that away a little bit late there on that second off the top. So Jake trying to find rhythm out here, I feel, and still has not found that rhythm, Tanner.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, I'd wonder his perspective in this heat. He is the big fish in the pond, and I feel like he can allow himself to surf up some scores. You know, if he gives the judges the opportunity to say, hey, I'm wanting this heat, I'm putting scores on the board, he'll create that consistent energy. Gabriel has come out guns blazing with his 6s. So Jake, it is on him to be coming down with these maneuvers and putting these scores on the board, and it feels like it's a timing issue coming into that last section. Yeah, I don't really know what to say.
It's unusual to watch him and see him have 3 falls in a row as we watch Edgard here, also trying to tidy it up a little bit, looking for a wave that's complete for him. And you can maybe, you know, you think about someone like Gabriel who surfed yesterday in the round of 80. He's carrying that momentum. He maybe knows the lineup in a competitive situation pretty well at this moment. That was a really nice turn from Edgard, fully committed on that first maneuver, and then kind of pushes. There's that split-second decision when that wave coming towards the pier snaps in half like that,
Yes,
Tanner.
yes. You said that so perfectly yesterday, and I loved it because it feels like the wave disappears. You're in the pocket, and you need to go so vertical to maximize what is available, which Edgard did a great job of, and there was really nothing else he could do. The wave just fell out from underneath him because it actually does snap in half with that oncoming right pier bowl coming at you.
Red Bull Jet Ski here. Jet Ski assist throughout the day has already been deemed by our contest directors this morning. Although the sweep has lessened overnight, it still is in effect. So we have those jet ski assists. And why? Because we want less paddling, more surfing.
And how intense is a hurricane swell? I mean, it's like that shorter period, and it is continuous. Like, that is continuous wave, 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 wave. That's going to kind of dissipate throughout the day. And then the new building in South Swell, is that what we're kind of seeing here? There's a lot of energy at the moment. But those ground southerly swells, the longer period, those are really nice, Tanner, and combo it up with a little bit of northwest wind swell.
Yeah, totally. The surf, I mean, but also on the other side of it, we heard a lot of competitors talking about utilizing the jet ski to reset or relocate in the lineup, and I think that that's a really smart maneuver, because now you're able to access the different peaks. You could create a game plan with something down at the Rob Machado Peak, which of course is in the far south area, and also the right at the pier bowl. And once you get down to the pier bowl, you don't have to worry that that's where you'll stay for the rest of the heat. You can get on the ski, get back down the beach. So I think it's a really smart play, even if you're not utilizing it all the time, just to have it in your back pocket.
Again, the jet ski assist, just taking the surfers up the beach, taking the surfers to the south and against the current, but not necessarily depositing them out in the lineup. So you still got to paddle, you still got to duck dive, but the repositioning is evident, as we see with Edgar Grosjean. The Rob Machado Peak, give us a little insight on that, Tanner. like what is that left all about?
Okay, was it you the other day in the booth that said it was originally the David Nuuiva Peak? Somebody said that, and then that transitioned into the Rob Machado Peak. But I would say, growing up as a kid, really great era to grow up and come up to the US Open and watch these events, because it was truly when Rob Machado was like priming, and he would absolutely always sit by himself. You would almost think he was in his own contest, and he would get these lefts that would scrape all the way to the pier, and he would surf them so smooth, and it didn't look rushed or forced. He wouldn't ever Huntington hop. He would just kind of carve and do his thing and get great scores and win this event. So it became iconic as Rob Machado's Peak, because he was like kind of the only guy doing it. And so from that point forward, it's always been referenced as that.
Marshall snaps off the top, and that's a solid turn for the surfer out of Encinitas. Of course, the Challenger Series is all about 5 events that we have this year, and top 4 are what's going to count to your rankings at the end of the year. We take the top 10 men, we take the top 6 women. Best 4 results count toward your rankings. And we have this new addition, Rosie, of QS, the International QS 6000s as an option for our surfers as well.
Yeah, that's so nice. It almost feels like a throwback to the tour where, you know, surfers can double qualify through the Challenger Series while doing duty on the Championship Tour, but also that inclusion of more events. I mean, 5 events, you drop 1. That is a narrow feeding frenzy to try and qualify for the Championship Tour.
And also including that 6,000, I think, gives a lot of opportunity for surfers. Let's just say you bobble somewhere down the line and you just want to give yourself more opportunity, then it's on you. You have that opportunity to get out there, enter those events, and get those results.
Yeah, and it's a mixed plate right there when we look at locations. Al Cleland Jr., he's getting ready for his opening round here. This is the first time we're going to see from the surfer from Mexico. We'll be back with more action here. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we got a great forecast. Look at what we have in the Pacific there, Tanner.
I mean, we were talking about that. These are the colors, as a surfer, you are hoping to see on your forecast screen. It has been so good for so long, and it's actually unbelievable that it's just continuing on. This event is getting so lucky. Today is pumping, and we have plenty more waves coming, so look forward to it.
Look at the numbers, Rosie.
Yeah, it's so good. Swell on tap all throughout this window. We finished up the longboard events in pumping surf and then transitioned to the Challenger Series yesterday onwards, going into finals weekend. I mean, I can't remember a US Open that has had this much pristine surf in probably like since 2009.
Totally.
Yeah. Good call. Look at what we have coming up, Tanner.
Yeah, it's funny because when you talk about there's a difference of it being big, but it also being good. And what we're seeing here is both. We are seeing big and good. So very, very lucky. This will become a very memorable US Open. It's already been so we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Surfline. Alistair Reginato, let's take a look at what the Australian has for us. And can he hang on? And the answer is yes. So we'll be waiting for a score for Alistair as he takes this ride in. And he's going to utilize the jet ski assist. We have Jake Marshall here. Marshall, beautiful wall and a searing turn off the top as he's already calling for the jet ski. So nice exchange between Reginato and Jake Marshall.
It almost looked like the end section at Karamas. Taken off, just glassy, beautiful wave from Jake, and good to see him finally kind of get that completion.
Yeah, this is the type of surfing I feel like from Jake. He has major league maneuvers, but he does it in a really silky way. I feel like when everybody thinks of Jake Marshall, it's his frontside wrap, those big stab turns that he does on his forehand. So he's given the judges his iconic stuff.
Last wave, 6.73 for Marshall for that one turn. So like you said, Tanner, I mean, the leverage that he's able to apply on that carve earns him some great points.
Yeah, I love how he just drove straight to the bottom, set the rail really hard here, and just sprung directly into the pocket and came out. Fins kind of disengaged for a minute. So a thing to be noted, yesterday we were seeing one big turn on these big sections. Gabriel actually has been doing a lot of it. Alistair as well, throwing up those big hangers. But it looks like the scale has been set maybe just lower than yesterday. So yesterday we were seeing 8s, we were seeing 7s for those big turns, and today I think the judges are really analyzing, because there are much more of them, we're seeing 6s, 6, 7s for those same maneuvers.
And we often see, Rosie, when you look at the opening heat any day of competition, is how the judges kind of calibrate what the scale is going to be for the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fresh slate for these judges. This is the first heat in the water, and I definitely think we're going to see some of those championship tour surfers come into the event, and that just kind of ups the caliber of surfing that we're going to see throughout the day. So the judges really taking all of that into consideration before setting the scale.
Yeah, you're right. We're in the round of 64, and this is when our top seeds come through, like a Jake Marshall, and there's the numbers right there. There's a spread for that 6.73, Tanner.
Yeah, and it's not to take away from the merit of the turn. I think, Rosie, you're saying it perfectly, where you have to leave a little extra room for stuff like this. This is X factor. Oh. If he's going to make that barrel and come out, you need to have that room in the scale so that you can be scoring at an excellent range.
We saw excellent rides yesterday. I'm expecting excellent rides again today, given the conditions and the swell on tap. Here we go with the heat leader, Gabe Klausner. Well overhead wave and just puts it up. Can he hang on? And unfortunately gets a little bit too loose right there, so he'll hang on to a pair of 6.17s that he has in the score line.
Yeah, watching him, he just looks so engaged at the moment. Like, he's got that extra little bit of pep and zest in his surfing. Like, he looks hungry. I think when you come to a Challenger Series event, you need to look like you want to rip the head off every single wave that comes your way.
And I think as someone like Tanner, Gabriel Klausner, it shows the depth of Brazilians' talent right now in surfboard.
Very much so. And yesterday I was speaking with Leandro Bastos, who is a former Challenger surfer. That turn, like you're saying, Rosie, like so much intention for him to get engaged with the lip. And I feel like at this size in Huntington Beach, it actually exposes that point. If you look tentative, your timing is actually off. It makes it very much harder for you to execute the turns that you should be doing in the pocket, because it's a really quick dynamic first hit, and then it's a lunky, chunky ending section. So you really have to be thinking power with power, and Gabriel's done a really great job of that. He's gas pedaled towards the lip, and I think it works in his favor a lot, even though that last turn kind of he came off the back end of it, but I'm sure he'll just be right back out there.
Punching through there with the Red Bull jet ski. Hey, our water patrol, our water safety team has been outstanding. They did some long yards yesterday, back at it again today.
Yeah, yesterday was crazy. I mean, them having to stay in that shoreline with all that water moving, 2 skis, 4 surfers, amazing job to them. So many of the athletes coming in, and just so thankful that jet ski assist was utilized yesterday.
It's funny because when you drive a jet ski, this is actually such technical jet ski work, because you never get the reprieve of going into the channel or out the back. So they're never really switched off, and there's 4 surfers in the heat, and normally they're used to doing some man-on-man action and getting around. So like I was speaking with them this morning, and they were laughing, like all of them were exhausted from yesterday because it was non-stop. But we're so thankful for the work that they're doing, because it's unlocked all of this surfing in the good conditions. Otherwise it was just going to basically be a paddling contest.
Yeah.
And they thrive. Sorry, Capo, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, it's been just twice as many waves ridden because of those jet ski assists. Edgard needs to get back in the game here. If he pulls this off, he is. Unfortunately, before Grosjean goes down. So he's still going to be searching for a 7.69 is what he needs. Quick one from Alistair Reginato. Alistair looking for a 6.37 to get into the top 2.
What I'm kind of noticing, Tanner, is like, you know how with the southerly swell and it kind of pushes out to sea, and if you meet that lip line, like how you would usually do it, like where you kind of riding along the lip line, pulling it over, it's almost like if you're not hitting it late, you're kind of getting pushed off the wave.
Yeah, yes, I agree with that, because you're almost blowing through the energy of the wave at that point. You need some resistance to push you in and back down. I liked that approach from Edgar. I think he built the speed up through the first turn. He came out of the first turn with a ton of energy, and I almost think he hit it too high and slid the tail, and then put him on top of the lip instead of lip lining, like you're saying, to get down, back down and engaged, because as soon as you're on top of it, you're either going to come down with the foam or you're just going to be out the back.
You can see Edgar taking a paddle back out on his own accord without the jet ski assist. A little bit of current still today. Let's take a look at a replay one more time, Rosie. Edgard.
Yeah, Edgard's setting this one up. You can tell that he's just waiting on that bottom turn, kind of cuts that turn short because he really wants to save a lot of speed for that ending maneuver. And it was looking like all of the pieces of the puzzle were coming together until you get imploded when you're not riding out in front of it because you've hit it maybe a touch too early.
Ooh, Jake Marshall with a beautiful high-risk backhand hanger there, Tanner.
Yeah, and that's the difference. He's hitting it under the lip, utilizing some friction to get him back and engaged, because the reality is we're still dealing with a lot of converging water. It's still waffling underneath your board really hard, and it can cavitate. Sorry, getting hung up on the word, because really, once your board is bobbling under your feet, then you really have to re-engage with it. And so Jake did a great job of just hitting it with the intention to get back down the line and executing that turn really well.
I love the kind of the seesaw surfing of Jake Marshall, Rosie, in that he knows how to maybe hold back just a little bit to ensure a good score.
Yeah, watching him, you're so engaged because he's almost got that little X factor when he's waiting on the bottom of the wave. You're trying to see and teleport what he's going to do, and he just adds a little something extra, and it kind of lights your jets and instantly grabs your attention.
So Marshall in second and advancing position. Alistair Reginato with first priority needs a 6.51, Tanner.
So I'm kind of imagining how stoked I would be out there. It's going off. It's got potential on rights and lefts. There's full-blown barrels happening. Huntington Beach is providing. I feel like this is really special because when you're doing the Challenger Series, you're coming into the first round for these big names, you want to clash with these guys. And at least this gives you that opportunity. It's not really necessarily going to be a wave catching contest because there's so many waves available. So I think with Alistair, it's just keep your head down. You have a 5.5. You need a 6.5. So that's very, very doable. Let's see it happen.
Yeah. And a long tradition here in Huntington Beach, 100 years of surfing in Huntington Beach, all the way back to 1964 with the Endless Summer and the West Coast Surfing Championships, 1959, Reginado up in the lip, really important wave for the Australian, and unfortunately not able to pull that one off.
So what's so gnarly about that turn is if it's a great example, let's just take this real quick here and watch Jake as he surfs. And this is great because we can clash.
Oh!
Oh my word. Oh wait, there's a broken board.
Wow, so Alistair broke his board on that last wave.
Okay.
And it looked like Jake nearly ran over.
It almost looked like a samurai blade going through the board.
What is happening right
Wow.
now?
There's
That
lots
was
to
wild.
digest.
Now, was the board broken because of the collision, or was it broken because of the wave?
I mean, let's assume he base jumped off of like an 8-foot section there. That was
Yeah.
crazy. Wow. I think this is the right call too. Just go through the pier, out the back.
Oh, wow. So,
I think he's okay.
yeah, he's fine, but this is, you know what this is? This is just like chewing up the clock for Alistair Reginado. He still needs a score.
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel for him. I mean, what a precarious position to find yourself in. He gets exploded by the wave. He gets ridden over by his competitor. His board snapped in half, and you're getting washed through the pier.
Yeah.
Like that's
Not a good
lot.
morning.
And you're
Not
in
a good
third.
morning. Yeah.
But with a hero's effort
Yeah.
in the beginning of it. Like definitely throwing up some love because that section, I think he didn't come into it with enough speed to get out of it. Well, that's kind of the theme of our day so far. You need to meet it with the gas pedal, and it almost looked like he hung it, which then basically he gave himself to the energy of the ocean, which imploded that surfboard, where we saw Jake able to carve through the lip, get out of there, almost hit him. So I don't know what's going on here. This is incredible. This is the dynamics of the US Open on a cranking day. Looks like the backup is coming out.
Yeah. Caleb Tancred with the backup board for Alistair. Going to make his way there, but like I said, the clock is just getting chewed up. And meanwhile, Jake with that last ride increased his heat total, 6.07 for Jake Marshall. He goes into the lead. 90 seconds remaining in this heat. That's a lot to digest, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, Alistair started off so strong in this heat. It's a bit of a bummer. I'm sure we're going to get more of what went on in that little 3-minute span of time.
Yeah.
Man, what? No, less. A minute.
What do you guys think? If you broke a board, is it better to break the board down the beach or by the pier? Like if you had to,
If you had to choose?
Yeah.
You want to be down the beach, I think. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, because it seems
Because you
tricky.
would have that advantage of at least getting like a paddle back out. Like getting mowed over to the north side is just going to eat up so much time. I mean, look at Alistair's. Doesn't even have his backup board yet.
Yes.
And also, like, with down south, you'd be pushing towards the shore, where as soon as you hit that current under the pier, it's almost sucking you back out to sea.
Yes.
You've got 1/3 of surfboard to try and get you back inside.
You guys, this is wild. And this is some skillful maneuvering with the Red Bull jet skis. Meanwhile, unfazed, Jake Marshall continues to surf through. Down to just 15 seconds, and it looks like a foregone conclusion that Jake Marshall and Gabriel Klausner are going to be moving on into the next round. Unfortunately for Alistair, he's not even going to get another chance. Horn sounds, and it's official. Jake Marshall, Gabe Klausner moving on into the round of 32. Wow. Some highlights in that heat and drama as well, Rosie.
That was only heat 1 of the morning, Capo.
How do we start off this day? Wow. Well, I hope you're enjoying the show because we're already bringing you some fireworks in the opening heat of the day. Jake Marshall has been successful, and he's moving on along with Gabe Klausner. But there was a ton of drama in our first heat of the day, Tanner.
How funny when you look back, broken board, right?
Yep.
Barrels.
Yep.
We got guys getting spit out of barrels. Great scores, big hangers. That condenses pretty much what we're going to be seeing this entire day into one single heat. The trials and tribulations of the Challenger Series. But that's why we love watching it. That's why we tune in. This is the excitement factor. And Jake coming out big with that win and moving on. He's got to feel so good.
Well, you can see the pep in the step right there coming back up the beach, Rosie.
Yeah, and I mean, I think when you look at a results page at the end of the event, it's black and white. But then knowing all these micro stories that's led to the moments of who comes out victorious and who loses a heat, there's just so many storylines that we can run with. I mean, Alistair put up such a good showing. I mean, what a warrior. Yeah, there's a lot for him to kind of take away from this heat and reflect on.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Alistair Reginato with that broken board in this heat, and you can see kind of despair as he's making his way back up. So we'll see him in the next stop in San Sebastian, which is going to be the next stop for the Challenger Series. But we will see Jake Marshall and Gabe Klausner in the round of 32. 12.8, 12.34 for those two. That's enough to move on. And we're going to move on to a commercial break right now. We'll be back with more action. Southside Huntington Pier. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, looking back to last year, 2025, where Encinitas surfer Levi Slauson took out a big win here, Tanner.
Oh, it was so fun to watch this. He rose to the occasion with maneuvers like that, came away the victor. Man, it was a special day for sure.
And Slauson just winning this and nearly qualifying for the championship tour. He was one spot out, but a big win for Levi, and Levi's back out in the water right now, along with Xavier Hustable, Ido Hagar, and Iago Dominguez, both coming out of the round of 80 into this round of 64 against these seeds.
Yeah, Iago had a great heat yesterday, keeping that rhythm up today. These are the stories I like, Kaipo, where you're starting to clash the top seeds with the crew coming through the first round, and you see that friction in energy. Last heat we had Jake Marshall and Gabriel Klausner make it, which is one from the top seeds, one from yesterday's action. And so it's the difference of keeping the rhythm that you've created through the event or starting big for these big names. So Xavier Huxtable, incredible surfer, so powerful, so much technique. Levi Slauson, we can't say enough good things about him. He has hammers, he has all the tricks in the bag, so I feel like he'll be chomping at the bit to get his thing started here, and he won last year, so he's surrounded by that good feeling. So this is gonna be a great heat.
And I love also being able to learn about some new names like a Ito, like a Yago Dominguez right here. And seeing some of these new faces for us, Rosie, on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Yago was impressive yesterday in his heat, so carrying, you know, that same energy. And I love how well represented all the regions are too. We're seeing so many nations being added to the mix here at the Challenger Series.
And specifically, the European region has produced some incredible, I would say the transition from the junior champions onto the Challenger Series, it seems flawless. It seems really easygoing, and the level seems really high. But Rosie, to your point, globally, competitive surfing has to be at an all-time high. Like it seems like it's reaching new levels every year.
Split peak situation here, and we're gonna stick with Levi Slauson hanging on there through some treacherous water, but makes it a completion.
Yeah, it's always fun watching someone come in as a defending champ to an event. Like just thinking about how he's relying on the memories from last year, how to kind of dampen the expectations that he's probably feeling from everything around him, and just channel the energy and focus in, take it one heat at a time.
Xavier, quick to the lip, 2 times, puts it down. That was a great combination, Tanner.
Yeah, so this is what I personally love from Xavier's surfing. It's just powerful. It's locked in. It's unflappable in conditions. And I feel like when you're pairing that with some grunty Huntington Beach, it will be a good combo. Great start for Xavier. Exciting to see him get things going. But on the Levi Slauson note, last year we kept tapping into him coming from the free surf box. You know, last year he was in the Snap 5 movie that was premiering, and we kept talking about he's almost unorthodox in the competitive scene because he just has these huge maneuvers. So to be confined in these settings, as we see Yago take off and chip of a right, that was a great turn. It's great because it melts everybody together. You have to get the job done in these 35-minute heats, but what are you going to bring to the table? So you never know, but turns like that,
yeah,
pretty crazy.
Yeah, and so a great showing for Yago, continuing on with that momentum. He had a great showing in the opening round, and is continuing on here in the round of 64.
And what a gift where you see that TP coming towards you, you're right in the right spot, you have that little right, you get to sink your teeth into it, and it's still the beginning stages of the heat. And that just, like, surfing-wise, getting to express yourself, getting to kind of feel your equipment under your feet and just know that you're in the right place in the lineup, all of those positive attributes pay into, you know, that perfect heat strategy and how you want to see yourself propelling forward over the 35-minute window.
And then I would say as a goofy foot, when the conditions are like this and you're dealing with the difference of how you surf these lefts, this is great to have Yago going on a left, you're running down the line, you're utilizing that speed. Okay, wow. He's having a great heat. So he surfed that, executed that perfectly because you want to stay light. You want to keep moving down the line. It looks like a great little flurry of lefts happened here in the replay. Ito making some mojo.
Yeah, that was a 4.07 for Ito, and that was his second wave. Here's Xavier on a 5.17, Rosie.
Wow, beautiful slice through the lip there. And I'm just watching their body technique at the moment. They're just so compressed, willing to just stay over their boards. Levi, you know, an up and over of his own. Just the head and shoulders so well placed over the stringer just to ensure that they ride out of those moves. Smaller wave here for Xavier, but he sinks his teeth into 2 really knifey little sections.
Just getting caught up with all of these replays to set the situation in this heat, and this is a keeper right here for Yago.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about when you're a goofy footer and you get to utilize those rights, the current pushing across your board. It feels like you're getting a rubber band spring off of the bottom turn directly into the lip, and you can just get so much speed and power. Yago executed that perfectly. It's about drawing your board back down the line at the right time, and he got out of there before things got too heavy. So kind of crazy how many replays we just watched.
Yeah.
A lot of great waves are dropping, and this heat is so exciting.
It's a good sign when we see flurries of replays. That means we have a lot of waves on tap. Iago Dominguez with a 6-point ride to start. That one turn on the backhand earned him a 5.63 and the lead in this heat. There's our scores, highlighted are the top 2 for each of the surfers. Just one wave for Levi Slauson, however, but he's holding priority.
Yeah, that's a good place to be. I mean, the 5.47, so that's the 4th best in this heat. Nice little number, but with that priority, that's that added little bonus.
Beach starting to fill up. It's another beautiful day. How good has the weather been, by the way?
It has actually been, I don't know, it's like there's been no June gloom.
I know.
No May gray. It's been sunny, warm, not too windy. Pumping waves, like summer in California, maybe one of the better ones that I've ever experienced.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's funny because in California, the June gloom is just so assumed, you know, and it's like you just look like it's coming, and it never really did, you know, and so here we are in the middle point of summer. I always felt like when the U.S. Open rolled around, it was high times for summer, and this is just such a treat.
And the water temp.
That's what I was going to say. So nice.
Right?
Yeah.
We have half of the surfers that we're seeing in heats are trunking it. So that's a sign of a nice summer for me in Southern California.
Even the surfers representing Hawaii.
Here we go. Ito, quick turn for the surfer representing Israel. Israel on the map now in the championship tour with Anat Leilior. So that was a groundbreaking position for that. Oh my goodness, and I was hoping that Iago was going to pull that off.
I love the Challenger Series. We get exposed to so much new talent. Like Iago is someone that I just became aware of yesterday, and I'm already like, okay, cool, like you absolutely rip. I love your style. Like keep doing what you're doing. It's so fun watching all these storylines develop as we get more familiar with these athletes.
And I think it really pushes the top level guys. I think sparring with surfers that have different approaches and take different lines, I think it helps benefit the whole entire ecosystem. But yeah, Rosie, it's so enjoyable to be blown away by somebody. Go 0 to 100 on someone. We were talking about Ben Lorenzen yesterday, who ended up making his heat, and both me and Luke Swanson were like, yeah, we had just heard of him, and he's blowing our minds. Iago.
Oh.
Sick. I like, yeah, he's such a good read on that wave, recognizing he doesn't want to fluff around with the opening maneuver and cut down. And wow, a split peak situation with Levi on his second ride here.
Solid for Levi Slauson. We're still waiting for that score. 5.31 will take Levi as he's making his way back out on the Red Bull jet ski. Will take Levi into a top 2 situation, and I think he is going to get the number that he needs.
That's the great thing about Levi is he fronts as a aerial man, X-Factor surfer, but then he can really, like I remember last year we were calling a lot of his heats as he won this event, and he relied heavily on just a fundamental backside vertical turn, tons of aggression, just like what you saw there. So he can build up his rhythm and inertia with maneuvers like that, and then he creates a space to just blow the top off of it when he gets the right section.
And something that I've noticed with him is the way that his arc in an event, he builds throughout every round, and you'll just see his scoreline just get exponentially better. Watching him last year win this event, watching him at the World Juniors in Encinitas in his hometown where he came second to Jarvis Earl that year, he was just so powerful in being able to manage, you know, that scoreline, which is such a tricky thing to do, to be like always improving as you move through the event.
Yeah, Levi, I mean, gosh, came so close to qualifying last year. I think I want to say he was the last man out when we looked at the final event over in Newcastle, and just came one spot away from championship tour qualification. Could it be his year this year? Sure could.
Tanner, and how, I mean, when you've put in so much hard work and you've come so close, how hard is it to kind of recalibrate yourself, give yourself that pep talk, and get back on tour and swing as hard as you were the previous season, if not more?
You have to dig so deep. To be honest, I've been there. I actually was one spot out of qualifying one year, and it's, to say heartbreaking is to put it lightly, because you've done so much work and you know how hard it is to get through that door. and you'll have to start from scratch. You get no results. You don't take anything from the year prior. So Levi, I think, you know, what helps is he loves surfing from the pure form of it. He's doing these trips outside of the contest venues. He's working on sections. He's actually influenced by a lot of the greater surf community, free surfers or big wave surfers, or just other people who help kind of dampen that time in your life where you're like, hey, it is important to you, but also you're just on your way up. Don't forget that you're still improving, you're still going for it. So the year next is the one that you really want to focus on. And you know, I think all of us in California really are Levi Slauson fans, and we believe that it's only a matter of time until we see him on tour.
Here comes Yago heading into the pier. Wow, lightning fast off the top there for Yago Dominguez, looking to improve upon a 5.63, currently in the lead.
I mean, speed, power, and flow is such a fundamental part of our criteria in surfing, and I feel like this guy just carries that. Even though kind of like a lateral cut with the float maneuver on that lip line, but it's just giving us the energy that he's carrying.
Well, we talk a lot about equipment as well, and Yago, he's deep within the Puka surf family. He's been riding Puka surfboards for years, and they were saying he's really intuitive with his equipment. He likes working directly with the shapers, and it looks so fine-tuned under his feet. The ability for him to glide through some of these turns and then spike and flare in others it's a unique quality.
I was really impressed by that turn just because of the speed there, but just comes in at a 3.93, so doesn't change the situation at all, doesn't add to his scoreline, but Yago's still in the lead at the 18-minute mark. A little bit of a ruffle showing up on the ocean, which is kind of early for the wind to come up, actually.
I feel like, you know, sometimes when you have that low cloud cover, it can keep the wind a little bit subdued.
True, yeah.
Sometimes when it's a bit sunnier, you see the wind kick up a notch. But, I mean, it's still staying so glassy. We saw like kind of 10-minute bursts yesterday, I feel like, of the wind, obviously kicking up more in the afternoon. But through the midday, it stayed relatively clean.
Yago heading left again. Couple of slashes there, and again, Tanner, just really solid surfing.
Yeah, for sure. And if we get into a replay here, I want to point out it's a really subtle thing, but the way Yago is paddling into these waves and he's thrusting into his turns, each and every one of his turns, he's pushing to get there faster, and I believe that's what opens up the door for him to utilize 2 turns on this kind of a wave.
But that was interesting, though, what he just did.
Yeah, down and up, but yeah. Watch right here. Pushing hard, now goes down, gets the emphasis going, gets around, gets out of there quick so he can get into the second turn and out of there quick. I feel like a lot of surfers get hung up in one of the 2 maneuvers, and then it really changes your timing. And if you're going to have to get there in one way, get there earlier rather than later.
So a little bit disjointed. I feel like for Yago, it would have benefited him if he just stayed on his feet. But look at him, guy's doing a run, paddle, swim right now.
The human jet ski.
Who needs a jet ski?
Oh,
sprinting up the beach. Adrenaline's kicked in for Yago Dominguez.
Oh man, like that is the kind of energy we want to see. I mean, the guy's obviously been training on the off season, and to me too, I mean, the conditions haven't called for it, but it looks like he has an air game. I'm feeling like this guy's like kind of one of those sneaky, well-rounded, progressive, can show us even more flair in his surfing when the conditions call for it.
Wow. Fairly unorthodox there. The run and then getting on the jet ski.
It could have just been to fear everybody. Just to be like, I'm actually this fit. I've surfed 5 waves. I'm going to run up the beach.
Oh, well, earlier we caught up with Jake Marshall on his win, first of the morning. Let's see what Jake had to say.
Jake, what a way to start out the day. There was so much going on in that heat. Waves caught from basically as soon as the buzzer sounded. Walk me through what happened with Alistair there close to the end, the broken board, and you right in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close at that point. I think Alistair only needed like a 6 to get me, so he got that wave, and I kind of just was assuming he was going to get the score because it looked like a pretty fun one. And you really only need 1 turn to get a good score out there. So I just went on the next wave and kind of knew I just had to do something. I got a turn off, and I was just like focused on riding out. And then as I'm like about to jump off, I think I went right between him and his board maybe, but his board was broken. I couldn't tell. And then I was like, oh my God, I think I just ran him over, and I came up and his board was like in this tiny little piece, and I was like, that's why I couldn't see anything. But yeah, then I was apologizing to him, and I felt super bad, and I was like, I wonder if he made the turn. I just had no idea what was going on. So that's where you kind of just gotta I guess just keep. I was like, I just gotta get back out there and try to get another wave, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. It's just typical Huntington U.S. Open chaos, but it was fun.
It is typical Huntington U.S. Open chaos, but it feels chaos in a different way this year, just with how big the waves have been, how great the conditions are. How does that set you up to have a deep run here?
Yeah, I feel confident in these waves. I mean, I've surfed Huntington from 0 foot to 10 foot. I've done probably 1,000 contests out here, so I feel like I've kind of seen all the conditions out here, and always fun competing up here close to home. It's always a good time, and it's just an event that I've been coming to and doing for a really long time, and yeah, I always enjoy my time up here.
Looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Congrats.
Right on. Thank you.
As we come back, Xavier Huxtable going down, but I like that take there, Rosie. And California surfers grow up throughout the amateur ranks, throughout your whole surf career, and Huntington's always just a mainstay. It's mandatory for you to compete in.
Yeah, by the time you hit the US Open, you've probably surfed in, 100+ heats.
Yeah.
Growing up through the junior ranks. I mean, all the North American surfers would be coming to Huntington and getting a lot of competitive experience here.
You have any memorable thoughts on your competition days out here at Huntington?
So many.
Yeah.
So many. I absolutely love coming to Huntington. It was always, as a traveling surfer, an international surfer, coming to Huntington, trying to make a name for yourself was always a very daunting, exciting experience. Surfed the Pro Junior a couple times. This is one of my counting results the year that I qualified, so a lot of good memories.
Well, Ito wants to make his own memories himself. He needs a 6.9. Nice surfing from the surfer, representing Israel. As we go to live here with Xavier Huxtable, lining up for something. Big straight air, but unable to put it down. So Ito and Xavier still searching for some tangible scores at this moment.
I thought that was a pretty special turn Ito did. I'd like to see that again. He looked like he was able to get the fins out the back and almost coping ride for a minute. Came down, and anytime when the surfers are coming out and throwing their hands up a little bit, giving their own little spice, they love it. And Xavier, this will be something we'll see today. You'll be managing your speed coming into that air section. It's going to feel like a catapult under your board. So for him, that got a little bit away from him. But Ito, yeah, did really well with that. We'll see where it lands, but it's just good to see these guys still engaged with this heat.
Looks like Yago got a wave as well, Rosie.
Yeah, this guy, he gets off the ski 2 really, really solid turns. And, when you're watching those 3 waves back to back, oh, here we go, Levi. When you're watching those 3 waves back to back, you can see, that Yago has just started out with such a great rhythm. He's surfing with a lot more confidence, and every wave that he's getting, he looks tuned in. Where Xavier, Ito, they're going for it, but you can tell that they just left behind on that same kind of rhythm and clicked into the heat.
We're going to take a break right now, and we'll come back with some of the scores that we need. Yago Dominguez in the lead. Can he hang on? We'll find out. Great surfing right here.
He's getting dropped off to the south, but still in the 4th position, now only requiring a 5.0. Xavier, you're looking for a 5.47 surfer in blue, 5.47. Slauson in the 2nd position, anything better than a 5.47 extends his position. And Yago in 1st, wearing the green, anything better than a 5.63 extends his position. 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Priority is green-red. Last of green, 5.23, does not go into the scoreline. you are currently in, sorry, that is green. Yago, you are in first. You have a 6 and a 5.63 on the low. You do have priority. Surfer sitting next to you is in second, red. Also with second priority, Slauson. To improve your score line, anything better than a 5.47 will do so.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We do things a bit different down here on the beach because we got an alternate cast, and it's the Couch Surfing Show with Joe Alani and the crew. Jake Marshall just won his heat. He's over on the couch right now. First alternate for the event. 805 ambassador Nolan Raposa, winner out here at the south side of Huntington Beach. He's looking to potentially get a spot in the lineup right here in the round of 64 for the men. I'm going to do my best Joe Alani impression this morning, Kaipo. Couch potatoes! Welcome to the Couch Surfing Show. Checking the alternate broadcaster live on the World Surf League YouTube, and of course our very own right here at the WSL as well. Send it back to you, Kipes.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah. You know what? You actually don't need us. Go tune into the Couch Surfing Show.
They are so great. Those guys keep it fun.
Yeah. The Lonnie brothers bringing the couch down to the beach here. So you can find that, the Altcast live on the WSL YouTube channel. I want to tune in.
Yeah, that's fun. They probably have a lot of leash.
Well, those guys, it's really cool to see what they've created with couch surfing and the community that they have, because basically they would just roll up at locations when the swell was in town, and it was kind of like a pirate radio.
Yeah.
And they would just start talking. It was really loose. They grab people coming out of the water, or people just walking the beach, and it created like almost this comedy show, realistically. And so I think it's a really fun inclusion.
And speaking of Joe Alani and the brothers there with their production, check out Through the Doggy Door.
Oh, yes.
Their movie about Sheldon Paijan. I mean, I want that to go to film festivals. It's a classic story that's so much bigger than just surfing, and they did such a great job on that movie.
They've been in the game for a really long time. Joe and Noah, they worked within Lost, creating a lot of their surf movies, and it's just really cool to see what they've created, because it's a niche, but now it's become something and it's growing, and I feel like it's, who knows? I was an OG potato, so I'm like super stoked on the show. I think it's hilarious. But here we go, live action.
Masters of storytelling. Ito, couple of times to the lip. What's he looking for? He needs a 5-point ride to go into the top 2. Might have just got that. What do you think, Tanner?
I like it. I like the zest. For me, I'm a huge fan of body language. And so I feel like he's feeling it. He got a 6 on his last left. So no matter what, he's feeling like the heat is happening right now. So we'll see.
Yeah. It's a very, very tight heat as we look at all the numbers. Let's go through some replays, Rosie.
Yeah, so watching Ito here, just linking up that section, it was a quick transition between that two-turn combo. I mean, and like you said, the body language, he's enjoying himself, he's having a lot of fun. Yaga up and riding, lengthens that stance. Like I said, I think we're going to see this guy. I think he's got a lot of tricks in his bag, and he's trying to keep, I think he's trying to pace himself. Even though we've seen him go a million miles an hour, I still think he's trying to pace himself.
All right. Well, Yago Dominguez, 10 waves ridden, as we look at Xavier Huxtable belting on the backhand. Make it 3 for the surfer out of Victoria. He's had a taste of the championship tour, a couple wild cards there.
Yeah, and I remember I met him a super long time ago. He was working under Adam Robertson, who's one of the legends of the Australian surf scene. And so, you know, he's been groomed for a really long time to be competitively so savvy. Even on this last wave, the way that he was technically squeezing 3 turns in where 2 have been done in the past, really great effort.
So previous wave for Hagag at a 4.23, not enough to get him into the top 2. That's going to be a throwaway. Time ticking down for the surfer representing Israel. Needs a 5-point ride to get into the top 2.
Kaipo, you mentioned Anat Lelior, who's opened up the scene for Israel on the World Tour. And I got to see her down in El Salvador, and the support she had on the beach from the crew was absolutely insane. Her surfing, phenomenal. And it was great to be able to chat with her a little bit. She was saying that in Israel, they were able to tap into the Olympic Surf Committee and train with them. And they get cross-pollination of other sports. And she was talking about some of the training processes that she had before that event. And just really outside of the box stuff, which I feel like couple that with their ISA team and that experience, they've created this energy, and it's very cool to see them on the mainstream map now with high-level surfing. I mean, Ito's ripping, and it's only a matter of time until we see more of them on the World Tour.
And with Anat, she's got an interesting story. She told me that I don't think she surfed in the ocean until she was 12 years old. She surfed in the Mediterranean, in the sea, right? But not in the ocean until she was 12 years old. And just come through, and you talk about perseverance. I mean, that's a story in itself. Ito, left-hander, needs a 5, needs to stay on his feet, hangs on, and incomplete, so he's going to have one more swing. He's got under 4 minutes to do so. Levi Slauson drops into this one, going into the pier. Slauson with a nice hook there, and can he hold on? Yeah, he does.
I'm
that was
stoked
sick.
to see the completion, Tan. I think we were both like I was almost like bated breath watching that wave.
Xavier Huxtable left into the pier for the Australian, and he just gets caught up. So it looks like Levi Slauson is going to get the best out of that exchange.
So Levi looking for the 603 to jump into the lead. I feel like that had, you know, that kind of up the ante to see him put himself in a better position. Xavier trying to outrun this big wall of whitewater.
Oh, no. That was wild.
It's really like it's a safer place to be underneath the pier pilings there.
How counterintuitive is that?
I know.
Paddle into the pilings for safety, but that's exactly, you called it, Rosie. And he's going to get a little bit of a escalator ride back out with that rip.
It's almost like the channel at Chopu, right? Like the water gets deeper there, so therefore the energy kind of dissipates. Same thing with the pier. But wow, if he had made that maneuver, Xavier's putting himself back in the conversation for the heat.
And he has to, because Levi right here, really great. The way he draws that bottom turn and goes directly into the lip and is able to come through a very challenging second turn. In my opinion, that could be Levi's best wave of this heat.
It sure was. It was a 6.83.
There was a moment there, though. He was kind of in two minds. He kind of grabbed the rail. You almost thought he was going to go for the barrel.
100%.
So he really had to reconfigure his game plan on that wave. Waiting on the score there, you can see him just trying to hear from the beach announcer. But he had to like quick transition through those turns as he made his mind up not to go for the barrel and get the committed combo.
Yeah, Levi goes to the lead with that 6.83. Yago drops down to second and still in that advancing situation. Look at the spread there. The scores for Levi Slauson, Tanner.
Yeah, and like we talked a little bit about it yesterday, adaptability is such a strong strength to have here. And Levi, almost like you said, Rosie, was he pulling in, or did he have to grab the rail because he was disengaged with the wave face for that moment? But he made the most of it. He turned it into a radical bottom turn, which then got him very vertical into the lip for that first maneuver and set himself up going into the second maneuver. So that is the highest score of the heat, and I think rightfully so.
Yeah, solid surfing by Levi Slauson. And Yago Dominguez, on the other hand, just kinetic with his approach. I mean, I'm talking a lot of energy coming off of Yago. 9 waves ridden, is hanging on to that second position. Xavier wants to change that. Huxtable needs a 6-point ride. And not going to find one right there. And here's a surfer that we're getting to know more and more. And I'm super impressed by this Goofy Footer's overall approach.
Yeah, that kinetic energy. Is it sustainable over the
Right.
next 4 or 5 days?
Good call.
Let's see how he kind of manages the next few rounds in this event.
Rosie, that's a really, really good call, because you don't want to peak in the second round of the event.
But that's the trouble of being these upstart kids, because you have to throw everything at it to make every heat. And so seeing Yago as he's starting to paddle down towards Xavier, he has priority. He's going to try to get around him so he can take away that opportunity. This is where the competitive edge, he needs to set his rail on that. And yeah, it's a great point though, Rosie, because when a surfer shows you everything that they have to offer from a judge's perspective, commentator, and a viewer perspective, you still want to be excited as we get further into these events.
Well, all right. Well, a paced approach, an efficient approach by Levi Slauson. He's moving on into the round of 32 with a solid heat. And Yago Dominguez staying busy, showing out. We're going to see Yago and Levi in the next round. And we are taking a quick break, but we'll be back with much, much more action. The day's just getting started here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Over and over and over, it's really hard to go up into that big snow cone and control it. And he did.
Coming up next, bit of a stacker. Crosby Colapinto in the red, Taj Lindblad in the blue, Mihimana Bray in the white, and Luke Swanson in the green. Who's going to kick this one off here? Heat number 3. Luke in the red, Ian in the blue, Teva in the white, Aiden in the green.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Are back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Give it up to Levi Slauson. So that now is a 1-2 punch from surfers from Encinitas, California. We just saw Jake Marshall get through, and now Levi Slauson moves on through another round. Some incredible surfing happening in front of us. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. The waves are firing. The sun is out. It's peak summer here in Huntington Beach. What more could you ask for, Mitch?
Nothing really. I mean, it's super fun out there, as you're saying. There's multiple peaks really to choose from this morning, and you saw that hurricane just slowly taper away, and I think it's really beneficial for us that there are options available with different peaks too, because normally when you see a big southwest swell, you're a little scared of the Huntington Beach Pier. It's usually just a straight closeout the entire time. There's plenty of waves out there right now, lots of options.
Well, the energy that you feel when you're in the Red Bull Athlete Zone is really cool. Everyone's so excited to get out there. Luke Thompson, Ian Gentile, Teva Wachoga, and Aiden Mason Camp. What a heat we have in the water. Got a chance to catch up with Aiden earlier this morning, and he's actually excited to be in a heat with his friend Luke Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, maybe a familiarity thing, a comfort thing. It's like, okay, not that they're going to work together, but when you have a buddy in the heat and you're going up against surfers like Teva and Ian who absolutely rip, it's just nice to have that little extra comfort.
Yeah, and the two guys, in white and green coming out of the Africa region, they won QS events leading up to their qualification through the region. Here's former CTer Ian Gentile, Chris.
Yeah, Ian is just one of those guys that every time he stands on his board, you don't know what to expect because he's explosive, super stylish.
Excellent barrel rider, too.
Oh, and he's powerful. I'm excited to see what Ian Gentile has for us in his return to U.S. Open competitions. We see quick look from Aiden Mason Camp right there. Aiden had an epic heat yesterday. I mean, he was surfing in some rough conditions, but he really made it look good. And he's fired up, ready to make a push. He's had some good results here in Huntington Beach. He's got a really cool kind of whippy style. Leans forward into his turns. What's the theory here? So I've actually heard that surfers are kind of able to use the jet ski not just to get themselves back in the takeoff zone, but in some cases you know, if they're in fourth priority, they can grab that jet ski and put themselves way up the beach out of the whole priority war.
Well, if you come in, as we see the replay, the opener of Mason Camp, this is just a 3.5. The wave a bit more shouldered off on the smaller side, but still something to build momentum off of. If you want to just use it to reposition yourself, that's absolutely the case. And this is Thompson right here. So, you know, a guy from South Africa, especially from Cape Town, anytime he can wear boardies in a comp, you're doing that, Chris. And really warm out there, especially with how much paddling you're doing. You're typically a lot warmer than usual in a full suit. So that's a 5.67 for Luke, currently on the championship tour himself. He did win the CS event in Bolito last year. But it's a great point. If you come in within your own right, you're usually losing priority. If you get swept and caught inside, if the priority judge deems that you never actually paddled for a whitewater or a wave, it'll be suspended. So once you make it back out, you'll be back in the same position and priority that you were before suspension. So it's actually a really good point and important right here at a beach wake with so much distance like it is in HB.
No doubt. There you see Luke Thompson, big win in Bolito in 2025. That was an event that helped launch him onto the championship tour. You know, he's had some up and down success on the CT. Coming in as a rookie is always going to be so tough because early, you know, in the early parts of the season, you're going up against the top seeds. You're going up against Medina. You're going up against the best of the best. And you have that first round that's this, like, its own little animal, right? Like, you got to get out of that first round to really get involved with the actual main event. You know, it's kind of like a low-key qualifier, I would say, for that, you know, for this championship tour. So Luke's been through it, and I feel like when you come and surf a Challenger Series event after some time on the championship tour, you're going to have a little bit of extra, you know, a little bit more of a chip on your shoulder, and you're going to need it because, you know, you're going up against legends like Ian Gentile. I mean, this guy's been all over the place in terms of, you know, championship tour, Challenger Series, put together incredible video parts. Such a good surfer. He's going to make you earn every point, but at the moment, it's the South Africans on top. Thompson started off strong with that 5.67. Quick look there from the surfer in the red jersey.
And another big thing too, just talking about the format, Thompson, a couple other guys, they've, you know, had that bad luck per se that they got introduced to the championship tour in their rookie year with that change in format too. So you used to have the non-elimination round. It was kind of a little cushion that you needed to have right there in case you weren't, you know, in rhythm with the ocean. Now it's completely clean slate, right, Chris? Because it's every round that really matters right there. Especially you don't want to get those dreaded results losing on in the first round. And you know, you see Ian, he's been on the championship tour before. Last year, number 36 on the Challenger Series rankings, right in the JSs now. And you know, once again, experience prevails in conditions like this. These aren't easy conditions whatsoever, but definitely a good amount of punch and replicating, you know, some sensation that you would feel over on Maui where he's from.
Yeah, he's used to, you know, heavy water. I wouldn't say we're necessarily looking at like Hawaiian-style power out here, but these waves will smash you.
Yeah.
It's interesting because with the swell that we have, I was kind of expecting today to be
larger,
taller, you know, like bigger height-wise. But I think what's happened is the swell has pushed everything, condensed it towards this pier. It's like thicker and not taller. Yesterday there were some double overhead sets, big meaty barrels. Today it's a little bit smaller face-wise, but it feels like more open in the tube.
Yeah, and you know, that's actually a really good point. So throatier barrels for the most part. I mean, for you to get a great score with the barrel, though, you really have to have good depth. Of course, degree of difficulty, the entry point has a lot to do with it as well. But you can just see, I mean, the sweep on the outside, it's really noticeable that it's not as present as compared to yesterday. You can see green, red, and white. I mean, they're pretty much staying stationary the entire time, which is a good indication that it's not as bad today. On the inside, though, you see a lot more sweep. I mean, that current's really going through the inside, so that's why we've seen a couple of guys do the runaround, and then as soon as they make it back out, it seems like it's easy peasy lemon squeezy out there.
Yeah, and I think with the tide, you know, again, these waves, not as tall.
Set.
Not as tall, but thicker. Like me, Mitch. Getting thicker by the minute. 25 minutes to go here.
It's the board and brew.
Look at this set rolling through. Here we go. So out the back with priority, we got Teva.
Thompson.
And in the zone, it's going to be Luke Thompson. And that wave, that's your classic Huntington Beach closeout. So we'll see what the second wave of the set, if it has anything for our surfers, and it looks like he's going to do the same thing.
Bushkwa right here.
Ooh, we could see a corner. Teva now on his forehand, deep bottom turn, straight up into the lip. Come on, free falling. About 10 feet straight to the flats. Now remember,
He was close.
these landings are uphill. You know, you don't get the benefit of a, a nice cushiony landing. You're actually landing, it's like worse than landing in the flats. You're actually landing on an angle that's kind of coming up at you.
Correct.
You'll see that right here. This was brutal.
No, and you got to give the kid a big round of applause just for the commitment right there. But as you said, there is a surge that's basically coming up and meeting you once you're halfway through your drop right there. As critical as it gets, we saw an 8 with a single turn yesterday from Alonso Correa, and wouldn't be surprised that we would have seen something excellent like that with Teva right here. But Bushkwa comes from a surfing family. His dad Aziz, actually one of the great coaches when it comes to Morocco, splits his time winter in Africa, the summertime primarily in France. And his dad's been involved in the industry for a long time. He used to work in the apparel industry, now a longtime surf coach himself. So Teva's well-versed, and 25, qualifying for the CS for the first time, Chris.
Yeah, and he's a fun surfer to watch. I love that there was no hesitation as he went up into the lip and that massive free fall. You know, Mitch, as Bodie once said, fear causes hesitation, and hesitation can make your worst fears come true.
35-year anniversary, Point Break.
Right, Point Break, coming back to theaters, and I just love that these surfers are willing to risk it all. You know, this is a sand bottom, so that part, okay, that takes a little bit of the fear factor away, but we haven't seen any hesitation of these surfers going up into these gnarly sections, knowing full well that they will be free falling. You know, yesterday we saw Luke Ronaldo pull the impossible floater. Like, I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around how he did that, and we're going to see a lot more of that today. 35-minute heats, top 2 surfers advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers, as Johnny Utah says, via con Dios. Aiden Mason Camp now getting involved with a 2-turn combo into oblivion. Not a lot you can do when the water converges like that. Except for that. We call that the cut and run. So Luke Thompson employing that quick snap to kind of fade right to get away from that section. That was nice surfing for Luke Thompson. Aiden Mason Camp starts with a 3.50, so we'll see what that last wave does for his scoreline.
Very active, though. I mean, at least 2 waves per surfer in this heat so far in the first 12.5 on the clock, Chris. And as we said, ski assist is available if they would like to use it to their advantage. And it seems like certain situations much more beneficial than others. Replay of the last of Thompson right here. Already has the 5, 6, 7. Cuts it short, as you're saying right there. But really good angle that he picked just to make sure that he was riding out of that second one. So smart surfing right there. Wanted to get it back up immediately and get potentially up into the double digits. Then Mason Camp, much taller wave, a bit off timing right there for the first one, and that set him completely off timing for the second one. So just not enough speed to outrun the whitewater on that last turn. And then this is Bushkwa's last. This wave really difficult to be able to read and manage your speed, and unfortunately for him, incomplete. So he's got 2 small scores, wants to get things going with 22 minutes still remaining in this one, Chris.
Guys are getting chewed up by that oncoming right-hand section as we see Ian Gentile. Super fluid, stylish, powerful.
Well, that's going to be his best wave by a long shot. Right in the JS's now. That board looks good. Smaller one, a bit more tapered off, but it'll build his confidence for sure.
Yeah, I mean, good surfing is good surfing. You will be rewarded.
Correct.
Regardless of the wave size. But the judges have been sending a message all week long. That
bigger, better waves.
Yeah, they want to see you just risking it.
They're out there.
Yeah, they want to see these dramatic finishes, these fiery sections being just smashed. And, you know, I think clean exits, of course, also help with those bigger scores. Got a couple scores coming through. Gentile, as expected. Nice and tidy 4.17 for some really clean surfing. Luke Thompson backs up his opener with a 4.83. So Luke's now in the lead. Gentile second. Mason Camp just needs a 2.35. And Teva still in the mix. We're waiting for one more score to come through for Teva. He's looking for a 4.84. I think he kind of just threw himself into the wall there and wasn't able to ride out. So hence the 0.77.
He's a strong dude, though. He's very tall, 6'2", has a lot of power, really good going on the back. And of course, growing up in Morocco, spends a lot of time over Anchor Point, a lot of those different locations, but very good at beach breaks too. And the first event of the Challenger Series season was at a beach break, won a QS 4000 in Africa as well to be able to qualify for the Challenger Series. So well versed in competition. We've seen him at other major international events compete, nationally for the Moroccan team as well. So kid has experience worldwide. I think this is a name that you're going to see a lot more in future competitions.
For sure. Here goes Mason Camp with a big snap. Late head on the second turn, so real similar to the previous wave he rode. And we saw him doing this a little bit in his opening heat. He gets really excited.
Air?
Barrel? Pull out.
Kind of seemed that way from the takeoff, huh? Backdooring it.
All right, Teva now with the two-turn combo, rides out clean.
That second one was so difficult too. I mean, it's pretty much a half turn, but didn't really even bottom turn. He was halfway up the face when he was still, coming out of the first one, and takes a lot of strength to be able to do that. Continuation ride here. So this is, for people at home that haven't seen that much, that turn counts for the same wave. So he's going to get scored for that extra turn that he did on the inside. It is the same exact wave though, so scoring wise.
Jumps on the Red Bull ski for a quick ride up, but not out. So these surfers actually are dropped off pretty much right in the impact zone. I mean, it would be so treacherous for our expert water patrol crew to have to actually go through the sets. So their job is hard enough as it is. I mean, these guys have been putting in serious work, miles and miles on those skis. And they've been putting our surfers in a great position, but the surfers still have to work for it as well. So they get dropped off like kind of on the edge of the whitewater, and they have to paddle themselves out to the takeoff zone as we see Teva now.
I mean, you see that half bottom turn right there? He was halfway done with the initial turn and went straight up and got the second one in. It's not going to be a major number by today's standards, but still extremely difficult, high degree of difficulty right there, just fitting in the 2 for 1. And Aiden, the last few waves, he's been just a bit off timing right here for the second turn, especially a little late to it, and it put him, in a dangerous situation right there where the lip's already coming down on you. So 18 minutes on the clock right here, and got another snap board, Chris.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these today. We've already seen, I think, this is the third broken board of the day. And
look at how calm he is.
He's chilling. Well, he's got some decent scores, 5, 6, 7, 4, 3. He's not safe.
Take a breather.
Yeah, Aiden's looking for a 7. Because that 273 actually counted. So relatively small scores on the board for now. But with all the firepower we have in this lineup. Oh, that's a bummer. This didn't even happen. Oh, it did happen on the wave.
But yeah, that was, a situation right there where already calling for the backup board. He identified quickly that board was snapped in half. So good awareness, and especially, the crew on the beach too. Saw Dan Emsley right there with the backup board. So he's quick back out, Chris.
And it's kind of interesting. This leash actually designed to help thwart underwater buddies.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to say that leash is kind of designed as a shark repellent, right?
Yeah, they have a couple brands over there. I mean, especially in Cape Town, So yeah, they do great work with that.
17 minutes left. Luke Thompson making his way back to the takeoff zone. I think this heat is, it feels like it has a moment coming, right? Somebody's going to crack this thing wide open and drop an excellent score. So with 16:48 to go, waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. Levi Slauson is with AJ McCord.
I am here with last year's champ on a great start to defend his title. Levi, what is the difference showing up to Huntington this year compared to last year now that you have that prestigious title?
Yeah, it's actually a whole different thing coming to Huntington now for me. I think just such a milestone in my life, and something that I'll remember to the day I die. So yeah, it's just great feels, and I've spent half my life on the beach here, so it just it's always an amazing feeling. But then yeah, whatever happened last year was just monumental for me, and yeah, I'm just glad to be back, and we have warm water and really good waves, so it's great.
And you've recaptured some of that magic already. That last wave, a really important one for your scoreline overall. Just how are you reading the water today?
Yeah, that was a tight heat. When it's really close scores like 5s and 6s like that, it just gets a little bit stressful, and I really, really wanted to get to the lead at the end. And it's tough out there. There's a lot of closeouts. We got a hurricane swell on our hands here, and I'm sure everywhere else on the coast is really good barrels right now. But out here, it's mostly just looking for that open face and trusting the surfing and staying on your board. Like, that was my main thing, was just like landing my turns and making sure I was riding away.
Well, you did well so far, and something in the water in Encinitas with you and Jake moving on. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, AJ.
Shout out to the lot trolls.
Austin, oh yeah. Lot trolls are ripping today. 15-12 to go, having a deep paddle. Teva can't get into it. So situation stands with our South Africans on top in the 1 and 2 spots. Luke Thompson, 5.67 and a 4.83. He's definitely not feeling safe because everyone else is still well within reach of this heat. We know how powerful Teva is on his backhand. Boom. Just a perfectly placed backside snap. That was just textbook beach break surfing right there. And I like that he didn't try to force something in to get that second turn. You know, he's trying to get rid of a 1. He's trying to improve on a 3.57. So just good, clean, quality power surfing for Teva. It's not going to, you know, shock the world with the size of the number, but this is just a nice turn.
Well, right now, though, in the context of the heat, only needs a 2.66, so there's a possibility that he's moving up into second place with that. And, you know, good adjustment on the fly. Hadn't gotten right in this heat so far, so, you know, I think it's just necessary to put yourself in a position where you feel somewhat successful, you know, given the scores and the heat. And right now he does move up in a second. Not to say that the requirements for Mason Cap and Gentile are huge, but, you know, that's about comfort right here right now. It's the biggest stage in surfing. You got a big crowd on the beach. Your first time competing here at the Open. You want to get those small victories in those heats, Chris.
You got to command attention from the judges, right? You got to stand out in the lineup.
Earn their respect.
Everybody surfs so good. If you get on the Challenger Series, you're an incredible surfer. Now you got to prove that, you know, you are that guy to watch.
So you do that regionally first. You got to get the respect over there, adjust to the scale according to the different locations that you're going to. And then you come up here where we say there ain't no easy heats, right? I mean, every heat could potentially have a champion in it. And there's just so many guys from different regions worldwide that haven't even qualified for the Challenger Series yet. So that's how impressive a lot of these events are.
And everyone is trying to replace you. All right, so Ian Gentile, he had priority, so he was able to drop in on Teva legally. 2 big backside hooks, and he's got a big section in front of him. Nails it, but can't ride out. Now, when a guy that big and that powerful gets eaten by the whitewater like that, you know that section is pretty heavy.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, he picked the right angle. I felt like he was going to be able to ride out easily, but now that I look back on it, maybe match the speed a little bit better. He went for the first 2 turns and eventually had to shave up just a little bit of speed right there at the end. But the entry point going into the turn, the right angle, especially coming out of it, you want to be able to point your board towards the beach, pretty much straight on. So it seemed like he was on his way to a completion right there, but, you know, flip-flop heat right here for second place. He's back up into second, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's boundless opportunity out here, but a lot of these waves, you know, you really have to be in the perfect takeoff spot, and I feel like Ian just he got the best of it on the takeoff. But what happened here at the end, Mitch?
Yeah, so got the second one, and see how he has to just readjust his footing right there ever so slightly, so not enough speed to be able to come out of that last turn right there. You want to be pointing your board directly towards the beach, and seems like we have another board swap right here from Gentile.
Yeah, maybe it was a buckle, or
could it be?
This place is eating boards today.
And even those small ones too, as you said, you're pretty much coming upstream and there's a wave coming up against you as well, so you could buckle your board easily like that too.
We got 11 minutes, 48 seconds to go. Ian Gentile has now jumped into second, Teva third, Aiden drops to fourth. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back with a culmination of Heat 3 here in the round of 64. Welcome back to Lexus US Open of Surfing. This was from right before the launch of today's event. Ian Gentile. Talk about a good wake-up call. It reminds me of a quote that was said right here on the beach in Huntington. Ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted.
Brad
That's
pitted?
exactly what Ian Gentile was able to do earlier this morning. But during the break, you know, these surfers are relentless. So Teva, right from the outside, coming through to the inside. So this is just kind of your prototypical HB style wave. A couple good turns out the back, makes the connection to the sand. Scores are going to come through, and that's most likely going to put Teva up in the second place spot. That drops Gentile to third, Aiden in fourth, but both of those surfers in third and fourth only need mid-range scores. 9 minutes left. We've got a lot of heat for these 4 surfers in the water. Here's the replay of Teva's last wave. This is enough for a 5-point ride.
Yeah, and you know, for a lot of kids growing up right there, that's actually a perfect example of how to read a wave before it breaks. He was paddling into it. He was right at the base of the peak, so he had multiple options whether to go right or left there. Eventually went left, and it seemed like the best option out of the two. Gets the reform, as you said, and just one extra turn here to solidify that 5-point ride, and very well surfed, well adjusted on the fly too. This wave was moving at a fast pace, but I think those lip line hits, the up and over floaters, especially with the foam climbs at the beginning of the wave, will set you up perfectly for that second turn where there's the convergence of the two peaks at the same time. HB 101 right there, Chris.
So solid number for Teva.
Who said that quote, by the way?
Ride the barrel and get pitted?
Yeah.
The surfer bro that was on the news. You just get smacked in the lip.
Oh, wapa, that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually used a remix of that interview in a Transworld Surf movie called High Five for the Wipeout section. Look it up. It's awesome. 7:45 to go. Thompson in the lead. It's almost like you could take off all the scores right now, and if everybody just restarted from here on out, it would be because it's that even.
Could
right?
see that, yeah.
Everybody's just kind of looking for the same score.
Yeah, mid-4,
yeah,
the 5s.
But a 7 or an 8 right here, I mean, obviously that's going to be a
major difference.
A heat winner.
Yeah.
With the amount of time we have left.
Totally. Even for Aiden, who's in 4th right now, too.
For sure.
And you know what's so, interesting? We have 3 surfers from the Africa region that are surfing in the same heat together. I talked about it yesterday. It's always super unfortunate that they match up so early in the event. It happens with seeding. Luke's one of the top seeds, being one of the CT surfers in the event right here. Teva's a seeded surfer, and Aiden had to surf yesterday, so this is the second time he's been in the comp. But both Teva and Aiden are staying actually in Dana Point, so it's a little bit of a drive, about 30 minutes every morning right here to the south side of the pier.
Oh my gosh,
This
next heat is
for Cross.
Incredible. You got Crosby Colapinto, Taj Lindblad, Mickey Monabre, and Luke Swanson. You serious right now? This heat, that's a finals day style heat.
Yeah.
Taj Lindblad, he's on a roll so far this year. You got high hopes for Taj?
I do, and it's his first year on the CS too. Already got 5th over in Bolito. I thought he was one of the most impressive surfers throughout the event. He won the region right here in North America too. He's won multiple QSs and a lot of experience for the Lindblad family in the past at this location. Sawyer's been able to win the event twice, Chris, so good memories right here for that fam.
Deep paddle. For Luke Thompson, he gets into it. Late drop, has to make his way around a big section. He's gone. He just got evaporated.
That's the against the grain rights. They hold you up a lot, especially when you're paddling into it, but it almost seemed like he was just trying to keep a few people off of that wave and play some defense right there with 6 minutes now on the clock, Chris. So it was a smart move. Now under priority, I think, moving towards the pier bowl where nobody's at right now is probably the safest bet, just to be able to get a wave under priority. He's still not safe, as you said. I mean, 10-5 heat total. We've seen people already lose with 10.77, 10.3 earlier in the event today. So you really want to be able to get those 12, 13 points to feel a lot safer in these positions with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's like being on the floor of a hardcore show. Say you're trying to watch Knocked Loose, and all of a sudden somebody comes cartwheeling in your direction. No one is safe, and that's the feeling we have right now in this heat in HB. Everyone looking for a mid-range score. Can Aiden do it? Oh, I loved the look at the start of that turn, but the wheels fall off. He's still looking for a 507.
Right mindset, though. The only way he was going to get that score with a single turn was with something explosive like that. So gotta give him credit for trying that way, but still has 4.5 on the clock right here, Chris.
Credit denied on that one. And it looked like everything was in its proper place. He's such a dynamic, fast, powerful surfer. It's just there's been 3 mistakes from Aiden on waves that would have doubled the scores he's holding right now. And
totally.
I mean, you hate to say
Really
it
good
out
point.
loud because he is such a good surfer, but
you're right.
every heat can be a learning experience.
You're absolutely right.
And it's not over.
Now you look back on those mistakes, though, and then you're like, at that point, should I just maybe ridden out of this wave and gotten that backup and, you know, in the top 2 spots towards the end of the heat? It's hard to predict that the outcome of the heat right now would be the way it is, though. I mean, you're probably expecting your opponents to have at least a couple of 5s on the board, too, and, you know, it's really within, you know, a single score right now where he can just easily advance with a single turn like the wave that he had before. I mean, the requirement's relatively small based on how good the conditions are right now. 441, 507.
It's more like it. Whipping turn.
Only thing I will say, I was well surfed, but remember the standard that they're being kept at right now. That was a wave that had a softer section right there on the first 2, and you know, they want to make sure that you're actually being on the right wave.
He's trying to build some momentum. He's trying to save himself in this heat. I really like the look of the first turn. Second turn was nice and tidy. He's looking for a 507. We'll see. I mean, he's definitely going to get rid of a 3.5 or a 2.73 with surfing like this.
So a smaller wave, very intense on the first carve right there, and then the second one just as strong. So, you know, he does his job. He converts on that one, Chris. It's a 4. So now it makes the requirement a bit less, needing a mid-4 at the moment. So, you know, as I said before, judges really want to see those 6+ on a proper wave out there, those better sections. He surfed this wave up by a mile, so very well done. Did his job. Now at 2.5, has a chance, pretty much needing just slightly better of a score on his next wave.
Yeah, he dropped a 4. And that's good, but he needs to get a little bit more closer to great. With 2 minutes, 20 seconds left, the good news for Aiden and for all the surfers in the water is everyone's really spread out. So most likely you're not going to get into priority trouble. Here we go. Is this the wave that Aiden needs? Get himself up into second place. Okay, 2-turn combo there with a little bit more ferocity than the previous wave.
And steeper sections too.
So think about, okay, a 4 on the last wave, right? Open face, but it was softer wave. That wave had a little bit more punch to it.
Good entry angle right there too. Behind the section, gets a little hung up. Makes up for it though with the second one. Judges got a big decision to make right here.
Cool style.
Yeah.
Plenty of speed too.
Yeah, no, and great bottom turn, which is something that you don't necessarily see a whole lot on a day like today where, you know, the waves are moving at such a quick pace. So that's a point of difference that we have seen on this wave too. So 2 for 1 right there, real short space. Ian now.
Ian trying to make Aiden's job a little bit harder. That was
nasty.
Huge. That's Ian Gentile right there. I mean, that's a turn we've seen from him before, and it never gets old. It's never going to go out of style.
A huge
moment. Super
moment.
radical. Tons of spray. Come on.
With a minute.
Oh my gosh. Aiden Mason-Camp was looking for a 4.48. You read the number, Mitch. I can't do it.
It's a 4.47 for Mason-Camp, so just under, and 50 seconds Gentile right here in the nick of time. Oh.
Yeah.
We got another situation change right here, Chris.
That was easy for the judges. 6.5 for Ian Gentile. He jumps up into the top spot. That drops Luke Thompson to second. Mason-Camp now needs a 6.03. I mean, that is the Challenger Series in a nutshell.
Yeah.
0.01, the difference between. And of course, Ian got the good wave, so it would have been a non-factor anyway, but still.
You still got to surf it, though.
It is so bittersweet. Here we go, Gentile. It's a proper roundhouse cutback. 13 seconds left.
Wow, flip-flop. Teva.
Uh-oh. Teva's looking for a 5.51. Couple big backside hooks. It's a third in the whitewater. I mean, something big has to happen here on the reform if he wants to make it real obvious. I feel like at the moment it's hovering on a 5-point ride. We'll see what he has on the finish. Goes vertical in the white in the closeout section on the inside. He's feeling it. Crowd's feeling it. I hear some whistles, hoots, hollers. Of course it's going to be down to the wire. It has to be. It's the U.S. Open. It always happens.
Huntington, baby. That's what we're all about right here. Well, entertaining heat. I mean, maybe the scores don't reflect it for the people that are third and fourth right now on this one, but they tried real hard. Gentile safe right here. I mean, he's out in front. The only person that can overtake him right now is Teva if he gets a major score right here. And Luke had to give way. He was under priority, so Teva, first turn, little hung up, much better on the second one and way cleaner too. So gets the rebound off of the whitewater. Right here, as you're saying, to make it obvious, you need to be able to get a strong finish. Kept the flow up. Just a good read of this wave until the last section. And I think right here too, they deemed that incomplete, didn't fully ride out of the whitewater either. So you use the right word, you got to make it obvious, and comes up short, Chris.
Wow, what a heat.
Good heat. Good heat.
Give it up to Aiden Macekamp and Teva, who just went out there and gave it their all. You know, ultimately they ended up both with those mid-range scores. Luke Thompson had a stranglehold on that heat for most of it. And then Ian Gentile just goes full Maui style and rips into a couple, gets the heat win. We got a massive heat coming up. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you right after these messages.
First pitch right now. Shooty 3-2 of them right there.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Here's Ian Gentile cruising his way to a heat win. Some flashy surfing, sick style and plenty of power. Got Ian through that last one. He advanced through with Luke Thompson. Say goodbye to Teva and Aiden. The reality, the bittersweet part of competition here on the Challenger Series. But on paper, you got to think Heat 4 in the round of 64, this could be the heat of the day. We've got an epic lineup in the water right now. Crosby Colapinto, Taj Lindblad, two surfers representing the San Clemente Cyclone. Mihimana Bray, French Polynesia, Tahiti, and Luke Swanson, the North Shore of Oahu. You know, all four of these surfers with their own unique skill sets. I would love to see Luke Swanson get the opportunity to fly. This kid is so good in the air.
Yeah, he is.
He's one of the few surfers in the world that really has backflips on lock.
And he's good going right and left too.
Yeah. And he's a great commentator.
Yeah,
I kind of was a little.
guys did great yesterday with it.
Yeah, when he left, I'm like, okay, you surf that good, commentate that good, like leave something for the rest of us, man. So as we get into it, power surfing is what I think about when I think of Taj Lindblad. He's an up-and-coming power broker out of San Clemente. He had a great finish at Bolito, and he's definitely kind of one of these surfers that you're starting to hear a lot more people talking about. He's #1 surfer on the North America 2025-2026 QS, so it's almost like you see everything kind of like projecting his way.
Yeah.
And if he can get a big result here at the U.S. Open, I mean, he's paving his path to the championship tour.
That was so sick. Grab rail, bottom turn, and then combos it up strong. So there's a wave that we haven't seen from Lenny so far, 667. And already the backup right here, you see Crosby right there, looking left, and Taj was able to get a, right and back up that 6 immediately. So he's going to have a small score to back things up. But yeah, for the people from the area like us, this is a name that's been around on the radar for a number of years, and he's struggled to qualify for the Challenger. It's his first time here. He won the Region 2, and he's won multiple QS events. Really funny story. He won Morro Bay a few years ago, surfed against Nolan Raposa in the final. He has a ranch over there in Slow with his family. Rode one of his horses up, with his jersey on and everything to the podium, and it was so funny. The Coastal Cowboy, he's such a funny dude, and I remember just seeing that live and, doing the small broadcast that we have for the QSs, but that's the kind of person that he is.
Well, you know what? Fun fact. On his way to Huntington this morning, Taj stopped at the ranch to feed his horses. Shout out Nacho and Ranger. Hope you're enjoying the show, guys. I like the Coastal Cowboy. Is that an official nickname?
It is. I mean,
cool. Let's run with it.
Lenny, Taji Boy, whatever you want to call him, and, he's a rad kid. So this one replaces his backup just slightly, a 3.27, a bit off timing for the second one, but yeah, the Lindblad family in San Clemente, pretty well known. Father Mark rips too. He used to compete back, the Bud Tour PSAA days, but same could be said for Crosby Colapinto, man. I mean, he's currently on tour, runner-up a few years ago to Eli Hanneman at this event too, so no slouch in these conditions either.
Here goes Cros. Nice snapping turn to start. Oh! Can't quite pull the second turn down. He was on his way to a solid number there. Crosby Colapinto, he just keeps improving every single year on the championship tour, and it's almost shocking to me that he's not in the top 5 right now. He's been surfing so good, but of course, that shows you how gnarly it is on the CT. Everybody shows up prepared and ready to rip, but I feel like Cros is on his way to a breakthrough performance. You know, some big events coming up that suit his skill set. And of course, a win here at the U.S. Open would be a huge momentum push.
He's great everywhere too. Just released his own signature fin with FCS as well, so congrats on that, Crosby. But he's made the final at the U.S. Open before. He's won the QS at Jack's Pro as well in the month of March, April, so has a lot of positive experience here.
Mihimana Bray powering through the end section.
Strong dude.
Left. We just saw a quick flash of Swanson's green jersey kind of flying out the back of the wave. So there's your Hawaii Tahiti Nui current number 4. So surfers preparing for the next set to roll through. They're going to get themselves out to the takeoff zone. That'll give us a chance to catch up with Ian Gentile on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
That's right. Great to see this guy in a winner's interview. And Ian, we were just chatting about, the last 2 events have had such great waves. You've been on the tour for a number of years. What does that do for morale when you see coming into an event that they're going to be waves and you can expect to do your best surfing?
Yeah, it's been so fun already for this season on the Challenger Series. Like Bolito was firing the whole time, and kind of had to just take it easy and not surf too much, because like I was making some heat. But I wanted to surf, because down the beach was just like spitting barrels almost every day. So yeah, it was a change up, for the Challenger Series. Normally it's a notch down, but I think at any level, that Bolito comp, like you would be happy with those waves.
And then throughout these heats, we've seen that lead kind of change hands. There's been a lot of exciting surfing. How do you manage your energy and your composure when the heats are so competitive?
Yeah, every heat's so hard. From the regional series all the way up to the CT, like everybody's so good. So kind of just got to do your thing, and just really happy to get through that one. It was such a grindy heat, and I kind of maybe rode too long of a board. I got paddle out this morning, and there's so much current and so much swell still, so I rode a 6-1, and then I just like was out there. I was like, oh, it's kind of small, you know, and my board felt long, and then I swapped it, and it was just enough towards the end, and I was really happy to get through that one. And looks like we have swell the whole time, so I'm really, really stoked.
Ian, thank you for the insight. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Ian Gentile.
He's rad.
Chill.
Yeah, he's such a chiller, and he's, I mean, an incredible surfer. And how cool is it that he can just kind of go in and out of competitions as he please, show up and blow up. So we see Luke Swanson now flying down the line. It's almost like you can't even, you got to stop talking when they hit that end section, because it's 50-50 right now, right? 50% ride out clean, 50% getting smoked. Right there, the positive way to finish a wave. Luke Swanson, so he's got a 5-point ride.
And waiting on this one.
Yeah, enough for second for now. Taj Lindblad with the 6.67. He just backed it up quick with a 3.27. Crosby with 3 and a 2. Mihimana starts with a 4.4. So, of course, everyone's still wide open in this heat.
Yeah, and Taj does get a better backup at 5.5. So Luke right here looking to take the lead with the 7.17. Cross, you know, small scores for him. Mihimana, we saw the 4.4 already. Very strong surfer is Bray. He's done incredibly well at the venue, at home, at the Championship Tour level when it comes to Tahiti. Get an angle right here. See Swanson attempt going to the air, and this is Mihimana's 4.4. So, you know, we talked about the strength. They have a beach break rock bottom combo over at Papara that they surf a lot. They actually have a QS over there too. So that's a wave that has some similarities to here to Southside, especially with this size. And this is the straight 5 for Swanson. So it comes down really just the one maneuver right there for Luke. And then eventually got a better score after that as well. But this is Taj's backup, 5.5, vertical multiple times, so that Mayhem looking strong underneath his feet at the moment.
Yeah, that wave helped him extend his lead.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, for the surfers, you know, here from SoCal, they have to surf a lot of amateur events here. So growing up, they have not only the location on dial, really when it comes to the drive every morning too. You know, for us that grew up in this area, that live in this area, you know, you miss time the 5 or the 405 could add an extra 30 minutes to an hour depending on traffic. And if there's one major thing that I've noticed a difference so far with Swanson this year on the Challenger Series, is just self-belief. I mean, he works with our colleague Ross Williams a lot back home on Oahu's North Shore. He's always been talented, but it's if you can combine that talent with confidence too, and it just seems like he's enjoying himself. And you know, it takes a few years every now and then for a lot of people to really adjust to the criteria, the scale, and travel too, especially because a lot of times you're doing that travel internationally by yourself starting off.
Yeah, Luke Thompson is definitely like next-gen type of surfer. He has arrived in a big way, and a big result here. I mean, he would fit in nicely on the Championship Tour with turns like that. That was cool. And Luke actually said something I really liked to hear yesterday. He said that the round of 80 and the round of 64, these are the 2 hardest rounds in all of surfing. And I believe it. Everybody is so hungry in these 2 rounds, and everybody is so good. And the stakes are so high that these are... Cross through to the inside. He's trying to get rid of a 3.77 and a 2. Things just keep escalating as Mihimana Bray snaps it into the free fall. So you can tell that Mihimana's got his kind of got his game plan, right?
Yeah.
Sitting in that pier bowl left. See Lindblad now just keeps applying the pressure. That'll be a non-factor wave, but he's sitting on the highest single wave score with that 6.67. So in a good spot for now with 22 minutes left.
Not safe though, because we're a score for Swanson, that layback going into the pier bowl. Just sick turn too, so seems like he might be dropping his best right here. And you know, it's really difficult to be able to separate a lot of these scores that are in the 4 range all the way to 6s, because at that point you're really separating small little details when it comes to those scores if you're a judge, Chris. So how do you really compare apples to oranges? And as you said, you want to get the scale right for those single maneuver turns too, depending on how difficult, you know, the degree is when it comes to that one turn. The section has a lot to do with it, of course, but I think timing is really of essence too on where you place your board and how explosive it can be through the lip line too.
You know, there's a high degree of difficulty driving these Red Bull skis.
Yeah.
These guys, I mean, aquatic cowboys are heroes on the water patrol that, you know, have not only made this event so much more entertaining because we're seeing more waves ridden, but just also the element of safety that these surfers are definitely going to feel, knowing that they got the best in the business watching over them. Of course, our local lifeguards, and I put Courtney Conlog in that conversation. She's a local superhero.
Yeah, Derek Peters.
As if she wasn't heroic enough in her surfing, now she's a lifeguard. And she came in here the other day, and I was like, am I watching a movie right now? I'm like, is this Baywatch? Is this my new hero? She's actually in the tower.
Yep, Tower
right
Zero.
There. Unfortunately, she can't be watching the event, right? Because all eyes on the water. But I'm sure she's enjoying the view from up there.
Maybe, you know, you could have it in on the background just slightly a little lower than usual. Looking at some replays here. Mihimana. So at this point, looking for a 7 to be able to move up into the top 2 spots. Probably not going to do it with a single turn right there. I really enjoyed this wave. It took him a while to get to the open face, but once he did, just added a bit more variety. Very strong surfing right there for a kid that's short in stature but has a lot of strength. Swanson, he's going to get his best on that one, Chris. And then this is the outside, the part that we hadn't seen from Crosby. Extremely difficult to get there to that last section after being so strong and, you know, so explosive on the first maneuver. Got there late, but made up for it with the way he rode out and got an extra turn right here on the inside. And, you know, this is the one difficult thing about, you know, having the ski assist on the inside, is that every now and then as a surfer too, you have to adjust to what they're doing, maneuvering around you. So, you know, with that reform available as an option, you still have to adjust your line accordingly to what they're going to do on the fly, Chris.
We got 19:25 to go. Scores dropping through. Taj Lindblad in the lead, Swanson in second. You know, looks like we're going to get a ride from the powerhouse. Mihimana Bray blows the tail, regains control, up and out. So as we wait for the next set to roll through, surfers getting themselves in position. Let's go down to the beach. I feel like there's some strength work happening.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not sweating because it's hot here in Huntington, but we just did a HIIT workout with the Red Bull crew down here, including Griffin Colapinto, who really led the charge here. Griff, you're coming up in a few heats. How do these exercises get you ready?
Oh yeah, foundation training. Jesse Salas was running us through it all, and he's a pro, so yeah, it's really good. It's kind of like stretching and activating your muscles at the same time, and just like building heat in your body, and you're not blowing yourself out. So just feels really good. Just like align your centers and align your posture. So that's the goal.
I think feels good might actually be depending on your level of athleticism. Elite athlete, Caroline Marks, Izzy Gomez also here. For the regular Joes, I'm sweating. I'm definitely going to feel this workout tomorrow.
Thanks, AJ. Griff looking fit.
Yeah, he is.
That dude must work out.
Making everybody else look bad.
I am not going to stand next to him with my shirt off anytime soon, that's for sure. 17:58 to go. Taj Lindblad from San Clemente out there putting in work, 6.67 and a 5.5. Swanson maintaining that second place position. Decent scoreline as well, 6.33 and a 5.20. Strange happenings right now for Crosby Colapinto. We were worried about him for a minute, and then he laid down the law and dropped the highest single wave score of this heat, a 6.93. The door is being kicked wide open by our surfers in third and fourth as well, as you see Mihimana Bray with a 4.4 and a 5.07. He is looking for a 6.46. Everybody still within striking distance of those top 2 advancing spots, and with higher priority, we see Swanson now on his backhand. Cool looking floater. Nice tail slidey snap. Solid third turn. You said it, Mitch, earlier. Nice, well-rounded surfer, front side, backside, airs, barrels. He can do it all.
Yeah, he's really good everywhere, but definitely shines a lot more in the air. But been surfing on rails so far throughout this heat, throughout the entirety of the event, the first 2 rounds, Chris.
Yeah, this one's been fun to watch. And there's still plenty of time left. Let's take a look at the replay of Swanson's backhand.
Yeah, I really like this one. Gets the floater, more against the grain on the rights, slides the fins right there, and you know, one of the best out of North Shore recently, looking to improve on the 5.2. Definitely seems like he will right here with pretty much, you know, half of the heat gone by already, Chris.
Yeah, 16:21 left. Mihimana, late drop. And it has to get over the lump. Here's that big section. Yeah, that was probably a good decision. If you don't have speed going into that end section, it's not going to go well for you. So wise for Mihimana to just get out of that wave. So we're waiting for a couple scores to come through. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The culmination of Heat 4 is going to be awesome, and we have a very special guest. So we'll be right back after these messages. Stay tuned.
Just to update Swanson, his last wave was a 5.53, so extends his position. Now Crosby wearing the red, looking for a 4.93, and Mihimana in the white, looking for a 6.79.
And that's kind of what we were talking about before, that it's such a ferocious pace. Everyone's surfing at such a high level, where right there in the last couple waves, Luke's just etched up each ride a little more, putting a little more pressure on Crosby. Went from needing a 4.17 or something to a 4.6 to a 4.93.
Yeah, but a 4.93 for the Cross is...
I know, but, well, for everyone, you get the World Championship Tour surfers who are surfing at the highest level. Obviously, they've already made it, but they come back in, and it's a frenetic pace here on the challenger side of things. Crosby has it in him. Obviously, the high score of the heat so far in the 6.93 on that two-turn combo, the left.
Coming back into the arena with the pit bulls is what you're saying, Baldy?
Pretty much, yeah.
You got to show your teeth when you come back, and they're looking to do...
We are back. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Let's get our picks in. Well, overwhelming numbers for Crosby Colapinto. 70% of our global fan base saying Cros is the guy to beat. Well, 15% of you are right, because Taj Lindblad has been in control of this heat from the jump. Mihimana Bray, Luke Swanson, single digits for now, but both those guys are incredible surfers. They deserve your vote. I'm Chris Cote. Mitchell Salazar, very stoked to be joined by Levi Slauson, our returning U.S. Open champion. Levi, congrats on making it through that first heat. Always a tough draw. No easy path to finals day. Tell us about your experience in the opening heat of the day.
Yeah, thank you. It's tough, being early. I'm not like a super big fan of being an early heat because I like to feel out the vibes and kind of watch a couple heats before I get out there. But it was nice today. Like, my friend Jake was in the first heat, and I got to watch him and kind of get the lay of the land. But just so stoked to be back up here again. I love Huntington and spent a lot of my life here, so yeah, it's always a pleasure hanging out, and everybody's so cool, and stoked to be in the booth with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for making it Encinitas sweep in those first two heats. Jake Marshall and Levi Slauson getting through. Now we're right back to the action. You can never really worry too much about Crosby Colapinto. He's such a clutch performer. He's got a 6.93 that he literally just got a few minutes ago. He's trying to get rid of a 3.77. That was a big backside hook. So with 12 minutes, 40 seconds to go, Taj still in the lead. Swanson in a precarious second place position. We'll see. Levi, is this the number for Crosby Colapinto?
That was a nice turn right there. Yeah, Crosby's finding his rhythm in this heat. This is a stacked heat. I mean, all of them are in this whole entire round. But yeah, Crosby's looking good. He goes up vertical right here and gets the fins up and over. So yeah, the judges have been really liking the one big turn and committed section. So that's kind of what seems like it's scoring best today, and I think Taj is obviously doing the best of that right now. But everybody's ripping, so I'm excited to see what happens here.
Taj Lindblad, his backhand has been so sharp. It looks like it's going to continue to be like that. Two vicious backside snaps.
Wow.
Taj Lindblad, he's feeling it. That could eclipse the 6.67 and the 5.5. So Taj on fire at the moment. 11:43 to go. Still working his way through to the inside. Classic HB combo. Two big turns out the back and the strong finish onto the sand. Yeah, same. Yeah. What more can you do? Just put your hands up and go, yeah, that was it.
Taj, just like the guy in here with us, is thrown out a first pitch at a Major League Baseball game. He did that last night at Angel Stadium, just up the road too. You know, his team manager, former two-time Open champion Brett Simpson, accommodated that, but he said it was surreal. It was an experience that, you know, he's really been wanting to do his entire life. And, you know, this generation of young surfers from North America, especially here in California, I mean, Levi, you're part of it. I've seen you guys grow up through the amateur ranks, and as you said, spent pretty much half of your life here in HB, whether it's the pier, 9th Street, but, you know, this place has really seen you guys grow up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Taj is similar age to me, and I mean, along with Crosby and Cade and Jet and Taro and all these guys, we all grew up together surfing here, and so we all understand it really well, and Taj is looking on fire. I mean, he got a good result in Bolito. I actually lost to him on a tie break, but he is looking really sharp. His boards look good, and yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised about him throwing the first pitch last night before his heat, but it doesn't look like it's affecting him at all, and I know that that's like a really big deal for anybody. Personally, I got to do it with the Padres, and that was such a big moment, and here's Taj right here with the Angels.
That's a sick throwback jersey right there.
Yeah,
that's sick.
That's our Shitty Connects. So the Simpo did tell me 25 miles per hour first pitch, so not very fast, but it was over the plate. It was a strike. So
Levi, I can tell you how nerve-wracking that probably is in front of all those fans.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even think I made it all the way to the plate, and then they surprised me, and Ram Machado was my catcher for mine, so that was also another added pressure. And I had my U.S. Open trophy on the mound and all that, so yeah.
How fun was that?
It was crazy. Yeah, I got the VIP experience with the Padres, and I've been going to games my whole life, so that was amazing. Here's a little set here.
Swanson.
So Luke Swanson cranking it off the bottom, trying to set things up, looking for the ramp. And that's actually rare to see Luke Swanson fall on a frontside air like that, but there was so much happening in the whitewater as he landed, blown off his board. Levi, Luke said yesterday that round of 80 and the round of 64 on the Challenger Series are the hardest heats that you can surf, you know, in all of surfing, right? You've had experience on the CT. Of course, you've had experience on the CS. What do you think of that comment, talking about how gnarly these opening rounds are?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's spot on with that. In my opinion, yeah, like we're all looking to get through these first two heats, and I actually think the contest gets easier when you get into the man-on-man. And on paper, like my first couple years on the Challenger, that was my biggest issue, was kind of creating a storyline before the heat based off who I had in my heat. And yeah, they are really tough, but at the end of the day, it's just people putting up scores, and here's Crosby here trying to better. Bang.
What makes you say that, though? Because you would think that, like, managing time just against one person and playing defense a lot of time would be much more difficult.
Yeah, I think priority is a lot easier to play when you're in a man-on-man heat, and I do think that like taking waves off the other person is a lot easier as well. I think not having to manage three other guys in a heat just automatically makes it easier for me in my head. But every heat is so competitive here on the Challenger Series. Everybody is so hungry, and we all have worked our whole lives to try and get to the CT, and everybody's ripping so hard. So that's why I say that, and I think everybody competitively is very sharp, and yeah, we're all looking to like create history and make our goals happen. So that's why I say these first two rounds are so difficult, because yeah, like you just get really hard surfers in your heat, and you gotta be on your game right away from the get-go. So honestly, the first heat could be the hardest heat of the whole event for you.
Well, it's one thing to, you know, you're looking at your opponent, right? Okay, I got Crosby in this heat. This is going to be hard. This guy surfs really good. But in these opening rounds, you're like, oh, Crosby's here. Taj is behind me. Mihimana's up the beach. Like, you don't know what's happening sometimes with so many waves coming through and so many scores flying. You know, you hear our beach announcers just rattling off this information, and what they just said is great news for Crosby. 8.33, the high mark of the day.
Deserving.
Crosby Colapinto. That knocks Taj to second. That makes Luke Swanson's job a little bit more tough. He now needs a 6.77. And Mickey Mana, he's still in it, but he needs a big score, 8.03. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left. Plenty of time for all four surfers to potentially get one or two more waves.
Oh, one judge gave it a 9 too. I don't mind that at all.
I think that's right on the money. I mean, Crosby's looking sharp. I mean, he's also spent so much time here. I think he's also made the final at the U.S. Open before, if I'm not wrong. So.
And he won the Jacks event one year too.
Yep, so he's very well seasoned here. Yeah, that was great timing and a lot of spray on those turns. So, and he's a unit of a human. He's big. So, I mean, we're all like similar age, but I'm a smaller dude compared to a lot of these guys. And I think that 8.33 was right on the money for Cros. So it's looking good.
Yeah, we're inside of 6 minutes now. So Crosby launches himself in the lead. That was just kind of perfect surfing for that wave. Like there's not much more you could have done. And you know, sometimes less is more, right? 2 big turns. You don't want to try to force anything. That's going to take away from the flow element the judges are looking for. Speaking of flow, Swanson now flowing through the second section. So fitting in 2 turns nicely. Looking for a 6.77. Levi, I know you do. Do the rest of these guys have internal judges in them? When you catch a wave like that, are you automatically thinking, that was a 6.5, I need to get out there quick, or that was enough? What's their internal judge say to you?
I think we all know right away where we sit with scores. I mean, we've all watched a million heats, and where a lot of people are well seasoned when it comes to scoring, and I think everybody likes to kind of criticize themselves pretty hard, but at least for me, like, I feel like I know pretty quickly what the score is going to be, and it just really depends on like the spray, the steepness of the wave, and the quality. Luke looked good here. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll all know, you know, and I think it's for Luke there, he knew when he came down from that first turn that he really just needed to button it up here, and yeah, it came through at a 7.5, so he's stoked in a second.
Yeah, clean surfing. Jumps into second place. That knocks Taj Lindblad to third, needing a 7.17. This heat has been a saga.
Good question, though, Chris, right there, because, you know, everybody at this point, I mean, they have experience of, you know, getting judged at the high elite level, especially those with CT experience, you know, including the guy in here with us. And I actually think, you know, just from my read, I think you're one of the best at it, at least at this level. And you know what I notice it the most? When you're chasing a score. Because you're waiting for a specific wave at that point according to the requirement that you need.
Yeah, it's important just to kind of get the whole landscape of the heat too. Like when we're in these heats, our mind is racing at a really high rate, and you know, you're constantly, you know, in a way, like, we're all going into these heats with nerves and almost a little bit of doubt, and that's always going to creep in as competitors because we want it so bad. But I'm always trying to feel comfortable with the landscape of the heat when I'm out there, meaning what the other people have and what I need to achieve coming up. And I think, especially here at Huntington, it's a simple recipe. It really is just, you know, waiting for the wave that you're looking for, and everybody's looking for something a little bit different. I personally know what I'm looking for out here, and it really is just being patient and finding your breath when you get out into the lineup. And that's what I've been working on a lot recently, is just been trying to find some stillness, because our heart and our minds are racing so quickly. So it is really just trying to be comfortable and yeah, really like, oh, what's going on there?
That was scary.
Somebody had higher priority. That might be,
I think weird. Taj had priority.
Taj had priority?
Well, I think.
Yeah,
it says P next to his name right now, but
from what was on the screen, it was P on blue and 2 on white, so
doesn't look like that's like a big hindrance to me. I just don't know what how critical they're being with that, but at the end of the day, Mihimana should have known that Taj was coming at him and known the priority, so we'll see what happens.
Always something happening out in the water in this event.
Wow.
They were close.
That was close.
We've seen broken boards. We saw we saw Jake Marshall, I think, slice somebody's board in half in his heat. That was gnarly. Fins flying towards his face.
It's scary too, especially because you can't really see your opponent when you're coming out of all that turbulence right there. And at this point, Taj, he got dropped down to third. I mean, he surfed a great heat too, more than 13 points, and now he's chasing a score, Chris. Yeah, but
yeah, there it is. Priority interference, white on blue, so it's just close enough.
Yeah. Unconditional right away when you have higher priority, so you have to straighten out before you get to that one section where the other surfer's coming at you.
And the bummer on that too is the wave didn't even count for either one of these guys.
Yeah, that was a tough position because at the end of the day, Mihimana should know that, you know, no matter what, you should never be near those guys. And I mean, Taj was going for a Hail Mary there, and you never know, like, if that was in his mind that Mihimana was coming at him, he could have pulled that air and the whole heat could have been different. So Taj is on fire right now, and I think Luke Swanson's doing a really good job at finding his strengths here and finding good waves, but he's got to be on Taj right now. This is a big moment in the heat right here.
A minute left. At the moment we got Crosby.
Maybe a left.
Controlling, Luke in second.
This isn't good here.
So Lindblad looking for a huge score.
Oh!
Right out. Okay. Is that one turn hammer out the back enough for a 7-1-7? Can he put a few more points on the board through to the inside? Lindblad hoping for the buzzer beater. All right, a little 1-2 combo on the inside. He's feeling it.
Yep.
The hammer's feeling it.
Yeah, big hammer 20. Unofficial coach. Well, one thing's for darn sure. This heat's been very exciting.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was big for Taj right there. And I don't know where Luke was. He might have been on the ski and been a little bit farther down or up the beach, but
I think other side of the peak too. He couldn't get to him in time.
We'll see what happens here. I mean,
it's not like abundantly clear.
No.
It was a sick turn. One of the best turns of the heat.
One of the best turns of the day, I'd say too, honestly. Really deep bottom turn, and there's a lot of commitment and risk in that section right there too. I mean, Levi, you've experienced that yourself with those converging peaks at the same time. And, you know, the inside work isn't that great, but I think really the majority of the score is based off of the merit on what he did on the outside.
Yeah, that's a hard section to hit. He did really well riding out there. Oh, it looks like he got it, 7.4.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Unanimous too, Chris.
That was clutch surfing. I mean, give it up to Luke Swanson, though. He had that second place position all the way through, but the power of Taj Lindblad gets him through in second place, so it's a San Clemente sweep. Crosby Colapinto gets the heat win. Taj Lindblad, last second heroics, comes through with a second place finish. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Luke Swanson and Mihimana Bray. We're going to say goodbye to Levi for now, but trust us when we say plenty more Levi Slauson coming this week. Good luck moving through. What are your goals looking ahead here at the U.S. Open?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, just to make a couple more heats. That's pretty much it, and have some fun. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the week.
Love to hear it. Good luck.
Thanks,
and
guys.
Thank you for joining us. Hopefully we'll get you back in the booth as well. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more action from the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
That's right, we saw that. So he's coming through from the round of 80, as is Bronson Mady. Yeah, right, the years just blend together doing this thing for since 2000 and, I don't know, 13 or 14, but the champions stack up, and so many of them go on to become winners on the championship tour when they do make it. And obviously the structure has changed a few times in this last 15 years of doing this. You know, we saw Levi win last year and then come number 11 and 10 make it onto the championship tour out, you know, and so he was number 11, one shy. Incredible.
Hey, Luke, great surfing in that last heat, brother.
Yes.
Here we go. Looks like our surfer in green going to open things up here. The Japanese competitor drives around the corner, setting up the first turn here. Oncoming section up and under, goes into the layback.
I wonder if he carries a bottle of that.
Let's roll the clock back to 2024. Al Cleland Jr. taking a big win here at the U.S. Open.
It's always so good to see Al Cleland do his thing. You know, to be honest, he's a phenomenal beach break surfer coming from mainland Mexico, and he turned it on that year for the win, which was a huge degree for him and catapulted him to where he is at today on the World Tour.
That's right, on the championship tour, and the Mexican fans came out in droves to root on Al Cleland Jr. What a moment. And Al's back in the water right now. Heat 5 of the round of 64. Al Cleland Jr. joined by Shion Crawford, Bronson Mady, world junior champ, and Keijiro Nishi. Kai Puguro and Tanner Gudauskas on the call here.
Yes, and honestly, this is an incredible heat. This could be one of the most stacked heats we've had so far. Obviously, they're so good, all of them, but you're dealing with Al Cleland, who's hot. He's on the World Tour. KJ, looking good. Uh-oh. Shion's back in the jersey, dude. This guy launches. You know it better than anybody. He's one of those surfers. It's like, how do you combine a unit that's like 6'4", get him in the air, have technical power surfing as well, and then you throw on Bronson, who is legitimately a superstar in the surf scene coming out of Indo and Bali. I am so excited to see what he's going to do.
Yeah, this is going to be a hotly contested heat. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And we have a day chock full of great heats. We're going to have 16 heats on call today. The round of 64. And the clock is ticking down. One wave ridden by KJ. Actually, two waves ridden by KJ. A 1 and just a half a point. So nothing of nothing substantial as of yet in this heat. And it looks like Bronson Mady also clocking in with a 1.5.
I saw when I was just down in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Bronson is tapping into Doug Silva as a coach who is working as well with Luke Tima, who we saw have a phenomenal heat yesterday. And just being able to tap into that resource while he puts the jersey on, gets ready, gets focused, sometimes that creates a game plan. And I think for a surfer coming from out of town and someone like Bronson, who is, you would say, the most extreme free radical approach within the competitive scene, it's good to tap in and get focused with a game plan and start to execute that game plan through a heat.
Well, here's Bronson on his first ride. And just tosses that away. But I like that you brought up, and here is KJ on his first ride. So like we said, nothing substantial as of yet in this heat. So just a couple of one-point rides. Those are going to be throwaways at the end of the heat. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What happened? Well, board change for Keijiro Nishi, riding to coral surfboards. He's off the orange sled onto a blue one.
That's kind of cool. He's doing monos. He's got a single colored board. Just kind of match it with the jersey or the hair, and it's a good look. Yeah.
Oh man, I like that you brought up Doug Silva because as a coach, every coach has a different approach, right? And I don't know if Doug's really like a super technical coach, but he's more of a vibe.
Yes.
He brings the vibe.
Yes, dude, you nailed it.
He brings a positive kind of energy around him.
Most famously, okay, so Doug Silva, I first was knowing of it when he was working with Kai Lenny back in the day, and then Kai Lenny was doing the Triple Crown, and his approach at that point seemed unorthodox, but then it started to pair with World Tour surfers like Seth Moniz, and like you said, Kaipo, he's the guy that shakes these guys up from a vibe standpoint.
Yeah.
Not necessarily getting into the nitty-gritty of this or that. I'm sure he does, but he's working with high-level athletes. So for him, he can get into the metaphysical space. And I know he's a big proponent of, I don't want to call it method acting, but bringing in energy to your heat, to your competitors. It's a domain, it's a space. So how do you present yourself against your competitors? And sometimes that's an alpha positioning.
Yeah.
You know, and that sort of energy can be read. So I think for Seth, it's been really interesting and cool to see that approach because Seth's a real quiet, mellow dude. So is Bronson. And so sometimes I feel like that spark that Doug has is really effective.
Yeah. And you know, gosh, I've known Doug since we were both 10 years old. We're the same age, and so we came up through all the amateur ranks together. And when Doug was young, he was the guy. He was unbeatable, winning multiple, U.S. titles, national titles. There was a lot of expectation on Silva as he went into his pro career, and he's still here. So it's really cool. You have all those decades of experience, And all of that knowledge being able to distill on someone, a youngster like a Bronson Beatty.
Well, what it does is it expedites the learning curve in a lot of ways, and it's so good to rely on somebody who's been through the game, especially if you're a young kid coming from places like Indonesia or just somewhere outside of the surf scene. It's hard to tap in and get that consistency. And speaking of another person doing that, it's Al Cleland, right? Like, he's coming from Pascuales, mainland Mexico. So when he goes home, he basically unplugs from the collective surf scene. He's down there by himself, surfing every single day in waves that are challenging. And sometimes you drift mindset-wise, and it's this or that. So keeping the focus and being able to stay razor sharp is so important for these guys.
Yeah, it takes a lot of focus. One person that was very focused was the Crosby Colapinto. Takes a heat win. Let's hear from Crosby. He's with Rosie.
He is locked in, the highest heat total of the entire event so far. Crosby, you know, double duty here on the championship tour, coming into the Challenger Series. How does the mentality change when you come into an event like the US Open?
Almost just using it as like a practice, but also like having the drive to want to do well, because I feel like on tour this year it's been like so gnarly. I feel like I've been against the rope all year a little bit and not really getting like the results I was planning to get in the beginning of the year. So just coming here and like try and just have a fresh start and like enjoy competing, enjoy where I'm at, and also just being grateful to be here with competing against everyone, and everyone's surfing so good. So just like wanting to bring the best out of myself and just put some heats together, surf smart heats, and just get like a rhythm going and have fun competing, because I'm loving it so much, you know.
And you more than anyone can speak to, you know, just the prestige of the US Open, the history behind this event, and what it means to get a great result here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been coming down here ever since I was a Grom. I watched my brother win it. I got second here to Eli Hanneman in a final, so just, yeah, every time you get to do an event, it's always like an opportunity for you to get like an event win, and just, yeah, having fun, just being down here, and hopefully just make some more heats, get the confidence up, and make a final, but also enjoy like cheering the other boys on and just being at home, enjoying this vibe.
And talking about other boys, watching Taj, fellow San Clemente guy, get through that heat in a clutch performance. I mean, what does that do for the morale?
Oh, that was sick, because towards the end I saw like him and Mihimana Bray were like kind of coming at each other, and it looked like he was gonna get the score on that right, and then it looked like he probably got distracted by Mihi coming at him, and then Mihi got the interference, so I was like, oh no, like time's counting down, there was like 1 minute left, and then Taj got that left, and he did like that huge backside turn, got the score. I was like pretty hyped for Taj, so cool to get a couple of the SC boys here.
Love catching up with you, Cros. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cros.
Crosby Colapinto looking back at the final in 2023 against Eli Hanneman. Eli Hanneman coming up again, coming up in the next heat with David Silva, Connor Slipin, and Caleb Tancred. You know, Crosby, he wants to take out a U.S. Open title just like his brother. Here's Shishi boy, Shion Crawford. Oh, you would expect him to ride out of that.
You would, and Shion, correct me if I'm wrong, he's coming back from an ankle injury.
Yes.
He's been out of the game for a little bit, so we're now seeing him re-engaged with the scene. And maneuvers like that really challenge your headspace of coming down confidently, because he's leveraged, he's over his board, he's engaged on that front ankle, and so you don't know in the back of his mind if he's got those cobwebs. Who knows? But Shion, insane.
Yeah. Every surfer, like if you spend your lifetime surfing, you're going to get injured, and coming back from an injury, that's a challenge.
Yeah, so this turn here, it was a beautiful read, condensed over the front foot, hand on deck, letting the fins free. However, when you do that, then you're re-engaging with the wave at the wave speed, and it can get really bobbly. KJ, great rhythm. This seems to be his recipe. One whip turn, catch the speed, and then lip line floater for the second hit.
Yeah, 4.83 for KJ. Here's Alan Cleland.
And Al Cleland with a two-punch combo here. This second turn, very electric. You know, that's the kind of stuff that we saw him using when he won here in 24. Al has a certain level and a certain comfort in Huntington Beach, I would say. I guess he grew up, you know, he came through the Vans system when it was the Vans US Open. Actually, funny story about Al Cleland is Nathan Fletcher and Bruce Irons and these guys were going to Pasquale's forever. They were utilizing it to get a ton of barrels and put in just time by themselves to surf. And Al was a little kid. His father is an ex-pro surfer, Big Al Cleland, and that crew down there is probably one of the most hardcore barrel riding crews. Greg Russ, Hopper, all of these guys, Brian Conley, it's all about getting barreled, and that's what they were tapping into, and they saw Al. So Nate actually was a big proponent to get Al Cleland on the Vans team at a really young age and bring him into the scene. So it's funny because Al's been coming to the U.S. Open since he's 10. Whether or not he's been surfing in it, he's just been engaging with the other scene of doing the team signings and all of this stuff. And it's so beautiful to see his ascension into pro surfing. And now he's a full fixture on the world tour.
Crawford, strong off the bottom, slick off the top. The Haleiwa local with some good surfing right there. So that was much better effort from Shion Crawford. But back to the Al Cleland story, I always think of him as a kind of like the big wave guy, the big, the tube guy, you know what I mean? The charger. It was very surprising to me to have him win in 2-foot Huntington Beach.
Totally. It's almost.
I wouldn't have picked him. I'm going to be honest, you know, and he did it.
Yeah.
He shows his range.
Yes, for sure. Shows his range. Correct. I feel like he's almost like a Jack Robinson.
100%.
Where they have to reverse engineer themselves in these smaller groveler conditions.
Yeah, because this guy right here that we're seeing on the replay, I mean, he can throw the tail. He can be light-footed. But to me, where he really shines is heavy water.
Yeah, and maybe looking at his equipment, you know, he's been working really strongly with T. Patterson for years, and that's a local shaper in San Clemente. Timmy Patterson is one of those guys I believe that most other shapers look up to. He's incredible, been in the game for so long. So he's worked with guys like Gavin Beshin and Mike Lawson, all these guys. So tapping into that resource for the California effect, as we see Shion with so much whip, dude. It's crazy. He has so much torque in his upper body. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, 4.27 for Shion. But back to Timmy Patterson. The lineage with Timmy Patterson, his dad and his uncle were the OGs over at Hobie Alter's factory in Dana Point. Wow. Making the first foam surfboards, actually.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy, the history with Timmy Patterson. KJ. Oh, man. Well, the red hair's working for our Japanese competitor because he's been just so rock solid. He was rock solid in his opening round yesterday, and he's looking to continue that form right now.
Yeah, I like that term, rock solid, because he's compact. His body mechanics is actually relatively calm and quiet, and it creates a cool sling. And whether it's the sprays of his board, it's a very attractive look. It really catches your attention. So another great ride for KJ. I like his approach into the second turn, kind of bypassing it to catch the rhythm and timing into that big maneuver for the third hit.
Yeah, already with a 4.83, he's going to definitely better his score line. He's going to ditch that 1-point ride. He's going to increase his lead over the pack, getting a ride on the Red Bull jet ski here, and going to be deposited south of here. Oh, and coming back to Shion Crawford with a vicious off the top. Shion looking to make the connection to the inside, gliding on that Paizel surfboard. He's going to want a little bit more, and he's going to give it to us right now. A couple of snaps to finish. Well done by Shion Crawford.
So then on the other side of it, we're talking body mechanics. And for me, when I see Shion, it is captivating in a different way. He creates inertia and movement and kind of frenetic energy. Like you're watching that inside, he's a big dude, and it's whether it's the hair or the hands or the upper body, like it's cool to see the juxtaposing approaches. I personally love Shion because he can change his game and become a one-punch fighter. He has humongous maneuvers. He has a big stature. He's a big dude, but he also can link together turns, catching air, brother.
Oh. That was a moment right there. That was a straight. This is, I mean, because this is a difficult beach break right now to drive a jet ski. Shion on the back of the Red Bull jet ski. Al Cleland belting off the top here, gets to get through some flat water to make the connection. Looking into the pier, snaps there. He's going to do the redirect into the shore break. Beautiful carve on that Timmy Patterson surfboard. Looking for a little bit more. Mexico's Al Cleland going for a finish and getting that finish. Wow.
Al's had a really interesting year this year specifically. He's come up against big draws on the tour. He's surfing great. He's getting the door closed in his face at times by guys like Gabriel Medina, and he's always been a vibe and rhythm surfer. So he's been challenged to dig deeper. We saw that in El Salvador. We're seeing it here. Like, he's actually probably utilizing this event to catch that rhythm and reconnect with the spark to get those big results. It's not really his surfing. I feel like his surfing has progressed and continued to get better over the years, but sometimes you just run into unfortunate draws. Of course, it's Gabriel Medina for him on tour, so he's one of the greatest of all time, so it's been really challenging for Al.
Al's a surfer's surfer,
Yeah.
really, and he's just such a great throwback in energy. Here's the replay.
Great job. This starts to feel more like that iconic Huntington Beach where first big turn and then you whip into the second turn, but you turn it into a right. And now you're connecting into the reform and starting utilizing frontside carves. So for me, this is fun. I start liking this because the inside game starts to become available for these guys. We saw Xi'an go there too, and it's a one big finishing maneuver, and it's crisp.
Yeah, that was some crisp surfing. Well, sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's gooder, AJ.
That's exactly right, Kaipo. You know how when you hear the Red Bull Athlete Zone go off and start cheering, it means somebody had a great wave? Well, out here in the village at Huntington Beach, that means that somebody just won a free pair of gooders. They have a vending machine set up. We've been here for maybe like 5 minutes, and already I've seen 3 people win. So the odds are pretty good. These are the new shades that I'm obsessed with. They actually float, which is great because, you know, if you're in the pool, if you're out on a lake, wherever, it's nice to always know, hey, if I fall in, don't lose my gooders. And so if you're coming down here to Huntington Beach, make sure you stop by the gooder booth because you too can win a pair of gooder glasses.
Love it. Looking good, AJ. Clear vision with the gooders. And
floaters.
And they're floaters.
So we're seeing Bronson really quiet here.
Yeah.
So I feel like we should throw some sunshine on that surfer because Ed is underserving for how incredible this dude is. He's in that crew of guys. We spoke about Levi Slauson last year in Snap 5. Bronson as well. He himself is the cutting edge of high performance, what you can do in the air. It's almost getting into video game realm. Alley-oop combo into a full rotation air. So when the conditions have come down a little bit today, it's gotten more organized. Hopefully, like I think we're all collectively hoping that Bronson is going to start to throw those kinds of maneuvers because his back's starting to get on the wall as the time is creeping away from him.
This is true, and just I can't wait to see. I hope that he throws the giant airs that we know he's capable of. Former World Junior champ, took out that win over in the Philippines, and it was brilliant. Giant alley-oops, giant frontside rotations, and that really put the spotlight of Bronson Medi.
Yeah.
Comes from a great lineage too. He's got in his back adopted by Rizal Tanjung, and just talk about Indonesia. I mean, they are an emerging force in professional surfing. I think there's a whole nother layer right underneath Bronson as well coming through the ranks.
Totally, and so then it becomes, it's definitely not the wave quality, right? Like these guys are able to perform in waves like Karamis and get out to the Mentawais, and then it becomes more of an infrastructure to keep that fire lit to compete. And so for Bronson, he's paired up with Rio Waida.
Yeah.
And so that's such a strong two-pack because when you get that kind of an energy and they're pushing each other, Rio obviously being on tour, throwing down incredible performances. Bronson knows what is possible. And like you said, Kaipo, he is backed with the Rizal effect. He's supported by the entire country of Indo.
Yeah.
And it's just like, honestly, I know we say it a lot, it's a matter of time, but like you almost feel like it's not really a matter of much time.
No, yeah. So good, yeah?
Yes.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now as we anticipate something big coming from Bronson Medi. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more action. Hey, the junior guards are here at Huntington Beach, by the way. Welcome. Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're here all week. Lexus US Open of Surfing, so much going on. Bronson Medi. As we went to break, we anticipate him using his priority, and the Indonesian surfer coming through right here with his second ride to get on the board. Kai Puguro, Tanner Gudauskas talking you through all the action here, and unable to make the connection there right to the very inside for Bronson. Al Cleland Jr. upside down on the backhand hanger for the surfer representing Mexico. Solid turn there.
Wait, no, that was crazy. That was like the dream lip line backside floater. That had shades of Andy Irons all over it. Al looking to solidify here as he comes to the inside and pop.
There you go.
So that's going to be a massive score for Al. Also with just hot action. That's all we got.
Whoa, testing the ankle right there. Shion Crawford. Big impact there and solid on the ride out.
It's funny because you're utilizing the fundamentals of your air game, but you're doing floaters.
Yeah.
Like for both Al and Shion, you pop in the lip and then you're floating. There's a couple feet there where you're disconnected from any water, hoping to re-engage correctly. Both surfers doing that, but I think Al for sure is going to get the jewel of the two. That turn was extraordinary. And yeah, man, and noting on Bronson, so when he was, well, let's stay right here for Al. This turn,
incredible.
The reason for the season is how he drove off of the lip, head down under his board, and then was able to collect everything under him. Cat-like reflexes, to be honest.
El Gato, Al Cleland Jr. We're watching this replay, and I can report to you that he's gone excellent with that effort. Comboed it up on the inside. Let's score an 8-point ride.
That's perfect. That feels right, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. That was so upside down. And Shion Crawford?
Yeah, that was all the hard work without the spoils of what Al got. You know, like that was just a fundamentally tricky floater pop. So Shion...
Floater pop, I like that.
It kind of was, right? So he had to make what he had to make out of that. A quick one. Comes away with a 5-6. And Bronson, as well, we were noticing he's surfing a little bit tentative. And when he was getting his jersey on, I saw he has an ankle brace, which is his back ankle. I don't know anything about the injury, but it did feel like you're seeing a more reserved Bronson. And so I'm wondering if he's nursing some kind of injury.
Okay. Well, good investigation there. Last wave for Shion, 4.9, and we can see the spread on this excellent score for Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, that's what we saw when... You have to leave that room in the judging scale for maneuvers like that actually kind of take your breath away. You really, truly don't believe Al's going to be able to pull that because he's so leveraged. He's underneath his surfboard, which basically means he's going to have to pull it with his core strength back in like split seconds, which he does, all the while 6 feet of foam on your shoulders. So Al coming away with a really great wave there.
Yeah, solid surfing, and good to see Al. And like you said, Tanner, you know, having a tough season on the championship tour.
I'm just down here making sure that
through the season, and really this could be a momentum builder for Al Cleland as we go through the back half of the season on the championship tour.
It's such a point to be made. Like the tour guys are. We saw Griffin Colapintos in this event, and I was talking to him. It's the same thing. They're utilizing this event to catch that flame, and they take it back onto the World Tour because you get, now I don't want to say suffocated by the lack of competitive surfing out on the tour, but if your takeaway is 4 heats that you've lost first round, but you're surfing great, then what do? Like, you need more time and more repetition to make heats and almost forget about that trauma and that scar tissue that you're developing on tour and just re-engage with how good of a surfer you are and that you know how to win events, win heats. So good to see Al clicking into that gear.
Yeah, as we ask our fans, as we go back to live action here, Keijiro Nishi, KJ, just going to be one turn for the surfer out of Japan. He needs well, he's currently in second place, needs a 7.18 to take the lead off of Al Cleland Jr. But as I was saying, looking back at Al, and we asked the fans, who do you think is going to win this event? So we go to our Pacifico fan picks, and 62% of the fans say Al Cleland's going to win this heat.
You said it, he's a surfer. He would be a fan pick for sure. He's so fun to watch. He's fun to be around. He has just that energy that he's been enjoying his time. He knows he's in the limelight and making the most of it. And I think everybody would. That's a fair 62% Xian right in there, Bronson as well. These guys, this heat again, like it's such a cool collective of different surfers and different approaches.
Yeah, as we globetrot on the championship tour, Al's actually one of my favorite surfers to hang out with. He's always a good time. You know, I feel like he's like my little nephew. I've known his dad forever, right? Senior. Actually, Al Cleland Sr.'s had his dad had a cover of Surfer magazine. I think it was, I don't know if it was Coronado or if it was Imperial Beach, but it was a great tube shot.
Yeah.
And then, you know, decided to like walk away from the USA, move down to Mexico, found the magic beach break all of his own, and also his offspring, obviously a world-class surfer when we look at Junior.
Yeah, and it's cool. I always remembered Nathan Fletcher saying, there's a kid down in Mexico that surfs as good in the barrel as John Florence. And a statement like that from a guy like that, you know it's legit, but he was 10, 11, 12. So how do you take that raw talent, that like unpolished raw diamond of a surfer, and then kind of conform them into a competitive scene so that they can make the world tour? And that's been the journey of Al Cleland.
Here he is. Belts that first turn. Second one throws the tail, looking loose. Junior on his way, looking to improve upon a 5.17. He makes the inside connection here, gets a couple more turns. He's going to do that. Some quality surfing out the back. And Al Cleland Jr. belts the finish. Well done for Al. And you know what, by the way, if you want to know more about Al Cleland, a little bit of this glimpse inside of this surfer's mind and lifestyle, check out Inside Pro Surfing, the El Salvador edition. You can find it on worldsurfleague.com and find out, you know, get to know Al Cleland Jr. a little bit more.
I feel like what you're tapping into, Kaipo, too, you know it really well. Here we go. Watch for fireworks. Is that he's a throwback in the sense that with surfing like this, I mean, this is phenomenal. This is as cutting edge as you can get. Just the timing of everything, really crisp, really clean. But Al doesn't take it too serious.
Yes.
If that makes sense. And I think there's so much at stake in all of these heats on the Challenger, and then when you get on the World Tour, it only levels up again. And a lot of surfers train harder, they get more coaching, it just gets tighter and more tense, and Al does a really good job of stepping away from that and realizing that the experience of being a professional surfer is so special that he just wants to have fun.
Yeah.
He wants to enjoy it, and that can transcend into his heats, and he likes having a good time.
Likes having a good time and a great surfer. 7-point ride. Combine that with the 8-point ride. 15-point two-wave total. That is a commanding position. Talk about building momentum and getting that winning feeling again. That's what Al Cleland's getting right now.
Rightfully so, right? He's surfing great. Things are clicking into gear. It's got to feel good coming into an event and kind of ripping the Band-Aid off in the first round.
100%, yeah. And I feel that that spirit is going to carry on for Al Cleland.
The beautiful thing is when you're creating rhythm in an event, like this one specifically, the surf will be similar size throughout the event. Sometimes it can get a little tricky when you're performing at this high of a level on the day of days in the venue, and then it gets smaller. You got to change your board, you got to change your mindset. But however, these guys, they might be able to replicate this kind of an energy pretty well, because tomorrow is going to feel similar, a little bigger, a little smaller for the rest of the event. So he'll be utilizing the same toolbox that he is today.
We got such a great event up ahead of us. Xian Crawford going left into the pier, snaps on the backhand there, and just needs, well, he's looking for a 5.17. I saw the finger snap. He felt he got it. What do you think, Tanner?
Well, I'm tough to ask. I'm such a Xian fan.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know personally if that's going to go over the 5.17. I feel like it might have felt incredible. It definitely felt incredible because it's a huge section. He came down with it. But there felt like there wasn't a lot of spray, and the presentation had a little bobble mid-turn here. So comes down, and that little bobble might hold him back from getting the score. It might not. But nevertheless, Xian throwing it directly into the lip.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be right on the fence. And, you know, felt good, finger snap, but we'll see what the judges think. And the judges come through. He needed a 5.17. They gave him a 5.1. 7 hundredths under what he needed. That hurts.
So look, that hurts.
5.1, 5.17 is what he needed to advance. That hurts.
I feel like as a surfer, you just got to look at it as pass-fail. You can't get into the nitty-gritty of like, especially for Xian, he still has work to do in front of him. If you're focused on getting just barely under it and you're thinking, why was it just under? You're wasting energy, you're wasting headspace. He's got to just clear the palette, get back out there, and strike again.
Oh, man. His enemy right now is the clock.
Yeah.
1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. Line's here, but he's last in priority. We'll see how this plays out.
And this is where you start to see KJ around him. He's not too far off of Xian, because if he can, even though he's in second priority, he just wants to keep an eye on the opportunity that Xian's going to look at. 50 seconds, that's still respectful, and realistically, it's kind of a part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's locked up. There's Keijiro's going to take away any opportunity that comes through in this next 30 seconds. I can't see Xian escaping the chokehold that Keijiro Nishi is going to have on him right now. Xian trying to paddle away, but oh, this could be really, really interesting. Oh, and that wave was a dud.
Yeah, KJ, he's looking at the opportunity to make this round. That's huge for him.
Yeah.
That could be a huge flag in the sand to say, hey, this is my year to make a charge. So he's definitely not going to let it slip through his fingers.
Oh, and we're going to have some sportsmanship at the end right there. Smiles and just disappointment for Xian Crawford, coming so close to getting what he needed. But Keijiro Nishi on to the round of 32, and an outstanding performance by Al Cleland Jr. 15-point heat total. The junior guards love it.
They love it. And Kaipo, that was kind of a cool moment that we saw with KJ and Xian, just acknowledging the respect.
Yeah.
You know, and I think for me, looking back and what we watch here in the Challenger Series, there's such a collective respect for each other because it's such a grind and a hustle. So everybody putting in a really great effort and making it happen.
Absolutely love it. Well, we're going to be back with more action. We're going to have a former winner when we return. Eli Hanneman will be in the water. Al Cleland Jr. belts this for an 8-point ride.
Baldwin. That'll be Jeff Baldwin to you, Lily Young. That's okay.
'23, Eli Hanneman takes to the water, takes to the air numerous times, and the Lahaina boy comes out with a big win here at the U.S. Open.
You can't, like, for me, I'm such an Eli Hanneman fan. He has legitimately every maneuver in his book, and it's always good. He has a special connection here with Huntington, and he was executing perfectly in 23. I actually remember this was a huge event for him, and we're looking for him to tap into that energy today, right here, right now.
What about that? Raise the Hawaiian flag, doing Lahaina proud. Just quick surfing, electric in his approach. Big on the airs, solid on the rail. Hanneman for the win.
Oh, he's a great descendant of the Lahaina crew. You're looking at guys like Dusty Payne, Granger Larson, Clay Marzo, the Maui crew, always known for their tricks and their antics. And Eli, dude, he's like, what more do I got to do? So fun. It's so enjoyable to watch, to commentate. He is a fan favorite because of everything that he brings to the competitive scene.
Yeah, on fire. There with David Silva, Connor Slipen out of South Africa, and Caleb Tancred. So another international four-man heat, top two moving on into the round of 32. Let's see what we have presented in front of us. David Silva, another former championship tour surfer, wants to get back on the I'm going to call it the big leagues. It's the tippy top of professional surfing. Here's David.
Yeah, look, David's been in the game a minute, but David should stay in the game a minute.
Yeah.
He's so good. He always had this like shade of Tom Carroll to him. Compact, low center of gravity. So big sections like that, they're going to feel pretty breezy easy for David. I just love the way he competes. He comes up against big names with the hunger. He's always ready to throw down. And as we see Eli here with live action.
Hanneman with the electric approach. So quick on his turns, rock solid. That was a difficult wave to surf, but he made it look easy.
Yeah, and the reason that's difficult is because he's combining vertical maneuvers in the beginning while he's traversing down the line and then being able to cut a really clean bottom turn into that second floater hit, which we've known this whole week is a really tricky recipe. To get that timing on the second turn is ferocious. So look at this. He's moving down the line with that floater vertical snap and gets over the lip and creates the energy to make a score out of a wave that is actually quite hard to get.
T-Dog, ferocious. Thank you. That is so accurate.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah, man, it's fun.
Can I borrow your word in the future?
You run with it.
Ferocious. 6-point ride for Eli Hanneman on that backhand with that ferocious approach.
So Eli has been challenged. He has been tested year in and year out on the tour, on the Challenger, and he has over time become a character who is akin to like a Leo Fioravanti. He actually likes being challenged. He likes with his back against the wall to rise to the occasion. So even though we're seeing him get off to a great start, which ultimately sets a great foundation for this heat, you can challenge, you can push Eli, put him in a corner, and he'll bring out a maneuver that is an X factor. So this is a very dangerous competitor that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, and he's a warrior. I mean, he had a tremendous injury over at Pipeline at Backdoor, knocked himself out, just, I think he fractured his skull. He's lost, I don't know if he's got all of his teeth back even. It was crazy, and he fought back through that, came through that, and came back even stronger.
Yeah.
And that's like, to me, that's the heart of a lion right there that we see with Eli Hanneman.
And Eli has been prodigal within the surf scene for since he was super young.
It's true.
You know, he wears the Red Bull logo, he has the IT sponsors, and he's always been so good with the video parts. He's fun to watch, and then it becomes, well, how do we make it to the tour?
Yeah.
So he had to put that time in, do the hard work. And like you said, Kaipo, he's had injuries, he's had all of those trials and tribulations. So to see where he's at now, I think actually is a really cool spot within his career.
David Silva on the replay, going for the alley-oop.
Oh, we love that.
Puts it down.
Yes. Okay, so that's kind of what I was talking about with David. You kind of want to put him in a box that he's a power surfer like Tom Carroll, and then he'll evolve and do maneuvers like that. And a great read by Connor with the first turn, throwing up a lot of spray, utilizing a different maneuver that we haven't seen much of with the slide tail, and then taking it back to the classics. David Silva, vertical backhand turns. That's what it's all about.
This is a fire heat. I mean, all of these guys. Silva just so light-footed, so quick, effortlessly making this connection. And how's that finishing turn?
Totally. You know what I'm noticing as well? He's riding on Slater Designs boards. You do not see a lot of guys using that kind of equipment. Looks so good for him.
And this was just picked up. This is the first wave for Caleb Tancred.
All right, well, Caleb right here, this is a hand-picked athlete by Julian Wilson to be on the Rivia Projects team. This is the kind of guy that was underground maybe a year or two ago, had a really electric junior career, took a minute off, worked with Glenn Hall, the Micro Surf Academy. Yeah. He is primed. He's literally like has everything you need to have that moment where you just bounce right back onto the tour, for the first time for Caleb. So I think he has a ton of support in Australia and globally. He's one of those surfers, he's pretty unflappable competitively, and I think I'm excited to see how he takes on both Eli and David and Connor. Like, this is a very incredible heat.
I agree with you. We're still waiting for some numbers for Caleb, Connor, and David. Like you said, incredible junior career. You see him paddling back out. Took about 6 years off of competitive surfing. Got a degree in architecture, I believe, and then came back with the support of Julian Wilson, by the way, who has turned into a mentor for so many up-and-coming surfers.
And it's so great to see Julian play a role coming in, helping guys like Mateus Hurdy even on tour. And we speak a lot about the coaches. Earlier we were talking about Doug Silva, like being able to tap into Julian Wilson and his mindset. He in many ways trailblazed what it was like to do certain maneuvers in the competitive scene. Guys like Eli Hanneman using that backhand whip reverse turn. It's like, well, Julian created that game. And so for the Rivia team, you can see them all rising. You got Hiroto Ohara in the contest here. You have Caleb Tancred, so the team is on fire.
Yeah, sure is. Another guy on fire, 15-point heat total, Al Cleland Jr. Let's hear from Al. He's with Rosie.
He is clicking in. Well, Al, 2024, you won this event. Coming back here, do you tap into those special memories and help motivate yourself to compete at the US Open?
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing here for the past 11 years. This is kind of where I started competing, and this is kind of where my career came from, this beach. So, yeah, I always feel pretty good coming here and competing, and especially at the US Open, you know, I won it before. So, yeah, it feels familiar to come back, put the jersey on, and get out there, come hang out with my dad, all my friends that I don't get to see all year round. They come here to the beach and hang out. So, yeah, I'm stoked. And luckily, there was a couple waves out there, and I got a couple. At the start, I couldn't really find much, but then I ended up finding an 8 and a 7, I think, which was pretty nice and to relax afterwards. So, yeah, I was stoked.
Really healthy heat total, but thinking about the US Open, you're a fun guy, you love to enjoy yourself. There's a lot of distractions at the US Open. How do you focus for the competitive side of surfing, or do you just let the fun flow?
A little bit of both, right? Just hang out with all my friends and everything, but I usually stay at the Best Western like 10 minutes back, which is kind of far away from everything. So, because you know me, I like, you know, going to have fun, hang out with friends. So, yeah, I try to stay in the zone, stay in the moment, and just go hang out in the hot tub, hang out with my dad, eat some dinner, and come back and surf good waves.
You've also been riding the Timmy Pattersons for a number of years now. Talk to us about your equipment.
Yeah, you know, I've been with Timmy for almost 9 years, I think, and he's helped me create a model. He's helped me, you know, put my surfing to where it is now and really dial in all my equipment. And yeah, you know, Timmy's really been there for me. He's supported me through this whole career that I've had. And, you know, I'm riding a normal shortboard, just my normal model, ACF, just in a squash tail. Last time I won, I was riding in a round tail, but this one just feels a little better for when the waves are a little bigger, more cuppier, and just faster through transition and bigger turns.
Great insights, Al. Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Yeah.
Guys, you.
Yeah, Junior. Staying at the Best Western. If it's good for Al, it's good for you. Best Western, 250 locations across the country. Join the Best Western's rewards. I'm telling you right now, California, Hawaii, that's where you're going to find the waves. When you get to Nevada, you just have a good time at the slots.
That was a great little plug. He had to get off the scene, too. Al is such a character. That interview, indicative of the person he is. He's just fun to be around. He's ripping.
Oh, man. I got, like, I have a lot of Al Cleland stories, and they're all good. But when we had that mid-year cut, he had to make a heat at Margaret River. The day before he had to surf his heat, Al and I and a bunch of other people were treated by the tourism industry over there at Western Australia and went on a winery tour. Best wine ever. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful wines. We went through bottles and bottles, and I was just looking at Al going, tomorrow's like a career-defining day for you, dude. And he's just having a good time, went out there, got the job done, stayed on tour, and that's the kind of spirit that's why I'm saying, like, the guy's a surfer, you know? And I love having that free spirit around the tour.
It's so hard to balance. When you're there in the moment, there's so much at stake. Yet you're getting the opportunity to travel the world to these beautiful locations with opportunities just like that, like to spend a great afternoon with friends and your families in certain locations and make the most of that, you know? So you have to tip the scales. Like Al, he's scaling it back for the US Open. He's going to stay at the Best Western. Right. He's going to keep it mellow. And then, you know, in other locations, he'll be able to do things like that. So, you know, for me looking back, like globally, the surf community connects off of these different locations, and it's so fun to travel and plug in with them. And the US Open has always been that for the California crew, because we get to embrace the international surfers that come to the event and have them down at our surf spots and show them this and that. And so it's such a cool glue that actually you hold that bond for your life. You get to do these events when you're younger, and then you realize that we're all just kind of in it for the long run.
How rad is it, you know, when you talk about Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, where you start surfing and competing here, and if you choose this path, you're going to surf amateur contests here, then you're going to surf pro junior contests here, then you're going to surf QS contests here, and then finally you got the big one, the US Open. Yeah, and it's funny because you can say it in so many different ways, but it's an on-ramp. It makes it tangible. You're looking at your heroes. For me, I have like crazy memories of being the kid going down with the Surfer magazine and getting autographs from the surfers coming out of the water. As we see Caleb Tancred, live action. Wow, belts it twice. What's he need? He just needs a 5-point ride. I think he got it. It's such clean, crisp surfing. It's rail to rail. It's fully engaged every part of the wave. It's so nice to watch. Presented really well. It's, yeah, baffling. Well, Al Cleland Jr., he likes to have a good time. You know who else likes to have a good time? AJ McCord. Let's see what she's doing.
I'm just down here making sure that we capture all the memories at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Right when you walk onto the sand here at Huntington Beach, there's a free photo booth. So make sure you stop by. I made sure to capture my memories. We have been AJ squared all week long. This is my photographer, AJ, and I. He is the hardest working man on the beach. So make sure we remember this week, you want to do the same. Come on down, check out the free photo booth, and then go check out the epic surf.
That's great point. Having a good time, and
you know
our RF cameraman is AJ. AJ behind the camera and in front of the camera. So, because we're so close, I've been able to have the family around me for this event. So my wife Shelby and our daughter Iris, and we were just enjoying our time on a break, and we went over to the north side and we were walking back, and we saw that free photo booth, and we're like, how special! Did you guys get some photos? We literally, I just was there like 10 minutes ago. It's cool. Go get it. Just an example of all the stuff down here. If you're in Southern California, make your way live here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, because there is much more. The surfing's the highlight, but there's so much more to do. Yeah, it feels more like a festival. And as we get closer to the weekend, there's just going to be more and more events. We got music. Signings, we got music. The village is killer. Yeah. There's a bunch to do back there. Sure is. And the merch is on point. So you can get that merch either on the beach, Jack Surfboards, Huntington Surf and Sport. We have the Walk of Fame every year. We just got so much going on. Look at this. And what is today? I lose track of days. Today's Thursday. Wait till the weekend. Yeah, and this is a special week. I know Jay Larson's getting inducted into the Surfing Hall of Fame, and Courtney Conlog is getting inducted too. So late nights getting on the Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, Jay Larson. If you watched the Taylor Steele video back in the day, you know who we're talking about. Great surfing here, though. Caleb was able to just make pop on both of those turns. He rides those JS surfboards really well. He just looks really relaxed. You know, when you watch a surfer that looks like they know what they're doing, nothing's forced or rushed. Caleb off to a good start with the pocket fives. Wow. That was a tricky turn by Eli Hanneman. I almost had to close my eyes watching that, because you could tell he wanted to disengage, possibly for a backside air reverse. It looked like his body movement was opening up that way, which then would have put him in a pretty peculiar spot landing that floater. Yeah, one more time. Here you go, Tanner. So watch. It looks like he's looking for pop right there. And it looks like do you see that, where his shoulders are opening up? And anytime you're coming down from a backside floater, you want to be minding your business, and to take your eye off the ball, bad things can happen. But Eli, the rubber band man. Yeah. They're always going to snap back. He's looking for 5.26 to get into second position, and the top into that top 2 advancing position. So still looking for that number. 2.9 was what he got on that last ride. Caleb, 5.67, a 5.8. Tancred in the lead right now at the 17-minute mark. And lines coming through. Priority with David Silva. So we'll see if Silva picks off one of these waves. You can see the blue jersey getting into position. Decides not to go, and it's going to be Eli Hanneman taking a left into the pier. Nope. Stick with Connor Slypin with an incomplete turn.
Connor is representing a new guard of South African surfers, a younger crew, very hardcore. You know, if you have the time, go check out Jordy Smith's YouTube channel. Like, I don't really plug a lot of YouTube channels, but the wave quality that Jordy gets his hands on being down there, and all of these young guys, Jordy does a really great job of fostering up that talent, and they've found a structure. There's plenty of guys. We saw Aiden Mason camp the other day putting it down, and so Connor is surrounded by the energy of making heats and putting himself on the podium. So he needs to kind of maybe dial things back on these big turns to start putting things on the board and working that momentum in his favor. But he has the talent, and I'm sure he has the headspace to get it done. This is a really big heat. These guys, Caleb, David, Eli, those are massive names in this draw. So he needs to see that as an opportunity for him to take that kind of credit and put his name into the scene.
How crazy is the level of professional surfing right now? This is the round of 64, and we're just seeing fireworks all day long. For example, right here, David Silva, dependable on the backhand, has a great approach, riding those Slater design boards, winds up, and he's going to put it down a couple times so quick. I mean, this is, that's the kind of surfing you want to see right here. And early on, you know, David Silva getting backed by the GOAT. You know, early on in his professional career, Kelly Slater handpicking him and putting him on Slater designs.
I'm such a DVD fan. Like, how good is it to watch him do what he does again? Like, I feel like it's a breath of fresh air. He has such a tight stance. He's so technical on his backhand. Watch the way he just punches the back end of that board over the lip, doesn't lose any speed, creates a whipping turn for his second maneuver. And then right here, where a lot of surfers look like stressed, looking to tighten the bolts down, he's relaxed. He's almost 2 feet on the tail pad. He's coming into the inside section, vertical turn, and another sweeping. That's just top level technical backhand surfing.
Yeah. And David Silva is an example also of a surfer that is surfing for his whole family. He has passion because he needs to earn the money. That's how he supports his family. Comes from a very, very humble beginning, you know, in Brazil, and professional surfing has given him an opportunity to support himself and his entire family. He's surfing to put food on the table, this guy.
When you're providing like that and utilizing competitive surfing as that, it's so killer. That's such a deep fire to have, and I think that's why you see some of the athletes have so much longevity. Like, we're still seeing David Silva. So I think a lot of the Brazilian crew are able to transition and get their life sort of on tour and make it so that they're not pulling back anything. They're engaging with the entire system, and whether it's the World Tour or the Challenger Series, they're able to keep that fire and strength to support their family. So when you're competing against that, that's a little tricky. You realize it's going to be hard to take them down.
There you go. A couple more Brazilians, Gabriel Klausner and Mateus Hurdy. The Brazilian storm is certainly still alive. Lightning bolts everywhere, low pressure systems. Look out. And I don't see that Brazilian storm dissipating for a long time.
Maybe ever?
Maybe ever. I mean, it is radical. Okay, Connor's got to get back in this. He needs a 6.9.
Yes.
Goes for the Curran layback.
Go.
Or maybe the Clay Marzo clayback, but unable to get to go complete on that.
What I like about that is that's a maneuver we actually haven't seen at all in this event.
The clayback.
Yes, well, the clayback that's the 10 out of 10 in that maneuver. But so Connor, I think he's starting to think what we hope he will think. He needs to punch through the box. He needs to create that rhythm for himself. So utilizing bigger maneuvers like that is exactly where you got to go.
And look at the score screen right here. That last wave for David Silva catapulted him into the lead, and it's a strong lead, a 7.33. Now it's Caleb's turn. Belts the lip late there, but keeps the board under his feet. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, impressive, but I did feel like, we'll see what it looked like on the replay, but Eli, I believe, almost forced his hand for Caleb to go on that, because you could tell when he took off it was going to be a one-turn wave. And so if in any point, like a guy like Eli, you're looking to make things in your favor, then it's about forcing the hand of the guys in front of you so you get that opportunity. And now Eli has priority, and Caleb probably, even if he does get a good score, he has pocket fives.
Yeah.
So you got to start to assess the waves you need to ride versus the waves you don't need to ride, and that's an interesting transition to make in these heats.
I enjoy that insight, and I think you are spot on, Tanner, because Eli, with utilizing his priority, Caleb didn't improve his heat total at all. This was a 3.93, so crafty strategy by Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, you're scrambling to take all of the factors that are at play and see what you can push in your favor. So for Eli, even mentally, now he just is able to look at the entire lineup and say, what do I want to ride? I don't have to worry about anybody taking my waves.
Eli with priority, he needs a 5.47. Can Eli Hanneman execute on that? We're going to find out right after the break. The conclusion of Heat 6, the round of 64 here at the Lexus US Open, on the way right after this. This week, fans at the US Open came together right here on the sand of Huntington Beach for the WSL One Ocean activation, teaming up to clear trash and protect our local coastline. The initiative was powered by a key partnership with Wild Coast, a conservation group dedicated to conserving coastal and marine ecosystems and preserving wildlife habitats. The cleanup got a huge boost from event sponsors, support from Lexus, Gooder, and Open Water, who helped mobilize fans, supply resources, and leave HB cleaner than we found it. Thank you so much for all of our supporters, and shouts out to WSL One Ocean. Live action here, Eli Hanneman looking for a 5.47. Kaipuguro with Tanner Gudauskas on the call here, and the Lahaina boy on his way to the score, I feel, if he can finish this off.
Yeah, and so interesting. We're seeing Eli utilize that priority that he turned to his favor. This is the wave he had been waiting for, expecting something large on the inside, and that's it. So Eli, really great presentation. 2 turns out the back, 1 turn inside. It was cleanly executed. Will it be the score? It's gonna have to be close if it isn't.
Yeah, great effort. And it comes in at a 6-point ride, got the job done.
That's perfect. So what a great utilization of his priority. He turned it from Caleb. He uses it on this wave. A first critical, crushing carve maneuver, pops into the lip for the second time, and you can tell right here, he knows he's on his way. So what he has to do is relax enough to see and keep it simple and execute just 1 clean maneuver, on the sand.
Solid. And you can see in the body language already, the surfers internalize and they know what a score feels like, and he knew he got the score. On the flip side, taking this left into the pier, Caleb Tancred.
Yeah, what a great read with his floating turn into a series of backside turns. So look, this is the first time we've seen a surfer engage with a turn that close to the pylons. Coming off the bottom, it's so tricky. What a great read by Caleb.
Took the left, and now he's on the right. Nice slash for Tancred. So the judges are going to owe us 2 scores for Caleb. He needs a 6.2 to overtake Eli Hanneman and take that second and advancing position.
I like Caleb's relaxed approach. You know, he's able to look settled at all times, which then makes you focus on his big maneuvers. And I think when you judge surfing like that, it becomes really simple and really clear. So Caleb with a really searing hot carving maneuver in the beginning of the wave, and then his final turn looked really electric.
What a great couple heats we've been able to call. And this is the round of 64. This is mind-blowing.
It's so gnarly.
Talent, right?
Yeah, so this turn, interesting selection. I mean, that's a throwback flavor right there. Power surfing, seeing the fins underneath the board. Now he's transitioning to get the room away from the foam ball, make carving hits happen, but not look stressed. You know, so this is a really good job by Caleb to make the most of this wave, sets up for this inside turn, knows he needs something big, lays back, and it looks good to me.
Leverage. When I see that, that's the word that comes to mind. And Eli Hanneman doesn't want to let this heat get away from him, so he's going to stay active.
This is fun. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Eli likes to be challenged. He loves to be put in these positions and needs to rise to the occasion.
Oh, wow.
Now we're seeing him lift to the occasion.
Oh, wow.
He likes what he's doing, and how could you not?
How could you not? Talk about finding pop out of nothing right there, just in the shore break, tossing the board around. So I feel like Caleb might, oh, well, he did not get the score, so Eli's just got open air in front of him right now.
I love the dynamic of these kinds of heats. David has blown the roof off, right? He has 2 high scores, so now that advancing position becomes a scrap fight. And you see Eli and Caleb just throwing punches, different waves, let's go, let's go. So it creates a radical energy. Connor wants to get in the mix with it, with a huge releasing turn. We have still 5 minutes left, so hopefully these guys settle into the pace and just get that wave they're looking for.
Yeah. 727 puts Eli in first, which, you know, it takes him out, kind of out of the hot seat, because when you're in second in these 4-man heats, that is the heated seat. That's the hot seat right there, because you can get overtaken at any given point. You get into first, you really, really increase your odds of moving through.
For sure. And this Eli right here, so this is a replay of the wave where we saw his finishing maneuver. So it's a great opening turn and slaps that oncoming foam ball, creates a lot of spray. See, these are fun turns. I love this about Eli. He's able to take relatively mundane carve work and make it look spicy somehow, comes to the inside, releases the tail into a nose pick. So you're gonna check the variety box on that right-hander.
Oh yeah, box checked. Here's Connor.
Releases the tail. So Connor, he's hoping for one more maneuver after that, and I feel like this heat's starting to move away from him. The top 3 surfers are starting to push their level in getting better waves. So Connor, he's either going to need to pull those moves like his layback or get himself onto multiple maneuver waves.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be a wave selection game for Connor Slypin. Scores in for Eli Hanneman. He improved upon his heat total just by a fraction. Replaced a 6-point ride with a 6.03. My personal opinion, I thought that number was going to be higher for Eli Hanneman with that performance.
Well, it's the first time we've seen the airs come out in the shore break.
Yeah.
You know, there was definitely a lot of reason to see that score go higher, but then you clash it against David Silva, who uses a 7.3 on a wave where he got, you could argue, 4 really killer maneuvers on it. So I think the judges see their scale and they're sticking to it as this heat comes down into the final 3 minutes.
Well, it's time with the heat control for David Silva. He's got the lead. He's in first. He's got priority. Caleb kind of going over the falls there. So Silva in a really, really good position. Strong surfing. And you can see the surfers now shining with championship tour backgrounds with Eli Hanneman and David Silva.
Yeah, but again, we love the clash, right? Like guys like Caleb, this is that open forum where they're able to throw the hammer at the wall, and and make that noise and demolition their way through these bigger names. So David has done some great work. He looks like he's surfing really clicked in. His board looks really great for him. I know he's put results down here at the US Open in the past, so he looks clicked in for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and just, you know, such a likable character too. I mean, you meet David Silva, and he is just such a fun person to hang out with. Really lighthearted, and just a great human being, you know. And it's nice to see, like, get the human approach on a lot of these professional surfers, because, you know, it's a serious sport. He's surfing, you know, to support his family, but still just a friendly guy.
Totally, and you got to pair what you do in a heat with what you bring to the scene, you know. And it's not method acting, but you want to allow people to understand there is a form of entertaining that comes into the competitive arena, and it's contagious, right? I loved post-heat interviews. I always loved watching guys like Sonny Garcia and people who created friction in heats and took it to the post-heat interviews, and it creates this narrative that you can't wait to watch their next event. And so there is that other side of it where you're a showman,
yeah,
or a showwoman, and that's super important to understand as a competitive surfer, because it's not just about the quality of your surfing. Of course it is, but then there's this whole other side to it where your profile, and Al Cleland we talked about it a bunch, he's nailed that. So it's fun to see them here at the US Open.
Yeah, I love, you know, the personality surfers for sure. It's a great part of our surfing culture. Well, we're down to 1 minute. David Silva looking really solid. Eli Hanneman trying to protect that second place. Unfortunately for Eli, he does have third priority, so we'll see how he plays out this final minute. Waves continue to be the showcase here yet again. Yet another great day here in Huntington Beach.
It's like unbelievable.
Right?
Yeah.
So there should be opportunity. I think there's some waves on the horizon. We're down to 40 seconds. Really important time for Connor Slipen. He's got second priority. He's away from David Silva, who has the heat lead and first priority. We'll see if Silva uses that right here, or if he's going to give Connor a chance. Connor's going to keep him honest, and it's going to be a split peak. So Connor has a chance here. Pops it up. Nice air. Oh, that was it.
But that's really nice to see Connor going to the air on that first section. That is where you're going to get those big scores. So we don't necessarily know what David's done out the back. Of course, we know he's just had a phenomenal heat. He's looking totally clicked into gear. So I'm thinking he's moving through, but
how casual, just like turns off the Apple Watch on the way in. Job done. Job at the office is done for David Silva. He's on to the round of 32. He gives thanks in the shore break, and he's going to move on along with Eli Hanneman when everything, all the dust settles and all the numbers are in. So what a great heat. Great surfing by Caleb Tancred. Great surfing by Connor Slipen, and just more.
Yeah, just one of those fun heats to watch all around. There was a lot of action. There was ping-ponging back and forth. Eli was challenged in the middle point of that heat, came up, rose to the occasion. Great draw. So we're looking forward to plenty more.
Yeah, a lot more action here as Silva. We're just waiting for like one score to drop to make it official, but I can tell you, without a doubt, David Silva's moving on into the round of 32, along with Eli Hanneman. Those are the finalized numbers. We're going to move on to a commercial break, but we got so much more at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. And by Board & Brew. Keeping it real since '79.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That was an awesome heat. David Silva getting through with Eli Hanneman. Eli, a past champ here, so big things to come, no doubt. We're loving it. It's the peak of summer here in Huntington Beach. The waves are pumping. The performances are going through their roof. And we've got special guests. I'm Chris Cote, Mr. Salazar. The doctor is in, folks. Welcome, Dr. Kurt Armstrong from Hoag Health. Also, I know you're a super surf fan, just like us.
Yeah, he's a shredder. Yeah, I don't know who said that, but I do my best. But thanks, guys, for having us back.
David Silva coming out with a win. Great to see you on the glass.
We're having a great time, and it's great weather, great surf, and hopefully talk a little bit about Hoag, but talk about the surfers and see what's been going on here.
No doubt. You guys have an activation. We call it an activation, but what's really happening is you guys are having a beach party over there. A lot of good times happening over at the Hoag activation, and I've seen some people riding some surfboards, but they're also getting pertinent information, correct?
Totally. So we're trying to get the message out about a ton of things, right? But with our activation here, one thing is that we're giving out sunscreen. So trying to get people aware about skin cancer, and that kind of leads into, we all have family members that at some point in the future will have cancer, and we want to be, feel like we have that comfort. And as a primary care physician who you would come to and we would diagnose it and we would send you on to our cancer, we have, second to none, cancer care at Hoag. And for myself, all I have to do is text up our cancer coordinator, and they will contact you and get everything going. And it is, in a time of crisis like that, it's nice to have that. We have your back with that.
Absolutely. Trying to make someone comfortable in the most uncomfortable time in their life, for sure. Well, thank you so much for all you do in that capacity. So we're down here in Huntington, and as Dr. Kurt just said, sun is shining, waves are absolutely pumping, and that's how you want to start a heat. Yes, he made it through. So lots of drama happening in the lineup right now. Hayden Rogers starting with a massive wave, pairing a massive turn up into a critical section. It's still coming through into the inside. And luckily for our surfers and for our hospital partner Hoag, it's been nice and clean on the physical front. Unfortunately, though, a lot of broken boards already today. I know there's nothing as a doctor that you can do about that, though.
Yeah, I've seen that. And I know Hayden, years ago, had injury on the North Shore.
Big scare,
and then came back and won, was it Puerto Escondido? Did he come back and win?
And he won Cabo last year, the Cerritos event as well,
and so, there's injuries in sports, like our orthopedic stuff, we always want to sort of be addressing that, and hopefully, fingers crossed, no one gets injured, but we're here, for you if you get that.
Here's the lineup we have in the water. Heat 7, Jorgen Kuzene, Winter Vincent, Hayden Rogers, and Alonso Correa. So a big heat in the lineup right now. I expect big things from Jorgen Kuzene. This guy is an absolute powerhouse. He's got his hands full. I mean, all four of these surfers have really unique skill sets, right? We've got the speedy surfing of Winter Vincent. Alonso Correa, I mean, this guy is as steady as they come, a veteran in the game. Hayden Rogers, as we just saw, hard-charging young surfer. And, again, Jorgen, this guy is a powerhouse. I mean, he has been right there looking right into qualification for a few years now. But watch out, Hayden Rogers on the board in a big way. Mitch, history tells us that if you start your heat with anything above a 7.5, most likely you're going to make it through.
Absolutely, and that's excellent surfing right there for just a single maneuver. We saw that yesterday, actually, with one of his opponents in this heat. Alonso Correa dropped an 8 also for just a single turn in the men's round of 80. But yeah, Dr. Kurt, as you were saying, I mean, this guy had that big injury scare a few years at Pipe. He's rebounded extremely well. And, working with Matt Myers, the rest of the Myers mentorship crew too, Chris, he's got a good headspace right now. First time qualifying for the Challenger Series in North America. He's no slouch, on rail too. Everybody knows him as the air guy over at Lowers, but been putting in a lot of work in the gym. You can really see it right there, but big degree of difficulty, a lot of commitment on one of the larger waves we've seen in a couple hours now, Chris.
I like that, and that's actually a great point we can talk to the doctor about here in a second as we see Alonso Correa. Nice turn right in the pocket. Awkward on the second, but nails the third and lays down and can't get back up. So, Dr. Kurt, I know you don't want to see surfers. You want to keep everything as clean as possible. What are some of the things that these guys in the water can do that we can do as lay people to prepare ourselves so we don't have to visit you in that time? We can just surf together and we don't have to see you at the hospital.
I mean, from the orthopedic perspective, training is super important, stretching, especially as I've gotten older and as, kind of we age, that becomes more pertinent. If we do get injured, we, especially for back, we have the orthopedic spine, or sort of the Hoag Spine Institute, and we try to do everything we can do before we put you in front of our surgeons. So we want to do all the non-surgical interventions. So we want to do the physical therapies, we want to do the acupuncture, we want to do trigger point injections and all of those sort of things. But in terms of prevention, we want to just maintain our own, like as a primary care physician, I'm always talking about this, that we need to exercise daily, we need to eat right, not smoke, drink in moderation only, and compartmentalize our stress. And if we do all those things, we're going to live right.
That last one sounds a lot easier said than done, though. I mean,
true.
We live in a society, right, where there's big demands on everybody right now, and especially, if you're a competitive athlete too, there's a lot of stress in these situations as well. But yeah, I mean, especially managing that, Dr. Kurt, how easy, how can we really promote that a lot more?
Well, for myself, getting a surf in the morning is critical. I find that I'm a different person in the office later on in the day dealing with things if I've gotten that surf in, and that is the exercise component. I do always encourage people that if we're having any kind of issues with stress, anxiety, that we reach out to our loved ones, our family, our doctor, kind of get those things addressed. And we're definitely dealing with a lot of that in our primary care setting.
Well, we just saw fins flying for Hayden Rogers, and he's still at it. That right there was absolute ripping.
Hop.
And then he goes and does Mitch's favorite maneuver. Nice little celebratory chop hop. Myers Mentorship is hyped. That is just ripping. I mean, there's like no other word you can describe how Hayden Rogers just took to that wave, airs, turns, going super fast. Starting with an 8, I mean, you can tell when somebody's on, they're on, and that's happening right now for Hayden.
Excellent point right there. I mean, just find comfort, and especially, that rhythm just being set with that 8 at the beginning of the heat. And, we saw him go to the rail on the first wave with the excellent score and takes to the air and then combos it up with another turn on the outside. But I just want to, really explain how difficult it is to maintain that flow through these middle sections too. Growing up in Southern California, everybody has to eventually compete at the south side of the pier. But as you saw right there, never really had to do the hop, Chris. Always went rail to rail. Judges really love that. I mean, it means that you maintained your flow the entire time. But one of the few first airs that we've seen throughout the event right here. High degree of difficulty, a lot of risk, and of course, getting the combo on the outside with another turn. I think if this doesn't go excellent, it's got to be very close to it, and he's get another great backup score on this one, Chris.
He was flying. I mean, that is a U.S. Open winning type of surfing. As numbers dropping through. Yeah, Hayden Rogers into the atmosphere there. A 6.67 paired with an 8-point ride. That's a 14.67 heat total. He still
in 10
has
minutes.
24 minutes to go. Wow, we're watching the Hayden show right now, and we're here for it. So as Hayden makes his way back to the lineup, wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodge is with David Silva.
David Silva coming out with the win. Great to see you on the glass. Talk to me about the conditions at Huntington this morning. Free surfing, you're getting barreled in your heat, you're finding fun waves. How great is it to have these kinds of conditions?
Yeah, today is really good. I think so. I never see that to the barrel in the Huntington. It's perfect day. But yeah, I'm very happy to make for these hits. The waves is really, really good now. I think so for the high tide, I have a lot of peak in the ocean. It's really good opportunity to surf. And yeah, I'm very happy to make for the hits. The hits is strong too. Eli is danger because I have the huge airs, but I'm very happy to win for the hits.
Solid heat win. And just talking about, you've got your years on tour. Coming into the 2026 season, what are you most looking forward to?
This year I think it's more relaxed. I think so the last year I put too much pressure on, and then it's not too going to good surf in the heats. But these years I think so. Oh, okay, let's go surf, and then the results is good or not. I just thank you God for one more opportunity to surf for this condition. Yeah, it's good.
I can feel the relaxed attitude, and it's definitely paying off. Well done, David.
Congratulations, David Silva. Thank you, Rosie. And right back to the action. Winter
Ripping.
Vincent,
Oh,
backhand.
no. Spoke too early, sorry.
It's called the commentator curse, Mitch.
I know.
He's going to thank you for that later. So Vincent starts off with a 6.17. It's enough for second place for now. Alonso Correa with a 4.67, and Jorgen Kuzene with a 3-point ride. Looking for more from this power surfer representing France. 22:42 to go. And we're stoked to be joined now by Dr. Kurt Armstrong representing Hogue. Dr. Kurt, one of our leaders here on the broadcast, a guy named Jay Johnson. He is one of the masterminds behind all the bells and whistles that make this thing work. Cancer survivor. So there are good stories coming out of this realm. And are you seeing this kind of new generation of cancer treatments and thought processes going into survival?
Oh, for sure. So the multiple things here. So one is, I'd say there's a revolution coming in terms of cancer detection, and there's a lot of research being done in that. The earlier we can identify these things, the better off we are in terms of treating them. At Hogue, we've adopted this thing. It's a model we call Privatedemics, where we're a private institution, but we're doing a lot of academic research, and we're particularly focused on a lot of cancer research. So there's a lot of things coming in that regard in terms of detection, which is going to lead to better outcomes in the future, people doing well, and then treatment, which unfortunately treatments are typically pretty difficult, but there's lots of new things that they're looking at in terms of immunotherapies, and we have a whole cancer team headed by our Dr. Grossman, who is just a superstar in that realm. And so, we feel like we're going to make a big impact in the future. And then a lot of this too is, we have this AI revolution happening too, which is adding every single day, to our abilities.
I love to hear that, and I see a bright future where we talk about the C word in the past tense. Oh, remember that? Yeah, that was horrible. I'm glad we moved past it.
Well, I optimistically say to patients all the time, in 10 years, I hope that I'm turning to you and going, oh, don't worry, it's just lung cancer. And if we can be in a position where we're saying things like that, it's gonna help the whole world.
Powerful words there. Dr. Kurt, and powerful surfing. Alonso Correa. 20 minutes left. Alonso's going to be back in this heat. You got Hayden Rogers way in the lead for now. Vincent's catching up, and Alonso ripping his way all the way through the inside. I mean, we've seen a lot from Alonso in the past. He's a veteran. What do you think his chances are of getting a big finish here at the U.S. Open, Armit?
With the swell on top, they're large. And this is, one thing that really we benefit, having Surfline, our partners when it comes to forecasting right here, including this guy, Jorgen Kuzene. He excels in the bigger surf, Chris. What a maneuver on the outside.
Yeah, he's powerful and progressive. That was a sick tail slide, chucking it tail high, working his way through to the inside. And it really is, it's been a radical road for Jorgen Kuzene. He's been so close to qualification so many times. I almost don't even like to talk about it because, he's just been right there. But 2026 could be a great year for Jorgen. Surfing like that, I mean, he's already on the good foot here with 19 and a half to go. Yeah, Jorgen is one of these athletes that's come back from a horrific injury, Dr. Kurt. This guy broke his back, and he's already come back and doing surfing like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's the techniques, all the things that they're doing for did he have to have surgery?
I don't think he did, but I mean, there's been a couple of guys. Leo Fioravanti also broke his back at Pipe, and I think surfers, one thing that you talked about was that mental fortitude that they have, and maybe the resilience, Dr. Kurt, but
right.
The saltwater, I mean, scientifically, does saltwater actually have an effect on people's bodies too?
So I don't know about scientifically, but I definitely think like for myself, there's the scientist in me, and then the other part of me is the person that, does yoga and his third eye opens and, kind of all of those sorts of things. And I definitely think that there is something medicinal about the ocean. I just got back from Greece, and that Aegean water is like so salty, and you're so buoyant in it. And the whole time I just felt like, wow, this is a healing elixir. And I do think that there's something to that, but the scientist in me can't answer.
You look like Odysseus right now, by the way. You got the hair, you got the mustache and everything.
Yeah, that's what I felt like when I was over in Greece.
We got 18 minutes, 15 seconds left. And Doctor, so far from what you've seen here at the US Open, are we on path to potentially having the best year in the last decade? I know that's a big thing to say already. We're really just getting started, but the waves we have, the field we have, what do you think about it?
Well, definitely Mother Nature has stepped in here to bring some swell, you know, and I always like a hurricane swell, you know, because it's just a little bit, you know, kind of has that sort of unpredictable feel to it. Cleaned up a bit today, you know, which, you know, kind of I thought maybe it was going to be, you know, kind of maxing out a little bit, but looking really good. The last couple of days when I've surfed down at Salt Creek the last 3 days, and it's been great, you know. So yeah, I think that we're having a great surf contest, and everyone's out there. You can see them walking around. You know, this is our community, and it's, you know, it's you can't ask for more.
And I mean, what about the locality right here of just being close to home? Hogue is really important for us here in SoCal, but you know, just down the road in Newport Beach. Just talk about Orange County and how important Hogue has really been to a lot of the community, not just the surfing community in SoCal.
Yeah. Well, we're growing, you know, so we've been an established force in Orange County for a long time. We have, you know, starting at the entire organization, our nurses, our ancillary staff, the people that answer the phone, our doctors, our administration, our board members, everyone is so invested in this community and expanding our role in the community and trying to bring in everything that we can, you know, so that we can handle everything. And a big thing for us is you know, babies being born, and we're delivering more babies here than anywhere else in California.
Wow.
I'd love to hear that, and it really does give you a little comfort. You know, I'm making the commute coming up from down south, and I drive by Hogue, and I go, okay, cool. I feel good. Everything's I'm being watched over, which I love. So 16 minutes left. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back. Can Hayden Rogers stay in the lead? Will Alonso Correa take that top spot? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Round of 64 continues.
I'm excited to get out there and surf with the pro surfers. I'm so excited.
We're here at the iconic US Open of Surfing. If you know surfing at all, you know this event. This is the only Challenger Series event we actually bring rising tides to. It's really cool, really special on home turf. And we cannot wait to have the next surfer on tour come out of our Rising Tides program on the girls and the boys side.
I just remember when I was a girl, like looking up to the guys who were competing on the Challenger Series in CT, and I think just coming in and giving back and sort of seeing them froth out on that, like, gets me super excited.
They always ask awesome questions every time we sit down for a Q&A. They ask a lot about career things. A lot of them have some funny questions sometimes.
This is my chance for my daughter to just see the pathway to happiness in life. So the ocean provides, and hopefully we can get her inspired to be part of it one day.
One of the special things about Hogue is that they're always investing in the community. looking at World Surf League and Rising Tide specifically, the mentorship that is within that program is super special. Whatever these kids want to do in life, it could be becoming a professional athlete, going on to a pro career, but they get to meet people who are doing it, get to ask questions, be in this intimate space with their heroes, and really grow out of it, get more confidence, whether it's surfing or something outside of it. We're cheering them on and hopefully giving them that first little kind of push into where they want to be.
Piece right there, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of us here at the WSL, especially at Rising Tides, for the support that Hogue is giving us throughout this event, and not only the presence on the beach, but just knowing that we have Hogue representatives in and around the event, and right there a really cool moment for Hogue to get involved with the future of surfing, young boys and girls in that Rising Tides. I mean, the proof is in the pudding there. We've seen so many surfers on the championship tour over the past few years that actually got their start in Rising Tide. So it's a super meaningful program, and we just want to thank Hogue for helping us and being a part in that. And as we talk about the beach party that's happening all around here, I mean, we're going to see hundreds and thousands of people throughout the week, especially this weekend coming up. There's concerts, there's everything. So it's just really nice to have a partner like Hogue that's watching out for all of us as we look back to the ocean. We're just about 11 minutes, 50 seconds away from the culmination of this heat. Correa and Rogers still in those top two spots. Winter Vincent needs a 5.14. Kuzune needs a 6.14. This thing's still wide open, Mitch. I know I keep saying that, but every single heat we've watched has gone down to the wire.
Well, I'd go out on a limb, though, with just under 12 minutes and say that Hayden is safe at least one of the top two spots. Maybe, not with the W just yet, but more than 14 points. He's looking real good to advance. Winter, he's been a runner-up to the World Junior title. I had him last year as one of, those people who was eventually going to make it into the top 10 and qualify for the Championship Tour. He was really close to doing it, and we all know how talented and how hardworking Jorgen Kuzne is. So a 5 and a 6, those are small requirements. I'm just amazed by how beautiful the waves are right now. I mean, look at the small texture that we have, which is actually sometimes beneficial to hear. It lets you identify the wave just a bit more coping out there, Chris. But rights, lefts, we got a bit of everything. It looks super fun. And, of course, these guys are the best in the world. They're making it look that fun.
This is prime time right now. Tide's perfect. Wind is perfect. And Correa is ripping. Wow, what a way to recover from that split-second moment where Doug Rail showed up. Didn't really affect Correa too much. Got right back involved with the lip on the second turn. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so with 10.5 left, Hayden Rogers is kind of in the position to just go out there and have fun. You have an 8 and a 6.67
on two waves.
Yeah, you're pretty much through the heat, like you said, Mitchell. So Hayden's in that top spot. It's now going to become a battle for second place as far as we're concerned with 10 minutes left. Vincent, this kid's an absolute ripper. He only needs a 5.14. Jorgen needs a 6.14. That's one big power turn for this strong French surfer. But we're inside the 10-minute mark. Same what Alonso just did.
Going back to your question, how deep can this guy go? Just considering the forecast that we have on offer, I said really deep, but what's so interesting about him, he goes under the radar because he's necessarily not in the air a lot. And I think nowadays with social media, everybody wants to see those clips of those big single air maneuvers and high flying antics, Chris. But this never goes out of style. And as you said, recovers so well on that second turn, dangerous, difficult, and had a lot of explosiveness at the end. And he's going to extend that second place by a good margin with another significant score right here.
Well, strength is important, as we just saw there from Alonso Correa. This dude's built for it. But Dr. Kurt, maybe you could tell us a little bit. Yeah, it's one thing for a gym bro to get in there, get those big pecs, the strong biceps, to look cool. But what muscles are we looking to build up if we want to surf better and for longer?
I mean, first for paddling, it's going to be like your traps, it's going to be your lats, so you're going to want to build your back up. Your arms, biceps, triceps, that looks good. They say curls for the girls. But yeah, you want to work on all of that stuff. I'm always amazed at how many like lower extremity injuries there are in surfing. You know, ankles, even just like taking a board on your leg. We had a guy earlier, you know, just rail hits your leg and you get a big cut. You know, so you know, leg strengthening. You always see guys jumping, doing the box. You know, everything. So I think the training has become very elite in surfing. And it, you know, in terms of there we go. In terms of what you see with like other sports, it really is, I think, about as physically difficult as anything out there. And you put anyone in the ocean that hasn't been in the ocean, and they're going to learn real quick that it is its own animal.
Yeah, I agree. I think surfers are among the best athletes in the world.
And most injuries are from the hips down, right? So, I mean, most that you see in surfing, and Kevin Dean, who's, you know, a big proponent of exercising right here and getting that involved with surfing, he always said, if you strengthen, you know, really those parts around the butt right there near the hips, you're going to prevent all those injuries in your knees and your ankles eventually.
Absolutely. And we at Hogue, we have a whole sports medicine program that kind of runs parallel with our orthopedic program, and working with lots of surfers, but many other different athletes, right? Baseball players, volleyball players, you know, youth sports, but even our firefighters and our, you know, police officers, people that are, you know, kind of, they're not competing in a sport, but they're doing very physical activities at time. And we, you know, are just kind of always working to, you know, take care of those injuries, prevent those injuries, you know, those sorts of things.
I love to hear it. 7 minutes left. Hayden Rogers in the lead, and here's how it happened. Let's take a look at this heat recap, Mitch.
Well, started off with an excellent score with the single maneuver, an 8-point ride right there for young Hayden Rogers out of San Clemente. First year on the Challenger Series. He was looking good. On his first 2 waves, he had more than 14 points. Winter with the single turn as well, 6-1-7 on this one for the former runner-up to the World Junior title. He's got 1 good score on the board. This is Hado's backup, the 6.67, taken to the air, combos it up with another strong turn on the outside. Great timing on the second one for the surfer in white. And once again, you know, how comfortable he looks out there, having competed here lots of times in his amateur career, in his youth, making his way through to the inside, a lot of flow, and, you know, no disruption of it from the outside into the inside. You know how much I love those chop hops, Chris, and, you know, still bugs me a little bit to see those in a jersey. But Alonso, 6'5", 6.63, he surfed a great heat too, more than 13 points for the Olympian back in Paris 24. He's also looking very strong in the last 6 minutes of this one.
Yeah, and you know this one's going to escalate all the way through to the end. We've talked about some serious topics for sure, but we've got Dr. Curtin here, and this guy is a surf turkey. He's all about it. So, Dr. Kurt, who are your favorite surfers? Who would you love? I mean, obviously everyone's ripping out in this heat. Who would you love to see surfing out here today in Huntington?
Anywhere, anytime?
Given these conditions right now, that you're picking one out of all the guys in this round.
Just one out of these guys? I mean, I think that Hayden's probably, you know, I mean, he's finding those little nuggets on the inside, you know, getting those little extra points. I think the tide has kind of started to push a little bit and helping these guys. But yeah, I mean, I think given the timing, you know, he's gonna do it. You know, I think if I was to choose all time ever, you know, a person to put out there, you know, I would always love to see like, you know, Brad Gerlach in this type of surf, you know, just getting the points. I've always been an Aki fan my whole life. You know, I just grew up. And
you're talking to 2 goofy footers right here.
Yeah, I'm goofy foot too. So it's like, I just see that, and you know, the bottom turn, you know.
All right, 4.5 left. Here we go. Another goofy footer. Alonso Correa. Oh! Takes to the sky. Turned into a bit of a wheelie, and he lost control and goes down. 4.5 left. Kurt, I know you're a VW van enthusiast as well. What boards are you loading into that VW van when you go surf?
So I just glanced at my watch, and a friend of mine named Scott Metzner, who
Scotty,
exactly.
T. Patterson.
So he just texted me, but I just got my first T. Patterson board off Scott and Timmy and Carter and everyone down there. this week, just first surfed on it this week. But I've been getting a lot of boards. One of my best friends growing up is a guy named Timmy O'Rourke. His dad was Chris O'Rourke. He was a San Diego Big Rock legend. And I've been kind of like on his coattails with surfboards. So we were getting Basells when we were kids. We were getting Pearson Arrow for a long time, and then Anderson in West LA, which I still do, get. And there's a shaper up there named Matt Grote that I get a lot of boards from, and kind of just all over the place. And as I get older, I always say like foam means more fun. So just kind of doing it.
Do you get a doctor discount? Is that one of the perks?
No.
I know people.
Yeah.
I got your contact already. I'll shoot some
those
text.
guys.
I'll be like, this guy rips, and he helps out a lot. No, but really appreciate your help, Doc, on everything.
Alonso's back at it again. He wants revenge. He's not going to get it this time.
What's your first memory of coming to the Open as a fan? Do you remember?
Well, as a fan, well, I grew up down in San Diego, so Huntington Beach was probably, in my mind, 1,000,000 miles away. So I would say the first time that I started coming down regularly was when Hogue started sponsoring the event, and then we've been down here kind of every year since, and just spent a lot of time, kind of talking about Hogue and our services, and kind of bringing up, and like I brought up the more babies born here than anywhere else. I always kind of look at this. It's like we have a legendary physician leader named Allison Brooks. She's a OBGYN, and she's amazing. And she has this kind of like what differentiates us, and she says, well, we listen, or we ask, we listen, then we design, and then we deliver. And I just think that, having come down here for the first time with Hogue and kind of really gotten, kind of into it. But so all of my memories really are about kind of the scene down here, making connections with all you guys at the WSL, but then also, kind of letting you guys know about Hogue and letting everyone in the community know about us.
It's awesome.
Here we go, trying to fight back into an advancing position. Winter Vincent, such a cool style. And sometimes, when you're late to the party, but you clean it up as you get through it, you're going to be rewarded. So a two-turn combo out the back for Winter Vincent, looking for a 6.96. That feels like a pretty special number right now. The surfing that we've seen, the 8-point ride, the 6.67 has been just huge. So while that was really good surfing, you're going to have to do something great in the dying minutes of this heat if you want to stand a chance. As we see Hayden winding up, finds the ramp. Perfectly executed front three. That's textbook right there.
Yeah, it was. And we talked about his aerial antics. He's one of the best in the region. That's how he really qualified, Chris, and still want to clean it up on the inside here.
Let's see a back three.
Oh, he almost, yeah.
Saw some fins. That was awesome. Thank you, Hayden. That was really cool.
But he surfed a perfect heat. First two waves, an 8 and a 6.67. At that point, he was leading by a good amount, and then eventually cleaned it up. He had the two offers, quick in and outs, and good chance he gets, something close to the 8 right here with this big rotation, Chris. So perfect heat surf by Rogers. Unfortunately for Vincent, I think this one's going to fall short for Winter. He's going to need another wave.
Yeah, I feel that as well. It would have had to have been some really big, fast, radical surfing if he wanted to get up into that near excellent range. Anything above a 7 right now is pretty tough to attain. One big score in this heat, an 8-point ride for Hayden. That came on his first wave rating, so it just really projected him with all the momentum into that top spot with 8 seconds left. Late drop for Jorgen. Big bash. Comes around a huge section. Had to throw everything he had up into the lip. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck and gets pounded by a giant wall of water. So bummer times for Jorgen Kuzne and Winter Vincent. They gave as much as they could in that 35-minute heat, but Alonso Correa and Hayden Rogers did enough. Hayden dominating from the jump. Looking forward to seeing more from Hayden in these next couple of heats, because we know the waves are going to be fun all week long. We know there's going to be ramps out there, so expect big things. And we want to thank our guest, Dr. Kurt Armstrong. Dr. Kurt, maybe you could just leave us with a word or two of wisdom about keeping ourselves protected from the sun throughout the rest of the summer.
I mean, definitely, it depends on your skin tone. You always want to protect your skin, but for me, with my kind of Irish skin, it's lots of SPF, so I tend to do 30 and above. cover up when I can, but enjoy the sun. I mean, I think it's really important to be out there, and we don't need to hide from it, but we need to protect ourselves when we get out there. And if we have something that changes or looks abnormal, it's really important to come in and show it to us. And at Hogue, we have a gentleman named Dr. Stephen Wong, who is came to us from Sloan Kettering in New York, and just the absolute guru on skin dermatologic oncology. So just reach out.
See something, say something, do something. Thank you so much, Dr. Kurt Armstrong, joining us from Hogue. I'm sure we'll see more of Kurt later in the week here. Congratulations to Hayden Rogers making it through a tough heat. And guess what? More tough heats are coming up. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Welcome back to the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And everybody's come out to get a look at these incredible waves, ripping surfers, and the stakes are high for our Challenger Series men who 4 enter, only 2 get through. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Very excited to be joined now by Schaller Perry, representing Surfline. And I gotta say, I don't think we could have dialed up a better scenario for this week. You guys have been calling it for a long time, saying this is going to be a good U.S. Open. It has exceeded all those expectations and more. So thank you, Surfline. I know that working at Surfline can be a thankless job sometimes, but thank you guys so much. I mean, everything has been so spot on throughout this entire swell window.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see it come to fruition the way that it has. It was kind of telegraphed on a lot of the models leaning in. You're like, be really good. And the way that things have come together, the swell from Genevieve, still some swell from the South Pacific, to close things out as we move into the weekend, even get a little bit of northwest wind swell, make things peaky again. So, on paper, just rippable. There's plenty of size out there, but it's also kind of not too much of a good thing, which you can definitely get on the south side here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is ideal. Mitch is a local right here to these waters. When you have these big south swells sometimes, and we've seen it in the past, giant closeouts, and it's like, yeah, it's cool to look at, but not really that fun to surf. But every wave we've seen out here has had just that enough to keep an open face. And all 4 surfers going out right now, I'm sure they're going to be saying thank you as well. They're going to have plenty of opportunity. Cole Hauschman, Hiroto Ohara, Michael Rodriguez, Lucas Cassidy, an international superheat. It's about to go down out there, Mitch.
Yeah, there's a great heat. Lucas yesterday made it through with a pair of great scores. You have a lot of CT experience out there, though, with 3 other guys haven't had a shot at it. And this guy, I mean, he's just looking for the one golden opportunity to win the event right here. Rodriguez and you know, Cole Houshman definitely looking to become powerhouses and staples at this event. Mike's been around for a good amount of place. Last year finished third, and former championship tour surfer himself. Spent a few years right there. Houshy coming off of the victory when it comes to Bolito. And remember a few years ago when he did qualify for the championship tour, he did it right here at this venue. So a lot of great memories for him. And can't forget about the guy who bought a couple of cars after winning the event in 2015, Hiroto Ohara from Japan. Great memories for him too.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the most highly anticipated heats of the entire day. As we see, surfer in green, representing Mexico, Lucas Cassidy. This guy's a lightning fast surfer. He's got every trick in the book, and he is definitely an up-and-comer to watch. This is what I was talking about. So much opportunity. And when you're Cole Houshman and you see a forecast like this, you get hyped. And he is one of the few surfers that can match the power that Genevieve has thrown at us this week. First turn was lethal, adds a second, so he's going to be off to a good start. 30 minutes in. And when you see a swell like this, let's get back to the nuts and bolts of what we're looking at right now, so we can maybe just like take note for the future what we're kind of looking at. And a lot of us, myself included, you know, when I look at a chart and I see purple and I see blobs move, I'm like, okay, this is good, I think, but I know there's a lot of degrees and elements that go into it. So maybe just like talk to me like I'm a kindergartner. Tell me what's making this swell work right now in our favor.
Yeah, absolutely. So with Genevieve and with tropical storms and systems, hurricanes, whatever in general, it comes down to the system's track, where it's located. Got to be in the Southern California swell window, or else we see nothing, right? So we got to get it into our window. It needs to be on a track relatively slowly towards us, and it's got to have good size. You can have the strongest storm ever, and if it's really small, you can get these really small Category 5, really intense systems in the Eastern Pacific, but they're so small that footprint of wind fetch, which is wind over water, which is creating the waves that we're surfing, if that's small, it doesn't matter how strong it is. So it comes down to the size, the track, and where that system's moving. So with Genevieve moved into the Southern California swell window, was on a track to the northwest. Not directly at us, but at us enough. And as the system initially moved into our swell window, it had a pretty large fetch on the eastern half of the storm system, so that's the winds that are aimed up towards us here in Southern California. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for nice size, a favorable track, and you don't want to be moving too fast along that track, or else you're just not going to be making waves.
That's awesome information to have. 27 minutes to go, and quick look back to the lineup. Hiroto flying down the line. Oh, this is Emrod. Gosh, there are some fast surfers in this heat.
Yeah,
this
there
might
are.
be the fastest heat that we're going to see. Not much for Emrod there.
Lucas.
Cassidy's hunting ramp, finding a proper textbook back three, perfectly landed. It's all bolts there for Lucas Cassidy. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he comes from the Todos Santos region?
Yeah.
Down near Cabo San Lucas?
Yeah, just north of the city of Cabo, and, you know, surfs Cerritos quite a bit. La Fortuna, a ton of other waves in the area. I think that last one's going to be complete, but the air on the outside was pretty sick, Chris, and nearly a full rotation. What do you call that, a 540 already?
Yeah, if just a little bit more.
Okay.
This is just a really nice back three, because I am a trick nerd.
I know.
That's for sure. And it's not math. It's a trick name. So let's get that one out of the way. Let's take a look at it.
Good angle on this one, though. A lot of speed. Like how he used the top third of wave to, you know, generate that speed. But, you know, great rotation right there. Typically, a lot of people associate him with power surfing. But, you know, he posted a clip on Instagram of just like a recap of the last few swells that he's had back at home in Mexico. And I told him the other day, that's some of the best surfing I've seen you do. And I've seen him compete for a number of years right now in SoCal. Yeah, probably incomplete at the end, but damage was done on the outside for Cassidy. I mean, look at the positioning of the back foot going into the air. It stayed glued to the traction pad the entire time. For a lot of young kids, just take note of that. Make sure that your positioning on top of your board is the same going into the air, coming out of it too.
I'm going to go ahead and give him credit for the back five. That was
that's what's up.
Watching the replay, very cool.
Peer pressure, Schaller.
Yeah, you know, camera crew, absolutely killing it. I mean, such cool visuals that we're seeing. With 25-21 to go, score coming through for Lucas Cassidy. His previous wave is 617. Those are judges. lock their numbers in. You look to the horizon, and the waves are just
non-stop,
relentless, and we're loving it. This is exactly what you want. Just boundless opportunities for these surfers, rights and lefts, plenty of sections out there, big ramps, and I think we're going to start to see more surfers take to the air. This little wind just ticking up a little bit. It's looking like air wind to me. But luckily, we do have the expert in the field of air wind. Schaller Perry is here from Surfline. And Schaller, wind obviously a huge consideration when you're thinking of Huntington Beach in the midsummer. But at the moment, throughout this event, wind has been quite kind to us.
Yeah, overall in a really favorable pattern for wind right now. We're seeing that variable to light southerly wind in the morning that we get a lot of time in Orange and San Diego counties. Wind stays really favorable, very manageable, even though it's onshore into kind of the lunch window, early afternoon. I do think we'll probably see a little bit of that chunk again like we did yesterday, late afternoon. You know, it really kind of came on through the very last few heats of the day. We'll probably do that again today, tomorrow. But first half of the morning, really up till about 2 p.m., you're really in just super rippable and very, yeah, just great conditions.
Cole coming in. Looks like a pretty confident trot to me. So on this wave, I think we did have a little bit of a look at priority as Cole is flying down the line. And that's a guy you don't want to get in the way of when he's coming down the line at you.
Well, he's a large dude, and especially carrying that amount of speed, you definitely got to be careful. And Mike right here on the forehand, just more of a setup. He had to give way actually to Cole, so Houshman had higher priority than Rodriguez at that moment, and smart decision. That's the veteranship right there from Mike. He had to kick out before he got to Cole, and you saw Houshy right there just, you know, get an extra point add on right here for this inside turn. Intelligent surfing, and it seems to be the best score out of his lineup so far, Chris.
We got 23 minutes to go here. We do have an expert in the building, Schaller Perry from Surfline, and what better time to break down the actual Surfline forecast with the actual guy. It's the official Lexus US Open of Surfing Surfline forecast. Schaller, take it away.
Let's do it. Yeah, so former major hurricane Genevieve on screen right there. We got our purple blob. Love to see that. And just pushing relatively northwest towards us. This is our nearshore model showing kind of the zones where that swell is showing best. So swell peaked yesterday into the overnight hours. It's been settling through the day today. We're just going to gradually ease as we move into the weekend. I think the thing that I really like, especially for finals day, is we're going to see northwest wind swell bump up a little bit. And yeah, it's just not much more fun than just peaky, punchy Huntington.
And you know what I love about Genevieve is she's been off coast, so really not threatening to land, and you know, that's a win-win for everybody, right?
Absolutely, just kind of going off into oblivion.
Yeah, just helping us out with waves. And you know, my favorite part about this swell is seeing people enjoying themselves in trunks. The water is 73 plus degrees. I mean, we were reaching 75, 77 down in San Diego a couple weeks ago. So this warm water, not only super great for the surfers, you can stay nice and loose in your trunks, but does the warm water actually help with some of these hurricanes to bring them up towards us?
Not exactly. You know, the thing with our local water temps is they've been on the rise because we've been in a very similar pattern from our local wind standpoint to what we are now. We have that variable to light wind out of the south or southwest in the mornings. In the afternoons, it's out of the southwest to west southwest. We haven't had a lot of those ripping northwest wind days. That's what really drives a lot of that upwelling that keeps us kind of persistently in kind of the mid to upper 60s this time of year. Whereas we've been in this really nice pattern to help keep us in the warm water right now. And yeah, it's trunks in Southern California with a couple of waves on tap.
I was in Cabo last week, and then when I came back, I jumped in the water in Encinitas. It was the same temp.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Must be nice. I was waiting for the invite, but it seemed like it got lost in the mail or something.
It was so nice, Mitch. Next time you can come for sure. 20 minutes, 47 seconds to go. Houshy in the lead. He's got a 5.9 and a 5. So a couple solid numbers there. One of those most likely would be a placeholder number. Cole Houshman, one of the most powerful surfers on the planet. He can unleash at any time. I expect at least 7 and 8, maybe a 9 from Cole. These waves are right in his wheelhouse. So as we wait the next set to roll through and one of these surfers to unleash, let's go to the glass. We've got a ripping surfer, Hayden Rogers, standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Hayden Rogers
As we all know what you're capable of, and you put together such a flawless heat. Well, how refreshing is that to come into the US Open and have a heat like that?
Yeah, it was insane. Just being home and being able to surf pumping waves is like the best thing ever. So to put a heat together on top of that's insane.
And who's in your support crew? We know you're working with Maddie Myers.
Yeah, Maddie Myers is down there. I got a bunch of people supporting me, my family, friends, sponsors. Chloe's played a big part for me, and co-coach Big 20.
Love that. Yeah, we have seen Big 20 around the comp side, and also thinking about how well the San Clemente boys have done this morning. We saw Crosby make it through his heat, clutch performance from Taj Lundblad. Watching the other guys as they go on, is that also motivating for you?
Yeah, it's super inspiring. I mean, we have those guys on tour, and then even just surfing around home, like my friends Rip, it's always sick to have people that push you, and yeah, it's all great, positive.
So great to have you on the Challenger Series. What are your goals for this year?
Yeah, my goals for this year were kind of just to enjoy it, have fun. Like going to these new stops can be pretty challenging, but my goal is just to have fun and get experience.
We're loving the surfing you're doing. Keep it up.
Yeah, big things from Hayden Rogers. That was a huge heat for this young rising star, and I can't wait to see what he does next. Schaller, most surfers that we've talked to about these opening couple of rounds have said this is the most challenging round you can surf, and we're talking CT, anything. Round of 80, round of 64. Perfect time for us to have waves like this. I know you're a surf fan, just like Mitch and I. What have you loved so far about the U.S. Open this year?
Just the performances we've seen so far. You know, it's like you come down to these events and obviously kind of surf around the area quite a bit, and just to see the level, you know, and the waves that you surf on a regular basis is, yeah, it's always fun to watch. What about you?
Same. You know, I mean, to me, it's like this job is so fun and so easy when there's waves, right? When
We're nerds.
When you have
we're fans.
when you have waves like this and with a crew like this, it is so fun to talk about. And you know, it's last year, it was rough, right? It was really small, and that's not Surfline's fault. But we did the best, right? We made the best of what we could. A different kind of fandom in that element, because I'm watching the best small wave surfers in the world, and I'm literally like taking notes the whole time. So that's a different way to kind of view it. But to have swell like this throughout the entire window has just made it so much fun for the surfers. Going here this morning, the place was a ghost town over in the athlete zone. Everybody was out in the lineup. So it's been a blessing for sure. We want to thank Genevieve again for all this power. Let's get back into the action here as we see Michael Rodriguez blowing tail, flying across the roof of this wave, trying to get back to work to find some open face. Cutting back into this whitewater position. And here we go. Yep, there it was. Just a slight variation of the Huntington hop. Comes around the section again, slams it. Big Brazilian fan base on the sand, as usual.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of them that live right here in the Huntington Beach zone. See them quite a bit, surfing north side or south side, depending, you know, on the appropriate soil. And seems like Lucas might have gotten another wave too, looking to back up the 617. But, you know, two guys that were extremely successful at this event last year in the water right now. Kuroto and Mike both made the semifinals. So there's a lot on the line right here, because it seems like, you know, Hauschie with those two scores in the fives right now, still in first place. These guys are trying to make up some lost ground at the beginning of the heat. That is a crazy turn, more of a board slide on the outside section. And as you said, had to be a bit patient. You don't want to have too much downtime, Chris. It disrupts flow, and it really, I wouldn't say it affects or brings the score down, but to be able to elevate it once again is much more difficult. You really have to compensate with doing something big on the inside. It gets the 2 for 1. Really difficult to readjust your footing with those 2 steps that he had to take to get that last section in. But that's more of a board slide, very well done, especially as we talked about that coping tends to be very good on the outside section here at HB Southside.
Mitch, ¿cómo se dice super?
Super?
Yeah.
Yeah, just super.
Just like that? All right. Schaller, what's up with the super El Nino everyone's been talking
The
about?
super El Nino. Well, it's not here yet.
¿Cómo se dice super?
But, yeah, I mean, the expectation right now is that we're going to trend into a very strong and significant El Nino event. You think about the way that this summer is evolving, and it really tracks in a lot of ways to the last event that we had, which was the 2015-16 summer into winter. So yeah, I think it's going to be something that's talked about a lot as we move into the winter, especially. If we talk to Genevieve and just what we've seen from the Southern Hemisphere so far this summer, a lot of that tracks as well with what we'd expect in this type of event. So, time will tell how things play out through the North Pacific winter. But yeah, I think with the developing El Nino conditions, we're looking at strong potential to see just the run of quality Southern Hemisphere swell continue, number one, and then also it tilts the scales in favor of seeing more activity out of the Eastern Pacific tropics. So nice swell out of Genevieve, but would definitely not say that I think that we're done out of the Eastern Pacific tropics.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, what an exciting time to be a surf forecaster at a master level that you are. So, I feel like we've been talking over the past couple of days that there's been a run of like 70 plus days of fun waves here in Southern California. Maybe kind of give us the overview, or what take a guess. What do you think the rest of the summer is going to be like? And I'm going to call it local summer. August and September.
I'll buy it. You start talking about it, you talk to people other places, and you're like, yeah, well, summer's actually kind of just starting here, The gray goes away, the sun comes out, it's nice in the morning from as soon as you get up, versus kind of being gray and drizzly and cold like it is through kind of May, June, most of July. So what do I think it's going to be like? I think it's going to be good. I like the potential for us to continue to see a good run of Southern Hemisphere swell. It doesn't look like that's going to stop. If we look at, it looks like we're going to see storm activity ramp back up again very close to New Zealand the first week of August. We'll be watching that for the Tahiti event. As we move a little bit kind of deeper into that first week of August, we're going to see storm activity move over into the central South Pacific. It's kind of a pattern that we've just seen on repeat this summer. So we're going to see southwest trending south-southwest Southern Hemisphere swell that's going to like really bump back up as we move through the middle of August. So yeah, there's a lot to like there. The likelihood that we continue to see some more activity out of the Eastern Pacific tropics. So yeah, I think local summer is going to be pretty good. And then as we move deep into the fall, during strong El Nino events, we tend to get a jump start on the North Pacific season. We see earlier storm activity there, which if you live by a beach break in Southern California, means combo swells. So yeah.
That's it. We all have clearance to order a new board.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Shoulder.
Signed off on it.
But let's narrow that down a little bit. The end of the road is right around the corner. There's a monster that lives at the end of the road. What is this monster going to look like when the big event starts in Tahiti?
So looking at the patterns, very promising for swell. So we're going to see storm activity pushing past New Zealand and up towards French Polynesia. That's what you like to see to traditionally get those stronger southwest to south-southwest swells at the end of the road with relatively long period. The thing that we're watching, and the thing that I've been watching most closely, is just how the wind's going to set up locally. We could see some of those storms push a little bit too far north and disrupt the typical trades and potentially put us into more of a kind of a south to southeast Maramu pattern with that kind of chunky, unfavorable wind. But some of the model runs are showing those winds kind of being more traditional trade winds. So that's going to be the thing to pick apart. I think it's very promising for good size swell again. The thing to really dial in is going to be the local conditions.
All right, well, I wonder if I'm going to bring a 5'6" or a 5'7" to Tahiti. I don't want to bring anything bigger than that.
Chris Cote, small wave enthusiast, Schaller. But no, that's cool. Hey, Kevin Wallace was in here the other day. I asked him how long he's been at Surfline. He said 26 years. What about yourself?
So 18 years.
Okay. Everybody at the company, it seems like everybody's been there for at least a couple of decades.
We've got some long haulers on the forecast department.
That's cool. Yeah. Anything that's really changed?
Yeah.
Everything. You used to call in. You used to have to call in.
Oh, but
with
he
your
wasn't there.
rotary
He
phone.
wasn't there yet during that time.
Actually, when I first started, they had just stopped doing the phone call. 'Cause
Really?
you used to be able to call in the line and do like 976 and go that whole bit. That stopped like the month before I started, so I kind of dodged that bullet. But I mean, just the change in the data that's available. Right? I mean, at the end of the day, forecasting the waves hasn't really changed a whole lot. Like, you're looking for storms that create wind over water. You're trying to figure out how much of that swell is going to make it to your area of interest. That's how you figure out how big it's going to be, what the shape's going to look like, all those good things. But there's just been such a boom in available weather models. The cameras at Surfline, like when I started, they were like the little square that you could barely see anything on, and now it's like you go look at like one of the action cams that we have either here on the south side.
We have 4 here. Yeah.
And how crisp that video is.
That's super weird. I've never actually purposely surfed right in front of the Surfline cam so I can watch all my waves when I get home. Yeah, I have. I've posted it, and you know what? It used to be.
I've seen your clips.
It used to be one of those
every
things
day.
where you're like, oh, I just happened to be in front of the camera. That's cool. But
right.
I'll admit it, and everybody watching, I know you've done it too. I know you've done it, Mitch. You surf in front of that Surfline cam. It's super rad to be able to just get the rewind, check out your waves. You know, you don't have to have your friend filming. Breathe out the water. That was cool. No, was it a completion? 8:44 to go. That just made things pretty interesting in the lineup. So Lucas Cassidy's got a 617 was his high mark. Backs that up with a 570. And as expected, things are starting to ramp up out there. But the turn of events that we just had in the past couple of minutes is Hirota O'Hara got the number he needed, a 563. He jumped into second place. That drops Cole Hausman into third. Michael Rodriguez in fourth. Cole still going, flying towards the pier. Could have a good section to work with here on the inside. Belts it, leaning into it, and rides out clean with the flex. How she's back. He's looking for a 5.06. It felt like he got that and more.
Yeah, and just by the energy, this guy knows what a score like that in that round feels like. So just under 8 minutes on the clock, a necessary answer at this point in the heat too. So, you know, we talked about him coming off of the first win of the Challenger Series season. He's down in the rankings on the Championship Tour right now. So he's pulling double duty. This is an insurance policy for him if he does well at this event. First carving a tail slide snap right there. And then that's a second turn that you mentioned. Just a lot of strength going into that second one. Perfect timing too. Does the hop a little bit, but just make sure to get the inside section and leave absolutely no doubt to the judges up there that he's going to get the score that he requires. I mean, at that point, I feel like he's done way more than enough. But right here, he adds a little extra spice and flair and a variation of the turn that he did on the second maneuver on the outside. So, you know, that seems to be his best wave by a good amount right here, Chris. And with 7 minutes on the clock, he needed it. Oh, man, he was so close. I don't know if they're going to count this as a completion or not, because out of the 3 airs that he's tried so far in this heat, this would have been the most radical one. There was a bottom turn involved too, which is, you know, a higher degree of difficulty too. And it seems like the judge is real quick with that. That comes in as an incompletion, Chris.
Non-make, but super close. Cassidy again comes around this section.
Oh,
that was
Lord.
Really cool. The fishtail right there, throwing tons of spray, leaning into that section. It all comes down to the score for Cole Hausman. 6 minutes 25 to go. There's going to be plenty of surfing left in this heat, but Cole's last wave could change everything, at least for the time being.
This will probably improve his backup, though. I mean, he's trying to improve on a 5.7, so.
That was fun. You would put that wave in your video part.
Sure. I mean, for most people, any wave that they've had in this heat is pretty much a video part wave that you're looking at. But 6 minutes, big wave right here for Cassidy in the context of the heat.
Definitely post it to your Instagram on the rewind.
Oh, yeah.
That's a main page.
That's what we're talking about. Well, you can see the Surfline rewind cam, you know, above the scaffolding right now on a couple of angles. This is pretty sick. Talk about the timing right here, just coming around the section, belting kid. And that's not a standard maneuver either. It's not like a turn that you see over and over again. No, that added a lot of flair, and that's the variation. And there was a ton of purpose, you know, and integrity in that turn right there. And he also got the end section finish with the hop, got some connection, but it definitely does seem like we're going to see some flip-flopping going on at the end of this heat because Hauschi drops a major number, Chris.
Yeah, huge score, 7-8-3. As expected, Hausman jumps into the top spot. Lucas drops to second, Hiroto third. Emrod is in fourth. Surfers having a look, and you know, Surfline is always right on the cutting edge of technology, and I know that there's a lot going into just making that experience a lot more enjoyable, a lot easier, and I feel like the Surfline Rewind is part of that conversation. It's just become easier to find your waves. I mean, and that's a huge thing because not all of us have, you know, filmers. Not all of us have coaches, so we got to kind of do our own research. So maybe you could tell us a little bit, Schaller, about some of the new tech that Surfline has, and maybe give us a little sneak peek at what's coming next.
Sneak peek. Well, I mean, actually, one of my favorite newer things that we brought back recently was the nearshore charts. So the nearshore model that we had on screen when we were kind of running through the forecast. That's a great tool to have a look at and really just pick apart different zones and figure out really the spots that are going to have the most size, most energy on different swells. You know, obviously on the camera front, there's so many different things that we're doing, whether it's just measuring waves or just figuring out kind of the distribution of things as swells work through. But then we also have this other branch, which is Surfline Coastal Intelligence, which is working with a lot of different municipalities on a resiliency front. So we're using the camera data to kind of figure out beach profiles.
For sand
and doing a lot of that stuff and help kind of protect a lot of the resources, the beaches that we like to use to get waves.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Making a difference in different kinds of aspects of surfing right there, Chris.
Yeah, and also, you know, on the kind of creative front, I know that Surfline does a lot to work with people that are going on surf trips, you know, identifying strike mission areas, you know, like the maps to nowhere videos that we've seen, and, you know, some of the strike missions that we see these surfers go on is something that we haven't really seen until the last few years, like pinpointed, hey, this is the spot, it's going to be firing, get over there, and lately, more often than not, it's working.
There's some science behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Numbers and math and stuff that I don't understand. I just like to watch the videos.
Well, this one, just a 257 from Emrod, but he did drop a high 6 on his previous ride, so you know, he's in third, but look at the importance of Cassidy just slightly improving on his backup, Chris. A 5.9 for that one strong turn on the outside, the cool board slide, creative one. And, you know, for both Emrod and Hiroto right here, last year they both made it into the semifinals. I mentioned how important this event is, you know, with only 5 events on the calendar this year on the Challenger Series. Yeah, you might have a chance to be counting one of those 6,000 events, but there's no guarantee right there. So they got 2 minutes to answer back.
And we do see a quick paddle there. And it was cool, just a little bit before this heat, got to talk to Cole in the boardroom. And, you know, of course, congratulate him on that huge Toledo finish, and specifically that massive air he did in the finals to get that win. And, you know, he put it out on his social media, and he was just telling me back there, like, look, you get beat up on the championship tour. Competitive surfing can be wicked to your soul. And he was feeling that down in Brazil, just, you know, taking the hits. But it just takes that one special moment for these guys to realize and, you know, to kind of forgive themselves for the losses, right? He's giving himself permission to win, and that is huge. And I'm sure that win in Toledo, if you can get a good result here, that's going to translate to success on the championship tour. He's such a great surfer, but everybody's great surfers on the CT. So I love that Cole kind of opened up via social media to tell us a little bit about his emotional journey in surfing.
Oh my goodness.
And if he rides out of this turn, that was probably the most powerful, sickest turn we've seen all day. And of course, it comes from Cole Hausman.
That was a hammer.
Oh my gosh.
And, you talk about, you know, a significant score with just one turn. Probably going to see another major one right here from Hauschi. And that's saying a lot because you see him in the lineup, he's physically imposing. There are two. I mean, he's
that caused a tremor. I felt the whole area shake after that turn.
I will say, The guy's got a lot of style too. To be able to rock the haircuts that he's done over the course of his career on the championship tour says a lot about him.
Well, Michael Rodriguez trying to fight back. 22 seconds left. He's looking for a pretty decent number, a 5.34. This guy's quick. He's laser sharp when given the opportunity. Somehow makes the section all the way through to the inside, building up speed, looking for a big, strong finish. Oh, and he can't come down with the air on the inside, but here goes Cassidy, maybe defending his second place spot. I would say so. Some serious projection with that air flying down the line. Maybe a bit more through the inside. Brilliant surfing from this young surfer representing Mexico. Doing it with style, doing it with speed, doing it with progression.
Good heat.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a great heat. Cole Hausman gonna get the victory.
Look at the score that
He's
dropped.
comboed everybody. That last score, one turn, an 8.77. That is pure power from one of San Clemente's finest, Cole Hausman. We want to thank Schaller Perry for joining us and dropping some knowledge.
Thanks for having me.
Schaller, what did this turn sound like to you?
All I know is I could hear the beach announcer going nuts over the headset, so you know it's proper.
That was so rad. Well, once again, thank you to Surfline for all you do, and Schaller, you guys are the heroes of the week. So I'll be the first to say thank you, Surfline, for helping us decode all the information that we're now enjoying.
Thank you, surfing.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. So Emrod, I mean, he had a couple of attempts right at the end, but they were both in the twos, just a little hung up behind the white water at the opening part of this wave. And he knew, Chris, the only way you're making up, for that score that you're requiring at this time, he got to go big. And, I give him a lot of props just for making the inside section right here, but wave just never really cooperated for him to get the right amount of pop right there. And, a bit of a forced air, so that's just in the twos. And this kid, I think he deserves a lot of credit to be able to maintain his composure. Out of the 4 dudes in the water, he's the youngest. He's only 17. It's the first CS he surfed this year. He's coming up against a guy who's on the championship tour, a former CTer, and Hiroto Ohara, who's a former champion out there right now. So 2 of the guys in the heat that he just knocked out, those guys were in the semifinals last year. And Cole, that guy's at the top of his game right now on the championship tour. So 17-year-old, career best result here on the CS in Huntington Beach, looking very, very good on the south side. But Cole Hausman, he's looking strong, more than 16 points, Chris.
Yeah, it's great to see Lucas Cassidy running with the big dogs and keeping up. But give it up to Cole Hausman, a San Clemente superstar, proving that he is truly one of the most powerful surfers on planet Earth. The strength of that one turn was incredible. Well, we're going to flip things over to another San Clemente superstar. We got Griffin Colapinto coming up next for a super stacked heat. Challenger Series will continue. There are your final results. Cole gets the win, comboing the field. Cassidy comes through in second. We lose Michael Rodriguez. We lose Hiroto Ohara. And we want to thank one more time Schaller Perry, representing Surfline. Thank you so much for this awesome forecast and for all the information you gave us. I'm trying to process things. I'm trying to figure out what size my new board's going to be. So
just order it.
Just order it. Thank you again so much, and thank you all for watching. And I know you're not going anywhere. Griffin Colapinto's coming up next, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
the buzz in the air when the first horn goes off. People are going to get the waves of their life.
The amount of energy that comes over that reef, there's no other wave really like it in the world.
Oh, buckle up. August 8th is going to happen. The Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC next on the championship tour schedule. How do you get on that championship tour? You get it through this Challenger Series. That's why we're here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And speaking of Teaupo, the queen of the end of the road, the queen of Pereude. Welcome,
Yes.
Vahine Fierro.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah? You enjoying your time in Huntington?
Yes, it's nice to be back here.
Uh-huh.
I followed the swell from Tahiti, so I'm surfing, the same swell.
Oh, this is true, right? Hey, it's been a great South Swell season, hasn't it?
Yes, non-stop.
How many barrels have you got? 20, 50,
Can't count.
75, endless? And how's your experience been here at Southside Pier?
Well, I'm super happy to be here. I don't know, it's kind of funny to say that, but for me, it's a really good training for Teahupo'o to come here. Yeah, it always rises the eyebrows, when I say that. But yeah, Huntington just keeps you very sharp. It keeps you very aware. There's so much movement, so much current. It keeps you fit. Like yesterday, I was getting as pounded as when I would get pounded at Teahupo'o. So it's a similar feeling just on the beach break.
Yeah.
And then mentally, you have to stay in phase by all the conditions that you're going to surf. Because Huntington, it's like this big, and then 30 minutes later, it's like rip current everywhere. So yeah, but today the boys are doing great, and so there's a lot of level, and the women's too yesterday.
Yeah, keep it sharp in the jersey. And speaking of jerseys, let's go through some jersey colors. In the red jersey, former champ out here, Griffin Colapinto. In the blue jersey, Charlie Quivant. In the white jersey, Mikey McDonough. And in the green jersey, Connor Donegan dos Santos, which is a new name for me to learn about Connor. Well, it's going to start right here with Charlie Quivant.
Oh, we just love those classic Charlie forehand blowtails. Charlie, one of those surfers that is so well-rounded, coming out of the south of France, gives him the ability to be surfing a ton of different kind of waves over beach break. And so when he comes into the US Open, he's always having that comfort and that calmness to his surfing. And we look here, of course, we've all been waiting to see Griffin Colapinto take to the jersey. Ooh. Aggression, fun. I was surfing with him a couple days ago down at Lowers, and he said, I'm just utilizing this event to get loose, to get free, and enjoy the process of making a bunch of heats and just light the spark.
Yeah. There's some sparky surfing right there. I believe yesterday was his birthday. I think he turned 28 yesterday, Griffin Colapinto. Another replay. This one, Vahine, is Mikey McDonough.
Yeah, Mikey McDonough is such an amazing surfer. Like, since I think, 2 years ago, he won the Challenger at Snapper. And then since then, he's kind of been, like his level has been progressing, and yeah, he's super powerful, and I feel like he's really well-rounded too. Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought up the Snapper event, because I was watching that on the webcast as we go to live action really quick with Charlie. Absolutely lighting up that first carve. Doing so great with a bobbly second hit.
His name is the Cat. His nickname is the Cat for a reason. Yeah, Charlie the Cat.
Well,
I love that.
He calls himself Charlie the Cat because he looks like a cat. His face. I know him well, so I'm allowed to say that. And then he does maneuvers that, so sharp, so loose, so like sparky, like a cat.
Yeah. That was very cat-like to be able to stay on his board. And Charlie the Cat is actually going to stick, to tell you the truth. So thank you very much, Vahine.
I know, Kaipo, you like those nicknames.
I love the nicknames, yes.
Those little jokes.
But there's always been a connection with Tahiti and the French surfers as you go back into time. So watching Charlie Quivant, this turn, the merit of the score comes directly off of that first banger of a carve, and does so great, like you said, to have cat-like reflexes and then relax and reset And it's funny, when you come into this inside bowl, you have to dictate which way you're going to go early so that you can confidently surf the rest of the wave, which you did a great job of in pops the very end.
Yeah, that was sparky. 5.2 compare, and also add that to a 4.33 opener. So Charlie Quivant in a early lead in this heat. Griffin Colapinto checking in with a 5.67, and Mikey McDonough 5.93, the highest single wave total for the Australian.
Okay, so Vahine, we have you in the booth. Thankfully, I feel like we've been waiting for this moment. I got to call your heat yesterday. It's funny to see you surfing in a high performance venue. I think a lot of us assume that you love the big barrels in Tahiti, and when you come into these venues, your surfing looks so sparky. How are you able to find places to practice for conditions like this, like the US Open?
Yes, coming from Tahiti, it's, you know, we do the opposite of what I think all the surfers do. They start on beach breaks, and then once they go on contests, get on tour, that's when they get to surf perfect waves. And for us as Tahitians, we grow up on perfect waves, and that, you know, we're used to like power, we're used to like no current, like sunny, no wetsuits, like everything is easy. And then once you start competing, you start traveling, that's when you realize, whoa, like, do I really love surfing that much? Like, because it's not the same surfing in Europe or California and surfing in Tahiti. You can do it all day. So that was like a big transition for me. And, you know, and I think I found a new profound love for surfing because I left home and I was like, wow, I get to progress, because even if I'm not surfing as well as when I'm surfing at home, I know that when I go home, it's gonna be so much easier. So that's when my motivation like got, you know, 1 inch more, and then when you're competing on the challengers and then on tour now, you have to have that hunger, and that's in every condition.
Well, we spoke a lot about the younger generation behind you now, coming up in Tahiti, Kiara Gold. There's a big crew making that push. What was it like for you to take that leap from the challengers to get onto the tour, which we know is such a big process for all of these competitive surfers? Did you find like there was something that you had to truly unlock to get back to the tour with those great waves?
Well, I mean, like, watching Griffin now, like, you know, those caliber of surfers, like, I wanted to take it to the next level, and I knew that I would be the first one to do it as a Tahitian woman. Like, we had Poto, we had Michelle Bourez as men's, and then in the women's, I was the one that was able to open that door. And, you know, for years I was watching like surfers like on the CT, and I was like, wow, you know, I want to be able to inspire my generation, my country, to also know that they can do it, you know. And so I always took that role like as an athlete ambassador for the women's in my sport and in Tahiti, like, you know, that, okay, like, I want to do my best, and then if I can inspire, you know, someone, a little kid or parent, to put their kids into sports, and that, you know, that makes me really happy.
Yeah, and you've been doing a great job of that. Also, we got some sets coming here. Priority with Connor. We'll see if we have a taker. And just a quick up and out by Charlie the Cat. We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep on saying that. And see what happens on this next. This one's looking a little wally, and it's going to be our first look at Connor Donegan dos Santos. That was sharp. That was committed, Tanner.
Oh my gosh. You're going to call that over vertical. Basically, so I got to call his heat yesterday, and I was so inspired because he's coming on the map, and that's what the US Open allows in this platform, is to challenge yourself against the biggest names in the game, and he is laying it on the line. What a great ride. That first turn was electrifying.
The European squad cheering for Connor. What a way to start your heat. What a way to start a season on the Challenger Series. #1 in the rankings. Cole Hauschman just came through his heat. We're going to catch up with Cole in a bit. And Connor Donegan dos Santos with a strong start here.
Vahine, I'd be curious your perspective as a goofy foot surfer. Connor, the way he was able to utilize that current across coming towards the pier and rip a backside bottom turn to get really geometric in the pocket. Maybe you can walk us through this wave.
Yes, he does like this big bottom turn up to like critical, and then somehow uses that power at the top to project forward, because it was a dumpy section, and he stayed super low and compact to make it. and then rides out of it. And I feel like he could have stopped there, but he actually made the wave even better by blowing his fins out on this last turn.
Oh, he polished it up at the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he stays super low, opens up his arms, head down, like projects forward and stays low, compact, and yeah, that's what I've been working on to make those closeout turns, because I tend to stand up, but he did an amazing job.
Griffin Colapinto tosses it up, puts it down. The 2021 U.S. Open champ looking sharp here. He's already got a 5.67. He's going to better his score line. Let's see what he brings to the inside and just powers through.
So I feel like Griffin, we've been talking about it. He has what you need to possess as a regular foot surfer to podium here at the U.S. Open, because we see it perfectly on this wave. When you come out of the gates with a maneuver like he just did, blowing the tail around, nose picking, grabbing the rail, the degree of difficulty is so high here, and he's really putting it all on the line. That's a very risky maneuver, and he comes out without a bobble, essentially, and starts to set his work up, looks comfortable, resets over the board, and then comes into the inside and presents a really nice, polished turn to just execute a really killer ride.
Yeah, your thoughts, Vahine?
Yes, I feel like, Griffin, he's on the tour since a couple of years, and that's what you need to do when you're on tour. You have to give it everything and leave it all. Even if you fall, it's better than if you make a safe turn. That's what it takes, actually, to win a contest on tour, is that you have to put all the risk in. If not, you just maybe squeeze in, but that's not on the long term. And yeah.
Is it more frustrating sometimes when you risk it and you fall versus sometimes when you know you're surfing a little bit more conservative, throwing 5s or 6s on the board, and you barrely lose? What is the harder one to deal with?
Lately, let's see what Mikey's gonna do.
Nice snap there for McDonough. Another tail throw. Highly competitive heat, this heat, and it's been so impressive on the level of surfing that we're seeing today in the round of 64. Such a deep field. McDonough with a little bit of a Huntington hop, finds the inside section, and he gets the finish.
Wow, this heat is non-stop
right?
waves. We can't even commentate. We have to keep talking about what they're doing.
That's what we like. Yeah. We love the action. And it has been non-stop, and it's been big numbers lately have been getting tossed around in these heats. So you talked about 2024, that win over Snapper for Mikey McDonough. Mikey actually is in a category on the Challenger Series that you don't want to be in. He is actually one of the surfers who has won a Challenger Series event but not qualified for the championship tour.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, it's only really a matter of time. He hails from Lennox. He's got attributes of Adam Melling, who used to just perform incredibly out here, doing exactly what he's doing. Powerful, compact style in the front, but he whips the back arm, which creates a lot of room for him to move his board around in the pocket. It's interesting. It's super dynamic, but it looks calm. So it presents as a very big maneuver, and I think from the judging standpoint, they really like it.
Yeah. Well, number one in the rankings, Cole Hauschman continued his momentum here at Huntington Beach. AJ McCord caught up with Cole after his heat and his heat win.
Call him Clutch Cole, because coming in the final minutes with a massive score to wrap up that heat. Talk me through that 8.7 ride.
Oh yeah, I mean, last couple minutes of the heat, I was gonna hold Lucas and Michael off that wave, just because you never know. It was a close heat, you never know what was gonna happen. I was like, all right, I gotta go for it. So I just went for it. Just wanted to lay a big turn on a big section, and kind of had little Dane Reynolds Haleiwa turn in the back of my head. So felt good. It's just fun to be able to go for it with not really any consequences. And yeah, I want to see it. I haven't seen the turn, but it felt really good. So.
I promise you it looked really good when we have the replays up. Speaking of feeling really good, this is a place, Huntington Beach, where you qualified for the CT a few years ago. You're coming off this win in Bolito. How are you carrying the momentum into Huntington Beach?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's it's where I qualified and got announced 3 years ago, and just to be back here and competing here again, it's just memories. I mean, this was the first event I really ever started coming to when I was a kid, when it was the biggest thing ever was the Open, and
just to come compete in front of like my friends and family. It's like I was laughing. I was like, you would have thought I won the comp with all the crew down there high-fiving me, taking photos. I was like, I won my first round heat, but it felt like I won the comp. And it's just to have that support and family and all the good vibes just in your backyard right here. It's like, I mean, no matter what tour you're on, this is like why you love competing. And yeah, just stoked to be here, sleep in my own bed, and be with my family.
Stoked to have you back. See you in the next round.
Thank you guys. Love ya.
Oh, yeah. Big support squad. Khalil Roundtree was down on the beach supporting Cole Hauschman, as well as Luke Rockhold, CJ Barham, the motocross legend, just a whole group of people supporting Cole. So great surfing right there. And by the way, if you want to hear about the fun side of Cole Hauschman, just out right now, check out the Jackson podcast. I caught up with Cole as well as Makuakai Rothman, and we talked all kinds of stuff on surfing.
Cole is so great. And you know, it's funny, I'm listening to him in that post-heat interview, and he's talking about feeling at home and how important this event is no matter what tour you're on. So then I'm starting to wonder, Vahine, your perspective, because your home is so far away from the hustle and bustle of Surf City, Main Street, Huntington Beach. What is it actually like for you to compete when it's so crowded on these finals days?
Wait, let's see the cat.
All
Big
right.
floater.
Scratch the surface there and put the claws out and dug in. Let's see if the cat can ride out of it, and a little slippery there.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
Griff looking for an air. Ooh, and just a little late to that one.
Yeah, so back to your question. Yeah, competing at home is the best feeling ever. And I'm so thankful that I get to do it at least once a year, you know? Like the Australians get to do it 3 times, and then Americans once. Like, so we, at least, you know, we're so far away, but we get an event, and that's amazing. And as, you know, every surfer's dream, like TD is one of the most, you know, the most perfect wave ever.
Oh, yeah.
And every surfer can tell you that. And being at home, like Cole said, like you're at home, you're eating your home food, like cooked meal from your you know, the people that love you, and then you're in your own bed. I'm actually from another island, but I've moved to TD to be able to like surf our beach breaks and you know, yeah, just get out there. And so now I have a home in Te Ahupu'o, and so yeah, just feeling the love and feeling the community. It's another energy, and it can take you to another level.
Yeah, and getting some good poisson crew.
Yes,
Yes.
lot of good protein, fresh from the
Fresh,
sea.
and some, maybe some ulu and some po'i, and I love me some Tahitian food. What a magic place. But it is a huge contrast, right? Because I'm going to go through the same journey as you, Vahine, and I do it every year, where I come from Huntington Beach one week, and the next week you're in Te Ahupu'o, which is absolutely opposite.
It's the complete opposite, but it's the most rewarding feeling.
Yeah.
Because you go from grinding Huntington, choppy currents, like not much power. I mean, you know, less than TD, and then you go to TD, everything's bright, everything's shining, everything's perfect, and you're on a mechanical wave. Like everything becomes like better somehow, but it's still normal life.
You got to be at the top of the pecking order right now on a normal free surf day. Are you sitting number 1 in the pecking in the order out there?
Oh,
you're right there.
Well, I feel like all the locals, they don't want my waves because they're too small, you know? They all go for bigger waves.
No.
And I get, you know, like, my favorite surfers out there are like Mate Hidrole, Kaolivas, Mate Ho. They're taking waves that I'm dreaming of still. I'm watching them, I'm taking notes, but let's get back to Griffin.
Colapinto. Just a quick turn there. So Griff's still searching out, though. He does have a valuable 7.5 in his scoreline, so that puts Griffin Colapinto in the lead. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to see if Griffin can hold on to that lead. Can Charlie Quivant come back? We'll find out all this at the conclusion of heat number 9, round of 64, right after these messages. Stick around. Let's take a look back. The queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fierro, talk us through this wave and this experience taking a win at home.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I have goosebumps. That wave, that heat was the best heat of my life against Tatiana. And then, yeah, it was just quarters, semi-final, all in one day with like the right amount of energy and the best win I could ever ask for, my first CT win at home. Yeah,
I got it too.
I remember that heat. That was crazy because even Tatiana, she in the post-heat interview was like, I lost, but that was truly one of the best heats of my life.
Yes, we had the best heat ever. Like we exchanged like high score. She got a perfect 10 and then I answered back with a 9 at like 2 minutes left. It was like a lot of drama and the channel was just erupting and it was just pretty amazing.
Yeah, August 8th is when the window starts for the Outrun Tahiti Pro. So mark that on your calendar. And we're crossing our fingers here, Vahine, because it's been an active Pacific, it's been an active South Pacific. We want that roll to continue. Hopefully we have epic Teahupo'o happening.
Yeah, hopefully we get the swells going. It's been quite quiet the first half of July when I was home. I didn't get to surf that much over there, but right now it's been really good. The winds finally shifted. It's all glassy and nice, so hopefully we keep that rhythm going.
Yeah, south swell is what we want. Good winds, no Maramu wind?
Maramu wind.
We don't want the Maramu wind at all.
Southeast, like it was blown out. I was surfing Papara Beach break,
really?
training for here. So
there you go.
Yeah, it happens for a reason.
Have you looked at the forecast? Do you have any idea?
No, I haven't because I'm here.
Yeah,
and I want to
here.
stay here, and it's just there's no reason for me to watch now because it's so far out and it changes a lot. And to be honest, I don't really want to see what's going on over there because I'm in Huntington. So.
I love the mindset. Yeah, focus at what's in front of you.
I'm actually so glad that you brought up the channel experience at Tahiti, though, because from a viewer's perspective, I've gotten to compete one time in Tahiti, and the difference of what we're dealing with here at the US Open is it feels like the industry and people are on you in a certain respect. You're surfing, there's people lining the pier, there's people on the beach, and when you're in Tahiti and you put the jersey on, it's a really interesting juxtaposition where you feel like you're at the edge of the earth. You're on this reef pass, nobody around, but then, like you said, the channel lights up. What are the differences, and like psychologically, what is it like competing here at the US Open on a finals day and then taking that and being way out in the channel in Tahiti?
I feel like it's very different because you know, in Tahiti you're far out from the land. You're on boats. There's a little bit less people, but still the channel is like packed. And then you're like literally the person that is in the boat. You can hear that person talk when you're in your heat, and you can literally hear the people say, "Go on this one, go on this one." So they're like telling you to go on waves that are probably not the ones you want to go on. And then when you're here, there is a similar feeling where there is the pier and you can hear the people talk, you can hear the people cheer you on. When you're paddling back out near the pier, you're hearing them cheering you, and then so it feels like it's a different arena, but it's still the same. Like you're surrounded by people that are just fired up to like cheer you on, and it's a similar feeling.
Yeah. Well, and then speaking of Huntington Beach and staying focused on the task at hand, you're coming up in the round of 16 against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Your thoughts on the matchup?
Oh, I'm super happy that I get to surf against her because it stays a CT heat.
Yeah.
And I'm on the challenger right now, but it's important to keep a CT level to surf. Like take risk, engage, and I feel like being against her, it's just what I'm asking for. So it will be, she's regular, I'm goofy, so yeah, it's gonna be a fun matchup.
Yeah, that'll be heat 6 in the round of 16 when we resume our women's competition. Heat at hand right here, 7.5 minutes. Griffin Colapinto, Tanner, with a strong lead over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and I think the interesting one is seeing Connor Dos Santos with that 6.83 in the mix, and he's carrying a 3.13, so he realistically only needs a 4.4 to get over the top of Mikey, and so the story of this heat is still wide open. Griffin's doing a great job of staying in front of the pack, and he looks loose. He looks really connected to the conditions today. And of course, we got to mention the cat, because not only can he stay on his surfboard in maneuvers, but he has a cat-like ability to pull things out of the bag at the last second in some of these heats.
Heat leader, Griffin Colapinto, looking down the line, and nothing going there. And Colapinto will just kind of reposition himself. He's talked about the cat, Charlie Quivon. He needs a 6-point ride to move into the top 2. And speaking of on top, let's go into our Pacifico fan picks. By far the favorite with the fans, 84% going for Griffin Colapinto.
Of course, he's the hometown hero. He's won this event. And this is kind of a cool moment because Griffin is on top in this heat, but it speaks to the underdog potential of the U.S. Open. You're looking at Mikey McDonough. This dude rips. He's on a 3% fan pick. He could topple over Griffin eventually in this event. And that's why I think we pay so much attention to the U.S. Open, because it's where the big names like yourself, Fahine, come into the mix to a challenger event and have to interact in this sort of 4-man format, which is a dogfight. And so it creates a really interesting friction, don't you think?
Yes, like Huntington makes you do it. Like you have to do it. Like there's no, there's no talking. There's no like, you have to take action. And I feel like those heats, like if you take action, you're in the mix with any, like a CT surfer. So.
Yeah, it's and it's brutal. And then, with our format here on the Challenger Series, we got a 4-man heat here. The next round of 32, that's going to be a 4-man heat as well. And then we get to the head-to-head matchups where it feels more like a CT when you go head-to-head.
Yes, that was really weird for me. My first heat yesterday, where I was in a 4-person heat, I was like, whoa, I haven't had that since like last year, and that's, I think that's the reason why when at the start of the heat, they were all together, and I like put myself one peak further down because I just felt super uncomfortable, like being around like 3 other girls that are gonna hassle me for priority with current.
Yeah, nobody
like,
likes to surf in a crowd.
Like I was just like, okay, this is not gonna go well for me if I like go into that. So I just kind of set myself apart, and then it worked out for me. I got like going quickly, but it was a weird transition to all of a sudden you're like 4 people out. It was crowded.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder with people like yourself with such a sweet disposition on land, how do you get into the mindset to get into that hustle, get into the grind that the QS presents?
That's been an ongoing work, because like Tahitians, they're nice, they're lazy, they're slow, they're like always smiling, always compassionate, and so have to turn on the switch. And yeah, I don't know, somehow you just kind of have to do it. And yeah, so, but it's been an ongoing work.
Bring the claws out. You got to bring the claws out, right?
Jeremy always tells me, Marina, you got to fight. You got to like yell when you're surfing. I'm like, I can't.
And Jezza is feisty. You're talking about the king of feisty.
I think that's why we're such a good duo, because I'm the polar opposite of him, and so we get along really well because he brings out that part of me and I soften that part of him in a way, which I don't think he agrees on that. He never wants to soften, but yeah, it's a fun, that's how much like of an importance it is to know yourself and then surround yourself with people that will bring out the best of you. Like sometimes it is, difficult choices to choose the right people, to like tell that person, okay, I don't need you anymore. Okay, I'm gonna need this person. And that's kind of what's been happening for me going into this half part of the year, where I'm like, okay, like my year has been a little difficult on tour. I haven't found a rhythm with this format of finding a rhythm right away. And so like, surrounding myself with the right person and they are reminding me in difficult times, like, keep it simple and just keep going. And then, yeah, so.
It's really interesting to be watching it from the outside, because in no way is it you're surfing. So you watch, you can even see you in heats where things are looking electric. And so working with somebody who comes in and says, hey, keep pushing. You're doing the right thing. Keep going. And sometimes a coach can be hard and sometimes a coach can be soft. And so knowing what you need at the right time is so crucial.
Yes, like the people around you are, very important. Like they're your guides, and when you trust them, you can fully just like rely on them. And then you can also trust yourself, and that's why for this event I had decided to come by myself and coach myself.
Oh.
And
so is that the story? You're solo?
No, for this event, yeah. For this event I needed just simple and going back to like trusting my intuition, my own thoughts, and see where that takes me.
Come to Tahiti, are we going to have Jezza in the channel?
Yes, of course. That, you know, that we can't break that deal.
Oh, he'll be in the channel no matter what.
No, Jeremy, even if I fire him, he'll still be there watching. So.
Oh, that is so good. Well, we're under 2 minutes. I mean, this heat has flown by. Griffin Colapinto, as predicted, in the lead. Mikey McDonough in a strong second place. Connor Donegan Dos Santos just needs a 4.4, so he's still right in the running, as well as Charlie the Cat Crevant just needs a 6-point ride. And Charlie does have priority in these last 90 seconds, Tanner.
It has felt like the conditions have taken a collective breath. You know, there's been a little bit more lulls, there's been some bobbles from some rides, and when it shakes out and you come under the last 2 minutes, it then becomes a one-wave game. And so you're really utilizing what's available and just making the most of one single opportunity. So hopefully this guy's spread out so we get a little bit of a flurry. But it'll be really interesting to see how it works as we see a wave approaching right here.
And we'll see if anyone's going to be a taker here. And that's just, you know, sometimes there's rights, sometimes there's lefts, and sometimes they're just straights. And that was a straight-hander coming through, so no opportunity. Under a minute remaining. Last chance for Charlie as well as Connor. Mikey McDonough wants to ensure his placing in the top 2 to move on. So Mikey using priority. He had second priority, and just taking this one in. Connor searching the horizon, looking for something. Just needs a 4.4 opportunity here, Tanner.
Gosh, it's so hard when you really only need small scores at the end of these heats and you know how much is on the line. For someone like Connor, if he makes his heat, this opens up the door for potential for him to have the greatest result of his life. So he sees it, there's blood in the water, but he's fighting against the clock. There's literally 10 seconds, so I don't think anything's gonna come to him in that amount of time. And for Mikey, really competitively savvy approach there at the end of the heat to use his priority over Connor and ride whatever juice had on that wave and just get to the beach.
Well, that's it. Horns sounded, and it's official. Mikey McDonough comes out of the water relieved. He's on to the round of 32, as well as Griffin Colapinto, also onto the round of 32. I want to thank Vahine Fierro. Thank you so much for coming in, Vahine.
Yes.
And spending your time. And I look forward to seeing you in the round of 16 here.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and let's keep this US Open fun going.
We're going to keep it fun. Let's do it.
Yes.
We're going to be back with more action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and another special guest when we return. Check out Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, head on over to the Lexus house. Check out the Lexus LS Surf. There's raffles going on over there. There's delicious food happening at the Lexus house. All here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Griffin Colapinto, our 2021 champ here, coming through his opening round heat in a brilliant form. 13.17 two-wave total for Griffin. He's on to the round of 32, and we're on to yet another heat and another special guest. Welcome to the set, Cor Rothman.
Thank you guys for having me. Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, it's on. It's finally on. Yeah.
The hits keep on hitting. I told you guys.
Yeah.
What are you up to, Cor?
Just chilling. Actually, we came to Huntington because we have a movie premiere tomorrow night at the Bungalow.
Ooh.
We're doing This Is Living 3.0.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So
Tomorrow night, Bungalow, This Is Living 3.0. Is it general admission? How do people attend? Or is it invite only?
I think you just show up, but you got to be 21 and up.
You got to be 21.
Yeah.
Other than that, you just show up.
Just show up, yeah. I don't know how it's going to be, if there's going to be a line or what, but we'll see.
I'll be there.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Harpo's on.
Yeah.
I'm on it. And what else has been going on, Cor?
I honestly haven't been traveling much this season. I've just been back at home. The waves have been so good. Who's this? Oh.
JB.
That was sick.
Jackson Bunch getting things going already. And the Maui boy with some sharp turns there. In the Tahiti, the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, JB, Jackson Bunch, has gone 3 out of 3 in those regional QSs. He's won 2 in Tahiti, and he just took a win over at Almana Bowls.
Dude, that's so crazy. I don't really pay much attention, but has that ever been done before?
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe not.
I think that's the first, yeah.
That's like a little mini triple crown, almost.
Yeah. Well, here's our heat right here. Jacob Wilcox, Jackson Bunch, Kei Kobayashi, and Carlos Munoz rounded out this 4-man heat. Top 2 move on into the next round.
Dude, when I pulled up the broadcast this morning, it looked like some of the best little waves at Huntington ever.
Yeah.
At least for a contest.
Yeah.
Looks so fun.
So good, right? And the forecast looks good. I think it drops off a bit maybe on Sunday, but other than that, yeah, it's been one of the better years at the U.S. Open, I think, Tanner.
Yeah, I mean, we laugh about it because there's a difference of it being big and it being good.
Yeah.
And it's actually been fairly big, but still good.
Yeah.
Like normally when it gets big, you know how it is. It's just a rushing rip current and like a soft running closeout.
You almost can't even surf it. It just like pulls you straight down the beach.
Yes. So yesterday they opened up the jet ski assist, which was killer for everybody. It just made it more of a surfing contest rather than a paddling event. And today it's like organized itself even more. Like this morning, like you're talking about, it was pretty proper for Huntington Beach. Some of the better days I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, they timed it perfect with this random hurricane swell. 2 of them in a row, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They're actually headed to Hawaii right now.
It's been a great South Shore season too in Hawaii. That was a quick one by Kei Kobayashi. JB, Jackson Bunch, number 3 in the rankings right now on the Challenger Series. So a big opportunity for Jackson with a good result here. He could almost guarantee himself a spot in the 2027 Championship Tour.
Yeah, this heat's lighting up hard. This is a great draw. And JB, it's crazy to see him at the Challenger level. Like, he's so good. Obviously, he's winning events back to back to back, which is so hard to do. I can't wait to see him get back up on the World Tour level because he brings so much to the stage.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's like the Challenger events now are like how CTs are. The surfing
so gnarly
is so good.
Yeah, because I was just talking to Tanner about this. Cole, this is the round of 64, and everyone's ripping.
Everyone's surfing so good.
Crazy.
Jackson is ripping right now.
Yeah, and so Kei Kobayashi here. That's a funny one. We've been seeing that a lot in these afternoon heats where there's a little bit of chunder on the lip, and choosing the right approach into the backside turn is make or break.
Yeah, wow, that was really sick.
And Jackson on the Glen Minami surfboards, looking just really sharp, really quick. Already opened up with a 5.5, waiting for the second wave score for JB, Jackson Bunch. Jacob Wilcox with a big slash here, Tanner.
So, gets out the back on that one. But Koa, question for you. Being a Hawaiian surfer, coming over here to California in the summertime, what is it like with the U.S. Open in town, with the festival activities? You're here. Like, what's the scene like? How do you like it? Do you like it or not?
I mean, I love it. I haven't been back down to the U.S. Open in like 8 years probably, back when I used to ride for Quicksilver. But it reminds me of a music festival. Like you come down here and there's just like a little city built on the beach, and there's like a DJ over there just playing house tracks, and it's like a fun vibe, and it's cool to see surfing still has events like this. You know, like we have the Pipe Masters at home, which is like our biggest event, but we don't have like all the activities around it that the US Open has. So honestly, I think it should. Like if there was enough room and places they could put stuff, I love it. Like it's awesome.
I see you having a good time over in California though on Instagram. People burning you at Malibu.
Yeah.
How hectic is that?
Dude, we kind of just go out there for the views. Like we just know if we go there when there's swell, we're gonna get like tons of views on YouTube. So we just go and just literally see how many people we can get burned by, or we drop it on people's head. It's really fun.
I'm glad you're having fun.
You guys are doing such a good job with This Is Living. It's so cool that now you're in a 3.0 for like a title movie and premiering it. Like, it seems like you guys are having a good time. How's it been?
Dude, it's been so fun. So me and Jack Jermaine, who's back there right now, it's just like we've been a team for like 8 years. We started, and every like 3 or 4 years we'll drop a movie of like our best highlights from surfing around the world, and then back at home. Oh, there was someone.
Yeah, quick one with Jacob.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Like I got to live like my childhood dream. It's just like travel the world and find the best waves in the world and just go surf.
Yeah,
and just make YouTube videos.
Yeah, and with one of the best surf videographers in the world, Jack Jermaine, by the way.
I would say
I'm gonna pump him up just because he's in the studio right now.
I would say the best, actually.
The best.
One of the hardest working, that's for sure.
Really hard working.
Yeah.
That dude will spend 10 hours out in the sun filming you.
And then put out a video.
Then edit. That's what he does. It's a machine.
Exactly.
This Is Living. So if you haven't checked it out, you can check it out on YouTube, right?
Yep.
And how often do you update new episodes?
So we've gone like 3 weeks without posting, but we'll put one up today, but usually it's every week. So we do like 4 a month, like 16 to 20 minute videos. So it is kind of a lot of work, but we got a good system going now.
Yeah. I think it's so entertaining. Here we go. Kei Kobayashi throws the tail, but unable to ride out of that. So tough one for Kobayashi. He's going to have to get stuff going. Carlos Munoz also needs to get stuff going out in this heat, Tanner.
Yeah, Carlos had a really great heat yesterday, and he was tapping in. He was challenged at the middle point of the heat, and he came back really strong. Had a killer ride. He was doing maneuvers actually kind of similar to what Kei just did on that last one, which if you're overcooking it, that section's really hard. It condenses the water, so the speed you carry into the lip, you really have to get back down. And you've seen Griffin do it in the last heat and Carlos doing his own rendition of it. Like sometimes grabbing the rail allows you to keep that back shoulder engaged and over, so you're pushing all your energy back down the wave face.
Are you doing this event, Tanner?
Yes. I did this event, and I actually loved doing it, but no, it's been many, many moons since I put a jersey on.
Yeah.
You know what's the one thing, Koa? When you're a commentator, you make finals day every single
So I'm actually curious, and I'm stoked you're in it right here because we just had Vahina and we were talking all this Tahiti stuff. You yourself are like an incredibly proficient Chopes rider. What's the scoop? Would you ever want to take contests a little bit more serious in those kinds of venues?
I would. Like, I'll always do a contest I'm invited to at Pipe, or even like the trials at Chopes. But honestly, if I was like invited to a contest and it'd be like make or break for someone making the tour or something who needs a spot, I probably wouldn't do it. Competing's not my, like, I don't have much of a passion for it. Like, I thought I did when I was a kid, and I just couldn't keep up with a lot of these guys. So I was like, I got to find what I can do and sustain.
Yeah. Well, you found your niche.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think This Is Living is highly entertaining, and what you do is incredible. So
just big barrels.
No, honestly, large barrels, like some of the biggest.
Yeah, thank you.
You know what's another cool thing is just like talking, following your dreams. I was just with your older brother a couple days ago. Guy's a rock star now. He's touring.
I know, huh? What a career switch.
What a career! Talk about a career switch.
I know. He's loving it. He's killing it too.
He's absolutely, dude.
He's
wow.
Great.
Yeah. Hey, let's catch up with Griffin Colapinto. He easily came through his opening heat. He's with AJ.
Well, he may have made it through the heat easily, but not without some wounds here, Kaipo. Griff,
no.
You blew out your rail, you smacked your shin. Talk me through what it took to win that heat.
Yeah, I mean, I got my two scores, and then I wanted to do a backside air, and the section went weird. I was late to it, and then coming down, I just blasted my shin on the back of my tail. So it's kind of a bummer. This board felt really good. I don't know if it's salvageable or not, but you know, whenever you hit the rail on the tail, it's always kind of like iffy if you can bring it back to normal. So we'll see. But I mean, I got some more good boards at home, but this one was like pretty special. So kind of sad.
Always hard to lose a special board, especially in a place that you have such special memories. You won this event back in 2021. You saw your brother win a heat, Cole win a heat, the San Clemente crew, the San Diego crew. What is it about the Southern California crew that's able to just lock into these conditions in HB?
I mean, this is where we grew up, surfing contests. NSSAs, just every weekend we'd be here doing contests. So I think we're just so used to it, and we know the waves so well, the reform, the whole thing. So yeah, I think, and then there's just like, yeah, good memories with it. That's it.
With those good memories, just how much fun is it to walk onto the sand here at Huntington during the U.S. Open week, put on the jersey, and feel the entire experience?
Yeah, it feels great. You know, just having like such a big squad to come support and like watch all the boys' heats. It's so fun. You know, like a lot of these guys are pushing hard this year to make the tour, so it's really fun to be here to like support them and then also be involved in the contests. Yeah, it's just always such a good energy, so I'm fired up.
Great energy, and you're bringing it as well. Congrats. We'll see you in the next one.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto. Red Bull Athlete Zone yesterday. Everyone was singing happy birthday to Griffin. Goes out, wins his heat today. Unfortunately, he's lost one of his best friends, his surfboard. That hurts.
He could give it away to a Grom on the beach, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
It's funny, I remember being a kid and coming up and watching these guys who would come through, and I actually was that surf stoked. I was taking magazines down and like I remember asking Danny Wells and Mick Campbell for their autograph, and there's like kind of that lore and that legacy to this event that's specific. And of course you mentioned the Pipe Masters is another one that's just huge for that.
Yeah.
But what's your take on the US Open standalone and what it brings to the surf community?
I mean, I think it's great. Like a lot of people around the world would be like, oh, Huntington like sucks and stuff. I'm like, you haven't really given it a try if you think that, because this wave gets so good, and the infrastructure it has for surfing and like the community around surfing in this town is so awesome. Like I back it so hard. And I love watching this event because I actually do surf Huntington a lot. Because I spend a lot of time in California, so I bounce between like Huntington, Newport, and Malibu. There goes someone.
Yeah, JB, Jackson Bunch, our heat leader, using priority. So far, he's got a 5 and a 5.5, wants to better on that 5. Quick direction change here, redirecting. He's going right, he's going left, just S turning through here. Inside left section for Jackson, and a couple of quick turns there right till his fins are dragging in the sand.
Can I ask, what is it about Maui that produces these guys that are supernatural in conditions like this? You're looking at Eli Handyman, Imai Kailani DeVault, Jackson Bunch alone, like that crop of dudes. Like, what actually is going on over there?
Well, I feel like a lot of contest surfing, you got to be able to surf in anything, right? Not just perfect waves. And at least for me, growing up on North Shore, we had a lot of really good waves. And for the limited time I've spent on Maui, like besides Jaws, the waves I've surfed are a little more challenging than like perfect Rocky Point or the sandbars at like Eukai and stuff. So these guys can really like turn it on in all kinds of conditions, I feel like, the Maui kids. And that could be a reason what separates them. But then you think about North Shore too, there's like some of the best surfers in the world have come out of North Shore.
Yeah.
But I think maybe the quality of some of the waves on Maui that these guys have to surf all the time as Groms can like really help them in conditions around the world that aren't perfect.
Well, someone like Jackson Bunch out of Paia, you know one thing with Jackson, wind's not going to bother him. Because Maui glass is a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, this is a glassy day in Maui right now.
It really is.
But there's a young crew coming out of the North Shore, right? We watched Shion Crawford throw down this morning, Luke Tima yesterday. Like, there's a bunch of guys who are pushing the level of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and all of Hawaii and pretty much everywhere now, like I was saying earlier, the level of surfing, it's like before, like watching like kind of bad events with bad waves was a little tough, but now with the level of surfing, it's so fun to watch because they're good in everything.
Yeah, guys like Carlos Munoz in
Carlos especially, yeah, he rips.
See if he can get back on the championship tour. He was the first surfer out of Costa Rica to qualify, so made some history there on the inside, and a nice clean finish.
He's been doing this event for a while now, huh?
Yes. Yeah, Carlos has had a long run competitively, and I feel like, too, there's guys like him in the mix. I would throw Jacob Wilcox in there, too, where you could put Carlos Munoz out of pipe. Actually, he's done quite well in the Volcom event in the past, and then you throw him out here in like knee-high, sloppy U.S. Open conditions, and the Challenger Series forces these dudes to be really diverse in their skill set, and it breeds a really strong competitor.
Yeah. Is there a live chat on this broadcast? Is it on YouTube? Or do they turn it off?
Dude, we need to tune up with Koa here. We need to get some live chat going.
Turn the live chat on, or at least be able to see it.
I'm a big
what the people are saying.
I'm a big fan of the live chat, but unfortunately we do not have a live chat. But
okay.
Yeah.
We could do like a This Is Living moment where we just incorporate that.
Yeah.
Oh, the chats.
Yeah, that's a fun part of YouTube, actually.
Jacob Wilcox got a wave too, Tanner.
Jacob running down the line. I mean, that right there, once you get into that spot just before the Pier Bowl, you basically go over these moguls of current, and it just waffles your board under your feet, so really hard to time that second section.
So Wilcox currently in second place. We got all the scores in. Carlos Munoz in third, needing a 4.87. Kei Kobayashi out there holding on to priority, needing a 7.4 to go into the top two. Both Jackson, like, you look at this heat, Jackson Bunch, Jacob Wilcox, and Carlos Munoz all have had their time on the championship tour as well. And, you know, that's really, it's an interesting talking point, because once you fall off tour, it's hard to get back on for some surfers.
Oh, 100%. I've lived
because
that
because it's so competitive. You've lived through that.
Yeah, it is like, it almost feels twice as hard,
yeah,
to be honest, because you know you did it, so why can't you redo it? And that becomes the frustration that you start to compete with. And Kei Kobayashi, we definitely don't sleep on him. He's a workhorse. He has the ability to throw big maneuvers, and he likes to occasionally grind it out. So he definitely is ready to put whatever he needs to on the line.
He's a Southern California local as well, right?
He is. He's from San Clemente, California. I know he's hugely inspired by Adriana de Souza, actually, randomly, and because of the work ethic that world champion had, he takes that to heart. I think Kei, he can upsurf a lot of times, and he can catch a lot of competitors off guard. So look out for him.
That little pump through the inside right there into the double up was almost kind of looked like Adriana de Souza.
Yes, it did, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He's running a locomotion. That's pretty cool. Kei Kobayashi.
Is it
going to be going for a beach run or equipment change? What's going on here?
Is that a mayhem?
That was crazy. He's like checking in with somebody. He didn't change the board.
Maybe he thought the heat was over.
You're only halfway, Kei. Here we go. Waiting for last score. Needs a 7.4. He's going to come under that. Take a look at the replay. Carl, what do you think about this?
It looked a little bit challenging. It was a nice turn for sure, and then I'm sure he wished he had a chance to do another turn, but he made it through the inside too. I have no idea what they're scoring right now, because I haven't been watching much, but it looks tough.
Yeah. Carlos Munoz, just an up and down for the surfer that carries pura vida everywhere he goes.
So Tanner, when you were doing this event, were you always like hoping for the morning heat when it was glassy, or were you excited for the wind to come up and like try some airs and stuff?
Well, it is nice. It brings out the airs in the right setup, but I think I always preferred having a morning heat, and I think what you're talking about is really interesting, because U.S. Open, Huntington, it like the variety of conditions through a day, it like switches from glassy, killer, low tide barreling to like onshore, mushy, Huntington hop, and then sometimes in the afternoon it almost feels like the beach is left. There's nobody around, and you're doing it all by yourself, and you're like, whoa, this is a completely different day.
Yeah.
So I always prefer the mornings.
So you guys, we're going to go take a break right now, but we'll be back with the conclusion of this Heat 10 in the round of 64 Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll continue with our conversation with Koa Rothman as well, right after these messages. Lexus US Open of Surfing. This was this morning. Classic California. Jackson Bunch in and out of the barrel. California dreaming here, south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Wow. Kuiper Guerrero, Tanner Gudauskas, Cora Rothman on the call, and Jackson Bunch in the lead over Jacob Wilcox, Carlos Munoz, and Kei Kobayashi. Quite a nice Southern California barrel there, Cora.
Yeah, that was sick. I mean, that's what I like about Huntington too. Even like north side of the pier, you can find like these fun little like slabby sand barrels even on smaller days than this. If it's glassy, like morning time. I think that's kind of why I spend a lot of time over here.
I mean, the north side, that right into the pier is pretty dependable right there as far as a wave.
Yeah, it's a fun place. The crowd just can be so intense sometimes.
For sure.
Yeah. It's like the pipeline of Southern California.
Hey,
that's kind of like Lowers, actually.
Speaking of pipeline, your thoughts? We're ending the tour this year. We're back to the Pipe Masters. It's like the good old days.
I think it's the best call ever.
Yeah.
You end the tour with the best wave on tour.
Yeah.
So I think it's funny that it left for a little bit, but then everyone was like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Or I don't know, was there some permitting issues or something they couldn't do it?
I think the league was just trying some different stuff, but like now that I love the direction that the World Surf League is going right now.
Yeah. To be honest, I did enjoy watching the Lowers as like
pressure.
the final event. Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure.
It made it more like a typical sports event, I guess. So like, I don't know. I liked them both, but obviously I'd prefer to see it at Pipe.
Yeah.
Wait, is that happening again too? Like the final 5 go to Pipe, or is it?
No, the whole tour goes back to Pipe. So it's crazy.
Okay.
The top 8 going into Pipeline will be seeded into the round of 16. So there is an advantage in the rankings of where you're going to be there. So really, the top 8 guys going into Pipeline are really the guys who are going for a world title. Now, when we start at Pipe, the lower seeded guys, they're going to be fighting just to requalify.
Oh,
so it's a full field, and it's weighted at 1.5. So instead of 10,000 for first, it's 15,000 for first. So a lot of changes in the rankings can happen at Pipeline.
I think once they finalize a system of like what they're gonna do in events and like points wise, then I'll probably be able to pay more attention to like what's actually going on. But I feel like it's changed a lot.
Yeah.
But hopefully this is it right here.
Oh,
I just always end at Pipe.
The Dream Tour is kind of back. We're going to go to Tahiti, then Fiji, then Lowers. Pretty good lineup coming up and finishing at Pipe.
Carlos?
That was. This is Living 3.0. Can you give us any insight into what we're going to see?
Yeah. I mean, you could watch probably the last 4 years of videos and see all the clips, but oh, wow.
Wait a minute.
Nice.
Wait, so you're going to condense 3 to 4 years worth of swell chasing around the globe into a movie?
What Jack did.
Oh,
it's done.
Word. Okay.
So it's about, I think it's a 32-minute movie. So it's kind of just like our highlights from everywhere.
So it'll be
gone.
Tomorrow night? No, Saturday night.
Friday night at
Friday
the Bungalow.
night. Tomorrow night, Bungalow, Pacific City.
Yes.
This is Living 3.0. What time?
The movie will start at 8:30, right, Jack?
8:30.
Yeah.
Get in line early.
Yeah.
This is Living 3.0.
And then it's going to go all night.
And then it's going to go all night.
Dude,
and
you guys do it right.
Yeah.
That's epic. Pairing like psycho good footage of surf, which is good times. Having fun.
We actually ended up starting like a little event company too, just on North Shore, because actually the WSL and an alcohol brand reached out last time we were in, or they were at Pipe. They're like, oh, can you guys throw us an event? And we're like, yeah. So we like kind of started an event company off of that. So now our movie premieres are going to be like movies and then parties after.
Wow. And what's the event company called? Can you say it?
Yeah, it's called This Is Living Events.
Okay.
Super creative.
And you can get This Is Living merch too, right?
Yeah, the merch is great. The logo's great.
Yeah, well, we just partnered with Jack's Surfboards in Huntington Beach for this movie, so they're making like a custom T-shirt that you can buy at the premiere tomorrow. Yeah.
So we're going to assume we're going to see very large Fiji, very large Tahiti, very large Hawaii.
Yep, and Indo.
Yes.
Yeah. Some Indonesia is going to be in there too. I think that's Jack. That's it, huh?
Dude, that's going to be so great. Holy cow. So Bungalow, it's going down.
Hey, you guys, we've had a change of situation out in the heat. Jacob Wilcox just scored a 6.83, so Wilcox goes to the lead. Jackson Bunce dropped down to second. Kei Kobayashi looking for a 5.6, and Carlos Munoz needs a 7-point ride.
And look at the screen right now. Notice sometimes in the afternoon, the current takes over the lineup. This is absolutely what you do not want to be seeing if you're Carlos Munoz, Kei Kobayashi, trying to get the scores that you need to get over the top of the two competitors above you. Jackson Bunch might actually be able to use this to advantage. Like you guys were saying, that Maui glass, he's a really adaptable surfer. He's able to kind of get into the lip in really tricky situations, so he might even be liking it. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the quickness that Jackson surfs is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah. I bet, yeah, the people in first and second are probably happy that this rip just came through the lineup.
Yeah.
They're probably hoping it lasts like 6 more minutes.
Exactly. Hey, I'm in the lead.
Specifically,
Let's not have any more rideable waves. We'll see. Priority now with Kei Kobayashi. He's in the white jersey paddle, and it's actually going to be Jackson Bunch. Up and out, no opportunity there. So Kobayashi with just a mid-range score is what he needs, a 5.6. Scanning the lineup, I can see him a little bit further south than the rest of the surfers, Tanner.
We talked how the current almost can become a little bit of an advantage if you're to the south end of the beach and you're by yourself and you need scores, because essentially others can't reach you by virtue of just the paddle power. So I don't know, it's both advantage, but then, you know, when you get under the 5-minute mark, you start to settle into one specific strategy of finding that one wave. And so it's going to be challenging, but Kei has the priority, and we'll see what he brings to the table.
And he needs a 5.6. Carlos needs a 7. What would you be telling Kei and Carlos to do right now, Tanner?
Well, I think for Carlos, like, he's that type of surfer. You and I both know that he's got the X factor maneuver, so he might be thinking the exact same thing that Kei's thinking, where it's like, oh, one big maneuver. Whereas Kei, like, hey, he's going to fundamentally break that down. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to look at it and be like, 2 big turns can get me that mid-range score. So you just kind of have to push things to your favor and make the narrative about how you can do it, because it's challenging. If you see the glass half full, then you're seeing opportunity and it's a hopeful approach. And if you see the glass half empty, then all of a sudden it's all piling on your back. You're basically putting the bricks in your backpack. Well,
Kei Kobayashi wanting at least half a glass right now with 4 minutes remaining and priority. Wants any kind of opportunity. Try to will himself into some positiveness, but gosh, it looks tough. And this changed really quickly, these conditions. Carlos Munoz with a chance. Let's see what Carlito has. Throws it there, tosses it up, incomplete. Down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds. What would your strategy be right now, Koa? Say if you had a jersey on.
My strategy would be not to be out there with these guys. No, I don't know. I would just be probably lost at sea in that current, honestly.
When was the last what's the last contest you surfed?
Oh, it was actually like the 1-star at Pipe.
Oh.
Yeah, our mini little Triple Crown now. Sunset, Haleiwa, and Pipe. Yeah. I actually did better at Haleiwa and Sunset than I did at Pipe this year.
Yeah,
that sounds like the start of a challenge.
Yeah.
At that Pipe QS, we worked with Nathan Florence on his YouTube channel, and we had the chat open for that one. You were part of that too.
Yeah, I was a part of that one.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of curious if you guys kept that going or not.
Yeah.
It's fun to see what the fans have to say.
I was cracking up.
And if they're worried about people saying bad things for the webcast, they can moderate. So you can have moderators behind the.
Okay.
I will be honest, I feel like you guys have set the standard and you're in the cutting edge of like modern professional surfing and what you can do with it. And it's really interesting to watch. You guys are like, even just like that, you're turning it into an event thing. And I feel like you're pushing into new realms, and it's actually really exciting to see it happen.
Yeah. We have an alt cast going right now. We got couch surfing on the beach with Joe Alani.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
So if you're tired of us, you can tune into check the WSL YouTube, and you can check out the couch surfing.
Do they have their own YouTube channel?
I think they're on the WSL, via the WSL, so we're collaborating with them on this event.
Okay.
But but they also have their own YouTube channel. There's multiple. YouTube is just a monster now for surf entertainment.
It's a monster. I mean, it's social media is just a monster in general, and like you can kind of do anything you want, like with the event stuff and like what we're talking about, the chat and stuff. You kind of just try things and see what sticks. So like sometimes we'll try something and it doesn't work, and then we'll try other things and it does work, you know. So it's definitely a never-ending learning process. And the one funny thing that I found out is like people nowadays, like when I first got into it, they wanted to see like the biggest, best waves possible. And now they just kind of want to see you talk about the biggest, best waves and how the day was, or like things like that.
I think you do a good job of that, though, because I feel for me as a viewer, that's like half the entertainment is the narrative.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And the way that you're able to do those podcasts with Nate Florence, there's so much insight that you guys actually deliver from a very core level.
Yeah.
Really fun to listen to those.
And that's actually really fun, too, because I just get to sit down with my best friend and just kind of talk.
Yeah.
And it's not like there's no pressure or anything, and we just kind of laugh and have a good time.
Yeah.
And, like we barely bring guests on, so it's like people are like, they like it though.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's a good time. Well, we're under a minute. Jacob Wilcox in the lead. Jackson Bunch in second place. Kei Kobayashi. The door is slowly sliding shut for Kei and also for Carlos Munoz, Tanner.
Yeah, because now the conditions have come down a little bit. So yesterday you were looking even under a minute. It was all about those big turns on the big maneuvers. I like how Carlos is approaching it. It's kind of what we talked about. If you need to get a 7, you're not doing cutbacks. You're going to get above the lip. So he tried one on the wave prior, readjusted, maybe pulled back just a hair to pull that maneuver. So making it into the inside right. And this actually is bowling up. This
might be a...
That's getting good. That's like almost overhead. And comes off at the very end of that wave, so you can feel the frustration there for Carlos.
And Kei as well. So remember, Kobayashi needing a 5.6, Carlos needing a 7, so we're going to wait for those two scores to see if that affects the standings in this heat. Carlos Munoz, by the way, 11 waves ridden.
Oh, wow.
He's exhausted our score screen, actually.
No way.
So you guys, look at this. This is so interesting. While we're talking, Kei Kobayashi is still plugging away. He only needs a mid-range score.
Wow.
That's kind of classic Kei. Like, you know, from the shadows of that wave, he's getting the best potential of what he needs, which is, at this moment, a 5.6. So we'll see where that lands.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of the scoring, so I'll leave that up to you.
Give me a gut feeling.
I don't know.
We're going to put
I don't even want to put it. I don't even want to be a part of this.
You get another look at it, Koa.
Okay,
Check it out.
Let's see.
Nice start.
Yeah.
Guess that's
couple
second.
turns out the back.
Yeah.
I don't know. What did he need? A
5.6.
Yeah.
I think I am glad I'm not a judge, because I wouldn't know what to do.
I know, it's tricky. You know, he did the classic. He got 2 pretty major maneuvers out the back, and he came to the inside and spiced up what he could here.
Yeah.
Actually got 2 turns.
So 4 turns on that wave.
That's pretty, I mean, gosh, for the conditions deteriorating in that heat.
Yeah, so Carlos does not get the score. Waiting for score for Kei Kobayashi. 5.6 is what he needs. He was pretty busy on that wave. I feel it's going to be right on the fence for the score, to tell you the truth. Judge is taking the time looking at a couple of replays before assigning a number. Kei's looking pretty relaxed, though.
Yeah. Well, Kei's kind of right at home, you know, being from San Clemente. He always had to compete out here through the NSSAs and into the junior events, so he's probably even been in a position like that before. So he's tapping in. I'm actually really impressed. He stayed on his board, and those turns were fairly radical.
Yeah, it doesn't get the number. 4.83, needed a 5.6, so not enough for Kei Kobayashi. So it will be the 2 goofy foots, Jacob Wilcox as well as Jackson Bunch, moving on into the round of 32. Tanner, always a good time. Thank you, Cole Rothman, for joining us. And again, we're telling you, tomorrow night, Friday night, the Bungalows, Pacific City. This is Living 3.0.
3.0.
8:30 p.m. We'll be there.
Come early. Reserve a seat. We'll see you then.
Thanks, you guys.
We'll see you on the other side of this break as well with more action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and we are live from Huntington Beach, California. So far today has been nothing short of epic. Incredible waves, big performances, large numbers coming across the board, and a lot of very cool special guests, and I'm going to put this person on that list. Very stoked to be joined by Francisca Veselka and, of course, Mitchell Salazar. I'm Chris Cote. Welcome back to Huntington Beach. Welcome to the booth. What are you most excited about for the next couple of heats?
Thank you for having me. Actually, just trying to make heats. It's been a really challenging event for me. I've never gone too far in this event. So actually not really focus about the past and just, live the present and just enjoy the moment. Actually, the waves are going to be like this and firing. So I think it's a type of waves that fit my surfing. And, one big turn's been always a pretty solid score. So exciting days and heats ahead.
Heck yes. Well, we're excited to see what you're going to do throughout this event. And, we've been loving this swell. We've been loving all the action we've been seeing in the lineup. And this heat is going to be awesome. Rio Waida, Wesley King Dantas, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Luke Tema. An international super heat featuring one of the best surfers coming out of Portugal, Guilherme Ribeiro. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about Guilherme. I know you've seen him surf a lot.
Yeah, Guilherme, we've been friends since we're like 8, 9 years old. So I've known Guy for such a long time. We both represent Portugal in the, ISAs and in, nationals and stuff. So yeah, Guy's a really dedicated guy. He surfs super powerful. He comes from Costa da Caparica. We actually have a QS there. And yeah, he's just a powerful surfer, and I don't know, he's just a really, really good guy. I don't know, he surfs really good, and whenever we have a chance to see more of his surfing, I think you guys will be impressed.
Can't wait. He's got his hands full. Tough heat here. Luke Tema just got a pretty good looking wave. Rio Waida, of course, Rio international superstar. He's got a 317 on the board. Okay start. Wesley Dantas coming off a second place finish at the first Challenger Series event of the year. So this is a huge heat. Mitch, Rio Waida getting involved.
Yeah, and just like Cole Hausman, he won multiple events back-to-back when he qualified for the Championship Tour. That was over in Sydney and then eventually over in Bolito. So seems like just a 0.63 and a 317 for Waida right now. He's pulling the double duty too. This guy's made multiple finals at the Championship Tour level, Chris, and he feels the need to be able to have to back those results up with some potential wins right here on the Challenger Series level too. And Luke Tema on screen dropping the 3.57 out of Oahu's North Shore. He won his heat yesterday afternoon, working with Douglas Silva right here. He's been one of the most talented surfers out of that region for a number of years right now. He's been a part of the Hawaii Junior team multiple times, and of course, coming from Oahu, you have to compete here on the south side of the HB Pier multiple times if you want to be considered one of the best amateurs in the country, and he has been that for a number of years.
Wow! And that's, not surprising, not shocking from Wesley Dantas, flying through the air, perfect landing, nails the inside section. And Wesley is, he wasn't really around the scene for a few years, but he has come back in a huge way.
Oh.
I don't understand how a guy this big, this strong, can go ahead and just do huge airs on command, and he floats. That was wild.
And I think, too, you can immediately see that board's an epoxy, too. Just by the color of it, runner-up over in Bolito. So he's number 2 right now when it comes to the Challenger Series rankings. He surfed over in Saquarema as a wild card, too, Chris. He had been leading the rankings all last year when it came to the regional qualifyings, too. This is a huge maneuver on the outside section. Just a great air, kept the speed up, made sure to get those extra couple of pumps and closed it out well on the outside. So fell on the inside, but the work was already done with the first 2 maneuvers all the way out back. And yeah, as you said, I mean, for a big dude right here, especially gaining all that speed, it's not easy to be able to maintain it throughout a wave this long. And at that point, your legs are just gassed too. But he's going to drop a big number right here in the context of this afternoon. But for a large guy, throw the board around like that in the sky, it's quite difficult, Chris.
He just walked by me coming out of the competitors area. He had his Terminator shades on, and he's pretty intimidating. He's a super nice dude, don't get me wrong, but he was in heat mode, and we're seeing it's working for him. Kika, when you see a big air like that and you see these ramps and sections out there, does that get you fired up to get in the water and compete?
Yeah, it gets me fired up to learn how to do those. Yeah, I think like these type of airs was what took him all the way for that second place in Bolito. He was just launching huge airs, and they're really impressive. He just got a 717 with that big air, and I think it would have gone higher if he got that bonus section in the inside. So yeah, every wave he comes, you gotta like be ready to see something just huge.
Yeah, and stay out of his way too, because
yeah,
like we said, the big kid. So Kika, we're talking about double duty, right? Rio Waida is in the position right now. He's surfing the championship tour, he's surfing Challenger Series events, and that's what you're doing as well. And while I think everyone could agree, you have the coolest, best job in the world, being an elite level pro surfer, but it is challenging, right? To do both tours, to focus on two of the hardest tours that you can do in all of sports.
Yeah, of course. It's like my main goal this year was really to focus just on the tour. But to be honest, in this situation and where I'm at this point of the year, I really had to put my feet in the ground and understand that I wasn't in a really good positioning to, of course it's always possible to come back and requalify, but it's also so hard. And, the level's so high, and everything really had to go, like excellent in my way for me to really just keep doing the tours. So I knew I had the opportunity, of doing the challengers, and I was kind of debating what to do. But then I just came to the conclusion that, I'm young, full of energy. I really love competing, and, I haven't had much time on tour to compete, like losing first round a lot. You end up not doing a lot of heats, and I miss being in the jersey, and, I don't know, I just love it. So I was like, why not? I have the energy. I want to be back on tour one way or another, so I'll just do both. And I'm actually stoked I wasn't at home in the couch watching Bolito, and I actually was there.
You got second.
And got second place, so that felt good and made my heat here yesterday. So I think I did a great decision, and I'm happy the way I'm embracing this challenge, of coming back to the challengers and having to embrace this reality.
Whoa.
That was huge.
So I don't know if he was already given a claim right there or already asking for the ski at that point, Chris, but dude, he's on one at the moment. Love the energy from Wesley so far.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, he is probably the most fired up surfer we've seen paddle out.
You need that here.
You have to.
You need that here. I mean, as Kika's saying, this environment, has made or break careers, and I think, Kika, you make an excellent point where you do need to embrace that kind of energy, and in the end, if you simplify it, you're only needing a couple of waves really to make the final and then eventually win at this event right here. But that was a sick turn, very impressive by that large dude right there on the back end. But in your opinion, I mean, what's made it so difficult really to get a keeper result here in Huntington?
I think in the last years, I just always end up being in first round and just getting super small waves, and it's always actually last year my heat was like flat. So, I've been practicing surfing small waves. I even have like a really good epoxy.
Whoa.
That was sketchy. I have a really good epoxy, and I've been working on that, but I think just small waves been what I haven't been doing that good.
Have you ever shot the pier?
Huntington. Yeah, actually I've done that and actually connected into north side, but it's pretty sketchy. It's pretty sharp if you smash it.
Your board's not going to stand a chance going up
No.
against one of those pylons. So we got 23-25 to go here. Wesley Dantas way into the lead. 717 backs it up quickly with a 6.33. Luke Tama starts off with a 3.57. He's going to get something similar for his second wave ridden. Rio, veteran, absolute ripper, presenting Indonesia, 3.17 and a 4.23. And Beto now, not a great start, but he's got plenty of time left. Surfer in white out the back with priority. See this surfer in green, Luke Tama from the North Shore of Oahu, doing the run around. Showing us he's physicality is all there.
Yep.
He was ripping yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
Super powerful. He's a big guy too, and he can throw a lot of water around.
It comes from V-Land as well, so he's used to these afternoon winds. You see those trades a lot over there on Oahu's North Shore when, you know, comes wintertime. So as Schaller was in a couple of heats ago, he did mention that we will be seeing that northwest wind pick up a lot more this afternoon. Should be manageable though, and you know, that's a characteristic of surfing one of these afternoon heats at the Open. You know that eventually you're going to get one of those. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Danta so far, you recognize that name. His brother Wiggly was on tour for a number of years. You know, to me, I've tried to replicate a lot of Wiggly surfing myself, knowing that we had similar body types, both goofy footers. I always saw the way that he threw those rooster tails around. And, you know, Wesley has a very similar frame, but the style of their surfing is actually the complete opposite of each other. He's very powerful, but this guy is really good in the air too, Chris.
Fully agree there. And as you can see on screen, the river is starting to run through the lineup. The wind is whipped up a little bit, so it's going to get pretty radical out here, but these surfers are ready to attack the challenge here. 21:35 to go as we wait for our surfers to reset themselves and enter the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the glass. We got Jacob Wilcox with AJ.
Wilco locking it down in that final heat. Just tell me a little bit about that last wave, how you identified it, and ended up being one of your counting scores.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty adrenaline rushing ride, to be honest with you. I felt like I was so close to the pier. My game plan going out there was just to do one turn and try to find a big wave and do one turn. It sounds pretty simple, but sometimes hard to execute. Feels like the winds come up a bit out there, and it's actually pretty tricky.
Well, and we were just talking about how memories really matter when you show up to events. And here, Huntington Beach has been a bit of a mixed bag for you. You had a knee problem, your ankle, you got sick, and last year's injury actually impacted several events for you. How do you put that out of your psyche when you return to the U.S. Open?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. This event last year probably is what stuffed my whole qualification for the year, which was pretty hard. So yeah, coming back here, I don't know, I'm just grateful to be here, grateful to have two of my ankles working great. And it was funny, like you come here last year, blow your ankle out doing an air on a 1 foot wave. So this year before I came over, I stopped in Tahiti and surfed there for 4 days. So it was like, what's the point in trying to baby yourself and keep yourself injury free, because you just never know when it's going to happen. So that's my plan this year, is try to get as barreled as I can and do these events and yeah, try to do some of the best surfing that I can.
Off to a great start here in Huntington. Congrats.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nicely done there, Jacob Wilcox. Thank you, AJ. He's a threat to take out this entire event. He's a threat to take out any event he enters. He
should be on
that
tour.
Good.
He should be on tour.
Well, we got 19 minutes and 51 seconds left. Let's talk about confidence boosters. I did get the chance to talk to Cole Houshman. He won in Bolito, and he said it was just a great reminder that, yes, I do belong here. Kika, did you go through that when you got your second place finish in Bolito? Was it just kind of like a reminder, a wake-up call, like, oh yeah, I am one of the best surfers in the world?
For me, it felt great because I hadn't made heats in a while, and like actually before I qualified, I've had a hard time in the challengers making heats, and then after coming off tour, starting the challengers with a second, I was like, I was actually just so happy about it. It's the level it's crazy. It's super. I would say the challengers is almost like the same level as being on the tour, and every heat is like a final. Like all these new girls, like you don't know what to expect, because actually this year there's so many new girls and new faces, and they all rip. So yeah, it was for sure a confidence boost, but I feel like I had to deal with that last year when I won Newcastle. I had 6 more events, so you really need to calm down and know there's so much ahead and nothing's guaranteed. So the second place, of course, it's a a lot of points and it's great, but there's so much more ahead. So you can't be like, oh, it's like you're gonna qualify because of this second, you know?
Well, there's only 5 events this year too, and you know, counting your best 4 results, 10 men, 6 women, because we are getting the maternity wild card too, and of course the season wild card between Joanne DeFay and Tati Weston Webb. But what about the QS 6000s? I mean, being on the CT and the Challengers, do you still pursue one of those as well? Because there's a couple international events.
I think at least the one in Pantene in Porto in Portugal, they're going to be the closest ones to home, and I'll be competing somewhere. I've seen my schedule, and I don't think I'll be free for none of the 6000s, so I'll just stick to CT and Challengers.
Your calendar must be crazy at this point. I mean, it has to feel daunting when you look at the next few months and it's just blocked out. I'm going to be here, I'm going to be there. But it's the reality of what you do, right?
Yeah, I went to Newcastle for the last Challenger of the year, then straight off to tour, and went home for maybe 2 weeks, and then off to Bolito, and you know, I left home in February, so it were like long 4 months, and there's so much to deal with. Of course, I'm living my dream, but you know, when you have bigger expectations for yourself and things are not really going your way, when things are just not going your way, you know, it's hard to be so far from family, and you know, 4 months is a lot.
Do you have a cat or anything back at home that?
No, it's friends, family, just, you know, I don't know, do programs with your, like, hang out with friends.
Yeah, it's a long time.
I don't know, go have fun, and I don't know, I love concerts and all the cool stuff is going on at that time, like Summerfest stuff. But whatever, I'm living the dream, and I know you have to do these sacrifices, and that's why not everybody makes it on tour, you know.
Is it truly a sacrifice though? I mean, when you think of it that way?
No, but they're also, I don't know, you got to be in the program, you got to be focused, you got to go, you know, I do, like, even when I'm in Portugal, I do Pilates, I do gym, I do a lot of complementary.
Yeah.
That's a hard word to say, but I do a lot of other stuff, and just, you know, there's no time for excuses. Like, you go event after event after event, so you always got to be on and really understand, like, okay, this wasn't the result I really wanted, and okay, let's go and get ready for the next one, and then for the next one, and I don't know, it feels like tour just flew by. It's been 6 events, and it looks like I was just at Bells Beach going down those stairs, and like, I don't know, everything goes so fast. So right now I'm just doing both tours and really trying to enjoy the moment and the present as much as I can, because it goes by fast.
I hear you though, FOMO is real. When your friends, you're going, oh, they're out again without me, but a good barrel, a good result definitely helps with the FOMO, and you will be getting barreled pretty soon here. We got Tahiti right around the corner. What are you thinking about the end of the road?
I'm excited. I've never been. After this event, I won't have that many days to practice, but I guess I'll just put my helmet and just try to charge it and
send it.
Just send it.
Yes.
I think if it's the place to do it, it's there in the CT. You have all the like jet skis and all these like the rescue guys, and you're safe, you know. Even if you send it way too hard, there will be someone to help. So
yeah, and you're gonna have practice sessions too, dedicated for the CT surfers. Yeah. So you'll get your reps in out there. We got 14 minutes, 23 seconds left. Wesley Dantas is now on his 11th wave. He's going off, and he's kind of just doing some test runs now. His last 5 waves, non-factors. And there's Mateus Hurdy. He's gonna go out there and fly around. You just know it. So with all this work being done in the lineup, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. The round of 64 continues right after these brief messages. Stay tuned. We're back to Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Frisco Tay here with Mitchell Salazar. We got Kika Vaselko in here, and we're talking a little bit about FOMO and missing fun times when you're at home. But guess what? Kika, the fun times have followed you to Huntington Beach. July 31st, real estate, a la la's on the sand right here on the south side of the pier. August 1st, local natives with RC Drive. Sure, we can get Kika a free ticket, but for the rest of you, look, hit that QR code, trust us, this is a great deal for a great show. Pick one or come to both of them. It's going to be super fun. We're talking golden hour on the sand in Huntington with a couple great bands, so hopefully we'll see you there. Get back to the action that's happening in the lineup. We've got 11 and a half minutes left. This is Guillermo Ibero. He's finally getting back involved in this heat. Slow start, a couple throwaway scores, but it looks like he is connected on a decent wave all the way through to the inside. Conditions have gotten pretty wild, and so has the surf from Wesley Dantes. A bull in a china shop, and it's fun to watch, that's for sure. He's just adding to his resume of radical surfing. And he does have this presence on the beach too. You know, he's traveling with his crew. You know, they tend to get loud. Like, how did this guy's 6 feet plus?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just built like a, you know, out
like
of
a Mack
bricks.
truck.
And he can do a front three on a half-a-foot wave. Like, yeah.
It's impressive.
I don't even know what to say about that. That was cool.
Well, on our score monitor, we're actually running out of room because he's got that many waves already. This is his 11th wave already in 25 minutes. But yeah, he's on a tear right now. Trying to improve on a 6.33 right now. Seems like Rio also got involved. He's trying to improve on a 4.23 at the moment. Just a single turn on the outside. Now, we've talked about Rio having multiple CS wins underneath his belt. That was over in Sydney and, of course, in Bolito multiple years ago once he qualified for the championship tour. One of the hardest working men in the sport of surfing too, an Olympian, and made multiple finals at the championship tour level, so brings it into the inside. And he had fallen multiple times once he made it to the shore break, so this one's complete for the Indonesian. Much better, he cleans things up. And then Guy on the outside. So he had pretty much nothing before this wave right here, and this one comes in at a high 4.87 to be exact. And you know, at this point of the heat, he was needing an answer back, Kika, because just a couple throwaways in the first 26 minutes of this one. So this is a big wave, really, in the context of the last 10 minutes of the heat.
I think Rio might better too.
Do they call him the cat? Am I wrong? Is it Gato Gui Ribeiro, what they call
I
him?
think he has in his name Gato. It's part of his name.
That was wild, though. Just so much projection. And, you know, riding the Tico Teco surfboards out of Silver Surf in Brazil. Talked about this being an epoxy, Chris. It just looks so much more buoyant out there right now. And a lot of spring, especially off of the bottom turn. Really late drop on the outside, too. But right here, you asked about how he was able to get, you know, that extra little pop in reverse. It's a lot of strength right there with that dude in the blue jersey.
I mean, totally forced, but functional. He was not to be denied on that inside section, so we'll see where the judges go with that last wave. 8:40 to go. And we're looking at conditions that look very different than they did 2 hours ago, but part of being an elite level pro surfer is being able to adapt to changing conditions. So the wind's whipped up, the sun's still out, water's still warm, and there's still plenty of waves coming through. Wesley Dantes way in the lead. Rio now in second place. Guillermo Ibero, he's made his job a little bit easier. Now he's right there in the mix, just needing a 3.66 for an advancing spot. Luke Tema from the North Shore of Oahu sitting out the back with priority. We'll see when he strikes next. So Huntington Beach, of course, I would say one of the most famous surf beaches in the world. And Kika, I know you actually have a special connection to this place, right? A family connection.
Yeah, my dad, Joe Vaselko, he grew up here, and this is where he started surfing in HB. And yeah, later in life, like back in 2019, I came here for a year, went to Edison High School, did the NSSAs, the WSAs, competed with Katie Samers and Sawyer Lamblad. That was so sick. Even Bella Kenworthy was also doing those at the time, I think in the younger division. And now all being on tour, it's like, it's crazy to think about it. Looks like I came like in a perfect year.
Yeah.
That's
to
so
compete
cool.
against them. It was crazy.
So you went to school with them, then you went back to Portugal, or you competed with them back in the day. Then you would go back to Portugal, then you come back, and you're like, hey, remember me?
Yeah.
We used to surf together when we were kids.
Yeah, Katie was always getting 10-point rides. That was hilarious. She's always ripped. It's crazy. Like all doing these like crazy laybacks, and I don't know. She's always done her type of surfing, which is so different from everyone. So yeah, she's no stranger to me.
You got a 10. I remember the first time I met you, actually. I want to say it was either 18 or 19. You got a 10 at a summer surf comp right here on the south side of the pier. And that was my introduction, dude. I had already seen your dad, but I knew your older brother, Joey. And then I saw your younger brother, Jamie, too. But I was like, who's this Kika Veselko girl? And then guess what? I met Joe a lot better, your father. And then a few years later at Seaside Reef, your home break, you win World Juniors over Sawyer, too, in pumping conditions. And till this day, the best Seaside I've ever seen, but that kind of, told the world, in my opinion, that you were here to stay, Kika. And it was gnarly that day, too, on finals day, so.
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
Thanks for the words.
That was so fun to watch. That event was incredible. Your surfing that day was super rad.
It was intimidating, too.
I remember I was like, I didn't want the heats to finish. Just that good.
I don't think you were the only one either. I'm pretty sure Jarvis winning that event too. He was like, hey, can we paddle back up for another free surf just in our jerseys?
And we were both wild cards. That's the craziest part.
Kika, what'd you see here from Ribeiro?
That was big. I love these turns.
So it needs a
Some
366.
commitment. Yeah, and he has the best four-ranged heat wave of the heat. So he will back that up and go right into second.
Yeah, that's definitely going to make things interesting with 5 minutes, 22 seconds left. Wesley's at it again. I'm fine with it. Ride as many waves as possible.
Well, I mean, especially right now where it's completely changed. It's on a full 180. I think it's still the smart move, even if you are in first. So he actually didn't improve on the air on the outside. He's going to keep the 633. But as you said, 5 minutes to go. Is there any harm? You know you're only surfing once today. I mean, might as well get all that energy out of the way.
And at this level, like, you can never relax. Everybody has potential to win events. Everybody has potential to turn it around in two waves, and it doesn't matter how much time's left. You can always do something huge in a wave. And yeah, you can never think you're safe, So you need to keep getting waves, and I think that's the best strategy for a day like a heat like today. Just keep active and try to improve scores, and like you said, just waste all that energy and try to make it through.
What's fun about Wesley too is he's a total showman. He plays to the crowd. He's pure entertainment every time he paddles out. He reminds me of like a World Wrestling Federation type of guy. He goes out there, he's claiming, he's yelling, and he's just super fun to watch. And I mean, obviously very unpredictable. Whenever he stands up, you never know what's going to happen. But at the moment, Wesley's in the lead. Guillermo, just like that, boom, 507, jumps into second place. That knocks Rio White at a third, and Luke Tame at a fourth. Kika, you might be his lucky charm. See Luke now fading to the right.
That looked like a big section.
Rio with a quick one here, it seems, and got dropped down to third. Rio's unfortunately fallen victim of having a lot of waves that are pretty much identical. He has multiple fours that are right around the 4.2, 4.3 range. And you can see, I mean, Wesley's caught 12 waves. He's been by far the most active surfer out there. But I mean, that's the efficiency of the game right here, right, Kika? I mean, 3 minutes to go, you've only caught in 4 waves, and you've converted on your last 2 opportunities. So props to Guy for doing so well right there. And this is the quick one from Rio. So just a little hung up right there. That's not going to change his situation. He's still needing the mid-5 at the moment to move up into second once again, Chris.
Yeah, and Luke's last wave is 0.80. It's close out, so he pulled out of it, put himself back in the lineup, but unfortunately for him, it's in 4th priority for now. So Wesley Dantas in that top priority spot. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left. Rio White needs a 5.64, Tama 6.31. So at the moment, Barrow is safe, but there's still a lot of waves coming through, a lot of opportunity. we get closer to the 2-minute warning. Kika, I know you've surfed in a lot of heats in your rising career. When you get down to the 2-minute mark, and you kind of have to go into two minds, right? Offense, maybe look for another good wave, but also defense is huge. But how do you do that with 3 other surfers in the lineup?
So hard. It's like honestly pretty nerve-wracking because actually, especially if you have you know, a higher priority and just making the right decision. That
was rad.
Making the right decision, knowing who to block. But at the same time, like you said, you want to maybe improve your score. So it's like a lot going on. That was a pretty good turn, but I'm not sure it's going to go all the way up to that 6.31 he needs. If I was Guy, I would probably have blocked Rio.
That was a pretty wicked combo there from Rio Waida. Looking for a 5.64.
The 3 people got involved right here at the end, Chris.
Of course. This is the buzzer beater capital of the world, Huntington Beach, California. So Rio unable to connect to the inside, but it felt like the damage may have been done out the back. 5.64, 2 big turns like that. We'll see what happens. It's in the hands of the judges now with a minute left.
Well, Tima owed the 1 turn, yeah, and then Guy had the combo. It was a bit softer on the shoulder, I mean, but I think at that point he knew that he needed to go. And I mean, that's a complicated section. They've been rewarding that a lot the last 2 days. They really want to see you on those steeper waves, and you know, this is the tail end of the wave, and Guy had priority at this point. The combo's great. Just, are those sections steep enough though, Kika, to improve on the high 4 that he has as the backup right now?
Yeah, after comparing with that big turn in Rio's wave, I'm not too sure. Even if he does better, I think the other waves will go higher.
25 seconds left. Waiting for the score to come through for Rio Waida.
Not super high impact, the second one, but the first one was. A lot of spray right there, and Dantas up again.
Probably did an air.
13 waves in this heat, guys. 13 waves for Wesley Dantas. But the motivation's there. He's coming off with a runner-up finish, and I think he understands that, you know, you have the momentum at this moment, Chris. Might as well capitalize with that rhythm that you're building so far at the beginning of the season.
His board looks really sick too.
Yeah, it does.
He's just got complete command and control over it. So that's going to be it. We are waiting for one more score to come through for Rio Waida and Luke Tama as well. While we wait, we have Kika Vaselko in the booth here. Kika, really looking forward to seeing what you have for us for the remainder of this event. Most likely surfing tomorrow. And of course, looking forward a little bit more. It's going to be awesome to see what you can do in Tahiti. You will have some practice. I know you got the guts to go for it, so I'm excited to see what you got for us there. But let's talk a little bit about goals for you for here at the U.S. Open. What do you plan on doing? What do you hope to do here this week?
Thank you, first of all, and you know, just back up that second place. Of course, I think every competitor always wants to win. That's always the goal. But honestly, just heat by heat, make a heat, make the heat, and just try to go all the way and just back up this result. That would be great, and put me in a better position and even a more comfortable position for Saquarema.
I like it.
Sorry, for Marazias.
Yeah.
San Sebastián, yeah.
Yeah, San Sebastián. This year changed.
The more exciting happenings.
Guy does improve slightly, Chris. 5.03, so... Oh, Tima, not enough. 5.33. So it's going to come down to Rio.
Yeah, so this is the final score we're waiting for. Wesley's safe. We'll see. Guerrero's sitting there with 2 solid scores. Rio Waida looking for a 5.80. I mean, that's not an easy number. Did 2 nice technical turns.
Myers right there, he's like, wow. The last one was vertical.
Pretty cool when you're walking in from your heat, you can look up on the pier at a big screen and actually watch your replays and really try to let it marinate, download what you did, make some educated guesses on the scores you think you're going to get.
This is a hard job for the judges.
Yeah, it is. If you're sitting up there right now, you go red over white, or you have white over red right now?
I don't know. Like I would say no. I liked actually Luke's turn. That was pretty big.
A single better than reds.
Yeah.
Gosh, Tom Petty said it. The waiting is the hardest part.
I think it's right there, honestly.
It's one of these. This is one of these scores to me that if he gets it, fair enough. He earned it.
Nah,
if he doesn't get it, it's like.
There's a lot of quality in that first turn too. The second one, it's well timed. It's not as explosive. It's more of a place turn, what we would call it right there. But I mean, there was a lot of intensity in that first one, and there was a combo of major maneuvers too. So he needs something touching the getter range, and you know, as you said, it's going to be a tough decision for the 5 people upstairs, Kika.
Well, what do we think?
I hope not.
Put our judging hats on. I hate to say this in front of your homie, Guillermo, but those 2 turns were pretty quick, pretty snappy.
That'd be really close.
577.
Oh, you were really close.
Oh. One more score to drop through. Yeah, the body language tells us the story. It's not going to be enough, so just under for Rio Waida. But give it up. Portugal's Guillermo Ibero coming through with the 2nd place finish, and Wesley Dantas just going out there and living up to his nickname, King Dantas. Huge heat total, giant airs, pure entertainment. Ripping surfing from Wesley Dantas, so he gets the win there. Top 2 surfers will make their way out of this round of 64. And we're going to make our way to a break. But before we get there, one more time, give it up, Kika Salco. And again, we look forward to the rest of your run here at the U.S. Open and, of course, watching you in Tahiti. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. More action in the lineup. And Mateus Hurdy's going out there, so you know we're going to see a show. You got Kate Matson, Reeve Hazelwood, and Rafael Barbosa. Stay tuned. Welcome back, surf fans. It's official. The Pacifico deck is open and it's going off. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and we have seen some awesome, adventurous surfing happening in the past few heats. Conditions are getting pretty wild, but there's still a lot of opportunity to get nuts out there, and we saw just that in the last heat. I'm Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, and we're stoked because we're being joined by, I know this is one of our favorite surfers and one of our favorite humans.
Yeah.
Brisa Hennessy, welcome back to Huntington Beach.
Thanks, guys.
Brisa.
You're my favorite humans, too. This is going to be fun.
Oh, come on. Well, Brisa, obviously this is a huge week of surfing, and I know you've been here many, many times before in the past as a Grom all the way to where you are now, one of the best surfers in the world. So tell me about the excitement levels that you were feeling coming back to Huntington Beach, but also knowing that we have a great swell that's going to be with us all week long.
Yeah, it's brought back a lot of like deja vu moments for sure. I spent so many years competing in NSSA Nationals here. I think you were commentating a bunch for us then. I definitely remember that. But yeah, I mean, Huntington is, the place I feel like we watch our heroes. And yeah, to be able to come back here and I don't know. I feel like I'm always kind of challenged here with just like the beach break surfing and the Huntington hop. So yeah, it was nice to like get some power the other day. That was a good surprise.
Yeah, there's been barrels out here every morning. Have you been involved with the free surfs in the early mornings?
A little bit, yeah. I definitely am regretting one of my waves. I should have pulled in. It definitely spat behind me, so I'm like, darn.
Surfers have the best memories for things like that. Let's set this heat up. This is round of 64, heat 12, and it's packed with surfing superstars. Mateus Hardy, Cade Matson, Reeve Hazelwood, and Rafael Barbosa. So an international super heat right here. You got USA, Australia, and 2 surfers representing Brazil. So these 35-minute heats have been packed with fireworks, and you know the level of surfers we have going out now. It's going to be more of the same. This is Cade Matson's opening ride, 2.83 to start. Looks like a pretty decent number. Mateus Hardy right off the buzzer. This is a 5.50.
Yeah, last year's runner-up at this event, and the kid shreds. You know, I think everybody, including myself, was expecting him to qualify for the championship tour. You know, at any given moment, he had been there multiple times, just outside of qualification, Chris. And, you know, this is one of his best venues, realistically, when you look at his style. The Challenger Series is kind of set up for him to be successful at. So 5.5, good placeholder score at the beginning of the heat, especially within the first 5 minutes of it. And, you know, talking about just having the confidence to do well here, he wants to become champion, and I just list to a great number of champions here.
Oh, yeah. No. That's a rare sight to see Mateus Hardy fall on the backside 360 air like that. He's usually so automatic, but of course he has 29 minutes 45 seconds to go. We'll see more of that type of surfing from Mateus, and we want to welcome Cade Matson to the lineup. Cade, a ripping surfer, San Clemente, California. Watch Mateus get back into the lineup. So Brisa, I know you feel this when you see the women's draw when you enter these Challenger Series events, but when you look at the men's side of the draw, it must be pretty incredible, because I know I'm shocked every time I see all these names. What do you think of the men's draw we have here in 2026?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, I feel like every single one of them could qualify for the championship tour, and I think the Challenger Series is called the Challenger Series for a reason. It really does challenge you to level up and step up and show up and have to deal with different conditions. I mean, we look at like yesterday, and it was like barreling and glassy and solid, and right now there's still so much opportunity, but it has come down in size. But it's amazing, because surfing is like one of those sports where you really have to practice being able to adapt. And I think it's cool that you have to like surf beach breaks and then barrels and all these different types of conditions, and then the talent pool is just at an all-time high right now. It's so sick.
And I know the same goes for the Women's Challenger Series. There's new names popping up. There's old friends and old foes that you're going up against. I'm blown away. It's like every time one of these heats pops up on the screen, I'm like, oh my gosh, you got Brisa Hennessy, you got all these names coming through. Is it the same feeling when you look at it for you? Like, you have to go up against these surfers. It must be, nerve-wracking. It must bring excitement. What does it feel like for you?
Yeah, definitely all the emotions. I think coming back to the Challenger Series, I'm like really able to have to compete against the next generation, which is like really, really scary, but like amazing. And I think I'm up against Joanne DeFay, which is like so rad.
Epic
like,
heat.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I haven't seen her in so long, and she brought her baby here, and it just shows that like you can reinvent yourself at any time, and like your journey starts, and like the pool is like such a big diverse of like ages, and I think here comes Mateus. Good little left here.
So you made your debut when you were about 14, 15, and those 4, 6-star events back when we had the, international QS. Chris and I used to do a lot of the regional events. We used to see you in Cabo. We used to see you the event that, actually in El Salvador, they used to have one at the Point too. And, seeing those events, and now of course the Challenger Series become a thing too. But I thought yesterday was one of the best performances you've had in a while. I mean, you talk about just being in a jersey, but when did you realize, okay, I'm 14, 15, I could qualify soon. Now you're in, your mid to late 20s, and when did you feel that you were actually comfortable in a setting where I deserve to be at this point in my career? I deserve to be on the championship tour.
Gosh, I think that's a question I'm still asking myself in some ways. This year has been such a, it has really challenged me to be how much do I want this? And as we go reef, massive first turn. It's a good combo. Yeah, I think this year has really challenged me to believe in myself more than any other year. And it's still such a journey, and it's crazy that I've been on tour since, I think it's been 7 years now, and it's flown by, and it's funny to reflect on different seasons, in my career and in my life. But yeah, I'm honestly more motivated than ever, and I just have to keep trucking along.
Well, you've been ripping. You always rip.
Yeah, you do.
It's really fun to watch surf. 25 minutes, 15 seconds left. We see Reef Hazelwood. Nice little air out the back. Stock standard for him, but pretty spectacular for anyone else. Reef is such a fast surfer. His strike rate is huge. And Rafael Barbosa got involved. Big turn there, but went into that parallel stance on accident and fell onto his board. Hopefully his board's still in one piece as our judges start to lock in their numbers. This gives us the opportunity. No, it doesn't, because Mateus now is back on the escalator. Quick snap there, most likely a non-factor. Now that gives us the opportunity to go down to the glass. King Dantas standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Wesley, such a strong heat getting the win. Tell us about what it was like in the water.
I'm so happy in the heat. The heat super hard. The wave is fun. The big eyes, these reasons I like. You speak Portuguese, yeah? Muito obrigado a Deus, obrigado a todos pela ajuda por mim estar aqui em US Open. É uma bateria difícil, optei para dar os aéreos que estava mais fácil. E é isso, vamos para o próximo round.
Second in Bolito, how do you keep the momentum in the US Open?
Estou muito feliz. Segundo lugar em Balito, para mim, me deu uma motivação maior. Então, chegar aqui no US Open e fazer essa bateria foi muito incrível. E só tenho a agradecer a meus patrocinadores, a minha esposa, a meus amigos, a minha família. E speak English. Thank you WSL. Thank you my sponsors. The second Balito is I'm stoked and go and focus in the competition US Open. And thank you everybody. Thank you US Open. Thank you God. Yeah, next round.
Got a bench. We'll see you in the next round.
He's rad. I mean, that's a totally different person than he is in the water. He goes out there, it's explosive, he's yelling, it's raw, and then he gets to the glass, he gets to the sand, he's like a very chill guy, still intimidating, chain out with the glasses. I mean, he's a big presence. I think we're all expecting big things from Wesley Dantas in the future. And speaking of big things, boom! Barbosa right back into it. So a couple of waves ridden during that interview. Definitely a challenge out there right now. There's a lot of water moving around. The wind has switched directions and kind of whipped this place up into a frenzy. But the good news is a lot of scoring opportunities.
And, he's got a very wide stance, which I think, in most cases you're probably not wanting if you want to get those acrobatics a lot more. I really appreciate it because it shows a lot of patience on his behalf. And then Cato behind him, using that mayhem underneath his feet very well, Chris. So without a major sponsor right now either, Cato's been doing a lot of surf lessons and coaching back home, just down the road in San Clemente. So trying to earn his spot back on tour, but BOH right now, best of the heat with the 6.67 there for Matson.
Yeah, it was great surfing, and he was one of those surfers that we literally saw the dream stripped right in front of our eyes. I mean, it was in real time that he basically got the news that, you know, he needed one more heat. He needed to advance one more time, get himself on the championship tour. And it's heartbreaking. And, you know, Brisa, I know that you've been on all sides of competition. You've had the joy. You've, you know, you've suffered the ups and downs. But I think right now we're watching you on a good trajectory. So 2 9th place finishes. And I got to commend you. You did the best turn that we saw in your heat in El Salvador going up against Carissa. I believe Mitch and I were in the booth freaking out about a turn you did that was just so memorable and so radical. So do you feel like you're building a little bit of momentum with improving results?
I hope so, yeah. I definitely look at, I think my mindset has just been through so many different like highs and lows this year. So it's been, yeah, definitely testing myself. But I look at like external success a little differently. Like I'm having to really dive deep in who I am and, I don't know, meet the deepest versions of me and the uncomfortable versions. And I don't know, like I realize, I don't know, it's just a never-ending lesson of everyone's journey is so different and unique. I mean, you talk about Cade Matson and such a talented surfer, and Mateos too, and yeah, all these names are on their unique journey. But I think you just have to, it's like this balance of surrender and like trusting the process. But it's
what's happening here with Mateus? He got sucked straight into the pier, so he's probably going to come in, run up the beach a little bit, maybe catch the jet ski up, but this is taking a lot of time. He's
it is.
Kind of been paddling in circles a little bit, but
I want to bring something up right here, though. It's a real quality turn. He celebrates early, though. I mean, if we're being hypercritical, he left a lot of chunk of meat on that bone right there, Chris. There was an extra section.
got him in trouble.
I mean, in the end, that extra point, those extra 2 points can make a big difference in the end of the heat. And this is a guy who made the final last year, too. So, you know, same as a lot of people at this event, including yourself, Brisa, he's pulling double duty on both the championship tour and doing this event. So, you know, that is a little point of difference where you just realize those things. Oh, that extra 0.3, the 0.4 that I needed to make it out of the heat. And
now he's got to weave his way through a bunch of beachgoers back into the contest zone. This is probably going to take 4 minutes-ish for him to get back out there and get into the takeoff spot. So a lot of time, but the turn was great. It was worth a 5.10. So he's backed it up. 5.50, 5.10, respectable 10.60 total. Definitely not safe because Cade Matson has a 6.67 in his score line.
And Reef has the 5.4. Yeah, so, I mean, they're right in there. And, you know, those are just the make or break moments, I feel, for the people that eventually want to qualify.
Whoa. Nice and tidy back three. Good. I feel like he landed that all the way. At least enough to be deemed complete.
We'll see. What do you think, Brees? Just looking at it live right there. You think ride out or no?
I think I would give it to him. Yeah, I feel like it was.
So we got Cade back at it. Made the most out of a kind of a medium-sized wave. His backhand's lethal, isn't it?
Super crisp.
Well, everybody out there in the water right now, he has the most experience at this break too. You mentioned NSSAs, all those USA Prime events too, back at Lowers, Champs, Breeze. Good memories right here in California too, and including for this guy. It's a tough wave to surf, Breeze, huh?
100%. Yeah, I've noticed like there's a bunch of rip that like goes to the lineup recently, and it's kind of, oh gosh, you just have to be relentless and like push through it. And he did a really good job of making it look easy.
Oh, it's borderline.
Yeah.
It's borderline. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the first numbers that are coming through say that it's a yes. So 507. They deemed it complete. It's almost like in football, if you catch the ball and take 3 steps and then get blown up, drop it or whatever.
Did you have control of the catch?
He had control for just long enough. And it's pretty cool. You know, you got 2 incredible aerialists out here, Mateus and Reef. But Rafael says, you know what? I can do an air. Check it out. And it was enough to get him in 3rd place for now. 17 minutes, 10 seconds left. This was just happened right off the back of that last wave from Green.
Oh, that was sick.
That was dangerous.
That was a good combo.
So late to the second one, but made things even more critical right here. Can you just talk about the texture this afternoon, Brisa? How difficult it is to actually place your board in the lip?
So hard. Yeah, it's like working against you in a way. But I think Reef did such a good job of like, I don't know, placing. I feel like Huntington is so important about timing and placement, and his board like just went through the chop so easily. I think he's on Al Merrick, so give a shout out to CI. Yeah. But yeah, it just went through the chop. It looked like a knife through butter, and I think that last section the judges are gonna love. I'm realizing how much they want that critical end turn. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a big score.
Coming around a big section, Rafael. It's gonna be it for that wave. These lefts are just slingshotting these guys towards the pier. Speed control, paramount to success and towards getting those big numbers. I think anybody could stand up on one of these lefts and go super fast, but how do you control it once you have that amount of speed?
Truly. And I mean, speaking of speed, you've been at the wave pool lately, especially over at Boa Vista Village. You actually spent a good amount of time right there with your buddy Mateus. Talk about the experience surfing that wave. Anything you actually picked up from Mateus?
Oh my gosh, so much. He's my long lost brother. Yeah, we're staying together here, and he's helped me so much competitively, and I think trying to get more of my progressive game in a better space. Like, as you know, he's, I think, the best. I feel like one of the best airlists in the world. So to have that time with him was, yeah, so cool. So amazing. I think it's also so cool to like hear his fresh perspective on things too. Like when I realized that I had to go back to the Challenger Series, he was like, Brisa, like we're living like the best life. Like, what do you mean? We're like going to South Africa, and then, you know, we're going to all these places, and I think we like really feed off each other. It's a sick dynamic, and it was cool to witness him kill it last year, and that was like such a amazing catalyst for him to qualify, and yeah, goosebumps to see him actually do it.
Talk about emotional roller coaster as well. I mean, that was like a Netflix documentary. You just couldn't take your eyes off it. So 14:22 to go. Cade Matson's in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.20. Hazelwood now with a 5.83 and a 5.4 in second place, albeit precariously because Mateus Hurdy now only needs a 5.74. Barbosa, he's maintaining the pace currently being set. Does need a 6.16. Plenty of time left. I'd love to ask you about wave pools. Do you feel like the more reps you get trying airs in a wave pool, does that directly translate to the ocean? Because it's basically what you're doing there, right? You're training to do bigger, better airs, bigger, better maneuvers. Has it helped you when you get out in the water and you see a ramp where you're like, oh, I just did this 150 times in Brazil. I can do it right now.
I feel like I'm still working on identifying what that like completely looks like. I think, you know, when there's a setting at Boa Vista or like Waco, you know, like it's gonna be an air section. So yeah, I feel like that's part of, yeah, I'm really trying to learn more about, you know, what that looks like when I'm in the water. And I think the reps are super important. I mean, to get that feeling is such an amazing tool. Oh, nice.
Just do that.
Yeah, so simple.
That was easy, right?
Ooh, okay. We love the claim after. To your point, I was definitely thinking like, oh, I think maybe, what does he need, a 5.74? He probably would have gotten that last wave, right? Yep. But this is what we like to see.
But he's so quick too. I mean, that transition from the air to where he landed into the next turn too. And as both of you guys mentioned, there's one dude that you could select that had the hardest time getting to that point. He was always outside of the top 10, Chris, as we see Barbosa. Great finish, too, for Hoffa. Mateus was there not once. He was there about 4 times just outside. And, you know, this year, I know the results haven't really, you know, been clear on the championship tour just yet when it comes to how good he surfs, but they're going to get there eventually. And it takes a while. As we all know, it can be a process of multiple years to get to that point where you're feeling comfortable in a jersey at the very elite level, Chris.
It's hard being a rookie. I mean, we see it in all sports. You know, you see these guys that are hot shots in college come up to the NFL and just get smashed. Same goes for surfing. But when you're doing stuff like this, yeah, I think you're going to start to feel pretty comfortable in the championship tour. That was incredible. That wave was like so weird looking, but he just saw that tiny ramp, boom. Got a lot of loft and projection in that back three. Put together a pretty solid finish on the inside as well.
Yeah, this was a complete wave, and you know, from start to finish, never really lost flow. Did have to do, you know, a bit of a hop just to be able to make it to the shore break, but from point A to B, there wasn't really much disruption, and especially I think we can all appreciate how technical it is to be able to land with, you know, your footing in the same place to when you started the air and then go straight to another maneuver afterwards. I mean, degree of difficulty, Brisa, that is as difficult as it gets right there.
No, that was such a well-executed wave. Oh, that was massive.
Whoa. Hammertown, Chris, Barbosa.
I mean, we could be flipping all the positions right now. Turns like that. So Barbosa is looking for a 616. Mateus a 574. I think we're all feeling pretty confident for Mateus. Yeah, he gets it. 717 for Mateus Hurdy. Now it's all about this wave from Barbosa. And he ripped that first turn.
Yeah, he did.
Super critical. And he gets it. So Barbosa now a 657. Enough to get him in third place and an easier requirement of a 531. We've got a heat on our hands with 10.5 minutes left.
Look at how tight it is. 657, the average right there from Barbosa. But if you look first all the way to fourth, everybody's with at least 11-2-3 points, and everybody has one keeper score, one major keeper score, right? At least a high five in their score lines, but that's a big difference maker in this heat right now. Somebody went into the mid-good range, the 717. Really tight scoring there by our 5 judges, and Brisa, you know, the combination of maneuvers. But of course, I think here in Huntington, we always know the progress really does score very well at a beach break like it is the south side of the pier.
100%, yeah, and a first turn too. Like, I mean, that's kind of putting everything on the line. Yeah, Mateus is such a momentum surfer. I feel like you really have to tune into that at Huntington, and I think that's why he does such a good job at beach breaks, because he's always like rolling the dice. He's being creative with the maneuvers he's picking, and yeah, he's relentless, you know? Like he will stop at nothing to get the job done, and I feel like that's, yeah, gonna take him far.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens next. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back at the culmination, Heat 12 here in the round of 64. The men's Challenger Series rolls on. We'll be right back, hopefully with more surfing like that. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We have a championship tour surfer, Costa Rican sensation Brisa Hennessy here with us in the booth. We've been watching Heat 12 of the round of 64, but let's do some foreshadowing here. So we just wrapped up Brazil a few weeks back. Next stop, Chopo. Then we head to Brisa's third home, Cloud Break in Fiji. Trestles around the corner as well. Peniche, Portugal, and then the postseason starts. Brand new announcement of Cloud 9 in the Philippines, Abu Dhabi, and then the Pipe Masters. Brisa, maybe you could give us some foreshadowing. Let's talk about Chopo. Let's talk about Cloudbreak. These are two waves that we've seen you thrive in.
I'm excited. I'm scared, but also
That look
really
you just
nervous.
gave us told us everything we needed to hear.
He was like, let's go.
Goodness. Yeah, it'll be definitely a change, like going there from here. But no, I'm ready for the challenge. I mean, look at this tour. We go all over the world. It's pretty crazy, and we're testing all different conditions. I mean, we haven't gone left and a left barrel this whole year, so it's gonna be super rad.
I know you have a lot of great memories from Chopo as well. I've been right there in the channel watching you fly through some huge barrels, so can't wait to see what you do in Tahiti as we see Mateus Hurdy potentially adding to his scoreline. He's got a 7.17. His backup right now is a 5.5. And Cade Madsen currently in second place. Barbosa looking for a 5.31. Reef looking for a 6.05. Mateus just keeps on easily making that transition to the shore break and lands in the flats and goes down. Valiant effort.
I like that he went for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been ending with floaters, and I just feel like he has so much more spice in the end.
Gotta do something different too.
Barbosa.
And I will say, that turn on the outside was very creative as well. The section was really complicated, and there's a possibility that he improves in the 5.5 with this last wave. Just the turn on the outside had a lot of quality to it, Chris. Good angle right here, entry point very well done, and it was complicated. There was a whole ball of white water that he pretty much had to go over, and transitions with those fins above the white water right there. And as you said, Brees, I mean, right here, if you want to make things exciting, make it clear that you're improving on your low score, really have to do something a bit more radical here in the short break.
Brisa, we have a really unique element here with the Red Bull jet ski assist that's actually on the inside. They whip you around, they drop you off right in the kind of just in the impact zone. So you still got to make it out on your own power. But what are your thoughts on this jet ski assist system we have here this year?
Gosh, it's the best thing ever. So stoked.
I knew you were going to say that.
The current is next level this event. So yeah, I think this just creates so much more opportunity. As we see, there's 8 plus 11 waves ridden in this heat. So many more opportunities. It's a game changer, and it just helps with like energy, calming the nerves, having a reset.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of surfers saying that even though you're only on the ski for 5-10 seconds, that's enough time to completely kind of just change your mindset, right?
Totally, yeah. And it's all about finding those moments. Like, how do you unlock that, right? And yeah, I think it definitely gives you a time to breathe and kind of focus on the task at hand and not be overwhelmed with paddling out or maybe not making it out again.
Good score right there for Hurdy. Chris does improve and extends his lead right here. An important wave at this point of the heat too.
I loved how he pushed his tail through that turn. So 3 minutes, 27 seconds left.
About 9 waves too, been very active. Brisa, last year, I think it was during the point event in Central America, you and your mom, first of all, you're one of, if not the most positive person I've ever met in my life. But you and your mom, Katie, gave me these stack of cards with a message every morning when you wake up. So everyone has a different meaning. And I actually gave them away to a friend of mine because I ran out of them eventually, you know. But I just want to say thank you. Because for a while I was like reading those things every morning when I woke up, and I was like, it makes me feel good, you know. And yeah, keep up the enthusiasm, and you're a really positive force, not only in surfing, but I think anybody that's around you, I think they can feel that too.
Thanks, Mitch. That really means a lot. Yeah, I got to get you a deck, Cote.
I was going to thank you for all the great food you've made me over the years. Yes, Brees is an amazing chef as well.
You've gotten food?
Too much compliments.
Yeah. Sorry, you got cards, I got
Wow. Okay.
We'll have to
maybe we flip-flop the next time.
2:24 to go. These guys are still competing out there.
Well, that's a block from Cade, so he's going to go down in priority, but it was a useful block. He kept Barbosa off that one.
Oh, this is a crazy heat. It's so close. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's a tough time to lose priority, though, with 2 minutes left. Now he's kind of in the back of the line. If I'm Cade, I'm just kind of, you know, you're not necessarily staying away from everybody. You want to make your presence known, but you just got to make sure to keep things clean here. We've seen already today a couple interference calls, so that's not how you want to lose a heat, right? You want to go down swinging. You want to, you know, lose trying your best. You don't want to lose on a technicality.
No, not at all. And he has. So I think he's wanting to avoid the situation. I mean, you can see the amount of distance between him and Mateus right now, blue and red. So good amount of separation, 90 seconds, and this is really where Hazelwood needs to shine. Same thing for Barbosa, Chris, but Reef, we talked him being great in the air, and Barbosa, no slouch either.
Okay. Barbosa is looking for a 5.31. That turn felt real impactful. Super fast, a lot of power, threw a ton of spray. If he can connect the dots here and do something cool on the inside, we could be seeing a switch. Can't talk too soon, though, because he's still got to finish. Inside of a minute left. Here's the section. All right, a little tentative, but rode out clean. Threw some spray there. So there's your prototypical Huntington combination. Big turn out the back, connect it through to the shore break, and finish with a turn. Wow. Leaving it in the hands of the judges with 35 seconds left. Cade could have another chance here. So Cade, quick snap, comes around the section, late to it. He wears that wave. But that's not going to do him any favors. He's got a 6.67 and a 5.20. He's just got to hope that Rafael didn't do enough, but 5.31. Gosh. You keep hoping for just a good, clean finish, but every time it goes down to the wire.
I'm just wondering where Reef is.
Yeah, he was pretty much out of the picture the last 10 minutes of this one. And once again, I mean, he still surfed good, had a pair of fives, more than 11 points, but he wasn't just able to get a wave right at the end. Unfortunate for Reef, because during the free surfs, he was one of the standouts. But right here, 5.31, gut feeling, I mean, it's right there, and just the impact of that first turn. I mean, they've been rewarding that the last 2 days strongly. So
are they doing Gladiator, thumbs up or thumbs down at the end of it? Where are your thumbs going, guys?
Gosh, 5.31, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going up too.
3 thumbs up, okay.
It's a bummer for Cato right here.
Maybe.
They gotta make it official, but we've seen a good amount of these heats come down to the wire, as you said.
These guys are going to the replay.
Yeah, there's Iago Ramos and the crew from Innova Surf. And just again, I mean, the high impact turn, the degree of difficulty, it was very well timed. There's a lot of waves to compare to in this heat too, but I dig it. That was a high impact turn right there on a bigger section on the outside. And I just think for how the scale's been set the last 2 days, it's right there.
The high element of risk in that turn, the way he blew the fins out the back. And if anybody knows about scores, I mean, of course, Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, that was a meaty section.
Mm-hmm. And he gets this extra one at the end too, so if it wasn't fully clear on the outside, then you get an extra little widget on the inside too, and timing maybe not as perfect as you wanted to on the inside. It's pretty much picture perfect on the outside though. Can't get much better than that with the one section that he had at his disposition.
Yeah, he blasted through that section.
They're taking their time though.
What does this feel like, Brisa, when you're sitting on the beach for a long time waiting for a number to drop?
Well, I just think, first of all, it's cool that he's in that opportunity. Like, he has an opportunity,
chance, yeah.
right? Which is, this is what we live for, these types of moments. But yeah, heart is racing, breathing, all the things. I mean, both sides, right? It's like, it's crazy. It's those little moments that just really create your destiny and like momentum for the rest of the event too.
Just rewinding that wave in your head over and over and over. How did that turn feel? What did it look like from the beach?
Yeah, what is Chris and Mitch saying about it? What's the replay?
And the score is gonna drop here. And there it is, so just under. And that, I mean, right here, this whole scenario that we just lived through, that's Challenger Series surfing in a nutshell. He needed the score. You know, he went out there, he gave it his all through one big turn, but it just wasn't quite enough. He was looking for a 5.31, comes through at a 5.20. So harsh turn of events for Rafael Barbosa, but give it up to Cade Matson, surviving and thriving through a tough heat. Mateus Hardy went out there, high-flying surfer representing Brazil, doing what he does best, and that's just blowing our minds with progression and, of course, the tenacity that he has in every single heat he surfs. We want to thank Brisa Hennessy for joining us for the last 35 minutes. Brisa, you got a big week ahead of you. We know we're going to be talking about you a lot. You're going to smoke through these heats, and, of course, around the corner, Tahiti. So, big future for you, Brisa. What are your goals in the next couple days, in the next couple weeks?
I think just enjoy the ride and hopefully get barreled.
Enjoy the ride.
I really want to get barreled. But
Enjoy the ride
I'm
and
an
get
HP.
barreled. That's got to be a T-shirt somewhere, because I think we should all live by that ethos.
I love
Enjoy
it.
the ride, get barreled. Thank you, Brisa, and thank you all of you for watching. We got a lot more surfing to come for you on the day. Big heat coming up next. More special guests. It's all going down. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The iconic Huntington Beach pier. We're on the south side for the Lexus US Open of Surfboard Riding, presented by Pacifico. Had a wonderful day. Men's round of 64 all day long. 4-man heats out in the water. And we've had a flurry of special guests, and the special guest that we're bringing to you right now, Connor Coffin. Whoa, Cold Beer Surf Club. Whoa.
Yeah,
Connor
dude, we can't have cold beers on here though. Come on.
We'll have the 8:05 post show. That's when we get our cold beer. So if you can stick around for that, Connor, we're gonna hook you up.
Hang around. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be at the beach bar.
There you go. There you go.
I actually surfed some pretty good waves this morning on the way down here. So that was nice. Little hurricane action with my brother. We got a couple tubes.
Can you talk about the spot, or are you going to keep that on the wraps?
Oh, we just surfed like in Oxnard at one of the beach breaks.
Okay.
Big long stretch.
Okay.
Found our own little zone.
All right.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's been a crazy season. We've been talking about it in the booth a lot. Like, how wild is it? We've had months of surf. And in California, you always assume that June gloom and all that stuff. And it's just been red hot yonder for so long.
Yeah, I actually haven't surfed in like a week or 10 days. We were out of town, and I was putting a full suit on this morning in the parking lot, and this guy looked at me like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, it's like 6 o'clock, like it's foggy. And he's all, "Dude, put a short arm on." I was like, "Okay, thanks." And I was like too hot in that.
Even up there, it's warm.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
like 70 something. It's so nice.
Well, here we go, you guys. Buckle up. Joel Vaughn, Taro Watanabe, Luca Messinas, and Luke Ginaldo out in the water. Luke had a great heat yesterday, so we'll see if the local boy can continue Tanner on his roll.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a buzzer beater with just a wild
wild floater air drop, aerial, like end of the day, tons of chunk and chop on the wave face, and came down. Has a huge crew and supporting energy here in Huntington Beach, so it's cool to see Luke keeping that moving forward.
Yeah, just disappeared in the whitewater, right? And popped out. Couldn't see him. He was camouflage too because he's got the white wetsuit on. Hometown Huntington Beach. He's got the home crowd behind.
Stacker this heat. Oh my gosh.
Who's your pick here, Connor?
I mean, it seems like Luke's got the local knowledge and he's kind of on a roll, so it'll be good to see what he does. But I'm a big Taro fan, so I'd like to see him do well.
Speaking of Luke, here he is, and just tosses that one
I just
away.
jinxed him.
That's okay.
Terrible.
He's got 29 more minutes.
And then Joel's obviously freaking gnarly, but Luca's backside's crazy, so this is a really good heat.
Yeah, it's a really crazy heat. Joel is the type of surfer that, you know, as is Taro, when the conditions start to deteriorate, we've already seen Luke attempting an air. Like, it's so fun when you get to commentate and watch these heats with guys like Joel, because he has like this wild and wacky air game that he doesn't always go to. So when the conditions kind of get to the point where it's like that's your best case scenario, then you look at guys like Joel and they become like these lions in the draw.
Yeah, yeah. Joel Vaughn comes from a great surfing family. His little brother is as well a monster when it comes to airs.
Huey's a madman. These guys are the airs people are doing now. I'm just glad I don't have to try to do them.
Here we go. Taro Watanabe. Nice stab up into the lip for Taro. That's going to be his first wave, and he's making it count. Now just the game of riding the whitewater, hoping for a reform on the inside. Watanabe keeping an eye on that reform. And a couple of nice snappy turns for Taro. Gets the finish.
Nice. That was a well put together wave. Taro's such a smooth and stylish surfer. It's fun to see how that applies to Huntington.
Not to butter you up too much, Connor, but I see that his rail game is similar to what I've seen from you when you were on tour.
Oh, thank you, Kaipo. Here goes Luke. I had something to say. Oh, dang. If he makes that, that's going to be a big score. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
he does it again. Wow.
That was a big score. I feel like any time at Huntington, that was what I tried to do was just get a wave and do it. If I got two big turns out the back, I knew I did something all right. But yeah, Taro works with Gur, or coached with Gur for a long time, and I think Luke's working with him too. And then I got to spend a ton of time with Gur and coach with him for years. So I think he's very good at helping you polish out that rail surfing.
You guys are all black belts in wave key.
Yeah, yeah. So I love the way Taro surfs. It's just kind of classic, but he's got a really pretty unique approach, I think, and draws just really cool lines, like really aggressive angles that he gets. So I think that's always really fun because obviously power surfing's been around for a long time, but to see some of the new twists and new spice, I think it's something that's never really going to go away in our sport.
If you had to describe Gur and his coaching and his application of wave key, how would you describe that?
I feel like Gur's just so good. He goes in super detail and can break down stuff that you're like, how do I do that? And he sort of is able to unpack it and help you kind of wrap your head around like how to get your body to do that, and really look at all those like super finite details. And I think that's really fun if you're into that kind of stuff. And here's Luke's wave. So the first turn was a little soft, but then he had that big second section, and he's liking the wild come down on those T-Dog.
Totally. No, like that's kind of how it felt yesterday in this afternoon heat. Like he just throws it up with the salsa and just comes down with the lip.
Yeah, and Taro just had the one nice stab. But it's crazy, like Huntington on these afternoon heats when it's all junky and kind of like, oh my gosh, like how am I going to find a point of difference? I feel like when you get those bigger waves and get some sort of Hail Mary out the back and ride out, like the judges are going to get excited.
Yeah, they've been getting super excited. You kind of nailed the formula earlier when you're talking, like if you get two big maneuvers out the back on a bigger wave, you're already into the...
Joel Vaughn. That's what we're waiting for.
He didn't even have to try to make the reform because he already did it all out the back.
There you go. Well, we talked about the air game of Joel Vaughn, and it's just like ordering from the menu. You ordered it up, and Joel served it.
Wow.
Joel is at a point, I don't want to say in his career, but let's just say this year, where he's had some trouble on the World Tour, and he's coming back into the Challenger Series with like angst, right? Like he wants to create that kindling to create that humongous fire that he'll take back to the World Tour for the back end of the year. And this is without a doubt the most radical maneuver that we've seen so far today. It's arguably not an air section. He's just making it happen into like a full rotation. And that is the prowess of both the Vaughn brothers, but we're seeing Joel specifically here throw down.
Could it be excellent? What do you think?
I think it's going to be close to it. I haven't watched too many heats today, so I don't feel like I'm great at throwing out some scores until I see a few get put down in this heat.
Yeah, I'm really generous, so I always think it's excellent.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, he hucked it into the flats and spun about as quick as you could right there.
That's excellent to me. We'll see what the judges think. They'll probably contradict me. We'll see.
What do we have coming in here for? Okay, we got a lot of scores to come.
Yeah.
They still don't have anything down for Luke's wave either.
I'm really interested too, like in Connor, even though you kind of rousted yourself with the air game earlier, you are a great aerial surfer. What's your opinion on frontside air reverses versus backhand air reverses? Like, is there a notch degree difficulty a little higher when you're doing backhand airs?
You know, it's so funny, and I'm definitely not great at airs. Thank you, though, Tanner. At one point, I could do them. I would like go through these weird phases where I felt like backside airs were way easier than frontside airs, and then I'd go, like, I can't do one for a week. It's so weird. I don't know. But I feel like the guys who have that backside rotation on lock, it's like Eli Hanneman or Joel Vaughn. Like, you just saw what Joel did. Like, he made that look so easy. And I feel like they just can throw them down really consistently.
So that was a flurry of action, and the judges getting caught up. I think they're all going to be meaningful scores. Joel, Luke, and Taro still waiting for those numbers.
How's it been today? I mean, it was probably really good this morning, I'd imagine, with the clean, and it was bigger, and now typical Huntington with the northwest wind. Like, so funny, you come down to this event, and depending on when your heat is, you're just like, oh, great, or oh boy, that's gonna be tough.
Oh boy. But we talked about it actually a fair amount today, the myriad of conditions that you have to compete in. It creates that diverse competitor. And like you said, depending on where you're at in the draw, you're surfing a completely different heat. Like this morning was actually barreling. We saw Edgar Grogia get, I'm not kidding you, blown out of a hit.
Oh yeah, my gosh.
Dude, we were freaking out. We were in the booth calling it. And so throughout the day, it had a look of ripability. It was glassy. And this is actually kind of tame for me, wind-wise. You know, it is windy. It's in the wave face. But Huntington has that bite in the afternoons. And so you just have to change up and be adaptable. Luke Swanson was saying that yesterday. And, like, if you go out being too rigid on wanting to do one specific thing, then you're going to be pigeonholed, potentially, and miss the opportunities that are in front of you.
Yep. That's a good way of putting it. So we got a score in for Luke's wave. Was a
5.83.
5.83. Okay.
And then Taro's wave comes in at a 5.6 for his first wave. Still waiting for.
Interesting. Wow.
Joel
I
Vaughn.
actually would have thought that Luke's was going to go
a little higher, huh?
Yeah. Are we allowed to say things like that on?
Of course.
Okay.
We want your opinion.
Come on.
Yeah, bigger wave. Like the first turn.
Cold Beer Surf Club.
The first turn was like he didn't fully connect, but that second turn was pretty big, and I like the excitement factor on that bigger wave. So I guess they really liked that polished connecting surfing that Taro had on that wave. And we still don't have a score for Joel's air.
So for me, when I think of, and you know Taro so well, Connor, so I want to hear your opinion on this. When you're competing, and actually the ecosystem around you talks of you and your approach with style, right? Like I think Mikey Febbs is a good example of that. Like we all watch Taro and we are oohing and awing about his approach, and sometimes it's different. It's only because it is different from a conventional performance surfer. Do you think that's a big advantage for him?
Yeah, I mean, surfing, so there's like contests, you know, in the contest maybe style doesn't matter as much, but I do think like subconsciously, even from like a judge's standpoint, it's like when something looks, I feel like it's maybe changed. You remember like when Parko almost like wouldn't get scores because he made it look so easy?
He made it look too easy.
And people are like, Parko's surfing's too smooth and it looks too easy. Whereas now I feel like the judges appreciate style a lot more. There was Luke with a nice blowtail reverse. But yeah, I feel like they do appreciate style more and more. And I think when it looks good on the eyes, they're like happier to reward that surfing. And I feel like we've seen that on the tour kind of like evolve maybe in the last like 10 years. Like I think a lot about Ethan surfing. It's like, it just looks so buttery. And they're just like, oh yeah, why would we not give that a good score? Even if it's like sometimes he maybe even holds back a little for him, it's just like, oh, it's so easy on the eyes. Just give it an 8.
You know, we talked about Brad Gerlach, you guys, and I think Mitch tracked down the Gur on the beach. Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. I did. Here with Brad Gerlach, one of the all-time greats from the Southern California area. Brad, we all know Taro is one of your original students when it comes to the Wave Keep program that you have developed. Yep. Luke Ginaldo out there is one of your current students. He's going to drop another major number. Really, when you look at the conditions, how important do you actually think the program that you have developed has really become out there right now?
Well, I just think that what I've done, and I heard Connor's up in the booth, and he can attest to it, is I used to be out here. I know the power of the wave. I know how difficult it is, and the training that we're doing is the most sophisticated in the world. It's edge control. It's high speed, and he fell already on a couple of them. And the waves are so like there's so many ripples and bumps in it. So all the stuff that we do pretty much puts the feel into his body. Try to get out of your head and feel the power. I mean, Tom Curran is one of the best at that. Slater too. I study those guys so much, and I put that all into it. So, yeah, it's really exciting to watch. Luke's an incredible student. He's a very intelligent guy. He's articulate, and he's very hungry, and he has a lot of grit. And yeah, and Taro's extremely talented too. As you know, he's one of the world's best surfers, one of the most stylish ones. Connor too. So you know, proof's in the pudding.
And what about having the kids right here, the whole family with the Ginaldo clan as well? Just being back at home, I know you're residing in an HB now. How cool is it to be back where you originally grew up in?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great to be here and raise my kids here. I went to high school here, and there goes Messinas. Wham, that was a good turn. And second turn was less. Oh, here's a good wave right here. Who's on that thing? Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. I feel at home here, and this
is your home.
This is my home. That's right, and it's your home too. And yeah. Thanks for that. I was watching Luke's heat yesterday on the plane. Like so happy I could get Wi-Fi on the plane because I was in Virginia working over there the last 2 days. So it was so exciting. How's when he landed that thing and the camera went off of him, and you went, oh, yeah. I heard you. And I did the same thing on the plane. I went, oh, and then he made it. I was really happy about it. So.
Appreciate the time, Brad. Thank you so much, guys.
The Gur.
Yeah, the Gur.
He will break it down. He knows about biomechanics. He knows about heat management. He knows about surfboards.
The Gur is so passionate about surfing. Like I mean, you can see, like you could feel how excited and stoked he is that, like when Luke pulled that turn yesterday on the plane, I bet he was so fired up. That's really fun.
So I think right here, that is a 6.3 for Luke Ginaldo that we're catching on the replay, you guys. And as we were having those interviews, that score for Joel Vaughn for his full rotation also dropped. And it was not excellent, 7.83.
We were close. We were on the panel though, Kaipo. We got 3 8s and then a couple 7.5s.
Yeah, I said I'm always so generous, I feel, with my scoring. Here we go.
I am such a fan of Luca Messinas. He has the ability on his backhand specifically to create opportunity in those pockets where he takes a pretty mundane section and he wipes from the midpoint of the wave and he creates this pop and spray, and he can repeat that. You know, I think he got 2 good turns there on that wave, but really when you see Luca open up on a good left-hand wave, like where he's from, obviously in Peru, like it's dynamic.
Yeah, some of the clips that he drops out of there, I mean, he does like 12 upside down, just really good backside turns. It's amazing. He has that, like you were saying, Tanner, he really accelerates through his turns backside and drives through them with speed, and then helps him, I think, really accelerate into the next turn, which is always nice on the eyes and I think helps with the scores.
I'm going to try to find out the answer. I don't have the answer right now, but Luca Messina is from Peru, but surfs in the North America QS series. He qualified through North America, #2 in North America QS.
Yeah, he's always, I think, even since when
Yeah.
I was competing and growing, because I think he's pretty similar age to me. I feel like he has always sort of competed from here as home base, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is interesting. I don't know why.
Which is interesting because you would think
Yeah.
he'd be surfing in South America.
True.
From Peru, but
Looks
there
like
you
we
go.
got Mateus Hurdy teed up maybe for an interview coming up here. I'm excited to see what he's got to say.
Let's
well,
hear.
our heat winner here, the last time we were chatting a year ago, it was you were in the final. This is a huge moment in your career. Coming back here, 2026, how does it feel to be back in Huntington competing?
Feels great. I think I haven't done an interview in so long, to be honest. Even Bolito, I made some heats, but I got second twice and then got the 9th there. But yeah, stoked and happy to be here again. And yeah, love. I've been coming here from the last like 8 years. Yeah.
Feeling right at home in California. And you came in and told me that heat was stressful. Talk to me about what it's like in the water at the moment competing.
Yeah, it was really hard. Conditions are tough out there. It's hard to find the good ones. And I was losing in the middle of the heat, and I already had 2 5s, and I worked really hard for those 5s because it's really hard to surf. So bumpy, and then thank God I got that wave that allowed me to do an air and then one more turn. And then I just kept getting waves till I get the 6.6, 6.7, I think. Yeah, well, just happy to make it, and Apple Watch helped me so much. Physio's there, they helped me a lot too, and just want to give a shout out to my dad. It's my dad's birthday today, so stoked that I made that heat, and also my cousin's birthday, so yeah, a lot of people was born today.
A lot to celebrate, and you spoke about seeing the physio. Is there any kind of niggling injury that you're carrying?
Not injured, but I was just feeling my back a little bit from the traveling, and then they taped it with this thing. It felt amazing in the air.
Great crew on hand. Your surfing's looking good, and I hope you enjoy the moment. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right. And as promised, did some research, and Luca Messinas has switched into the North American region about 6-7 years ago. So he's always been competing in the North American QSs. He's qualified and he's won it a number of times. He's got an uncle in Costa Mesa, another one in Malibu, spends a lot of time here. He's won the Jax Pro here on the QS level before Luca has, and he considers HB pretty much his second home. There you go.
All right.
Well,
Thank
the
you,
cool
Peppa.
thing, we talked about it as we watched Joel Vaughn on a right, which is looking to back up his 7.83. He's already sitting on or is this the 4.17 that we're watching here in replay?
I think that was the 4.17 replay.
So a really great opportunity for Joel to just get that score on the board, and then he'll be able to reset, because realistically, when you have that high score of a 7.83, that's almost a full 1.5 over the top of the highest other score in this heat, you really want to close that door and close the opportunity on these surfers, because when a guy like Taro Watanabe is sitting in the 4 spot, it's so sketchy. It does not feel good to be in the 2nd spot, because things are going to jump around. You can absolutely guarantee that. So Joel keeping that inertia, keeping the narrative on himself.
For sure. This is a tight heat. I mean, we knew it was going to be a good heat just with the names on paper, but it's always nice when they deliver. And I mean, from 1st to 4th, it's less than 2 points right now, 1.5. So it's going to be an exciting last 12 minutes. And yeah, you definitely don't want Taro breathing down your back needing a 6.4, or Luca Messinas for that matter.
Yeah.
So Joel definitely is going to want to jump into that 1st place. But I think it was smart to get that 4.17, because I feel like it's tempting when you have that 7.83 to just be like, all right, I'm going to wait and get another 7 or something and shut the door. But I've tried that before and lost needing like a really small score. So I like that he dropped the 4 to put himself in an advancing position at least.
And Tanner, you don't know when, we've seen it in other heats, when things are just going to shut down and
Yeah.
Rip's just going to run through the whole lineup, and you're not even going to find scoreable waves. Hey, we're going to take a break right now. We're going to continue on and see if Luke Ginaldo, the local boy, can continue to lead in this heat. We're going to have more conversations with Connor Coffin and Joel Vaughn. 7.83 for that full rotation. We're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and we're looking towards our Pacifico fan picks. That's right, you go to worldsurfleague.com, look up a heat, pick who you think is going to win. We extrapolate all of that information, and then we put it into percentages. 45% of you said that Joel Vaughn would win this heat. Who would have you picked, Tanner?
Well, it makes sense in some ways because Joel Vaughn is a household name. You know, his work in the wave pools, he's on the tour. He is one of those X-Factor surfers that you can put him in a heat, insane. You can put him in a video part, insane, and you can put him in a free surf location and he's just going to tear it up. So I always am a fan of people like Joel, unless I'm competing against them, because it is so hard to trap them in corners. They just find creative ways to get over the top.
Yeah, it's always tough when you have someone in your heat and you're all, oh, if they get a closeout, they can get a 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes it tough.
Well, there's not so many of them. You know, when you're competing against somebody, you're subconsciously thinking of their attributes that they go to a lot. And when you're dealing with closeout conditions, which you get a fair amount in these challenger events, in these low tide afternoon heats, I never had that maneuver. And so when I'm looking at guys around me, I'm like, if they have it, I'm afraid of it because I know it's potentially coming out at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a, I mean, I think in today's day and age, it's got to be pretty hard to get through the QS if you don't have one.
Well,
we're still doable though.
What's your fondest memory here from the U.S. Open?
I have a lot of fun memories from. I met my wife at the U.S. Open.
There you go.
Dude,
well, that should be number one. There you go.
She was out here working for the skate thing, and then we were all at a party afterwards, and we started talking. So that worked out.
There you go.
But besides that, maybe more like with the surf contest, I guess I got probably my first like big win was the U.S. Open Pro Junior, and that was like a pretty kind of helped get me going in my career. So yeah, and I think it was the first. I remember Perry brought me down, and we slept on Brandon Gomet's couch. It was like the first ever Pro Junior that I did, and I had Jordy Smith and Julian Wilson and someone else in my heat. I got absolutely waxed, and I was like, damn, this is hard. I think I was like 15 or 16, 14 maybe.
What about you?
Couldn't drive yet.
But the Pro Junior is such a great story, though, because it, for us in California growing up with the Junior Series, mine actually would be the Pro Junior as well, because you take that step out of those amateur events, and then that's what brings these big names to that Pro Junior, because you're doing the domestic tour. Dude, thank you. Like, just hit it again.
They make it look so easy.
It's not fair for everyone else, but that's incredible. That one was above the lip, where the one before was out in front of the lip. So we'll see where it comes in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting comparison with those two backhand full rotators for Joel Vaughn. Regardless, he's going to improve upon his scoreline and get rid of that 4-point ride. Check this out, Connor.
Yeah, so he's just eyeing up that little fluffy section up there and just gets the quick rotation. I think that the other one was maybe a little bit more critical out into the flats, a little bit faster spin, but this was a taller wave, and like Tanner said, he went a little bit more up. So I think it's right there close to that, but God, just so smooth.
Yeah.
So effortless.
I mean, given the conditions, to find 2 ramps like that and to throw down 2 heavy metal air reverses, the Vaughn brothers, they show pop. I think they have a unique quality that they can get higher and much more loft than a lot of the other surfers.
Oh, gouging turn for Luke Ginaldo. Finds a nice shoulder. Another slash for the HB local. Sticking with this left. Knows how to make the connection. Knows this wave well.
It's interesting, like it's hard to tell when you're watching the webcast, but it seems like maybe Joel and Luke are sort of sitting, are they sitting down the beach a little bit, kind of close together? Here goes Joel again with a little check snap into another sort of Hail Mary.
So that previous full rotation, Joel just got a 6.6. So maybe, you know, the judges want some more, and I feel like I'm super impressed by both of those airs. But the judges want more, and coming in with that 6.6.
See, I think to go referencing Luke Ginaldo's one-turn nose pick front side maneuver, which I think came through at a 6.3.
Yeah, 6.3,
and I feel like that maybe gives you that bearing where you start to analyze it against that maneuver, because Joel is unlocking good scores off of one maneuver, and I think
you know, they're assessing it at the same difficulty as what Luke was doing on that last.
Well, let's compare here. This is the 7.83 on the replay for Joel Vaughn.
Ah, man, the landing, the timing of landing stuff into the flats is so unforgiving for these surfers, where he pops up over the lip on the second one.
And that's at the 6.6.
And that's a little bit more of a fluffy ride out. I can't find, you know, one over the other. I think they're both pretty sick for today.
And live action with Taro Watanabe. And just smooth, making it like ironing things out, looking smooth in really difficult conditions.
It was smooth. I felt like he got a little stuck on that first turn. Like if they show the replay, he didn't get that acceleration out of it that he does sometimes, which put him up a little bit late for that second turn, if I'm being critical.
I love it.
So I'm looking at this as he needs a 6 point, is that 6.53? It's going to be...
Yeah, it's going to be under.
I think it's going to be under. But yeah, that was just a little unfortunate. He got a little bit stuck on that first turn. Gurr would have said to bump it a little harder and get a little bit more zip out of that. And we got Luca really smooth connecting the dots on this one over by the pier.
Yeah, he's looking for a 6.33, Tanner.
Hey,
what happened on the outside?
We don't know.
Okay.
That's why we came in and he was right under the pylon. So I'm actually really excited to see what happened out the back for Luca. Because when somebody finishes a ride with that much intention on the sand, you kind of figure, even if you haven't seen the outside, that they did something good. So with what Luca needs, what he can do on the surfboard, this could get really interesting.
He looked stoked.
Yeah.
Right? Was that a little claim maybe at the end? A little fist pump, or was I seeing things? Subtle.
Maybe you were feeling things. I don't know.
He looked fired up on whatever happened.
I'm fired up.
I mean, yeah, this is an exciting end of that heat. We got a score for Taro. We got a score, a pretty good, another wave for Luke, too, with that kind of layback jam. And the rapid kind of, the wave sort of let him down after that.
So in my opinion, this is why it was so important for Joel Vaughn to throw down another air reverse and just secure whatever score he was going to get, which came in at 6.6, because if he was still carrying that 4, the conversation's getting uncomfortably tight for him to keep the lead. Because Luke now is shoveling up to the 12-point total, and these guys are all starting to incrementally level themselves closer and closer. So really dynamic heat unfolding.
Yeah, here we go. We got Taro looking at a chunky sort of pier bowl right. Let's see what he can, oh no, just up and out. So it seems like maybe, oh, there's Luke's kind of hanging on Taro now. But it seems like maybe Taro's hung over by the pier a little bit more, and Joel and Luke were maybe surfing down the beach a little bit, and it seemed like they were maybe able to get a little bit more opportunity down there.
We're still waiting for an important score for Luca Macinas and see if he's turned the heat. 6.33. Here's a full version, Connor,
here we
of
go.
the wave.
That was a really nice left. He squared up that first turn. Oh, and got the second big turn. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I definitely did see a fist pump on the inside. So that was 2 big turns out the back on probably the best left we've seen ridden in this heat. So.
I think Luke Ginaldo's going to be in trouble right now when this score comes through.
Yeah.
6.33 is what Luca needs to put together. Feels like he's got the number.
I'm giving it to him.
Oh, 100%.
I'm going on record here. What do you guys think?
I think he got the number. He should eclipse that 6.33. He'll actually probably do better than that 6.33. Hope I'm not jinxing him right now, but I feel like Luke Ginaldo needs another wave right now.
Yeah. It would be nice to see the replay one more time. It seemed like maybe the first turn he got like a little hung up, but the second turn he really got it up super vert and got nice pop out of the lip. Yeah. So
he got the number. 6.7. See, needed a 6.33, got the 6.7, goes to second place. Like I was suspecting, Luke Ginaldo now needs to get busy, needs a 6.21. Only 20 seconds.
It's so radical when it becomes a game of 5s. Like everybody from the 2nd to 4 spot is kind of carrying like a 5 to a 6, and who at the end of the day gets that one poppy wave that gets them into that higher range, closer to the 7s, and it shuffles everything around. Luke, you know, for a second there, Connor, you thought he was going to sit on Taro and secure this heat, and now all of a sudden he's back out. He's back behind the door, and the heat ends, unfortunately, on him with Luca over the top in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, that was a great heat. I mean, I'm just happy to see that everyone, I feel like Taro got a little bit, didn't get the best waves to really showcase his surfing, but that was a really good heat. Everyone surfed well and found some opportunity, and Joel prevailed with the airs, and then Luca came back right at the end with the 2 solid turns on a nice set wave. Patience paid off for him there.
Macinas and Vaughn on to the round of 32. We're going to be on to a quick commercial break. More action, more conversation with Connor Coffin when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Coming out of the water, walking into the round of 32, Joel Vaughn, couple of airs for the Australian, got the job done, and he's advancing into the next round along with Luca Macinas. Kaipo Guerrero with Tanner Gudauskas and Connor Coffin on the call here. Connor, you got some happenings tonight.
Hello. Yes.
What
we
we
have
got?
the Factory by the Sea that 805 is sponsoring at the Inherent Bummer. I think it's at the Surf Museum.
Perfect.
I believe, hopefully, because that's where it was last year. And 805 put together a little surf film, and they'll be showing that. And there's some bands playing. It's been a really fun party the last couple of years.
I hear Sunbender might be playing with Chris Cote.
Oh my God.
What? Yes.
Chris Cote?
Yes.
He was just here. I should have gotten an autograph.
What's it been like, Connor, riding for 805? You look like you're having a blast. I know you started the Cold Beer Surf Club. You must be enjoying being in that family.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been great. I grew up like drinking the Firestone Walker beers, and then I saw somewhere along the way, I was like, 805, oh, what's this? Oh, Firestone Walker. And then they did all this super cool stuff with Grayson. So I called Dustin, and I was all, dude, what's up? Like, you got Nate and Grayson? Like, I want to be a part of this.
Yes.
And so it all worked out, and it's been really fun. It's always nice when it's just like the sponsors super natural and we're all doing the same stuff. So.
For sure. And
I like cold beer, and I like to surf.
Walk us through the Cold Beer Surf Club. It's so enjoyable to listen to. Actually, some of the guests you've had on, it's really incredible, and you guys are sharing rad insight. What's the future?
Oh, thanks, Tanner. Tanner Gudauskas, episode 7, yes. Kaipo Guerrero, episode 8. No, seriously, actually, both of your guys' names have been on the list to try to pin you down and get you on there. We just did one with Matt Costa, and that was really fun. I've always loved his music. That was Lennox Smith, sorry. Got 2 nice turns there. Just didn't make the second one. And then Salema Masakela is the next one to come out just after the US Open, which was probably my favorite conversation so far. It was really fun. I mean, I've known him for so long, as most of us have, and just sort of an iconic voice in the world of action sports. And rad human being. So very, very cool conversation with him, and I was stoked on that one. So thank you to everyone who's been a part of it, and I'm going to get you guys on there one of these days when you want to come through Santa Barbara.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll shut up now and we can talk about
No, let's do it. We got Ian Govea, we got Oscar Berry, we got Lucas Olson, and we have Lennox Smith.
Another just stacked heat. It's so amazing, this Challenger Series, how many good surfers. There's not, I mean, everyone's a good surfer, so there's basically 80 guys just get mixed up, and every heat's a stacker.
Yeah.
I've known Ian forever. He's a freaking legend, and he just hammered that backside turn out the back, so that was sick.
Yeah, Ian Govea, second generation professional surfer. Fabio, his dad was on the championship tour, also won a world amateur title as well. He was the first guy, I think he's the first Brazilian, his dad was the first Brazilian to win a championship tour event, World Cup at Sunset.
Sick. When I first started doing the QS at that point, Fabio was still competing. And Ian is such a great throwback style for Fabio. They both have their own unique approach within surfing. Ian is so compact. He relies on a really low center of gravity. He brings out his power surfing a ton. However, he's great in the air. He's phenomenal in the tube. So he's really, really well-rounded. And I think the Govea family it's a main staple in Brazilian surf culture, like since the very beginning. And Fabio had this effect on the beach, and you just knew they were icons, you know? So Ian still holding the flag up for the family, doing great work.
Yeah, great work, and he's got a great sense of humor too. He's a funny guy, Ian Govea.
It's funny and as nice as they come. And I think like an underrated surfer. Tanner stole the words out of my mouth. Like Ian in tubes is freaking seriously impressive. I actually ended up on a boat trip with Ian to Indo, and we had the best time ever. And he surfed. At the time, I didn't really know that he rode the tube so well, and I was blown away.
I mean, this heat kind of has a couple underground legends in their own right? Like you're talking about Ian. Oscar Berry, in my opinion, is totally underrated. He's had these challenging situations competitively, but from a surf perspective, he's like a surfer. We talked about that earlier. Like,
Oscar Berry.
He's on the Mad Hueys. He is the guy. He's like so fun to be around, and he just belts through these waves. So I'm hoping he's using the same way Joel Vaughn, kind of that theory of like come back down, get some rhythm, get the kindling going, and get that heat. And Lennox Smith on the rise. Lucas Alston is a local surfer from Oceanside, California. So I actually get to surf with him a ton. And to be honest, crazy good surfer, has a technical power, like his foundation over the board's unique. It's squared up, and he's able to utilize his frame and fit it tightly in the pocket, but just power through things. And he seems like he's finding some new form, some fresh energy. He's working with Jim Hogan here at this event. So this heat's banging.
Yeah, it sure is. Lucas Olson, just 20 years old. This is really, I'm getting to know Lucas now. He's a new name for me, and but he looks like he's got a bright future. We talked about Ian Govea and his prowess in barrels. He's been semifinals in the Pipe Masters 2 times. So just as to illustrate like how
gnarly out
good.
there. Yeah. And Lennox Smith too. Like I sort of just found out about him in the last year, and he's an insanely talented surfer. Super good tube rider, but just full, like everyone is such a full package. So I'm a big Lucas Austin fan too. He's definitely throws down on the rail.
Throws down.
Seen some really sick clips of him at lowers lately.
You just must love that.
Yeah, he's only 20. Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Connor, let's get some wisdom, right? Like we got a bunch of young bucks coming up with Lucas Alston, Lennox Smith. You did it. How do these guys push through? The Challenger Series is nothing but hard heats, hard venues, really challenging times. Like how do you get through the door of qualification?
That's such a good question.
I mean,
you can answer it after
asking for my friends,
because you did it too. Dude, I think it just takes like pure like grit. I mean, you just have to like buckle down, and you have to want it, and you got to enjoy it too. Like I think that's the biggest thing. Is it's like if you look at this as like, oh my God, I hear people say it's such a grind and this and that, and I kind of felt that for a second, and I was like, you know what? I was like, dude, this is surfing. Like this is the sickest job ever. I'm just gonna try to embrace this thing and not look at it like a grind, and just really give it my all, because I think I was a little bit like torn in between like wanting to be a free surfer, I was getting to do such rad trips and like go on Kai Neville films. I was like, oh my God, that's so fun. So I was a little bit in two minds, and then at one point I was just like, you know what, I gotta just buckle down and try this to try to make it all in. And I had one just terribly shocking year where I barely made a heat and I almost quit, and then the next year I made it. So I think you just have to have like really a ton of determination and mental strength.
Mental strength.
I think
sure.
it comes down to that more than the surfing almost, you know, in this. Because look at these guys are out in the afternoon. It's challenging. They have 3 other amazing surfers, and you're going to lose and you're going to have shockers, and you just got to be able to put those behind you and show up at the next event like ready to go.
Yeah, and that's something, you know, in this heat, that's something that Oscar Berry, you know, needs to show, because he's having a tough time as a rookie season on the championship tour, and he's got to put that behind him. He's still got half the season in front of him. Obviously, he's going to do double duty now with the Challenger Series as well, but he's too good of a surfer not to stay on the championship tour. So we'll see how the rest of the year plays out for Oscar.
Yeah, I feel like the hardest thing, and Tanner, you can speak to this too, like when you're a rookie on tour, you get on there and you start losing, and you're like, you get so down on yourself.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm losing, like why am I losing, like what am I doing wrong? That was rad. I don't know if this is like a make or not.
That was beyond crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not really thinking it's a ride out. Belly ride out for the clip maybe, but not for the
Keep
score.
going, Connor. Yeah, I think you were making a great point.
Yeah, and so then you get some confidence and you start making some heats, and then you start losing again, and you're just like, oh, I need to go back. And it's like, once I was there for a while, I was like, I'm not doing anything wrong. It's everyone loses. Like you watch guys blow hot and cold, and I feel like the faster in all these events, like if you lose, it's just like, okay, cool. What can I learn from that heat, and like how can I move forward and be fired up and positive for the next one, and like just keep rolling with it, because sometimes you like don't do anything wrong and you just lose 5 heats in a row. I mean, that sounds stupid to say, but it's like you're not blowing it, you're just like losing.
Speaking of blowing it,
yeah, blowing it out
blowing
the
the tail.
Oh my word. It's fun seeing these guys throw their own spice into conventional maneuvers. That's a really cool approach of just ripping into a vertical turn and almost sending it through into a baby air. I mean, he really disengaged the fins out the back. Really well composed over his surfboard with Lucas. And yeah, Connor, honestly, so much good insight coming out of you right there with that experience, because it feels like a needle in a haystack. It's hard to connect these heats in the afternoon in the round of 64 to its importance to you making a qualification run, but that's actually what you have to get granular with and like stay really focused on. Like, I only have to worry about 35 minutes and getting in the top 2 position to move to tomorrow.
Yeah. And just trying to just do the best you can and like control the things you can control, and then it's like all the rest of it, it's so much out of your hands. You might lose by 0.1, and then the next time maybe you make it by 0.1, and you're like, boom, now I'm in the freaking semifinals and the finals, and I bagged a result. So surfing's so weird. I just feel like these tiny little things can just click or just not click, and as long as you're just keep chipping away and working towards that and doing everything you can do, like you're gonna get it. It's gonna come your way.
Well, clicking a couple airs this afternoon was Joel Vaughn taking out a win in his heat. Rosie Hodge caught up with Joel. Let's hear what he had to say.
Joel, congrats on the heat win. We were just catching up. Last year we were saying how you made the cut, you didn't have to go on the Challenger Series. This year, kind of a different story, doing double duty on both tours. How do you manage that and find the balance between competing on the Championship Tour and heading back to the Challenger Series?
Yeah, it's been fun. Like, I haven't had the best results to start the year off on the Championship Tour, but so yeah, I decided to come and do Bolito, and then and this as well, and so it's been really cool to like surf some more heats and get into a bit of a rhythm, so it's been really nice.
It's all good practice. And tell me about the relentless travel that you've had, because it's been a long time on the road for you guys, and Australia is home, but still you've had to pack your bags, pack the boards up, and you've got a lot of stops that you're going to look forward to.
Yeah, it's been a pretty full-on start of the year, but it's been epic. Like, get to travel and visit some amazing places, and then yeah, after this I get to go to Tahiti and Fiji and then back here, so I definitely can't complain. It's been a lot of fun.
No whining on the yacht. Staying with Kalohe and Dino again in San Clemente, how much of an advantage is that?
Yeah, shout out to brother. He's hooked us up with a place to stay and some good vibes, and like it's been cool because there's the event at Trestles after Fiji, so I get to come and surf here for this event and then run down and go surf Trestles as well. So it's been really cool, and yeah, it's been good getting some knowledge from him, and yeah, it's been epic.
Well, thanks for the insights. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Yeah, there you go. It's stay on the road.
It's crazy. Like I was talking to Brisa before I sat down, and the way the schedule, and if you aren't doing well at that first half, then you feel like you need to back yourself up. Like the travel schedule just sounds
it's crazy.
Gnarly.
So I gotta mention on that, because when I had fallen off tour, it was this way where you had to back yourself through the Challenger, the Prime, or the QS at the time, and you have to be so strong mentally and separate what these events mean to you, because right now for a guy like Joel Vaughn, this actually could potentially be more important, these results, than his World Tour events, unless he gets really hot in those specific events, because it's hard to be focused when you're doing so much. It's almost like imagining you throw 5 nails down and you're trying to hit them with a hammer rather than just one. I was just talking to Sawyer Lindblad earlier this week. She was meant to do this event but wants to go train in Tahiti, and that's a luxury that she has, where some of these mid-range tour surfers don't have that luxury. So they really have to focus and know that they're going to be on the road, and they're dedicated for the craft, and they just have to make the most of it. Joel seemed like he was turning it into a positive in that interview, and I like that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more you can turn anything into a positive is good. Wow, that was a big turn that Lennox just threw down and fell. That would have been a nice score. But yeah, I never did it. I just was like, because I didn't think I could do both well. I was like, I'm going to just end up going to all these events and be like so fried that I don't think I'll surf well at anything. So I just went all in on the CT until the wheels fell off, and then went back to the drawing board afterwards. My hat always went off to the people who could do both. I was like, it seems like a good idea. I just don't think I could pull it off.
I mean, I don't really want to digress too hard, but I know with El Nino, the water temp's real hot. I know you've been fishing a ton. Like, what's up?
Yeah.
How's the bite?
Been fishing a little bit. It's been a different year. I don't know, because up our way, like, here goes Lucas. Actually, I'm excited about this one. What do you got? Come on. He's just kind of getting the one turn out the back, and the sections just haven't quite been critical enough to drop a big score, but he's looking good.
Oh, he's really good. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, also looking good in this heat, is Ian Govea. He's got a 5.83, you guys, but we're still waiting for a score for Ian. I think he's going to back that 5.83 up handedly and keep himself in a solid second place position. Actually, scores that are owed to us for Ian Govea, Lennox Smith, which is not really, which is going to be a throwaway score, as well as Lucas Austin. Lucas comes in with a 4.77, so Lucas goes into first place, and we're still waiting for that score, though, for Ian Govea. Could change the situation.
All right. It's tightening up.
To drive back to what you're talking about, Connor, I think in the so we have 5 events for the Challenger Series this year. They're going to allow competitors to bring in a 6,000 in their domestic areas if they need a backup score. You're going to keep 4 results. Do you think it's about getting a consistent, equal 9th, equal 5th, building on that, or cashing in on a finals day performance and arcing around one big win?
I don't know. I mean, I think when I qualified, I don't even think I made a final that year. I think I had like 5ths and 9ths and maybe like a 3rd.
Okay.
So I sort of was able to get it done with consistency. But if you can get, I mean, with so few events, like I'm sure if you lock in a big win, you're really setting yourself up for success. Whereas back like when we were doing the QS, Tanner, there was so many events. Like it seemed like consistency kind of paid off maybe more. Whereas with a smaller pool, you probably got to get yourself up there more. I'm not sure how the points
with
work
5,
out,
I look at it this way. With 5 events and top 10 men qualifying, 5 of those 10 guys are going to be the 5 winners of the five events, because that's 10,000 points.
Yeah, nearly, right? I
So
mean,
you have 4 finishes, right? So you're a quarter way there, and so that's what I think the battle is going to be. Really, from 6 to 10 is going to be the real battle. I think it's going to be it's going to be a given. Each guy that wins one of the events is going to qualify. Because it's only 4. You're only taking 4 events. Yeah.
I feel like and that kind of speaks to, like, if you're making a finals day, the push needs to come very hard out of the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Because the difference of taking home an equal 5th, equal 3rd, and a 1st is so huge when you look back at the end of the year, because you're definitely going to be arcing around a win.
Yeah, because, a 5th is 4,700 points. A third is 6,085 points, and then you have 7,800 for second and 10,000 for first. So there is that difference.
Yeah, it's a big. It gets with so few events, it ends up being a really big difference.
Which is good for someone like a Cole Hausman, who's already won an event, as an insurance policy for him. It's huge, that win in Bolito for Cole.
But then it gets interesting because say Cole goes on and qualifies on the CT.
We'll have double qualifiers.
Well, then he's eating up 10,000 points on the Challenger Series for the rest of the guys. So it's so crazy how it all shakes out.
I think it's interesting in the way of either an upstart kid getting super hot and actually doing it in one specific event, coming from the bottom to then be in the qualification kind of conversation, and surfers who are, Connor, you were kind of talking about it earlier, when you came on tour, you kind of had to redraw what you were doing from free surfing to competitive scene, and I think that allows people like Taro, if he gets really hot in an event in the future and he wins it, to then really take himself seriously to get onto tour. I think it could help these guys move through this system realistically if you can be able to win one specific event.
Yeah, and then kind of lock in and gives them the I mean, winning an event gives you a lot of confidence for sure, and can kind of just get the ball rolling.
Well, you guys, right now, we're still waiting for scores for Oscar Berry and Lennox Smith. Ian Govea, as we thought, did go to the lead. Let's take a look at some of these replays, starting with Lennox.
Gosh, he just has such a crispy forehand snap on him. I see he's riding JS. I know he's super deep with the JS family. Right, Connor? He looks to have taken the Golden Child out. There's a gold logo on his board. What is that board, actually?
The Golden Child is off a board that JS made for Parco that he won like 25 heats in a row on or something.
Wow.
I think he won 2 events and got a third before he lost a heat on it. So they called it the Golden Child.
All right.
So they pulled that. That thing was sitting in, when I started riding for JS, I like went in his office. I was like, what's this thing? And he was like, oh, it's the gold, whatever. He told me the story. I was like, whoa, sick.
Well, you guys.
And then they kind of, I think Glindo got it, Jai got it, and they let him go ride it. And he just like went ham on it. So I think we should bring this thing back.
Yeah, and they did. We're going to take a break right now, you guys, and we'll come back with the conclusion right now. It's Ian Govea in the lead. Lucas Austin looking good. Dimitri Poulos, he's preparing for the next heat. He'll be out in heat 15. Be back after this. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, here with a Sun Cruiser board check, and it is one of 2-time US Open champions Kanoa Igarashi's boards. So this one, a JS Monza 10, slightly modified to his specifications. It's pretty much an identical board to what he rode to the final last year at Lower Trestles for that event at the Championship Tour stop. And I really want to talk about not only the board, but the fins, most importantly. Futures, this is a fin-based company that is actually here in Huntington Beach. And these are TechFlex larges that he's been riding right now, pretty much prototypes that are something in between Ethan Ewing's fiberglass fins and John John's TechFlex fins. As you can see, good amount of rake on
on them, but just a bit more hold with these fins. Based out of Huntington Beach, he wants something that is adaptable to beach breaks, and of course, with a broadened tail like the one right here from the Monster 10, this board really excelling in the pocket kaipo, and of course, here in Huntington, deuces are wild. You never know what you're going to get. And this afternoon, it's a bit chunky. It's still a bit windy. He's coming up in our final heat of today.
That's right. That's a lot of information to digest right there. There's.
All right, I got some more information because JS called me out and said you were close. He said the Golden Child was Parco's board. He won Snapper, but it ran at Kira, Bells, and J-Bay in 1 year.
You know what? When I was on the Gold Coast,
absolute heater.
I went to Jason's factory, and his facility is incredible. I think he has his sun shaping boards as well there, and it is just, it's vertical. He does everything under one roof, and I was just so impressive of the volume that he was able to pump out and the quality of the boards.
Yeah, they're such good boards, and JS is pretty much in there at like 4 in the morning, maybe 3 in the morning a lot of days. Shaping, he does his thing, and then he like QCs like everything. He's super particular, like every glass job, all the sanding, like everything. And like he's even told me before, like especially when I was on tour, he's like, if a board comes off the machine and it's like, he has a tolerance, it's like 0.2 of a millimeter. I'm like, what even is that? You know, he's like, if it comes out more than, off than that, I don't even shape it for you guys. So he's just super meticulous, and I mean, I think it shows. Like so many guys on tour riding them, getting big results.
I was just gonna say, like when you watch the guys on tour, they're grabbing the Golden Child. The Monster looks incredible. Forget Me Not looks incredible. Miguel Pupo at Bells, that board looked like lights out good. Kauli Voss in El Salvador looked like he's having so many incredible surfers pushing these designs. Like you said, Jake Lindemann, to take that board, make a section off of it, and then basically make so much heat everybody wants it. It's really cool to watch the program there. The family looks like it's growing and doing really well.
Yeah, for sure. It's super cool just to see. Like I've gone down the last couple of years, and they get anyone who wants to come down on the team, and we all hang and surf for a couple days and barbecue. And yeah, it's a good vibe and really fun team to be a part of, and really good surfboards. I'm grateful. Like, even if I don't surf for a little while and I paddle out on like my favorite board and get a couple good waves, I'm just like, oh yeah.
What's your favorite model?
I love the Monster. I think. I don't know. It's half the time I don't even know what he makes me, and I just ride it.
No,
ask
he's
questions
being
later, but
modest. Dude, the Coffin brothers, Parker, your brother, you like are nerds at the highest level. Like surfboard design, I feel like for you guys is like what fuels your creativity on the wave face.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge part of it. So I love the Monster though. It's just so like the good ones I've had just feel like a hot knife through butter. Like so much speed and so much drive and hold for doing rail surfing. So I mean, he's shaped for so many great surfers over the years that he can just pull from the deep pool of just like little subtleties and stuff. So it's been really fun to get to experience that.
Yeah, and his roster has just been, like Tanner said, has been growing and growing, and he's a very successful brand.
Yeah, and the proof is kind of in the pudding, right?
Yeah.
Like Jack Robinson, Kanoa Igarashi. I remember Kanoa, his whole entire quiver, he was running a couple deep, 4 or 5 deep in El Salvador, and each board almost looked like it was getting better somehow. So like you said, the reproduction of the machine using CNC and all that good stuff allows these guys to get these high-performing surfers the equipment they need. Essentially, they want to replicate and reproduce those magic boards.
Yeah,
totally.
We got Oscar Berry on LSD boards, Luke Short Designs, golf clap in the Red Bull Athlete Zone for Oscar. He was looking for a 4.27 to go into the top 2.
I don't know if you guys picked up on it. He's kind of running low profile, but that is definitely Wade Carmichael sitting in the Athlete Zone. He's been working with these Australian surfers.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Yeah, Wade.
Yeah, I saw him from the corner of my eye when I was down there earlier, and there he is.
There he is.
So basically being able to tap into his mindset, that's a competitive warhorse. That man knows how to make heats and surf incredible.
Yeah, I had quite a few heats with Wade. I definitely lost a few of them too. Super good dude, and just, lethal power surfer.
Yeah, just got that front side hatchet hack that he's able to put together. Here's another look, Oscar Berry.
Lively, looking good, getting that rhythm. The conditions are really, really coming apart here in the afternoon, so you have to stay focused on making it as crisp as you can.
sometimes when you make this connection, you're either petering out or trying to get some inertia to close out strong and make the most of the score. And Oscar did really well.
Heartbreak. Needed a 4.27 and got a 4.2.
Wow. Get back out there.
Yes.
This is a tight heat. I mean, that last heat, everyone seemed like they found a lot of good opportunity. I actually feel like Lennox has had a couple big sections that he just came unglued on that would have set him apart in this heat. And other than that, it's been a little bit of a tight battle.
Setting up for something on the inside. I guess the finishing snap didn't see what went on the outside for Lennox Smith. Right now, the way it is, he needs a 4.38 to go into second.
I actually love watching these heats. It's kind of jungle ball. When it's like a 10-point total for everybody, the potential of this heat flipping and Ian Govea not being safe is so there. So you kind of can't look away because everybody keeps punching. Like even Lennox, this wave, we don't really know where it'll end up, but that turn is belty. That was like throwing down the e-brake. So that's why he comes to the inside and looks to finish out strong. So you're trying to maximize that opportunity, and that looks like a really good wave.
Yeah, to your point, Tanner, like a 6, I think about a 6 here would take Lennox from 4th to 1st. So one set and one exchange could completely turn this heat on its head.
Totally. And we might actually see it come to fruition.
Yes, still waiting for the score. Needing a 4.38 Lennox on the Red Bull jet ski ride.
The beauty of what Lennox is doing here, he's gotten the score in the Pier Bowl. Now he's utilizing the jet ski to be way away from the rest of the competitors. So he's going to surf way to the south for the rest of this heat and just try to pick the eyes out of one more opportunity. So you almost could see him flipping from having relatively no scores in the game to now having the potential of having the 2 best scores in this heat.
Well, he got the number. 5.2 checks in for Lennox Smith, and he goes to second.
And to your point, Tanner, he is riding. It looks like a Golden Child. JS could probably tell us for sure, but it does have a gold logo, and it looks pretty knifey like a Golden Child outline, which is an interesting, like that's made to be a good wave board, but it looks super good in these conditions. And he's finding those steeper, pocketier sections, and when he gets his board up there, it looks really spicy.
That was that last wave to a T. That first turn, I think, might not have dictated as big as it was unless he had the length of that Golden Child. And it's funny because it traps surfers from gravel surfing. You kind of can't get too frenetic, and you have to slow yourself down. This turn right here was surprising, to be honest. He threw the kitchen sink at it and came down so clean. You can even tell after the turn's done, oh my word, I was just going to say converging water.
Wow.
We literally just saw somebody base jump.
That was convergence. What happened there? But exactly to your point, Tanner, I think it's an interesting theory. Sometimes in these QSs, it's like the waves are kind of bad. You think you need a groveler, and it's like, cool, you feel like you're going fast. Here was Lucas sending it.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that was rad.
That was a send.
That would have been a huge score if you made that. He was really close.
Well, we saw Al Cleland this morning do something pretty similar where, and you know this turn well, Connor, where you hit a lip line and you're underneath your board, and the timing of getting back the board back under you as you're free falling, it's nearly impossible.
Yeah, here goes Blue Ian again with the Pier Bowl right with 2 solid turns and doing well to dodge that convergence.
Yeah, he held on. Iron legs, Ian Govea, and he's looking to improve upon a 4.87 to further ensure himself taking a lead in this heat.
I think he's going to be close. But yeah, T-Dog, the lip line.
Right?
It's such a sick, it's funny because like floaters are kind of whatever, but a truly like under the lip, like upside down lip line like Lucas just did, I love those turns.
Yeah.
They feel good to do, and I think they look sick.
They look incredible.
I remember Carlos Munoz did a sick one here a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Yes, I
remember that.
Pier Bowl lap, yeah. Upside down.
Was it the Gurr who had like a huge floater like way back in the day? There's like a shot of him like wheeling down like a huge one. That was sick. I think Andy had a big one year too.
For sure.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. Like if you throw down a monstrous floater at the U.S. Open, you got a shot to get in the
kind of legendary. God, I remember one year it was freaking so big. There was no jet skis, and it was so big.
then it just turns into a triathlon out
Oh, like one wave and a reform. I remember like NSSA Westerns just being like 12 years old and just being like, oh yeah, we are just going to be surfing the reform today.
I do think, and we heard Eden Wallace speak to it earlier, because, okay, Eden Wallace, so young. Are you familiar with her? And she's making heat. She's surfing so great, and she's saying already at her age, she's surfed like 1,000 different heats at this venue. She's seen it at every single size, and I think it gives you like that confidence. To be honest, it just lets you relax and know that you can feel comfortable, even though the lineup is really chaotic.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, Huntington, like in the US Open, you could go from surfing waist high nothing to like way overhead bombing lefts. Here goes Oscar with a nice first turn.
Super important wave. He needs a
dang.
5.11 to turn the heat in his favor. Use his priority. 5.11 is what he needs to get to. Battling.
Oh, no.
Could have
Okay, whoa.
made the difference right there.
Whoa, I loved those turns, though.
Yeah.
Out the back, they had a unique spring.
Did he need to make the connection?
Oh, no, I don't know.
I don't know. I got to see a replay. But I agree. Those two turns out the back were super crisp.
Sometimes it's fun when somebody shakes up what they do. Like, even imagine being a judge and seeing that. It had like a twist and a torque, and it created a lot of spray and a lot of zest. This first turn right here, wing, and then opens up for this one and just delivers.
And then actually gets a third, right?
Kind of. I'm giving it to him.
Okay, so Connor's giving it to him.
I think it's a 5.83.
I like it. I like it. I like
He got a 5.77 for that last right. So I'm thinking maybe.
So he improved. Yep.
Okay, here's another replay. Lucas Alston on a right
wow.
in the pier bowl. First turn over the lip. Wow.
So things have gotten a lot more complicated.
Oh, wait. That was him surfing at Oscar Berry right there. He kicked back towards the pier bowl.
Crazy.
So waiting for the score for Lucas, we're waiting for the score for Oscar, and see how this turns out. We could have a shift in positions towards the end of this heat in the last minute.
Oh, I was way off on Oscar's wave.
Wait, how sick is this? This is the dynamic we were talking about. Everybody's throwing punches as this heat goes into the final moment.
So
way
Oscar,
off.
Oscar appears that he's going to come under. The most important score now is going to be for Lucas Austin.
So he needs a 5.17.
Yep.
He kind of, so he got the, I think that was pretty good. He kind of missed the second turn, but the first and the third were spicy.
So Lucas Austin waiting for the score, needs a 5.17 to go into second and bump Lennox Smith out of that second and advancing position.
No matter what happens, both of these surfers should have good takeaway because they didn't leave much scoring potential on the board. Oscar Berry really maximized what was available on that wave, and even if he had made the inside, I just don't know. He surfed electric, and the same for Lucas. He stayed on his board.
So is this Lucas's score?
Yep, comes in under.
Wow.
At a 4.27 for Lucas Austin. It looks like it's not going to be enough for him.
I really want to see a replay of those two waves. Can we see them again?
And now the scores are all in, and now it is official. It's going to be Ian Gouveia and Lennox Smith advancing into the round of 32. That was a pretty grindy heat from all four surfers. Wow. And there's the numbers right there. Tanner, that was great.
Thank you.
Connor.
Yeah, boys.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you
Thanks,
at
Connor.
We'll see
Hopefully we don't all get fired.
No, we won't.
Oh, we love this. Are you kidding me? We're having so much fun in here.
I mean, I only have to do 2 heats, so that I'm fired now.
Come back in. Join us.
We'll see you at the 805 gig tonight.
Yeah,
all right.
For sure. Thank you guys for having me, and that was fun.
Yeah.
That was really fun. The fun continues. We got more action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Heat 15 in the water when we return. Jody Lawler, Dimitri Poulos, Douglas Silva, and Daniel Emsley when we return.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Yes, it's wild and woolly out there, but these surfers are ready to adapt to any and all conditions. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar, 2 more heats on the day. Both of these heats super impactful and meaningful for the 4 surfers that will be fielding in each one. Rosie, this morning, it was proper 6 to 8 foot spitting barrels, you know, just like the last couple of days. And also like the last couple of days, the afternoons turn into this. It's a struggle, but there's also a lot of opportunity for these surfers.
Oh, 100%. And I think just going into this heat with that kind of mentality, knowing that the conditions have changed, knowing that you've expected that, and just really attacking this for all that it's worth is just an important thing to do. Like, a great attitude goes a long way.
Absolutely, and I think right now those small adjustments are going to make a big difference when it comes to getting those bigger and better scores. I mean, because realistically, Ian Gouveia made the heat 11.6. That's a 5 and a 6 out there right now this afternoon. Still, you got to earn it, but it's attainable out there, Chris.
Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. Lennox Smith, scrappy young Australian, getting through in second. You know, sadly, we lose Lucas Austin, who's been absolutely ripping, and Oscar Berry, one of my personal new favorite surfers, out of the competition as well. But we've got 4 more surfers to paddle out here. Jordan Lawler, Dimitri Poulos, Douglas Silva, and Daniel Emsley. So an international superheat heading out into this lineup where the wind is whipping. You know, these conditions, I probably wouldn't want to paddle out and free surf because it just looks real hard, but these are the elite level surfers, and you can't qualify for the championship tour unless you can surf waves like this, right?
And I think this is what you expect at the US Open, right? You've got to be able to adjust. That's one of the things that is a key component of being successful here, is you know the conditions are going to range throughout the day, heat by heat. So as we look at our first surfer here, ooh.
So straight off the buzzer, Douglas Silva dropped a 3-point ride.
He's gotten some sick barrels during the morning free surfs too.
Here we go, Emsley. Big backside snap there for your surfer in green. And Rosie, Emsley is a familiar name to me. What's the relation here?
Yeah, that is Greg Emsley's nephew. So Greg Emsley, an amazing professional surfer out of South Africa. He actually coached me when I was about 8 years old. He's an absolute hero. So it's so good to see Daniel Emsley continuing the Emsley name on the Challenger Series.
And why are these fans getting so hyped right now, Mitch?
I think that's, you know, the other band members that Jordy Lawler's with. The cool kids?
Yeah, they played the other day.
Yeah.
They actually rip.
This guy rips too. East London represent, by the way, as well, Rosie. You know, he's from the same town you are, and I thought yesterday he proved that he has a lot of heart in these types of conditions. This is a guy who's already won a CS event in the past, though. That was over in Narrabee in his home break row, and looking spicy on that last one, too.
Yeah, you're looking at Jordy Lawler, and you would think these conditions would really kind of play into his favor with the beach break situation that he's coming from the northern beaches of Sydney. Wow, but there's so much undulation with these different waves and swell directions that we have, and that wind whipping. Yeah, it's you got to call it what it is. It is extremely tricky out there, and just a night and day from this morning.
That's about the nicest way you could describe it. Extremely tricky. These guys are used to it. I mean, every competitor that we have in this heat has been through this in Huntington Beach. I mean, this is a marquee spot for a reason. There's always something to surf here. We've been looking at the last 70 plus days of rideable waves here in Huntington, and we're probably looking at 70 plus more days of rideable waves here. The Surfline forecast, spot on. They did tell us that the wind was going to come up, and you know that all of these surfers study that forecast. They know exactly what they're going to be facing here in Huntington on any given day, at any given time.
Well, and it's the reality of being on the QS and on tour. I mean, we go to events worldwide where I remember one event in the Azores where they couldn't even finish it because there was lack of swell one time. So this is actually proper surf out there this afternoon in HB, Chris.
Yeah, you know, and I kind of take it back. I would free surf out there because these type of waves can be really fun. You can be launched into a section. You can find little pits and little pockets of power out here as we see Jordy Lawler coming through to the inside, fighting with everything he's got. Goes vert on the finish. The band is going to be doing a mosh pit celebrating that wave from Yep, there they are. Whipping their shirts in the wind. That's fun.
Tarps off. Yeah, and it's nice to see him fully healthy too. There was, a couple moments last year where he's surfing pretty much on one leg and already has the 533. Big fan of the way that board looks. It's a synthetic 84, it seems, by Timmy Patterson right here, looking good on the back end outside.
Yeah, it looks super responsive, Mitch, just looking at the way he's able to kind of manipulate this wave. The Timmy Patterson's going so well for L. Cleland this morning. And now Jordy on a nice piece of equipment. It looks like it's got a lot of meat to this board, a lot of foam that's carried through that midsection, a lot of buoyancy.
Which is so interesting because you might be changing the equipment that you're riding in the morning when it's much cleaner. It seemed like it had a bit more juice in this morning too, Chris, and this afternoon you could be riding an epoxy out there.
Emsley now. Nice series of turns. 3-banger down the line. Could have more on the inside. Quick foam climb. Love this kid's reaction time. To fit 3 turns like that in that space with this much water bouncing around, he deserves a lot of credit, and I think he's going to get it from the judges. This is just so well surfed.
How is he making this?
He's like reading every chop. He's reading every bump perfectly. Again, straight to the sand. Daniel Emsley starting off strong with a 5-point ride. That's definitely going to improve on his opening wave. So with 26:35 to go at the moment, Jordan Lawler is in that top spot. 5.33 and a 4-point ride. Emsley comes through with a 5. Douglas Silva had a 3 and then just went flying into oblivion for a 0.57. Yet to see Dimitri Poulos get involved in this heat. He's out the back with priority. Dimitri is such a great surfer. I can't wait to see what he has for us. But right now, let's celebrate Daniel Emsley.
Just so much determination, so much speed down the line, just really linking these maneuvers together so nicely. He had such an honest self-assessment after his heat yesterday, saying that that was potentially the worst heat of his life. So I feel like
still made it.
He still made it. He won the heat. So I feel like he's coming into this heat. He's in a different headspace. He probably learned a lot from yesterday, wanting to get a quick start. But this was a gritty, determined, lots of flow in that wave.
He must practice surfing a lot because that was, I don't know if you could have surfed that wave any better, to be honest.
Bro, the fact that he made the inside the way he did, like, as you said, he's gritty. And look at the board. I mean, that's a board that's already been through a couple of different chapters in its own life, too. But that's the one thing. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. These kids from South Africa, you can't teach hard, and they have to travel a lot to be able to make these events right here. Economically, it's big on their pockets, too. So props to them for always doing so well, and that's why you see them really grind through these conditions in the afternoon.
Yeah, there's so many factors. I mean, throw in visas that you've got to get for each country that you're traveling to. There's so many logistical things.
Douglas Silva, great start to this wave. Oh, he's got to stay on his board. He does. So a nice drama-filled, slidey, kind of layback snap for the second turn on this wave. He's going to stick with it. Whitewater river rafting all the way through to the inside. Love to see one of these surfers, just at least on one wave, like with a GoPro in their mouth, so we could see what it looks like when they're hovering above the whitewater, trying to figure out which way. Really, it's not even which way to like push yourself, but which way to lean. Because it's really, are you going on your heels and fading left, or are you going on your toes and fading right?
I think it would make us feel pretty motion sick. There's so many different change of directions.
I think the facial expressions would be pretty cool too, to see how that feels on the outside.
That was cool.
Probably pretty great if you ask Douglas right now. I mean, you only had the 3 at the beginning of this one, and the same could be said, right? For the economics, for the travel and the visas, for all the surfers out of Brazil. They've made sure that the Brazilian storm is very much alive right here at this event. And deep bottom turn, I love the way he was able to make it around the whitewater right there, and completes away from start to finish without any hiccups, Chris, and gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, Brazilian storm still at a Cat 5, and when one of those top guys chooses to retire or take some breaks of the tour, there's always going to be another great Brazilian surfer to replace one of them. And one of them just ripped his way through that last heat. Ian Gouveia, representing Brazil, is on the glass now with AJ.
Ian, parabéns. What a way to open up your contest here at Huntington Beach. Coming off that 5th in Bolito, how are you carrying the momentum?
Yes, I'm feeling really good. I'm really enjoying this year to be once again doing the challenge series and with opportunity to maybe qualify again. You know, last year was a tough year for me, injuries. Then I did surgery, and now I feel like pain-free, and yeah, I feel happy and want to do the job to be on the tour next year.
How much of a relief is that to come into this contest, to come into this season, injury and pain-free for the first time in a while?
Yeah, it's awesome. That's why I'm enjoying, and you know, as I've been saying, I'm more close to the end of my career than the beginning. So I am enjoying it a lot. You know, I've been traveling with the young guys that just qualified for the first time for the CS. So we have been having a great time, and yeah, enjoying.
That's awesome. Before we let you go para o Brasil, descreve este mindset aqui em Huntington Beach.
Valeu galera aí que tá todo mundo torcendo. O mar ali tava uma lavanderia, tava uma máquina de lavar, e amarradão de ter dado certo, avançado, e vamos nessa.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats to Ian Gouveia. I mean, he makes it impossible not to cheer for him. He's such a great dude, such an amazing surfer, and you love a comeback story. I would not be surprised to see Ian Gouveia pulling on that championship tour rash guard in 2027.
Well, I had to recheck, and it was a hip injury, so he did have hip surgery, and you know, for a lot of major athletes, it's really difficult to be able to make that recovery in time. And you know, as he said last year, he was pretty much about to call it quits, and I think he's actually a big proponent of having that push of those younger kids behind him. I think it would be bad if he retired at this moment with all these kids looking up to him right now, Chris.
Here's our first look at Dimitri Poulos. Right out.
Ow.
That was savage. 2 wicked turns on his backhand. He's such a fast, sharp surfer.
I didn't think he was going to get up there.
That was really cool. That was electrifying. I'm thinking that's going to be one of the top numbers of this heat so far. It's been fun watching Dimitri compete in this year's Stab 100 specialty video event. He's been ripping his way through that. I just watched the latest episode the other night, and excited for the premiere. Dimitri comes from a hotbed of surfing in Ventura. Oof. Those turns just left Rosie and Mitch speechless.
Truly.
And just looking at the conditions, I mean, you think of days at Emmawood and the beach breaks around Ventura, this would suit Dimitri down to the ground. And seeing his name in the heat draw on paper, you're like, okay, he's a favorite in this heat, guaranteed. We know what he's capable of, and just showing us right there. And obviously waiting, you know, for almost 15 minutes to kind of get his campaign started, but looks so confident. Wow, nice one from Daniel.
Oh, that was a heavy-footed snap. Daniel Emsley straight up into the lip, nice and controlled. Scores are starting to come through. Dimitri Poulos drops a 5.93, so a great start for Dimitri. Emsley sitting on a 5 and a 4.57. We'll see where that last wave kind of fits in that equation. Douglas Silva with the highest single wave score, 6.33. What do you guys think of this turn?
I think it's one of my favorite of the heat so far. Bigger section, releases the tail out the back there, does well to kind of make it out in front of that one. The judges have been loving that single impactful maneuver, bigger set wave. He's going to increase his scoreline.
And really accurate observation. He did get the tail slightly out right there, and it was deceiving to really see it because it went from being a bit dark right there on the outside, and every now and then that's where you really want to watch the replay multiple times as a judge and make sure you're getting things right.
There's that current that just amplifies when you get into the shadow of the pier.
I think that's Dimitri right there. Yeah, he's got to go through the pier.
Yeah, I think he got just stuck in the rip a little bit after that wave he surfed. No. Yeah, he did maybe a little indecision, like, do I go to the beach and do the run? Do I shoot through the pier and try to paddle out in the conveyor belt? So we'll see what decision he makes. Dimitri's obviously competed here a bunch.
Yeah.
Any surfer growing up in Southern California, or Central California for that matter, has definitely surfed through a couple events here in Huntington.
And last year's rankings too, he was spots away from qualifying. Him and Levi Slauson were actually the first two people from this region just outside of qualification too. Got to surf at Lowers last year as a wild card because he got the 5th over there in Newcastle, the first one of the season. But yeah, I think you know, people have big expectations. He has it for himself too, coming out of the 805 right here. So this year is really that goal, qualify at the end of it.
That was fun seeing Dimitri in that event because he had a quick turnaround from
like
an
a day,
event that he
right?
was surfing. Yeah, he just snuck into his heat. But yeah, it's such an advantage when you get a start in a championship tour event and get that taste of what it's like to compete at that level.
Inside of 18 minutes now. Emsley in control into the double digits for now. Priority hasn't really been an issue yet in this heat with such a huge playing field. All 4 surfers totally spread out. Pretty cool having Connor Coffin in here, host Cold Beer Surf Club, ripping guitar player, an amazing surfer, and a great commentator. He kind of does it all, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's fun to see where Connor's career has taken him. The Cold Beer Surf Club is fun to listen to and just gets to fish. I know that he was making a boat.
Building a boat?
He's building a boat.
He builds boats now?
Yeah.
Looking into the lineup, I mean, I love these little, oh, wow.
I think that was Danny right there.
He's got his formula on lock. He's done so well to kind of execute his heat strategy.
Well, especially after yesterday, everything that went wrong in the first 20 minutes, guarantee that he's not letting that happen again right here at the beginning of it.
For how wild the conditions are and how much water's moving around and wind whipping up, when these kind of medium lefts come through, they're really clean in that pocket. I feel like the approach that we saw from Dimitri as well as Daniel to just stay tight in the pocket and get involved quick. You know, you can't hesitate at all when the waves are like this. It's dumping so fast, shooting you down the line towards the pier. 16:30 left. Jordy out the back with priority. Dimitri now in second priority. Emsley and Silva both making their way back to the takeoff zone.
That's a good thing about HB in the afternoon. Northwest wind, it's always going to be fun going left. Usually got to let the first one of the set go by, though. The second and third one much cleaner, but yeah, you surf out here, you eventually got to get good in these kinds of conditions in the afternoon.
Well, this is when you get to surf by yourself, too.
Truly, yeah. After school session, what, 3-5 waves a session nowadays, too, for a lot of us.
I think 3 waves equates a session.
Yeah.
That's what we always say in the neighborhood.
You agree with that, Ro?
Yeah, that's my mantra. It's like if you can catch it, go, and 3 waves counts as the surf.
I'm a huge proponent of fast sessions. I'll be changing in a parking lot with somebody, and if I get out there first, I'll come in, and they're just getting their wetsuit all the way on. That's how fast I surf sometimes.
I've surfed with you, I believe it.
15:30. Emsley now is in third priority, so he's back to the takeoff zone. We're looking at the blue jersey now, Dimitri Poulos.
Historical location here too. Nathaniel Curran won the event back in 08, so a lot of people have succeeded. Dane Reynolds made it into finals day a lot of different times here at this location. Can't forget about the great Tom Curran either.
And the North American surfers today have been doing extremely well. 8 of the 10 surfers that have surfed so far have advanced. Heavily favored in Orange County's favor. I think we lost Luke, he was an Orange County surfer, and then Tara Watanabe, obviously from Malibu. He's out of the event, but everyone else has advanced through this round of 64.
Here's your 2026 Challenger Series schedule. Lido already went down. Cole Hausman and Teresa Bonvillaut got huge wins there to kickstart their campaigns. And here in Huntington Beach, we've actually already lost some of the biggest names that we have on the Challenger Series. One of them, unfortunately, Teresa Bonvillaut. So really telling sign of how gnarly it is on the Challenger Series. You win one event, you lose first round in the next event. There are that many good surfers. From here, we're gonna wait till September, head down to Brazil for the São Sebastião, and then Ericeira in Portugal, which is a really famous surf spot with a lot of history. And then speaking of history, I mean, Newcastle is, I would say, one of the most famous surf towns in the world. So much history there and great waves. And that's where we're gonna watch, I would say, the most emotional event of the year. You know, you're gonna see tears of joy, you're gonna see tears of pain. This is truly is, it's documentary worthy, the last stop of the Challenger Series, because that's where you see, you know, surfers achieving their ultimate dream, and surfers who are literally one wave away from making the championship tour, and they lose out and they got to start back at the beginning. So it's a really emotionally heavy event, but we got a long way to go until we get there. That's going to go down in March 2027, so we got plenty of time. 13:22 to go. Uh-oh. Big dogs coming to eat. Kanoa Igarashi, one of the winningest surfers to ever do it here in Huntington Beach, is coming up next. But we still have 13 minutes to go here in Heat 15. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are back. We've got about a heat and a half left to run through here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And here is your entertainment for the weekend. July 31st, Real Estate and Ala Las. August 1st, Local Natives and RC Drive. Now, look, you can't say we haven't told you enough about how fun this show is going to be. So when you miss it and you get FOMO, don't blame us. We've been telling you how great these bands are all week long. Scan that QR code, get your tickets. They're very reasonably priced and absolutely worth it. It'll be super fun. So hopefully we see you there, regardless of where you're coming from. You still have time to get here. It's only Thursday.
2 for 1 too.
There you go. Okay, you can impress your friend. You can impress your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whatever. Say, I bought you a ticket when really you got it for free.
Yeah, mom's called that BOGO.
Yeah, BOGO. It's BOGO time. There's a song by Local Natives called Sun Hands that is so great. It gets me every time. I hope they play it. Rosie, can you message them?
Oh, well. Wow, there we go.
Big turn there.
Oh, it takes the lead on that as well.
How many heats today have been decided on the sand in that second place position? It has been
100.
Yeah, I feel like what we've had.
Everyone.
Everyone. No, it's been crazy dramatic today.
Douglas Silva will not be denied. It was beyond vertical on the inside section. Shaking his fist, kind of like rolling the dice.
Well, he should. It's a low-scoring affair, just like the last one, and this one really important. Under 10 minutes. A couple of guys have really struggled to get it back up. That includes both Dimitri and Jordan. So they both have something in the fives right now, but I think this could be a deciding factor right here with Silva. He has the best score of the heat so far, the low 6, backs it up with pretty much a 5-point ride. And I think if there's any indication of the last couple of heats, guys, 11.5 points, that's a good heat total by this afternoon standards. It's really windy, hard to find a quality wave out there, Chris.
And there's no relation to the other Doug Silva. This is Douglas Silva from Brazil, and I don't believe there's any relation with Luana Silva either. So this is the Douglas Silva, and he has been a standout qualifying series and here on the Challenger Series as well. Big barreling lefts. This guy will go. We saw him do it this morning. I think back-to-back mornings. Douglas Silva actually got the barrel of the free surf.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, and from that, you'd have to say, what did he do between then and now? Because you almost have to kind of forget about that, have a bit of amnesia.
That was a different break.
Different day. And I think, like we've been saying, the US Open, you've got to be prepared to eat what's on the plate in front of you.
And, you know, in my experience competing on the QS, there were a lot of times where I knew I was at the bottom end of the round 2. As see Dimitri here.
Oh, sick.
That was cool.
That'll score well, too. But I realized that what I was going to free surf in the morning was completely different to the afternoon. I almost felt that I needed to free surf, catch a couple of waves before I paddled out for my afternoon heat, just because it was so different to the morning. And your equipment might change at that point, too. I might have been riding a board that was completely different than in the morning.
All I know is I want to be able to do turns like that.
That was mean right there. In the pocket, just the one maneuver, Rosie, but it's what the wave allowed, and only looking for a 4.37 right now. Probably going to move up into second here.
I mean, could he
take the lead?
Yeah, I feel like that has that potential, and he almost seems like, you know, he was subdued. He caught that first wave. Now he's finding his feet. He's getting a little bit angry.
The pull out,
the
said it, right?
Yeah.
He pulled out so hard, like, releasing some of that energy. Waiting for scores. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left.
And the guys from Ventura, they're tough.
Yeah.
Like, it's so different to describe it to anybody that's not from this area, Southern California. Orange County, there's areas that, like, it's gritty, it's difficult. LA, we all know the same thing. There's a mixed bag. But at Ventura, like, it's kind of, you know, all around the same for most people. Very blue collar.
Douglas Silva whips it around. Reverts out. Still coming through. I'm hearing some whistles, some hoots, some hollers. People liking free flying act. Douglas Silva. He could have a little inside reward here. This thing's forming up nicely for him. He's going to fight to stay in this wave. In the shadow of the pier. Flirting with disaster right by those pilings.
A la Jadson Andre.
Wow, he is on right now. But just putting myself in Dimitri's shoes, you've just locked in one of your better rides. You're thinking you're going to claw your way up as we see Daniel Emsley, important ride. Oh,
that was technical. Big back three, tail high. Can't get anything else after that, but what
Okay, how bummed is Dimitri, though? Because he had 3 waves ago, he's feeling good, he's got confidence, he's coming back. Douglas gets another wave. Oh, and Dimitri has, well, we're going to wait for those scores, but Douglas gets a wave straight off the back. Daniel just goes nuts, and all of a sudden, you're not as confident as what you were, but we're going to see these numbers lock in.
Yeah, so for Dimitri, he does get it. He has secured back a 6.10 paired with the 5.93. He's in the lead for now. But where's this wave going to go from Douglas Silva?
Yeah, and Danny wanted that wave too. Douglas with higher priority though. The airs, you know, he doesn't get the proper pop, what he was probably looking for at that point either. But the section just didn't really allow it. So it was a bit more on the fore side. I really liked the work on the inside. I mean, just generating and maintaining the speed through this little reform close to the pier takes a big toll on your legs right here. I mean, you got to have a lot of strength in those legs, especially this being wave number 9 now for the Brazilian surfer. Very well done, put together from start to finish, especially in a big moment of need right here. But as I said, maybe doesn't get the same amount of pop that we've seen with a lot of the big airs. Still technically difficult though, Chris.
Well, you know, that section that he hit was super challenging. The only thing is that we've been seeing that air since 1995, right? I mean, that was kind of like the origins of the air reverse, which is still super hard, but the judges have seen it a lot over the past couple of decades. So we'll see where they go for Douglas Silva. I believe that came through at a 5.60. That was a quick replay from Daniel Emsley's last wave. So a little bit more technical, or a lot more technical, more pop, and just, you know, more of a progressive maneuver. But either way, Douglas was rewarded. So deemed complete, a 5.60. He got some credit for the backside snap on the inside under the pier. So did Daniel Emsley earn himself a 6.63 with that back three? No, he did not. A 5.10. So still keeping the pace, but now we're starting to see Dimitri and Douglas literally starting to ramp things up. As you see Jordan Lawler running back up the beach to get out there.
And I will say this, I think we see that action coming at us. Here's more. This is what Jordy was able to do, Mitch.
Yeah, we're waiting on the score right here. Very complicated wave to read, especially that first section. Has to skip the second one, makes up for it with a big floater right at the end. And I know floaters aren't necessarily rewarded the highest, but they are technically difficult with the amount of wind that is coming up against you from the northwest right now. Was able to get the conversion on the inside as well. So small 2 for 1. Shouldn't be a huge score, but needing a 6.6, anything that improves on the 5.33 is going to help him out.
The homies are calling it a 10.
Well, there's a reason they're called the cool kids.
Yeah, check out their band. They were ripping here the other day. So Jordy Lawler going double duty. I believe he plays guitar. I just heard it. I didn't get to see it, but they sounded great. He's going to have to lean into his punk rock ethos now and get back out there and try one more time. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. I think that's probably about time for all 4 of these surfers to potentially get one more attempt. So who is going to capitalize on it? Dimitri's in the lead.
Dimitri's really got to exercise his priority now and take control of this lineup.
And he must be listening to you, Rosie, because here we go. Poulos now on his backhand.
Oof.
But to your point, took away the opportunity to the surfer in green, though.
And it's been fun because I think, you know, Dimitri locked in that wave. Then there's 2 in quick succession with Douglas and Daniel. And the judges did so well there to really focus in on those maneuvers and digest the degree of difficulty versus what Dimitri was able to do on that one turn option from him. So it's all like the pictures, it's pretty black and white.
Right. Very quick.
Minute 45 to go, so we'll see if that priority block was worth it for Dimitri.
This is good work right here. He's under priority, but still applying some pressure to his opponent. 90 seconds to go, and you know, just talking about how quick he is in transition. I mean, on the backhand to be able, especially on his first wave, the 5.93. It's so hard to be able to put your board up there, and especially with all that footwork that we're seeing, shuffling back and forth, generating speed. These guys are doing technical things.
Emsley needs a 6.63. He's going to need something big. Power punch right there for Daniel Emsley. That was a huge turn on the outside. If he can do something special in here, this could be interesting. Pumping towards the beach. Trying to get around it. Where's the open face? It's right there within reach. Just can't quite get there. I mean, a 6.63 in the realm of what this heat's been looking like would have to have been the best wave ridden, and that was a great turn. I just don't think it was the best wave ridden.
And then in the scheme of the heat, looking at the heat totals, Mitch, it's extremely close for all of these surfers, and there's been a lot of the same style maneuvers on the wave, so it's on that knife edge really of what we've seen throughout this heat.
Yeah,
unfortunately for Daniel.
Absolutely, and you know, the guy went for it. It was the only thing he really could have done with that one section right there. I just think it's a little bit too late right here. 6.63. I agree with you, Chris. It has to be the single best maneuver of the heat. It has to be the highest single wave score of the heat too. And they're gonna have a think about it, but just think when you look at the comparison of the 6.1, the quality of that turn compared to this one, a bit more technical too. Still very well done. And you got to give props to the kid for really trying. I mean, catches 9 waves right here. Douglas caught 11. They were extremely active.
Yeah, Luke Thompson and Daniel breaking it down there, watching the replays.
I mean, win or lose, I've become a big fan of Daniel Emsley through the span of this event. I've seen him surf a few times before, and he just got the news. 5.1, 6.13.
Really close between first all the way to third, though. There was one that said yes, so one judge said it was enough for second place.
Heartbreaker finish, but Dimitri Poulos did the job. Power surfing with tons of speed all the way to a 12.03 heat total. Douglas Silva kind of did it in a lot of different ways, put together a nice heat, but everyone in the double digits. We lose Daniel Emsley and we lose Jordan Lawler. That was a rough ride for some of these surfers in that last 35-minute heat, but guess what? We got one more heat on the day and then the 8:05 post show, so still a lot more entertainment for you out there. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. We are back. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. There's Dimitri Poulos. Absolute ripper, Ventura, California. T. Patterson is looking so good under his feet. I mean, he made really complex, strange, odd waves look so clean. Give it up one more time for Daniel Emsley, your surfer in green. So close to getting the score to advance through. The reality, the Challenger Series is we got to cut this field down or we'd be here all month. It's already one of the longest events on the schedule. The round of 64 heat 16 packed with talent. Kanoa Igarashi, Imai Kalani DeVault, Ryaru Ito, Josh Burke, two surfers representing Japan, one from Hawaii, one from Barbados. Let's look at the tail of the tape. You gotta think, I mean, come on. The resume of Kanoa Igarashi. He's got to be the favorite in this heat, and you know he's surfed he's probably surfed out here more than anybody else in the draw. Maybe twice as much as anybody else in the draw. Grew up right up the street. Started competing, I believe, at age 6 here at the pier. Mitchell, you would know. You've probably seen him out here on days where nobody wants anything to do with it. He's out there grinding away.
Well, he's starting to become a really bad texter, though. I kind of told him about it when we were in the Red Bull Athlete Zone a while ago. I was like, hey, why haven't you responded to my text the last week? And he said, well, you're working every day, dude. And I'm like, well, we can't see each other after work. But no, I mean, realistically speaking, nobody else in the draw has put in more time than him. And there's times that he paddles out in the afternoon where it's completely solo. North side, south side, it don't matter, but he's really used to these conditions and riding a couple of excellent boards, the Monza 10s, slight modified to what he was riding last year when he made the final at Lowers.
Are we surprised that it was 8 years ago that he won this event? Was the last time? I mean, he always runs deep in this event, but still, that's a long time between drinks for Kanoa at his home break.
It's been a while. Good point.
Did he go back-to-back?
A 17-18.
Okay, so yeah, he went back-to-back. He's not elusive club. You know, earlier this week, it seems like an eternity ago, we saw Avalon Gall go back-to-back, winning the World Longboard Tour event here. That was super fun to watch. And longboarders got great looking waves throughout this event, and they too had to challenge afternoon surf here in Huntington as well. So if you have a chance, be sure to go back and watch some of those longboard heats. Super entertaining, style, grace, everything you want to see. 30 minutes left here. Ito, the only score on the board right now is a 1, but here we go. Igarashi, deep turn. right into a big old tail slide.
That's a perfect example.
That's Kanoa's style.
Who's caught a right? Who's caught a right in the last 3 heats?
No one.
And it goes to show you he's right next to the pier. Identify that wave, let the first one go, thinking that there was potential for a left on it, and the second one much cleaner, and with a really strong turn right here on that right-hander row. Really like the approach.
"35-minute heats all day long. I'm sure that trend will continue, probably tomorrow. Bottom turn, snap, free the tail.
Pure comfort.
Yeah.
Like, just so easy for him, for
like
sure.
in his own backyard. But Kanoa, though, he's gotten around, right? I mean, grew up here, born and raised, probably until he was 20-something. Spends a lot of time in Portugal. Obviously, spends a lot of time in Japan as well. But mostly just spends a lot of time on tour. He's been fitting in boat trips. He's been fitting in wave pool sessions. I mean, this guy is, I want to say, one of the hardest working surfers on the championship tour. We see Josh Burke there. So Josh has a good advantage as well. Growing up in Barbados, he'll be really comfortable and used to surfing in windy conditions. You know, not saying that this is like his home break or anything, but you'd have to be really savvy when the wind starts whipping if you want to surf well in Barbados.
And coming from the Caribbean to, especially in the amateur side, they go to the east coast of the U.S., compete a lot over there, so you're typically surfing in a lot of different wind swell and wind chop, especially in the afternoon. So yeah, totally. Josh grew up in the amateur programs within the NSSA days, as well as this guy did too, Chris, former CTer Imai.
Oof, that was nice.
Imai has one of the best styles of anyone in the Challenger Series, for sure. He's had championship tour experience as well. And, you know, another guy that you grow up surfing around Hawaii, Maui, Big Island, anywhere in Hawaii, you're going to be surfing in windy conditions, especially on Maui, where they would call this Maui glass.
Where is this score going to go? Kanoa locked in the 6.5.
Was it better for you?
It was better for me. That's first look. What hand signals? What's going on? We like to...
Maybe the jet ski guy said, "Hey, you want to ride?" He's like, "I'm good."
Yeah, and Makawao. So he's not necessarily from the coastline either. You know, has to travel and then drive quite a bit to be able to get to a lot of these breaks. But, you know, riding the sea ice for a long time right now. It's a good point you bring up, Ro, because a different angle of attack right here and approach on the backhand. And he had to get there extremely fast to that section, too.
He whipped into that turn.
Yeah, he did. That's, you know, a big advantage of the people that have competed here multiple times at the amateur level, too. And we can't forget, I mean, the turn on the inside was pretty darn good, too. Waits for it, Ro, and then right here just explodes once it actually shows up. So good work by Imai.
Maximum risk, a lot of effort, and I'm sure the reward will be there. 26:45 to go. Let's go down to the glass. We got Dimitri Poulos with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Chris. Dimitri, we were just talking about how this is one of your favorite events on the Challenger Series. When you start off with a heat like that, just how much does it feel like this whole event comes together?
Yeah, no, feels great. I think this event's special for me because I've been coming here since I was probably 10 years old competing, so it kind of feels like home, and I feel like it's the closest I'll ever get to being at home for like a big event. But yeah, I mean, I just want to surf as many heats as I can, so that's kind of the main focus. So getting through that first one's nice. So.
Well, especially because we were talking about the shocker that you started the season with in Bolito. How do you put that behind you as somebody who has competed for a number of years? Like, what's your mindset to put that behind you?
I'd say it's probably one of the hardest things in surfing to do. It's so easy to just dwell on that stuff and like let it sit in your head. So I don't know, I guess for me, I just try and look at the whole season and like how long of a year it is. And it's like, I guess at the end of the year, you need a throwaway result. So try and look at that as that. So yeah, that's kind of how I try and look at it.
It's a good way to do it. You put it behind you, on to the next heat here in Huntington. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wait, nobody told Dimitri that there's going to be a Challenger Series event at Emmawood?
C Street.
It's at C Street?
Yeah, pipes.
Okay. I think they're trying to decide.
Already got the permit, yeah.
All right. Hopefully we get to work that one. That'll be fun. I'm just kidding, folks. I'm not allowed to even say anything like that. I'll never be allowed in Ventura again.
It's still pretty localized up there too, so it's actually a really good question that he kind of brings up right there. Would we ever do a big event at those locations?
I had a moment at a spot up there where this guy came paddling over from deep, he starts yelling. He's like, "Are you Chris Cote from Transworld Surf?" And I said, "No." The guy's like, "Who?" And the guy's face was like, "What?" This was 2 weeks ago. No, this was a long time ago, but still, yeah. I love that, you know, Ventura, Oxnard, that zone still has its localism and wild elements. I mean, we need some gatekeeping every once in a while in surfing, as long as they're nice about it.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't. 24:30 left. Imai comes through with a massive score, as expected, the highest score of the heat so far, a 7.67. This is just brilliant surfing. Perfectly placed turn, blows the tail, adds to the dramatic effect of that turn. I loved it. That could have even gone a little bit higher for me, because that turn was just, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did. Huge section, a lot to contend with. You even saw a little bit of the sand through the white water on that one. It looks to me like Imai's been training a lot. He looks very focused this season. Mish, what do you make of his body language at the moment?
Well, I mean, the fact that he made the inside and still exploded the way he did right there in the shorey, I think is, you know, something that you're attesting to. But outside of that, you know, he's been up and down when it comes to being on the CT and the Challengers, and a couple of people agreed with you, Chris. 2 judges giving it an 8 for the surfer out of Makawao, Maui. But I think to consider too, where's Imai at the point of his career right now? You know, he just in his late 20s. I know that he's been doing this for a number of years. He did qualify for the championship tour, but you know, it's been in the back of his mind for a while. You know, how long he's going to be able to actually do this financially now without the support of a major sponsor. So I think he still has a lot more to give, and especially when it comes to barrel riding too. We've seen him do incredibly well when it comes to Tahiti and pipe, and I think he's deserving to potentially re-qualify later this year.
You know what can relaunch, kickstart your career? Winning the U.S. Open.
Truly. And historically speaking, surfers from Hawaii have always done very well right here at the Open too.
And I would not be surprised to see Imai go very deep into this contest. Of course, he's got all the skills, perfect style. He's cool, you know? In and out of the water. He's just really cool. It's not something you can train for. You're born with that.
Ito right now, I mean, only has the 1, and there's 12 and a half that have gone by. Burke has 267. He does have priority, but he's already been on a decent wave. It seems like Riaru's kind of struggled just to be in a spot to potentially get a decent one out there right now.
I was just about to say, I haven't seen him lately, but there he is, Ito. A little bit lost at sea right now. It's still a lot of time left, 22 minutes, 7 seconds.
Yeah, reflecting on the last heat, this really was the point where Dimitri got his campaign started in the heat. So these 35-minute heats give you a lot of time to find that opportunity. You can't exit the water and say, my heat was too short. Like, you're watching everyone catch so many waves in quick succession. Get involved.
Can't blame the waves either, because like you said earlier, everyone's eating off the same plate. Or you said something like that, which sounded way cooler when you said it.
Look at that though, the pulled out view of this. It's so tough out there, and even when the conditions were good this morning, chatting to the surfers, everyone had their little kind of their little comment to say about the conditions and the elements that they were facing.
And you look at the schedule, those 5 events, your top 4 count, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily get easier either. Like, Matasias is a brand new venue. They have had a QS, but it was regionally for a number of years right there. Then you go to Edeseda, which is always difficult, and it's not guaranteed that you're going to have proper swell over there. It can be right on the rocks, which can be very complicated and dangerous to surf. And personally, out of the 5 events on the CS schedule, I actually think that Newcastle's the hardest one, because it's either breaking really good on the outside or you're having that shore break on the inside that is much more difficult, in my opinion, to manage than it is right now out here.
And that's when it's make or break, you know. Everybody has an off day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter how good you surf. Everyone's going to have an off day. So only being able to get rid of one result makes consistency the key word to success on the Challenger Series. Of course, you got to surf great, but you have to be consistent. You got to mitigate mistakes and get as far as you can through every comp that you surf in every type of condition that you surf in.
Yeah, flawless, really. Like
just surf perfect.
And
that's all you got to do.
it's, I mean, you're thinking about equipment, body, mental, physical, just all of those elements have to align through 5 events over the season. Kanoa looking a little bit despondent there on that one. It's, I mean, you see those chops coming up the face.
Even the super local Kanoa Igarashi deals with the closeout every once in a while.
Oh yeah. Oh!
My gosh. Well, we were looking for him. We found him. That was insanity. I mean, there was no chance, but I love that he just sent it like that. That's a highlight package wipeout right there, folks.
Yeah, it is. He threw caution to the wind right there, did Ito. Got a sick barrel this morning during the free surf. He's incredible in barrels. You know, during the Challenger Series event at Pipe, kid was on a tear, on a roll. And he's got a fantastic style, but still, you know, nothing better than just a 1-1-3 the attempt. And as you said, if the local out there, the true local's having difficulties finding some open face, it really is very difficult to manage to find something above a 5-point route at the moment, Chris.
Oh, I'm excited to see this. I mean,
he got launched.
I feel like he was going for a snap, and then just a weird chunk of whitewater hit him. He went flying.
There was no self-preservation.
No.
Nice conversion there by Berg, just on pretty bad wave that he surfed way up right there. So he gets his best, a 3.5, and as of right now, I mean, that's a counting score. You know, with 18.20, that could potentially be the backup that he's going to be carrying if he advances out of this one.
Yeah, so the line in the sand, the 7.67 that Imai got earlier on, has to be feeling really good at this point. And same with Kanoa Igarashi, a 6.5 to start. I mean, people have been hunting and searching and only finding 3s and 2s and 1s. So having that big score with this much time left, definitely a good feeling. Kanoa blasting it again, finding the rare right, doing Kanoa things.
Yeah, I think he's going to lock in 2 6.5s. That was very reminiscent of his first ride.
Yeah, just a bit, maybe a bit more variety on this one. Maybe the section wasn't as steep or as good, but converting on a wave that was complicated to surf, complicated to read too. So he's going to be taking the lead. This guy has something to say about it though.
First snap looked really good. Tried to kind of force the issue into the second turn. Will get credit for that opening turn, which was just really nice looking. I mean, that's what you're going to get from Imai. Beautiful, clean, fast, powerful surfing. I love what he does with his arms. Everything's just really quiet, and then he gets up into the lip and really just explodes.
Well, and you could just see right there when he was going left, the wind coming into him was almost holding him up the entire time. He lost a ton of speed because of that too. And that's the one hard thing about surfing here in the afternoon when the wind's coming from the northwest, is that you're typically going against the grain with a lot of these lefts right now, and it's just holding you up the entire time. So as soon as you find the steepness, you really got to go as vertical as possible. You know, looking at that from another angle row, it's probably going to be right around that 6.5 once again. So we might have, as you said, pocket 6.5s here.
Yeah, really nice little lip slide there. You see the fins on this angle of the wave.
I know I said I wanted to surf like Imai, but can I also surf like Kanoa? His style's perfect too.
It's like you're surfing Frankenstein.
Yes.
A little bit of everybody.
I mean, if I could put all 4 of these guys together, it'd be that. Come on.
Like a
Dynasty,
cable.
25 world titles. 16 minutes left. So yeah, Kanoa, you guys are spot on with it. Just above that opening 6.5. It's a 6.80. So Kanoa now up into the teens with a 13.30 total. Imai, that 7.67, trying to find a backup. Meanwhile, Kanoa just back on the workbench. Floaty turn to start. Blows the tail, goes for the reverse. Can't come down with it.
So
surfing upstream.
You asked about his schedule a while ago. After Saquarema, he went to Miami for a Grand Prix over there. He went and saw a World Cup game, and then went to Wimbledon afterwards, and then he had a commitment to do for, it was either Red Bull or Quicksilver with Leo. Oh, it was Red Bull. Leo and Jack Robinson to the Mentawais. So he's been back only a few days after all those 3 things in between this event and the last one.
Wow, I was going to say, that's really hard, but those are all some of the most awesome things you could ever do. 15 minutes to go here. We are over halfway through. Kanoa in the lead. Imai in second. Burke needs a 7.21. Ito needs a 9.57. We'll see what happens next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Flashback time. Kanoa Igarashi goes back-to-back 2017 and 2018. We're watching one of the best years, I think, in recent memory of the U.S. Open. This is 2018, where Kanoa just could not do any wrong. I think he was throwing away 8s on the fun finals day, and there's the chair up. An incredible achievement. Going all the way through.
One thing about Kanoa when he's winning in Huntington, the energy that you feel on the sand is like something is so special. I mean, the guy just is coming into adoring fans. That's it right there, getting absolutely mobbed. Is there a better feeling? I don't think so.
That was the world famous Wolverine claim. Many a meme launched. I think that was actually pre-meme time, but yeah, super rad, emotional wins for Kanoa Igarashi.
The Airspray 714, it's the area code right here for like North Orange County, heading into South LA County too. So, you know, the second one meant a little bit more because I think people needed to understand that maybe the beginning it was like, oh, the local kid won, you know, and then the second one was like, oh, it wasn't a fluke, you know. So I think even for himself, he wanted to demonstrate that he could go back to back right here at his home break. Thomas Hermes, Griffin Colapinto, the 2 guys that he beat in the finals too. So a lot of great surfers, 2 CTers in those finals.
Inside of 12 minutes now, Igarashi in the lead. Back to his winning ways here in Huntington Beach, a 6.80 and a 6.50. Imai with a 7.67. Backup comes through at a 3.03. Burke's got a rough road ahead of him, needing a 7.21. That would be a pretty sizable number. And Ito most likely is going to have to get 2 waves to try to get back into this heat. He's unfortunately been a little lost out here. Here's Kanoa getting live action.
I think that was a repositioning waves. You see, it was a bit of a river rapid that those guys were stuck in.
It's completely changed.
When they pull out and do that extra pump out the back and just give themselves a couple more feet of projection, you can tell they're just trying to get as far south as possible.
Look at that though. I mean,
these are rapids we're looking at here. That's not even a rip current anymore. That's a straight up river.
Yeah, and you know, the pressure's on Ito and Burke right now. I mean, because the other 2 guys have at least 1 keeper score, and you know, Imai's not comfortable right now just having the 303 as the backup, but this is where pressure is added on to the people, you know, with these changing conditions. Now they're having to perform in 10 minutes. That's a third of the heat right now, less than a third of the heat. So they really got to be up and running pretty soon and at least have an answer back and try to match the low score that Imai has at the moment.
10.5 to go. Trying to find Ito in the lineup. He's pretty far south. rolling the dice a little bit, trying to just stay away from everybody and maybe find some kind of magical gem of a wave. Look, like, if you didn't know about surfing and you just looked at the screen, would you not think that this is a whitewater rafting event? This does not look like the ocean right now. It looks like a river, class 5 rapids. But then all of a sudden a wave pops up and it's nice and clean on the face, and you know, your Kanoa Igarashi just boom, boom, put up solid scores.
When you tell me the story all the time, the last time you surfed here was what, 96, and it was like pretty much a straight closeout the entire time?
Oh my gosh.
You ended up on north side?
I saw Barry Deffenbaugh just the other day, and he was in that heat with me, as well as Bruce Irons. We paddled out at the hotels, which, what's that, like
at least
half
what,
a mile?
600 yards, I'd say?
Yeah, by the time I got outside, I was under the pier thinking, wow, I better get a job. Not for me.
That was premature. Come on, Chris. So they had plenty left in the tank.
Well, I post the photo I got from that year every single year. Just
I love that
remind
shot.
myself.
Floatergate.
Yep.
My hair looks really good in that picture, too. That's why I posted. 9:12 to go. Igarashi on top. 13.30 heat total. Imai with the 10.70 total. Respectable. Josh Burke looking for a 7.21.
What was your first experience like competing here, bro?
It was great. I think my first year was maybe 2005. My sponsor at the time said, we're going to send you to Fiji, Tavarua, to go in the wildcard trials, and we want to send you to Huntington so that you can get experience in this event as well as be in the mix with the industry and get in front of sponsors. And it was, yeah, I think it's kind of overwhelming coming to California and Huntington in the US Open the first time. Like,
Oh.
it is a lot.
But then you were thriving, and I know for a fact that you wound up on a couple of these big surf shop windows, Rosie. So you know the feeling of being a star in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it was fun. I think this was definitely one of my counter results in 2006 when I qualified.
So this, for a long time, was a women's championship tour stop. And there's been years where you have longboarding, juniors, women's championship tour, and qualifying series events. So it's always been a real meaningful spot. I mean, we're talking about since the origins of surf competition, this has been the place you have to come through if you want to achieve greatness in surfing. Celebrating 50 years of competitive surfing this year, and I think over, what, 100 years of surfing here in Huntington Beach?
1914, George Freeth, so a little over 100. Yeah, they used to call it, the people that watch them, surf riding. So, you know, we've changed a lot. As you said, 50 years of the championship tour now. PT winning back in 76, the OG on the shortboarding side. And, you know, look at it now, especially, I always go back to the development of the women's side right now. How many of them have come through this event too, including one of our last year's world champs? I mean, Caitlin Simmers has come through this event a lot. She won. And I truly do think it's the best platform there is out there in the sport of surfing.
And it's one of those marquee events that really catapults surfers into superstardom. I mean, thinking about Malia Manuel when she won as a teenager, Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog, there's so many of those storylines. It's just a throwaway here for Kanoa.
But you're absolutely right. Good call out there with Malia, still the youngest to do it, 14, right?
Yeah, it was so fun watching her win that event.
And a lot of times when you get a new winner, you know, I'm thinking Al Cleveland Jr., for example, these are surfers that make the championship tour that same year. That shows you the importance of this event. Levi Slauson winning last year was one heat away from qualification, so a win here in Huntington really sets you on the path to greatness and glory.
And Lexus ambassador Griffin Colapinto, up until his win here in 2021, he hadn't really won a major event yet, which is crazy to think. But since that one, where's he been at lately? I mean, runner-up to the title now, and outside of that, multiple championship tour wins.
And this is really, I feel like, one of the only places in the world that you can just walk off the sand and join a workout class with Griffin Colapinto and Caroline Marks. I saw it happen this morning. This is where you get to meet and mingle with your favorite surfers. There's autograph signings. I mean, there's a lot happening here, and it's super fun.
And it also brings to light, I mean, the obligation that these surfers have. I know Kanoa, he's one of Lexus's marquee athletes, so he's at the Lexus house signing autographs, and there's signings up and down Main Street, parties to go to. So you've got to find that fine balance of meeting those obligations, having a lot of fun, but then also switching on and focusing when the contest comes along.
Tomorrow we got 2 local heroes getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Shout out to both Jax and HSS. They do their own versions, the walk in the Hall of Fame. But Jay Larson, local hero right here in Huntington Beach, one of the OGs, 90s and 2000s pro. And of course, our very own Courtney Conlaw getting inducted tomorrow too. So, you know, big achievements, but as you said, there's a lot of commitments, and I think the fact that it's community-based right here in HB is really significant for the local people.
Yeah, both those surfers, well warranted. And I know he's most likely watching. PT, Peter Townend, we've been celebrating him all week as well. He was in the booth with us during one of the longboard heats, and I wish I could have just sat there with him for like 5 hours.
Your intro to him, though, that was the best intro I've ever heard in my life. When you were like, the day I was born, my mama told me that the best thing that happened this year was Peter Townend getting crowned World Surfing Champion. I started laughing so hard.
My parents almost named me PT because of that. I never told you that story. 4:20 left. Igarashi in control. Imai in second. Burke, same story. 7.21. Ito, where is he? He needs a 9.57. It's tough out there. I mean, Ito and Josh Burke are 2 incredible surfers, so if they're having this much trouble, that tells us that this truly is the Challenger Series.
There's a reason they're in the event, as you're saying. Need some big scores. 3:50 on the clock here, Chris.
Well, while this thing starts to wind down, let's take a look at a recap. How did we get here? How did Kanoa Igarashi put himself in the top spot? Here we go.
Well, 6'8", 6'5". He's looked incredibly good in this heat so far. I mean, 3 heats had gone by where pretty much everybody was going left. He goes right 2 times in this heat, drops a couple of great 6-point rides. This guy's still with the high mark of the heat though, Rosie. 7.67 for Imai.
Opening ride of the heat for him too, well rewarded. And Kanoa Igarashi waited a while for this one and upped the ante on that 6.5, dropping the 6.8, comfortably in the lead at the moment.
Here you see the wind whipping here. Last heat of the day. Really looking forward to the 8:05 post show today. There's going to be a lot to unpack. We saw some big errors. We saw some gnarly wipeouts. So it's going to be a really fun show, and got to give a lot of credit to our production team. Not only bringing you all the action, every angle covered, but also putting together shows within the show while they're doing a live show. So thank you to the crew behind the scenes making all this magic happen. You see Imai up and over into it, quick backside snap. 2:28 to go, most likely a non-factor, although his backup score 3.03,
yeah,
that could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. And you know, right here, 2.67, I think, you know, just maybe a bit more intensity, better body language probably would have gotten it, but still, I mean, really the thing is here, Josh and Ryaru haven't gotten anything above a 3, and that's really surprising right now. I think they just felt that at this point they needed to get something in the 6s and 7s, and there's times where you back yourself up against the wall and maybe you get ahead of yourself, Rosie, and you're not thinking, okay, what do I need in this moment of the heat, where as this guy just went out, it's pretty much been a free surf for Kanoa the whole time. It's got 11 waves with this one now.
Here we go, Ito, that was huge. Now that was a huge turn.
Well, he's got 90 seconds now.
I mean, there you see the wave he was looking for. I mean, fully up and into it. A minute 25 to go.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to make things pretty interesting, and we've seen buzzer beaters nearly every single heat go down. Not sure if that's going to be a 9.57, but that's definitely going to help his case.
Yeah, this is much better, and I think getting his campaign started within those 2 minutes. He's got a minute now to kind of get into that pier bowl section, hopefully find a little chip right and add to that scoreline, but that was a way better way from him.
I'm not even waiting for the score to drop either. I'm just looking for the next one immediately, because in your head you already know pretty much what you got, and the score's in, Chris. I mean, he needs the same exact wave.
Yeah, score drop, drama builds. Comes through at a 5.33. That means Ito now needs a 5.38. 35 seconds left.
So it'd be wild. In 90 seconds, if he flips the heat, he's been out of it the whole time. He had caught 6 waves leading up to that, and everything was a 1 or less.
And that's going to be, you know, I think Ima is going to go back and have a look at this heat and just say, hey, if I've got a 7.67 and my second score is 3.03, there's so much room for improvement. I'm not going to make the same mistakes going into the next round if, you know, we don't see another wave ridden as we're winding down this clock.
3, 2, 1, that's it. That's it for this heat. That's it for our day of competition. But trust me when I say this 805 post show is going to be like a docudrama. There's so much that went down today, so much amazing surfing. So we wait for these final numbers to lock in. Pretty clear, Kanoa Igarashi dominant. 2 big scores there. Imai comes through, the 7.67 helping him along. We lose Ito and we lose Burke. So that's it for competition for today. But the show will go on, and the show is going to be great. It's the 805 post show. It's going to be hosted by Kaipo Guerrero. He's fired up to break down this entire day. We'll be right back with it. Don't go anywhere. 805 post show coming up next. Stay tuned.
That's right. Crack 'em open. It's the 8:05 post-show here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, celebrating another day of competition here, and it was a big one. 16 heats for the men completed. This guy, Kanoa Igarashi, so dependable here at Huntington Beach, taking a win in the last heat of the day. Igarashi, a two-time U.S. Open champ. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar. Ladies first, Rosie, what did you think about today?
I loved it. Another 16 heat day. We've seen 20 heat days previously, so this felt just such an easy pace. Great to see all of the competitors get amongst it. Just men's today. It was cool.
Yeah, it was a great day. Waves really showed up this morning, too. Got complicated in the afternoon, as we all know. But, you know, the people that I think deserved to advance, especially when it came to the challenging conditions. Those afternoon heats were difficult, Kipes.
Well, let's review some of the heats from earlier in today. I'm talking about Heat 4, the round of 64, where Crosby Colapinto came out swinging. And it was an action-packed heat. Let's take a look at that Heat 4.
This was one of my favorite heats.
Not the most competitive heat of the day, definitely one of them. I thought Taj Lindblad surfed incredibly well at the beginning of the heat. Eventually, Crosby was able to catapult himself into the lead, but pitch, you know, got the first pitch at the Angels game yesterday, that Linny, and, you know, once again, Crosby just finding those gems out there.
What was interesting about this heat, when you looked at the heat totals, the surfers in second and third, they all could have won respective heats throughout this round.
Yeah.
And then Mihi Manabre had the priority interference, and it came down to a clutch performance from Taj.
And that's the interference right there.
Yeah.
And props to Lindblad, too, for regrouping after that wave, because if you remember, Ro, there were only a couple of minutes left after this, and he drops a banger of a score, 7+ ride at the end of the heat for Taj Lindblad. First year on the CS, he won the region, Kaipo, and already has a 5th over in Bolito, too.
It's those kind of clutch moments that make you a champ, and this is what competitors are made out of right there. Golf clap from Crosby Colapinto. He's on to the round of 32. That was a great heat, and there's the numbers, Rosie.
Yes, extremely impressive stuff. Luke Swanson, so bummed to see him out of the competition. Yeah. He was a standout for me yesterday, but Taj was undeniable in that heat.
Yeah, Luke Swanson, he's grown a lot. I think he's got a lot more in the tank, too, and I think this is just going to motivate him a lot more heading into the last 3 stops of the season, Kaipo.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing from Taj Lindblad.
Oh, dude.
He's one of my favorites right now at the U.S. Open.
And, you know, he tried for a number of years to qualify for the CS. Now he's here. He's taken advantage of this golden opportunity, and as of right now, has one keeper result. He's on his way to a second one here.
Yeah, and you know, with this, I wouldn't say a condensed season where you take your top 4 results. All it is really going to take is one big result is going to help you qualify top 10 men at the end of the year.
Yeah, so with the 5th, add on a win to that, he's pretty much halfway there. So I think you know, a big result right here really catapults him into that qualification conversation, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, we've had, you know, where we have also CT surfers who are kind of doing double duty right now as an insurance policy, Rosie, and like a Crosby Colapinto. I think it's so smart.
Yeah, it's so smart. We're back to kind of that old season without the cut where you can do double duty, but it also means a lot more traveling for these guys, but also taking a lot of points away from would-be Challenger Series qualifiers. So it's interesting to see the point split.
Yeah, I predict that we will see, especially on the men's side, we're going to see double qualifiers, just because of how the field looks. I mean, this is a CT-heavy event as it is right now as far as CT surfers.
Absolutely, and with the experience that they have at this venue, too, that benefits them a lot more than the people that are traveling here for the very first time, too.
Yeah, speaking of CT surfers and insurance, Cole Hauschman took a big win in Bolito, and Cole was in that same form over here. The beach lit up, and some of the giants of MMA came out to back up Cole Hauschman. I'm talking about Luke Rockhold, Khalil Roundtree, Diego Lopez, all on the beach to back up Cole. Cassidy, too, also with a great showing, but it was the powerhouse here.
Yeah, and a bit off rhythm on that first turn, made up for it on the second one, and just talk about building momentum and being in a rhythm right now with the things out there in the ocean. That turn right there was incredible. That is the single best turn I've seen a goofy footer do so far in the event. Talk about power v power out here this morning at HB.
Yeah, 8.77 for that monster turn for the big guy, Cole Hauschman. There's the crew right there, greeting Hauschman on the beach, continuing. And you know what, Rosie? Cole Hauschman, and you can see, look at the numbers, 16.62 wave total. Cole, if he makes the quarterfinals, I'm going to say right here, his job's done on the Challenger, I think.
Oh, definitely. And I think self-belief is such a huge component of being an athlete. Cole has found that he's had to dig deep this season. He's had some disappointing results. He's turned things around in Bolito, and he's carrying through momentum here at the US Open.
And also Viva Mexico.
Lucas Cassidy, really impressive.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Surfed yesterday, made it through. Surfed again today, made it through. So watch out for that kid. He's on a roll right now.
Yeah. Really impressed by the air game from that young surfing. It's hey, let's hear from the last winner of the day. No surprise, Kanoa Igarashi moving on into the round of 32 canoas with AJ.
Also, no surprise, Kanoa shows up on the beach here at Huntington, and so does a crowd of 50 to 100 people as soon as he gets out of the water wanting to talk to this man. Kanoa, I know this is such a special event for you as a back-to-back winner. What does it feel like to be back here in the sand at Huntington for the U.S. Open?
Yeah, I love the U.S. Open. It's such a special event for all surfers and for surfing, and it's it's a huge honor for me to be able to say that I'm from Huntington and get to compete out here. And obviously today Huntington showed a few different types of waves, and I got probably the short end of the stick being at the end of the day. But I was actually to be honest, I mean, I've surfed it good many times, so I was happy to see all my fellow surfers and competitors get to surf some really good waves, and it was a fun day to watch surfing.
Well, and speaking of all the different waves we've seen at Huntington just today, like you mentioned, the conditions are always changing here. How much is it critical for surfers who want to have success here to know all the faces of Huntington and be able to adapt?
Yeah, actually, I was talking about it the other day with one of my friends that's in the contest, and the thing about Huntington is, like, I feel like more so than anything, you just need to know how to surf like each face of Huntington. I think there's not one way to surf Huntington. I mean, as you saw today, I think, there was scores being made in every sort of way. There's lefts and there's rights and there's airs and there's turns, and there's a lot of big scores for one maneuver. There's a lot of scores for multiple maneuvers, and in saying that, I think it's a wave where there's no clean strategy, and I think the best surfers out of Huntington are the ones that are able to sort of adapt to each wave they catch. I'm not looking for a certain wave. I'm not looking for a certain maneuver. I'm just trying to adapt to each wave that I catch.
And you do it pretty well. So you're on to the next round. Before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and fans in Japan?
Yeah, I'm just stoked to be home right now. Say hi to all my fans here in America. あとみんな日本のファンもいつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今日も面白いヒートでリアル選手と一緒にパスしたかったけど、でもちょっと今日のコンディションも難しくて、また次のヒートに向けて頑張ります。
おめでとう. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi, Rosie's got to be obviously one of the favorites in the field. But who else has been impressing you on the men's side?
Do you know what? It's the handful of surfers from Orange County, especially San Clemente. I think they've come here and they're traveling as like a little pack. And throughout the day, I mean, almost all of the surfers from Orange County advanced through the round. I think Luke Ronaldo unfortunately fell out of the mix on that last exchange. But yeah, I think the North American surfers have a strong showing.
Yeah. Mitchell, let me guess. You're going to say Lucas Cassidy.
Oh, well, he's one of them. I thought Al Cleland Jr. surfed incredibly well today, too. I'm going to go outside of the box. I'm going to say Mateus Herdy.
I like it.
Yeah, and I know he maybe didn't perform to his standards today, was runner-up last year. I think he has a lot more to give, too. But outside of that, I think Levi Slauson surfed great as well. So last year's, finalists, I think they were very impressive. But as you said, Orange County guys, they dominated today, especially Taj Lindblad. I thought that the buzzer beater at the end was really important for momentum.
Yeah, and we've been graced, you guys, with great swell throughout this entire U.S. Open of surfing. Let's check in on our surf line forecast, what the future has for us. I think it's looking bright, Mitchell Salazar. Look at that.
It's been one of the best summers in recent history, and we've been so stoked to be present right here in Southern California for the consistency, As soon as you see those purple blobs, you know that there's going to be a good amount of tropical activity heading into the Southern California coastline. It's been nonstop pretty much the last 3 weeks right here, and the next 3 days looking just as good. Cross shore in the morning, pretty much from Friday all the way to Sunday, but look at the size. Just slight drop in the size, which is really good for us, and a bit more wind swell in the water for Saturday and Sunday, which is really going to peak things up here on the south side of the pier.
Great news. This is going to go down as one of the epic U.S. Open of surfings. I guarantee you that. Well, it's time to, I'm a little bit hungry, and you know what gets me even more hungry for some action, you guys? The Board and Brew Top 5. Let's dig into that.
Are we going turcados, left coast pastrami's, or every kind of different sandwich we got out there?
There you go. Starting with this morning at number 5 with our Board and Brew Top 5, it was Tube City out here.
Resurf before the event started, chatting to some of these surfers coming in. I mean, Jackson Bunch right there. Ian Gentile was out there getting shacked.
Mihi
Mana.
Boy, dude, the waves are so good.
Classic California. Check this out.
That thing was dark.
Couple board snapping today, too, with the barrels out there.
And look at this. This is the stuff that you just dream of when you come to SoCal, when you come to Huntington Beach, putting on a great face here. Edgar Grosjean.
Opening heat of the day. So, yeah, so much action.
Number 4, it's the Hayden Rogers Show.
Yeah, here's another guy who kind of went under the radar because maybe Linney and Crosby, Cole outshined him just a little bit, but he dropped an 8 for the single turn and then backed it up with another great score afterwards, qualifying for the first time for the Challenger Series out of the North America region. Watch out for this kid later on throughout the event.
And his first heat win at the Challenger Series. So in Bolito, he got a second in a couple heats, but yeah, to see him get that first and do the type of surfing that we know he's capable of, he's looking comfortable out here.
Incredible talent pool out of San Clemente, and it keeps on getting deeper. Speaking of San Clemente's Taj Lidblad with a buzzer beater to advance into the round of 32.
Doesn't get much more clutch than that. I mean, especially after having the situation where Mihi Mana doesn't give way to him. Mihi gets a priority interference, and Taj has to regroup. Pretty much a minute later, get that wave away from everybody else, and Luke Swanson, who had surfed a great heat up until that point, just gave him too much distance and dropped a 7.4 to advance, guys.
Oh yeah, big 20. He's excited. He's clapping his boy in. Taj Lidblad onto the round of 32. Great effort from the San Clemente surfer. Alan Cleland, you talked about it, Mitchell. Alan Cleland put on a show, dominant in his showing.
Andale. And Big Al right there. Chiquilin. He did it very well. I thought the way he competed, especially after the time off. 3 weeks is a good amount of time from CT competition, and he looked excellent this morning, Ro.
Catching up with him too. He seems like he's definitely matured in his approach. I mean, he's not getting as distracted as maybe he was. He's really clicked in here at the US Open. He wants another win.
Oh yeah. Already a champ here. Can he do it again? We'll see. Looking good so far in his opening heat at the US Open. And then the powerhouse, number 1, Cole Hauschman, hammered HB.
Yes, he did. Did it in all types of forms too. On rail, hitting the lip line, and I still think that when it comes down to single maneuver waves, if those keep getting rewarded in this sense, Kaipo, we are going to be seeing some more excellent scores from Hauschie.
He was the guy that in his qualifying year, he was able to go back-to-back with really great results. I feel like he's a momentum surfer. Coming out of Bolito with that win, now carrying it through to the US Open. I mean, he's a likely favorite.
Yeah, you gotta get behind the big guy. The crowd sure does. And we look forward to the next round, the round of 32. That's our Board and Brew top 5 moments here. And so you guys, I think we're going to do this all over again tomorrow. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Mitchell. Get some rest, okay? And we're going to get going 7:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be getting going with another day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Now, enjoy the day and highlights. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Transmission, radio. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.